God Level Farm Chapter 1897 to Chapter 1948. Xia Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, "You'll follow me for a few days. I'll show you around, and you'll know what you need to do. It'll also be a chance for you to meet everyone. In the future, the pharmaceutical factory and winery will contact you directly." "Okay, Mr. Xia," Xianxia said respectfully. In fact, in Xianxia's opinion, these things in the secular world were naturally not worth mentioning. How could they be more important than cultivation? Farms, breeding farms, wineries, pharmaceutical factories, and so on were nothing more than earning some money. Money was meaningless to cultivators. However, this matter was personally instructed by Xia Ruofei, so it had a different meaning. Even if Xianxia did not understand it at all, he would still carry it out to the letter. Xia Ruofei said again, "During this period of time, it may affect your cultivation to some extent. You need to familiarize yourself with the situation in the Three Mountains first. At the same time, you need to adapt to life in the secular world and learn to deal with the ordinary people in the secular world, including using mobile phones and some of the technological products in the secular world. In the future, after you've slowly familiarized yourself with it, these specific matters won't take up too much of your time." As a cultivator, it would not be too difficult for Xianxia to adapt to life in the secular world. After all, his mental strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people, which meant that his brain was more developed and his learning ability was stronger. For Xianxia, the difficulty might lie in dealing with the ordinary people in the secular world. After all, he had basically been cultivating in the sect for decades. Even if he came out, he rarely came in contact with the ordinary people in the secular world. In terms of the ways of the world, he was much worse than ordinary people. "It doesn't matter if it affects my cultivation," Xianxia said. "It's my honor to be able to serve Mr. Xia." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I never let my subordinates suffer, so you don't have to worry about your cultivation. I'll compensate you. In the future, after you've adapted to these daily tasks, you can cultivate on Peach Blossom Island. Every month, you can take some time to come to the Three Mountains to deal with some matters. If there are any special circumstances, you can come here temporarily. The rest of the time, you can cultivate in peace." What Xianxia needed to do was to add the Spirit Heart Flower Petal solution to the water source of the Peach Blossom farm. Every month, he would have to do the handover with the winery. Apart from that, he would also have to provide raw materials for the pharmaceutical factory. The rest of the work was to provide Dahongpo tea, caterpillar fungus, top-grade ginseng, and so on from time to time. After he became proficient in this, he could complete all these tasks in 1 or 2 days. Even if there were some unexpected situations, he could still deal with them. Every month, he would still have a lot of time to cultivate on the island. Peach Blossom Island's cultivation environment was clearly much better than the star-plucking sects. Therefore, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised and said gratefully, "Mr. Xia. Thank you. Thank you." He didn't know that the Luotian array had been added to the Peach Blossom Island. Otherwise, he would have been even more surprised. After the Luotian formation was embedded in the Great Void Mystical Clear formation, the effect was definitely greater than 2. The Luotian formation's assistance for cultivation was really all-round. Any cultivator who enjoyed the assistance of the Luotian formation in cultivation would feel bored when they went to the Fairyland or Blessed Enclave. After all, there was no harm in comparison. Xia Ruofei patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "That's all I want to say. You and President Xing go and settle down first. In the afternoon, I'll take you around the Taoyuan company to familiarize you with the situation. After that, you'll be responsible for connecting with the Taoyuan company." "Yes, Mr. Xia," Xianxia said respectfully. "Then I'll take my leave." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Keep your phone connected. If there's anything, call me. Remember to learn more from President Xing and master the life skills of the secular world as soon as possible. Don't make a fool of yourself." "I know. Don't worry. I will," Xianxia said. Xia Ruofei personally came to the door again. Xingyi got out of the car when he heard the sound. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he quickly walked over to greet him. "Boss Xia, are you done talking?" Xingyi asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, President Jing, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Today, I'll have to trouble you to take old Jing to settle down first. I'll take him to the company in the afternoon. Okay. Okay. Jingyi quickly said, Boss Xia, we'll take care of Mr. Jing. Don't worry. Should I send him to the Taoyuan company in the afternoon or come to the entrance of my community? 2:00 in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei said. Okay. No problem. Jingyi said, Boss Xia, then, if you don't have any other instructions, we'll take our leave first. Well, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You're welcome. You're too polite. Jingyi said. Xiao Ruofei stood at the entrance of the courtyard and waved at Jingyi and Jing Yongshou. When the car started and left, he turned around and returned to the courtyard. Ling Qingxue went to the company with Ling Xiaotian in the morning. She would hand over some of the specific work in her hands in the next 2 days. When the time came, she would only retain the position of a director of the company. Basically, she wouldn't have to do anything. It could be said that she was completely free. The handover work was quite complicated, especially since the work she was in charge of was quite important. Therefore, Ling Qingxue didn't come back at noon and ate directly at the company. Xiao Ruofei was alone, so he made some simple noodles to eat and then went upstairs to take a nap. He originally wanted to pay a visit to Song Qiming mainly to see how Song Qiming's cultivation was going. However, considering that Song Wei would come back after dealing with the school matters in the next 2 days, he thought about it and decided to wait for Song Wei to come back before paying him a visit. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei drove the eye-catching Knight 15 out of the villa district. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw the black Mercedes-Benz car that Jingyi drove in the morning. Jingyi and Jing Yongshou were waiting by the roadside. Jingyi obviously did his homework in advance and knew that this Knight 15 was Xiao Ruofei's car. He pulled Jing Yongshou and said, Mr. Jing, Boss Xia is here. The two hurriedly came up to him. Xiao Ruofei slowly stopped the car, pressed down the window and said, Old Jing, get in. Then he smiled at Jingyi and said, Thank you for your hard work. Chief Jing. Jingyi hurriedly said, You're welcome. This is all part of my job. Boss Xia, do you still want me to pick up Mr. Jing here? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, There's no need to pick him up. Let old Jing go back by himself. He had to go to the company, the pharmaceutical factory, the farm, and many other places today. He might not be able to finish all of them in the afternoon and the time was not accurate. In addition, Jing Yongshou should also practice his basic life skills. He did not expect him to learn how to book a taxi online right away, but at least it shouldn't be difficult to learn how to hail a taxi by the roadside and pay with cash. Then. Okay. Jingyi said, If there's anything, call me at any time. Okay. If there's anything, I won't be polite with you, Chief Jing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He said goodbye to Jingyi and drove straight to the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei arrived at the Taoyuan building with ease. The special parking space for the chairman had always been empty. After he parked the car, he took Jing Yongshou to the elevator and went straight upstairs. The elevator door opened with a ding. As soon as Xiao Ruofei stepped out, he saw Feng Jing standing at the elevator door, looking at him with a smile. Xiao Ruofei was not surprised that Feng Jing appeared here so timely. His Knight 15 off-road vehicle was too eye-catching. Everyone in the company recognized this car. As soon as he entered the company, the security guards would definitely call the president's office immediately. This time, he disappeared for 2 or 3 months. Xiao Ruofei felt a little guilty. He smiled and said, Sister Jing, long time no see. Feng Jing looked at Jing Yongshou, who was half a body's length behind Xiao Ruofei. Finally, because there were outsiders, she did not give Xiao Ruofei a hard time. She smiled and said, Chairman, it's indeed been a long time. I thought you had forgotten that you still have a company. I was delayed by some personal matters. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Let's go. Let's talk in my office. After that, he quickly walked to the office. Jing Yongshou naturally followed behind. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei's back with some helplessness, and then quickly followed. Although he had not been here for 2 or 3 months, the office was still spotless. Obviously, there was someone responsible for cleaning it every day. After Xiao Ruofei entered the room, he went straight to the reception area. He skillfully set up the tea set, fetched water, boiled water, and then looked for tea leaves from the tea cabinet. Feng Jing could not help but say, "Chairman, don't be busy making tea. I have a lot of work to report here." Xiao Ruofei smiled and took out a small bag of tea leaves. He cut open the package and poured it into the teapot. Then he said, "No hurry. Don't worry, let me introduce you first." Xiao Ruofei had not appeared for 2 or 3 months, and then he suddenly came to the company without saying anything. He even brought a middle-aged man who looked like a country bumpkin. Feng Jing was naturally curious about Jing Yongshou. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister Jing, this is Jing Yongshou. And he is a friend of mine. He will help me deal with some company matters in the future. I will tell you more about it later. Old Jing, this is Feng Jing, President Feng." Xiao Ruofei then said to Jing Yongshou, "She is the president of our Taoyuan company. You will often interact with each other in the future." Feng Jing was a little surprised, but she still extended her hand to Jing Yongshou very politely. At the same time, she smiled and said, "Mr. Jing, I hope to have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Although Jing Yongshou was somewhat lacking in the ways of the world, he still understood the most basic etiquette. He shook hands with Feng Jing and said, "Hello, President Feng. Pleasant cooperation." Xiao Ruofei waited for the two to exchange greetings before he continued, "Sister Jing, I also consider that I have things to do every 2 or 3 days, so I plan to not get involved in the company's management in the future." When Feng Jing heard this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. But before she could speak, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Sister Jing, listen to me first." Xiao Ruofei obviously had the intention to withdraw, which made Feng Jing a little confused. No one understood the significance of Xiao Ruofei to the Taoyuan company better than she did. Moreover, if Xiao Ruofei no longer got involved in the company's affairs, it meant that there would be fewer opportunities to meet in the future. This made Feng Jing even more confused. "You say?" Feng Jing calmed down and said. Xiao Ruofei said, "Sister Jing, you also saw that I do have a lot of things to do. I don't have the energy to take care of the company. The company is the result of your hard work. What else is more important than the company?" Feng Jing still couldn't help but interrupt Xiao Ruofei's words. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "It's not convenient for me to say too much about this, but, in short, my ambition is not here. Of course, the company is not only the result of my hard work, but also everyone's hard work step by step to achieve today's situation, so you chose to be a deserter?" Feng Jing's words were a bit sharp. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Jing, calm down and listen to me." "Okay, go ahead." Feng Jing leaned weakly on the sofa. Xiao Ruofei continued, "Sister Jing, you can rest assured. I just won't get involved in the company's affairs, but I won't ignore the company's development. It's just that there are some things that I need to do personally in the past. In the future, I will let old Jing do it for me, so whether it's the farm or the pharmaceutical factory, including our Dehongpo tea, caterpillar fungus, and Zueba Xian wine, these businesses won't stop. The company's development will definitely not be affected in any way. You can rest assured." Feng Jing's expression eased a little when she heard this. She said, "Chairman, are you really so busy that you don't have time to take care of the company's affairs? Even if you come to the company every once in a while like you are now, it's fine. With you around, the company will have a backbone." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Jing, your team is very mature now, and you guys are the professionals in the management of the company. I'm just a layman. If we're talking about the backbone, you guys are the backbone of the company." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused a little, organized his words, and then continued, "In fact, it's very simple. I just want to further delegate power so that you can have more autonomy. You can decide on some important matters by yourself, and you don't have to ask me for instructions. By the way." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei pointed to Jing Yongshou and said, "Old Jing is just helping me to complete some resource support work. He won't get involved in any company's management affairs. In the future, the company's development will have to trouble Sister Jing." After Feng Jing heard this, she didn't speak for a long time. After a long while, she sighed and said, Chairman, your decision is a bit too sudden. I don't know if it will affect everyone's morale after the announcement. It won't have any impact on the employees below. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, there may be some fluctuations in the management's thoughts. Then I'll have to rely on Sister Jing to do the work. But I believe that the impact won't be too big. You will soon be able to adapt to the new model. Feng Jing said with a wry smile, since you have already decided, then it's not good for me to persuade you. But I have a condition. Reading House Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said, say it. What are your conditions? Feng Jing had joined the Taoyuan company when Xiao Ruofei was still in the company. It could be said that Feng Jing's contribution to the development of the Taoyuan company was no less than that of Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, the two of them had a very good relationship in private. Therefore, when Feng Jing put forward her conditions, Xiao Ruofei had to at least listen to them. If it wasn't too difficult, he wouldn't refuse. Feng Jing said, it's very simple. I hope that you can keep your position as the chairman, even if it's just an honorary title. The Taoyuan company only has one chairman, and that's you. Unless you sell all your shares one day. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Sister Jing, what's the point of this? To be honest, I made this decision because I don't have much energy to manage the Taoyuan company in the future. Actually, I'm really busy. I believe that you have tried to contact me in the past 2 or 3 months, right? Are you unable to contact me on my mobile phone or WeChat? Xiao Ruofei had been in space and in the mystic Luna realm during this period. Naturally, it was impossible to contact him on his mobile phone or WeChat. Feng Jing said, I know. I just hope that you can keep your position. This way, at least you will have a connection with the Taoyuan company, and not just a cold share. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to give up his position as the chairman and directly appoint Feng Jing as the chairman. This way, his identity would be equivalent to that of a pure investor. If this was in other companies with more complicated ownership structures, it might be very difficult to operate. However, in the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei held the majority of the shares. This decision could be made with just a word from him. It was very simple. However, after hearing Feng Jing's words, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Feng Jing finally smiled and said, then it's settled. You can't go back on your word. Don't worry. I naturally can't go back on my word. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Sister Jing, I haven't been back to the company for so long. Don't you have a lot of work to report? Let's talk about it together. I'll also make a final decision in the company. In the future, you can decide these things yourselves. Feng Jing said, actually, it's not particularly urgent, except for the pharmaceutical factory. What about the pharmaceutical factory? Xiao Ruofei asked. After the branch factory was put into production, the production capacity of the pharmaceutical factory increased a lot. However, the supply of raw materials was somewhat insufficient. Now that there's a big market, there's a huge shortage. Many hospitals, especially drugs for autism. There's a huge demand. There's a big S, there's a lot. There's a lots, S, there's now there S, there. We can only let them find a way to open up the raw material channel and solve the problem on their own. But this also takes time. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes. If they can solve the problem on their own, that's the best. Feng Jing said with a wry smile, we're used to relying on you. Although the pharmaceutical factory knows that the raw material is very important, they don't pay much attention to it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started to worry about it. In the future, our mentality must change, starting from the management. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's not that serious. You tell the pharmaceutical factory that I've solved the raw material problem for them this time. And every month, I'll provide a batch of Chinese herbs to the pharmaceutical factory through Zheng. At least, with the current production capacity, it should be enough. But as you said, they still have to have a sense of urgency. They must pay great attention to the establishment and maintenance of the raw material channel. Otherwise, when they want to expand their production capacity in the future, they'll be at a loss. I can't keep increasing the supply of raw materials indefinitely. Understood. Feng Jing said. It's already very good that you can solve the urgent problem this time. What's more, you can still provide raw materials once a month. At least in the near future, the pharmaceutical factory won't have any worries. Speaking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but show a wry smile. She spread out her hands and said, Chairman, you see. We're still used to relying on you, right? As long as you come back, no matter how troublesome the problem is, it will be solved immediately. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I believe in your ability, and I also believe in the potential of the Taoyuan company. The future is promising. Even if I'm no longer involved in the company's affairs, I'm still a major shareholder of the company. Every cent that you earn, I get a share of it, and I even take up the majority of it. Feng Jing said, it's good that you still remember this. Chairman, you can't really ignore the Taoyuan company. In the future, when you're in Sanshan, you must come to the company when you're free. You're not only our chairman, but also our spiritual leader. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, spiritual leader is a bit exaggerated. But regarding the company's affairs, even if you didn't say that, I would still do it. I also have deep feelings for the Taoyuan company. It's just that I really can't split myself, so I'll have to trouble you all. Feng Jing nodded helplessly. She knew that once Xiao Ruofei made a decision, it would be difficult for others to change it, so she didn't make any more useless efforts. When she thought that there might be fewer opportunities to meet Xiao Ruofei in the future, Feng Jing couldn't help but feel a little sad. After adjusting her mood a little, Feng Jing raised her head and said, Chairman, the main thing is that the pharmaceutical factory's matter is more urgent. Let's talk about other things during the meeting. Since you've made this decision, you must personally explain it to the company's management. Do you think you should gather everyone for a meeting in the afternoon? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, well, I think it's okay. Considering that the pharmaceutical factory is quite far away, then. In an hour, let's have a meeting in the board of directors conference room. I'll personally explain this situation to everyone, and also make it clear that you'll be fully responsible for the company's work. In the Taoyuan company, the person that Xiao Ruofei trusted the most was Feng Jing. Moreover, Feng Jing was now the president of the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei, the chairman, was no longer in charge, so naturally, the president was in charge of the overall work. This was also expected. Feng Jing nodded and said, okay, then I'll immediately inform everyone. Chairman, Mr. Zheng, then I'll go first. Well. Sister Jing, you've worked hard. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said. Xianxia also nodded slightly to Feng Jing. Xianxia had seen the conversation between Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. To be honest, he was somewhat disapproving in his heart. It was just an industry in the secular world. In his opinion, Xiao Ruofei's meticulous arrangement was really unnecessary. Not to mention that the Taoyuan company was far from a giant, even if it was the world's top 500, the world's richest man, it wouldn't be attractive in the eyes of cultivators. However, out of absolute respect for his master, Xianxia didn't say anything. He quietly watched the whole process. Even if he didn't understand in his heart, he would never question Xiao Ruofei's decision. After Feng Jing left, Xiao Ruofei stood up and went to sit behind his desk. At the same time, he motioned for Xianxia to also sit down on the chair opposite the desk. Old Zheng, from now on, you'll be responsible for the contact work with the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei said, there's some time now. I'll introduce the Taoyuan company's situation to you, as well as the specific work you'll be responsible for. I'll also emphasize some things that you need to pay attention to. Even if you don't understand for now, remember it in your heart first. Xianxia quickly said, okay, Mr. Xia. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei used the hour before the meeting to introduce some of the Taoyuan company's departments, the basic situation of the management, and the main business situation to Xianxia. Xiao Ruofei also emphasized a few things that Xianxia needed to pay attention to. The main thing was that he couldn't expose his identity as a cultivator, and he couldn't use the means of a cultivator at will. He had to do everything within the secular world's rules and legal framework as much as possible. In addition, there were some things that had to be done secretly, such as adding the solution of the spirit heart flower's petals to the water source of the Taoyuan farm. Xiao Ruofei explained in detail again. Xianxia didn't really understand some of the things about the Taoyuan company, But he still strictly followed Xia Ruofei's request and memorized all the things that Xia Ruofei introduced. When he gradually familiarized himself with the situation in the future, he would naturally understand. For a cultivator, memorizing such a small amount of information was naturally nothing. Soon, the hour was up. Feng Jing personally came to Xia Ruofei's office and said with a smile, "Chairman, everyone is here." Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "Okay. Then let's go to the meeting." "Old Jing, why don't you come with us?" "Yes, Mr. Xia." Jing Yongshou hurriedly bowed and said. Jing Yongshou's respectful attitude piqued Feng Jing's curiosity. In the eyes of an educated overseas elite like her, Jing Yongshou's attitude was a little too respectful. In fact, it was a little flattering. Xia Ruofei took the lead, followed by Feng Jing and Jing Yongshou. Soon, they arrived at the board meeting room on the same floor. The management of the company had all arrived, including the executive vice president, Dong Yun, the pharmaceutical factory's director, Shui Jinshan, and so on. They were all waiting in the meeting room. When everyone saw Xia Ruofei, they all stood up and greeted the mysterious chairman. Xia Ruofei came to the head of the table, stretched out his hand and made a downward gesture. He said with a smile, "Everyone has worked hard during this period of time. Please take a seat." After that, Xia Ruofei sat down. Everyone waited for Xia Ruofei to sit down, then they all sat down. Feng Jing had already arranged the seats in advance. There was an empty seat on both sides of Xia Ruofei. Feng Jing sat on the right side of Xia Ruofei, and the seat opposite of Feng Jing was naturally reserved for Jing Yongshou. Originally, that was Dong Yun's seat. Now that this seat was vacated, Dong Yun moved back one place and sat next to Feng Jing. The other seats naturally moved back one place. However, this was Feng Jing's arrangement. Naturally, no one had any objections. They were just a little curious about Jing Yongshou, a stranger who occupied the first seat after the president. Some people even secretly muttered in their hearts, "Is the company's management structure going to change again? Is this the new senior management?" Xia Ruofei smiled and looked around. He then said, "I have some other matters to attend to during this period of time. That's why I did not come to the company. But Manager Feng had reported to me that the company's operations have been going well, and the momentum of development is very good. This is inseparable from everyone's hard work. Every step the Taoyuan company takes is the result of everyone's hard work. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone for their outstanding work." The company's senior management naturally clapped their hands. Xia Ruofei waited for the applause to stop. He then smiled and continued, "Today, I have gathered everyone here. I will not listen to the specific reports. Manager Feng had already reported to me about the problem with the pharmaceutical factory's raw materials. I will solve it immediately. After this meeting, Director Shui will stay behind. I will arrange for the handover of the medicine." Shui Jinshan immediately let out a long sigh of relief and said happily, "Okay. Thank you, Chairman." "Okay. I will not listen to other reports for the time being." Xia Ruofei said, "Today, I will be announcing a decision to everyone." In the meeting room, all the Taoyuan company's senior officials, except for Feng Jing, could not help but look at Jing Yongshou, who was sitting upright. Everyone thought that Xia Ruofei was going to appoint another vice president, and that the vice president's position might be higher than Dong Yun's. This could be seen from the seating arrangement. Xia Ruofei looked around and then said, "From today onwards, I have decided not to participate in the company's management and operations. All the Taoyuan company's affairs will be handled by the CEO, Madame Feng Jing." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, everyone present was a little confused. After a short silence, everyone started to speak out to persuade him. "Chairman, you can't do this. You are the founder of the company. How can you just leave like this? Chairman, is there something that we did not do well? You can criticize us, but you can't just leave like this. The Taoyuan company can't do without the chairman." Feng Jing frowned slightly. She knocked on the table with the pen in her hand and said, "Be quiet. Listen to the chairman. This is the senior executives' meeting room, not a market." Only then did the meeting room slowly quiet down. Xia Ruofei saw everyone's expression. Whether they were sincerely urging him to stay, worried about personal gains and losses, or hypocritical, everyone's inner thoughts could not escape Xiao Ruofei's eyes. However, he did not care. The company was getting bigger and bigger, and some of the senior executives were rarely contacted by Xiao Ruofei. It was impossible for them to have a deep relationship with Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, they were professional managers. For them, this was a career. How could he ask everyone to treat the company as their home? As long as they could create value for the company, it was fine. Of course, if someone was pocketing money, he still had to deal with it. However, that was a problem for Feng Jing to consider in the future. He would not worry about it anymore. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Everyone, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I made this decision after careful consideration. I have also discussed it with Manager Feng. So, I am not being impulsive, and there are no other factors interfering. It is all because of my personal reasons. So, you don't have to persuade me anymore." The meeting room gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at Xiao Ruofei with worry. Everyone present was the management of the Taoyuan company, and they more or less knew some inside information. They knew that the company's core technology was in the hands of Xiao Ruofei. If Xiao Ruofei withdrew and no longer took care of the company's affairs, then the Taoyuan company's decline would happen in the blink of an eye, even though it was thriving and had infinite potential. However, Xiao Ruofei's next words quickly dispelled everyone's concerns. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about the company's development. Although I will no longer participate in the company's management and operations, I will still provide the support that the company needs unconditionally. Also, I will continue to hold the position of chairman, but I will no longer be involved in the company's affairs. In addition, since everyone is here today, I will announce another appointment." After that, Xiao Ruofei pointed to Xianxia beside him and said, "This is Mr. Xianxia. From today onwards, he will be the director of the board's office. Of course, Mr. Jing will not be involved in the company's management affairs. He will only be responsible for coordination and liaison. In the future, he will be fully responsible for the business that needs my technical support. This appointment will not involve the work of the grassroots employees, so it will not be announced publicly, nor will it be announced by email. You can take care of it." Everyone was an elite who had been in the workplace for many years. They understood as soon as they heard that Xiao Ruofei really wanted to minimize his influence in the company and fade out of the company's affairs. Originally, everyone thought that Xiao Ruofei was only withdrawing in name, but in fact, he had arranged for his confidants to enter the company while he hid and controlled everything remotely. Now the situation was obviously completely different from what everyone had imagined. Xiao Ruofei's position as chairman had become an honorary position, so Xianxia's position as director of the board's office naturally had no real power. What's more, Xiao Ruofei had just made it clear that Xianxia, as director of the board's office, was only responsible for liaison. To put it bluntly, he was a link between Xiao Ruofei and the company. He would not be involved in any other affairs, so naturally, there was no possibility of decentralization. Xianxia stood up, bowed slightly to everyone and said, "Please take care of me in the future." After he finished speaking, he sat down, giving people the impression that he was a man of few words. Xiao Ruofei said, "I won't say anything unnecessary. Everyone, just carry on as usual and don't affect your work. Your respective areas of responsibility and reporting relationships will remain unchanged for the time being. Of course, it's up to you what you want to do next." "I don't want to know." Ha ha ha. The senior officials in the conference room couldn't help but look at Feng Jing with awe in their eyes. In the past, Feng Jing was Xiao Ruofei's absolute confidant and had a lot of power in the Taoyuan company. Now, it was even more incredible. Xiao Ruofei had completely delegated power, and Feng Jing could be said to be the true helmsman of the company. It was no exaggeration to say that even the fate of the administrative vice president, Dong Yun, could be decided by Feng Jing. Of course, everyone also knew that this situation wouldn't last for long. Feng Jing was not Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had absolute control of the company and had a high degree of control over the company. This was not a problem at all. However, Feng Jing would not allow this to happen in order to avoid suspicion. Therefore, if there were no accidents, a collective decision-making team with the board of directors as the core should be set up soon. But no matter what, from today onwards, Feng Jing's position in the Taoyuan company was obviously higher than before. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he said casually, "Well, if there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned. Jin Shan, stay behind." The senior officials of the company got up and left the conference room. Feng Jing, Jing Yongshou, and Shui Jinshan stayed behind. Shui Jinshan had a reluctant look on his face as he walked up to Feng Yu and said, "Chairman, you." Shui Jinshan was personally recruited by Xiao Ruofei. When he joined the Taoyuan company, he followed Xiao Ruofei to set up the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory and develop autism drugs. After that, he was appointed as the director of the pharmaceutical factory by Xiao Ruofei because of his outstanding performance. Now, the pharmaceutical factory has a lot of say in the Taoyuan company, and he had become one of the company's key executives. All of this was given to him by Xiao Ruofei. In his heart, he was different from the other senior officials. Other than Feng Jing, he felt that he was Xiao Ruofei's closest subordinate. That's why Xiao Ruofei's decision today had a huge impact on him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Jinshan, you don't have to say so much. Work hard in the pharmaceutical factory, and Manager Feng has high hopes for you. In the future, even if I am not in the company, you must not let me down. Do you understand?" "Don't worry. Chairman, the company had given me everything I have today, and I will do my best to repay the company." Shui Jinshan quickly expressed his determination. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. I believe in your capabilities, but you must continue to be more proactive in the future. This incident with the raw materials should be a wake-up call for you. I remember that I had emphasized the importance of the raw materials channel in the past, but you all had not paid attention to it. When the branch factory started production, the problem with the raw materials immediately became obvious. Although I can provide you all with most of the raw materials you need now, you still have to pay attention to this work in the future. I can tell you that I will not be providing more raw materials in the future. If we expand production in the future, you all will have to solve the problem of the raw materials yourselves." Shui Jinshan heard this and could not help but break out in cold sweat. He quickly said, "Yes. Chairman, this is my negligence, and I will ask for punishment. This will not happen again in the future. From tomorrow onwards, I will personally run the channels. Oh, I still have an idea. Chongqing County is doing land transfers, and the company's cash flow is more abundant. Do you think we can rent a piece of land and grow our own herbs? This way, we can control a portion of the raw materials channel, and the price will not be controlled by others." After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he could not help but secretly nod. Obviously, Shui Jinshan had thought about the problem of the raw materials. This was also one of the reasons why he valued Shui Jinshan. Although Shui Jinshan had a medical background, his thinking was very active. He also had a lot of ideas in business management and was willing to use his brain. However, Xiao Ruofei was not interested in these things. He laughed and said, "You don't have to tell me about this. You can report to Manager Feng directly. Don't forget that I am not in charge now." Feng Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Chairman, this is your own company. Why do I feel that you can't wait to get rid of this burden? After this meeting, you will immediately become a shopkeeper." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, okay? Now, I can finally push all the troubles to my heart's content." Feng Jing and Shui Jinshan could not help but look at each other and smile bitterly. However, Feng Jing quickly said to Shui Jinshan, "Director Shui, your idea is very good. How about this? You take the time to form a document and consider all aspects of the problem, including the local land transfer policy, compensation standards for land expropriation, the scale of the plantation, the total investment budget, and the estimated output, etc. Be as detailed as possible. You can report to me first, and then we will hold a management meeting to discuss. If there are no problems, then hurry up and implement it." Feng Jing had already begun to avoid suspicion. Although Xiao Ruofei had given her a lot of autonomy, when it came to the use of a large amount of funds and the adjustment of the company's strategy, she still tried to discuss and decide as much as possible. Shui Jinshan heard this and quickly said, "Okay. I am already working on the relevant plan, and it should be completed soon. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay, you can discuss these work matters yourselves after you go down. Jin Shan, I only asked you to stay today for one thing, and it is about the raw materials. I heard that you are almost out of rice? I am here to provide you with charcoal in the snow. Thank you, Chairman. Shui Jinshan said excitedly. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, in the future, the raw materials will be handled by Old Sheng. This is also one of his job contents. In the future, he will hand over a batch of raw materials to you every month. You can exchange contact information first, and this batch of raw materials will be handed over to the previous warehouse. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Is there a problem? No problem. No problem. Shui Jinshan said quickly. Then he quickly said to Jing Yongshou, Director Zheng, I am sorry for the trouble. Please take care of me in the future. After that, he stretched out his hands to Jing Yongshou. Jing Yongshou shook hands with Shui Jinshan and said with a smile, Director Shui, you are too polite. This is my job. I hope to have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Jing Yongshou was still not used to the polite way of communication in the secular world, but he was already trying his best to adapt. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Shui Jinshan said. Then the two of them exchanged contact information. Shui Jinshan had a business card, but Jing Yongshou naturally did not have one. He only had a phone number and WeChat, which Jing Yongshou carefully saved. After adding him as a WeChat friend, he excitedly said goodbye and left. Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. Feng Jing saw this and couldn't help but smile and say, You finally got rid of all the burdens. Do you feel relaxed? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Is it really that obvious? Feng Jing and Jing Yongshou both nodded seriously. Xiao Ruofei stopped smiling and said seriously, Okay. Then I will be serious. Feng Jing laughed and said, Okay. Don't pretend. Chairman, I still have something to report to you. Listen to me first. I need to ask for your opinion on this matter. Feng Jing said. Xiao Ruofei said, Okay. Say it. You gave all the decision-making power of the company to me. I feel that the burden on my shoulders is too heavy. What if I don't manage the company well? Feng Jing said, So I think that in the future, some important matters should be discussed by the board of directors, and then decided collectively. As for the composition of the board of directors, I think it needs to be adjusted. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a faint smile, Sister Jing, you are not afraid of the burden, but you want to avoid arousing suspicion. No. Feng Jing said weakly. There is really no need for that. Since I gave the company to you, it means that I trust you, trust your ability, and trust your character. Xiao Ruofei said. I know that, but, for a company to develop healthily, it is best to work together on important decisions. Feng Jing said seriously, I can't guarantee that every decision I make is correct. People always make mistakes. Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, Okay then. If you think this model is good, then we will implement it according to your idea. How about this? I appoint you as the vice chairman of the company, and you will preside over the work of the board of directors. Feng Jing hesitated for a moment, then said, Okay. I will draft a constitution for the company's board of directors in the next 2 days, and I will ask you to approve it. You won't be leaving Sanshan in 2 or 3 days, right? That shouldn't be the case. Xiao Ruofei said, Then it's settled. Sister Jing, you should hurry up. If Feng Jing wanted to draft the constitution, she would definitely need Xiao Ruofei to sign it. Otherwise, she would become both an athlete and a referee. Xiao Ruofei also knew that Feng Jing's constitution would determine the operating mode of the Taoyuan company in the future. It would be justifiable for him to sign it personally, and in this way, he wouldn't have to get involved in the daily management of the company in the future. Feng Jing nodded and said, Okay, I will do it as soon as possible. Chairman, do you have any other plans for this afternoon? Xiao Ruofei said, I still have to take Xing to do something, so I won't be staying in the company. Sister Jing, you can go ahead. Feng Jing suddenly felt a little empty in her heart, but she still pretended to be relaxed. She squeezed out a smile and said, Okay. I will send you off. The group walked out of the board of directors meeting room, turned into a corridor, and came to the elevator reserved for senior executives. Feng Jing pressed the elevator door and said with a forced smile, "The elevator is here, Chairman, then. Goodbye." Xiao Ruofei walked into the elevator with Xianxia. Just before the door closed, he pressed the elevator door and said with a smile, "Sister Jing, don't look so sad. It's not like we are going to say goodbye forever." "Bah. Don't jinx it," Feng Jing said quickly. "Haha. What I mean is, in the future, I will come to the company every now and then to give you more autonomy. I just hope that the company can develop more smoothly, so that you don't have to ask me for instructions and can't contact me for a while and miss the opportunity." Xiao Ruofei said casually, "Besides, don't we live in the same neighborhood? There will be many opportunities to meet in the future." After Feng Jing heard Xiao Ruofei's words, her mood suddenly improved a lot. She smiled and said, "I know. You should go do your work. I have to go and make a plan." After that, she waved at Xiao Ruofei and turned to walk in the direction of her office. Xiao Ruofei drove Xianxia out of the Taoyuan building, but he didn't go to Taoyuan Farm immediately. Instead, he drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle to the warehouse he had bought in the city. Xiao Ruofei parked the car in front of the warehouse and took out the key from the Ring 2 space. As he opened the door, he said, "Old Jing, remember the location of this warehouse. You should come here often in the future. Whether it's the raw materials of Chinese medicine or the Zhuai Baxian wine, this warehouse will be the transfer point." "I know, Mr. Xia," Xianxia said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei opened the door of the warehouse and walked in first. He then gestured for Xianxia to lock the door from the inside. He took out a storage ring from the Ring 2 space, erased his mental strength imprint, and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and said, "Moss. Mr. Xia, this is a storage ring, right? It's too precious. I don't dare to take it." If it were a few months ago, a storage ring would have been more precious to Xiao Ruofei. However, his standards were much higher now. In the trial tower of the mystic Luna realm, he and Ling Qingxue had obtained several storage rings. These storage rings were nothing more than storage tools used to store reward items. They couldn't even be considered rewards. Xiao Ruofei also knew that storage rings were nothing in the eyes of powerful cultivators. They were just ordinary tools, so naturally, his standards had become higher. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Old Jing, this is for your work. If you don't take a storage ring, how will you complete the transfer of materials?" Xianxia was stunned. Yes. When the time came, Xiao Ruofei would probably spend most of his time on Taoyuan Island, and he would have to bring materials from Taoyuan Island to the Three Mountains every month. These materials included a huge amount of Chinese medicine and jars of fine wine. If they were transported by plane, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, he would have to hand over the new wine from the winery to Xiao Ruofei. How could he transport it back by air? Therefore, a storage ring was an essential tool for this job. Xiao Ruofei smiled and handed the storage ring to Xianxia. He said, "Hurry up and take it." Xianxia hesitantly took the storage ring and held it in his hands carefully, afraid that he would break it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw him like this. Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't worry. With your cultivation, you can't even if you want to break this storage ring. What are you waiting for? Recognize it as its owner." "Yes. Yes, sir." Xianxia came back to his senses and quickly recognized the storage ring as its owner. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "This storage ring contains the Chinese medicine that will be handed over to the pharmaceutical factory this time. Come a little earlier tomorrow morning and take the herbs out of the storage ring. Then, wait until 8 o'clock to hand them over to the people in the pharmaceutical factory. In the future, whether it is medicinal herbs, white wine, caterpillar fungus, truffles, tea leaves, or anything else, use this method to transport and hand over. Do you understand?" "Understood," Xianxia said quickly. He scanned the storage ring with his mind strength and found that it was full of Chinese medicine. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already considered that there might be a shortage of raw materials in the pharmaceutical factory. Therefore, 2 days ago, he asked Xiaqing to take the free labor force to harvest Chinese medicine in the medicine garden of the Mountain Sea territory. Xiaqing personally led a small group of people to carry out the follow-up processing. Therefore, all the Chinese medicine in the storage ring had been processed and could be directly put into production by the pharmaceutical factory. Xianxia suddenly found that in addition to a large number of Chinese medicine herbs in the storage ring, there was also a crystal with rich spiritual qi. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly took out the crystal and handed it to Xia Ruofei while saying, "Mr. Xia, here's another one, this is a spiritual crystal. It can help with cultivation." Xia Ruofei said lightly, "This time, I transferred you from the star-picking sect to work in the secular world. It will definitely affect your cultivation, especially since the spiritual qi here is very chaotic and violent. You can't cultivate except at midnight and at dawn. Therefore, I prepared a spiritual crystal for you. This will more or less make up for it." Xianxia quickly said, "Master, how can I accept this? It's my duty to serve my master. How can I dare to ask for compensation? Master, you'd better take it back quickly." Although Xia Ruofei now had so many spiritual crystals that he couldn't use them all up, and he himself was a little disgusted with Yuan Jing, let alone spiritual crystals, which had even less spiritual qi, there was no doubt that spiritual crystals were quite precious to cultivators like Xianxia. In Xianxia's opinion, it was natural to serve his master. How could he dare to ask for compensation? Therefore, in his hurry, he forgot that Xia Ruofei had ordered him not to call him master but to call him Mr. Xia. The word master also slipped out of his mouth. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Spiritual crystals aren't that precious. Besides, since you call me master, as your master, are you going to refuse a reward from me?" Xianxia lowered his head and said, "I don't dare," but Xia Ruofei directly interrupted Xianxia and said, "Since you don't dare, then take it. Also, although you are obedient to me because of the soul seal, I have never been used to using people as slaves. Therefore, in my eyes, you are just an ordinary subordinate. You don't have to be so careful in front of me. As long as you are loyal to me, your development in the future will definitely be better than when you were cultivating in the heart-picking sect." Xianxia was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "Please rest assured, master. I am willing to do my best for you until my death." Although Xianxia was loyal to Xia Ruofei because of the soul seal, the soul seal didn't make people lose their minds. In fact, whether it was Xianxia or Luo Qingfeng, they were normal cultivators who could think independently. It was just that when facing Xia Ruofei, they couldn't help but have thoughts of obedience and worship. Therefore, Xianxia could naturally distinguish good from bad, and he could also see that Xia Ruofei really didn't treat him as a slave. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, just call me Mr. Xia in the future. You have to get used to it, or you might call him by the wrong name in front of others." "Yes. Mr. Xia," Xianxia said hurriedly. Xia Ruofei also threw the key to the warehouse to Xianxia and said, "In the future, you will be in charge of the key to the warehouse. I won't come here if there's nothing important." "Understood," Xianxia said. The task that Xia Ruofei gave him was actually not complicated. If it weren't for the fact that he had to adapt to life in the secular world, it would be a piece of cake for him. It was such a simple task, but Xia Ruofei was still considerate of him. He allowed him to cultivate on Taoyuan Island and even gave him precious spiritual crystals, which made him feel inexplicably moved. Xia Ruofei then said, "By the way, when you are here in the warehouse, you must be careful to not be seen by others when you take things out of the storage ring. After all, if you are accidentally seen by people in the secular world, it will be a bit shocking." "I will be careful," Xianxia said. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay. Next, I will take you to Taoyuan Farm. It's almost dark, so it will be more convenient to do things there." The two of them went out together, and Xianxia quickly locked the door of the warehouse. Xia Ruofei sat in the driver's seat, and Xianxia quickly climbed into the car. His movements were somewhat clumsy, as he was still a little uncomfortable with modern transportation. As Xia Ruofei started the car, he glanced at Xianxia and said with a smile, "After you settle down here, ask Xingyi to arrange for you to learn how to drive and get a driver's license." It will be more convenient for you to do things in the future. After all, you often come to the warehouse alone. Xianxia said, Okay, Mr. Xia, I will go back and tell President Xing to try to get the license as soon as possible. A driver's license is a driver's license. Xiao Ruofei said, Only with a driver's license can you drive on the road legally. Xiao Ruofei believed that with the intelligence and wisdom of cultivators, it would be very easy for Xianxia to learn how to drive. Moreover, after learning the basic operation, he would be able to get on the road quickly. After all, cultivators' reaction speed was much faster than ordinary people's. However, Xiao Ruofei still hoped that Xianxia could follow the normal way to learn how to drive and get a driver's license. He had to let Xianxia learn to abide by the laws and rules of modern society. Xianxia naturally would not discount Xiao Ruofei's orders. He nodded and said, I understand. Mr. Xia, don't worry. I will abide by the rules of the secular world. I will not act recklessly. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said seriously, Okay. This is very important. Once I find out that you are doing evil in the secular world, I will not hesitate to disable you. You must remember this at all costs. When Xiao Ruofei said this, there was a trace of the spiritual power of the spirit transformation realm. Coupled with the suppression effect of the soul seal, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly, an unforgettable imprint was formed in his mind. He quickly said, Yes. This subordinate will remember your order. I will not dare to violate it. Xiao Ruofei knew very well how much damage a cultivator could cause in the secular world if they were not restrained. Especially when Xianxia was dealing with people from the Taoyuan company. Therefore, he had to take precautions in advance. Otherwise, if something really happened, it would be too late for regrets. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with Xianxia's attitude. He started the car and drove in the direction of the highway around the city. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. The three-mountain city had also entered the rush hour. The car moved very slowly on the ring road. However, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry. He slowly drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle through the traffic. It was not until he entered the highway around the city that the car slowed down. About half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei had entered the territory of Chongping County. He drove in the direction of the Taoyuan farm with ease. However, he did not directly drive the car into the farm. Instead, he found a secluded place 2 or 3 kilometers away from the farm and stopped the car. Get out of the car. Xiao Ruofei turned off the car. He opened the door and said, I don't want to alarm the people on the farm. I will take you there on my flying sword. Yes. Xianxia said. After the two of them got out of the car, Xiao Ruofei directly took out the blue traveling immortal sword. He grabbed Xianxia and stepped on the flying sword. Suddenly, a sword light flashed across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were above the Taoyuan farm. Now that the expansion of the Taoyuan farm had been completed, it was basically connected to the pharmaceutical factory. Xiao Ruofei could see that the pharmaceutical factory's workshop was still in production. However, it was obvious that not all of the production lines were in operation. It was probably because of the shortage of raw materials. The farm was much quieter. Now that the Taoyuan company provided housing subsidies for the young employees, basically no one lived on the farm. Everyone had rented a house near the Taoyuan building. It was much more convenient to commute to work. Therefore, at night, there was basically no one on the farm except for the guards on duty. Xiao Ruofei brought Xianxia to a few points, including the 2 water towers and the water tower at the farm. He also personally demonstrated how to add the spirit heart flower petal solution to the water source. Then, he brought Xianxia to the entire farm and orchard to let him familiarize himself with the environment. After all, when Xianxia came to add the spirit heart flower petal solution in the future, he would have to avoid the patrols and other people's eyes and ears. Therefore, it was very important for him to familiarize himself with the environment. Xiao Ruofei also had a small villa on the farm. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, there were still people who cleaned the place regularly. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't go back today. He mainly didn't want to attract the patrols because the lights in the villa were on. After he brought Xianxia around the farm, he directly left the Taoyuan farm on his flying sword and came to the parking lot. When he lowered the flying sword, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look back at the faintly discernible farm under the street lights. This was the place where he started his career and left behind many beautiful memories. In the future, if there weren't any special circumstances, he probably wouldn't return to this place. Therefore, he was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Xiao Ruofei looked back at the farm for a moment. Then, he lowered the flying sword and put it away with a thought. Xianxia wasn't particularly used to flying sword at high speed. Therefore, when he landed on the ground, his face was a little pale and his footsteps were a little shaky. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "No way. My legs are weak. Hurry up and get in the car." "Sorry about that," Xianxia said with a pale face. He looked a little embarrassed. After the two of them got in the car, Xiao Ruofei started the car and said, "Old Jing, these are the fixed tasks you need to complete. The handover of the Chinese herbs and liquor, as well as the maintenance of the farm's water source. Other than that, there are tea leaves, caterpillar fungus, truffles, and so on. Those are all staged and only come a few times a year. Now that the pharmaceutical factory's process has been straightened out, I won't personally introduce you to the winery. When the time comes, I'll call and leave you with your contact information. You just need to do the handover." "Understood, Mr. Xia," Xianxia said. Xiao Ruofei continued, regarding the petals of the spirit heart flower, "I have to emphasize 2 points. First, it must be kept absolutely confidential. If the news is leaked, it won't be a problem in the secular world, but if a cultivator finds out, I'm afraid it will bring you great danger. Second, as I said last time, you must not touch the solution of the petals directly. Otherwise, all the medicinal properties will be absorbed by your body, and the solution will lose its effect. You must remember this." "Okay. I'll remember it," Xianxia said. "Good. That's all I need to say to you. Now, let's go back to the city." Xiao Ruofei said, "If there's anything you don't understand, you can call me at any time. Don't worry about disturbing me. You must ensure that the work is done perfectly. There can't be any mistakes." "Understood," Xianxia said seriously, "I'll remember your teachings. If there's any mistake, I'm willing to accept any punishment." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, it's getting late. I'll send you directly to your residence. From now on, you have to learn all aspects of life, including basic necessities, wearing modern clothes, eating in restaurants, using modern appliances at home, taking public transportation, using taxi apps, and so on. You have to learn all of them as soon as possible." Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little troubled after hearing this, but he immediately said, "Yes. I'll learn all of these skills as soon as possible, Mr. Xia." Xiao Ruofei drove back to the city. After asking for Xianxia's specific address, he directly drove Xianxia to the entrance of the residential area, then drove back to the Jiangbin Villa residential area. Jingyi had also put a lot of thought into the arrangements for Xianxia. Xianxia's residence was not very far from Xiao Ruofei's house. A few minutes later, Xiao Ruofei had already driven into the Jiangbin Villa residential area. As soon as he parked the car, he felt that there seemed to be a slight breathing sound in the house. His face couldn't help but change slightly, and his mind power instantly swept in the direction of the villa. Then, Xiao Ruofei's body relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. He opened the door of the villa and walked into the house. He saw Ling Qingshui half lying on the sofa in the living room, playing with her mobile phone. Xiao Ruofei changed his shoes and said with a smile, "Honey, why didn't you tell me you were coming over? You didn't even turn on the lights. I thought there was a thief in the house." Ling Qingshui turned her head to look at Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "Which little thief ate the courage of a bear's heart and leopard's heart to dare to steal from your house?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's hard to say. The little thief wouldn't know that there's a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm living here." He walked over to Ling Qingshui and sat down beside her. He asked, "What were you looking at just now? You were so engrossed." "I was chatting with Weiwei." Ling Qingshui said, "By the way, Weiwei said that the things at school are almost done. If there are no accidents, she'll be back tomorrow. You'll have to make a trip to Beijing tomorrow." The next morning, Xiao Ruofei drove the obsidian flying boat to Beijing alone. He didn't go directly to Songwei because after contacting Songwei last night, he knew that she had some things to finish up today. In addition, a few of his roommates were going to have a meal together. Because Songwei returned to Sanshan this time, she would be going back to school after the Chinese New Year, so it could be considered a farewell meal for the semester. Next semester was Songwei's last semester as a master's student. She basically didn't have any courses, and the tutor basically wouldn't assign any task to her. Her most important task was to complete her graduation thesis. In fact, graduate students had already started preparing for their graduation thesis. Some people had even decided on their direction as soon as they entered the school. They spent the entire postgraduate period preparing for this thesis. Songwei's thesis had also been prepared for half a year. The main task of the next semester was to complete this thesis, so she had more free time. Xiao Ruofei first went back to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. After all, this was his home in Beijing, and he hadn't been back for 2 or 3 months. Wu Chang and the others maintained the courtyard house very well. Everything was in good order. Xiao Ruofei considered that he might not necessarily return to the courtyard house during the Chinese New Year, so he simply gave Wu Chang and the other staff members a thick year-end red packet. Then, he told Wu Chang to arrange for 1 or 2 people to stay behind. The others who should go home for the Chinese New Year did so. There was no need for them to stay here. Of course, the people who stayed behind would also be compensated with a generous salary. Wu Chang and the others' salaries were all in the Taoyuan company's account. Xiao Ruofei informed Feng Jing in advance and asked the finance department to calculate their overtime salary for the Chinese New Year according to the highest standard. After making arrangements for the Sihiyuan, Xiao Ruofei called Song Rui, Zhao Yongjun, and the others to arrange a gathering at the Taoyuan club. This time, Xiao Ruofei had disappeared for 2 or 3 months. When his brothers received Xiao Ruofei's call, they were very surprised. They all said that they wanted to have a few drinks with Xiao Ruofei in the evening. Even Lu Jian, who happened to be working in another place, also said that he wanted to buy a plane ticket and fly back immediately. Of course, Xiao Ruofei hurriedly stopped him. He just wanted to have a meal with his brothers and would soon return to the 3 mountains. There was no need to make such a big fuss. At noon, Xiao Ruofei rested for a while in the courtyard house. He didn't leave until 4 o'clock in the afternoon and went to the Taoyuan club in the suburbs of Beijing. Xiao Ruofei didn't let Wu Chang drive. Instead, he drove the Alpha MPV that was left in the courtyard house and went directly to the Taoyuan club. The traffic in Beijing had always been crowded, but Xiao Ruofei left relatively early. He left the city before the rush hour, so the traffic was relatively smooth. At 5 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei had already arrived at the Taoyuan club. The license plate number of the Alpha MPV had already been registered at the Taoyuan club, so the access control system automatically raised the lever after recognizing the license plate number. When Xiao Ruofei drove to the main building of the club, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and the others who had received the notice from the security guard at the door had already come out to wait. Xiao Ruofei stopped the car directly in front of the building, then got out of the car with a smile on his face. Zhao Yongjun stepped forward first and said happily, "Ruofei, you haven't been to Beijing for a long time. Did you forget about your brothers?" Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun hugged and said with a smile, "How could I? Some time ago, I was busy with worldly affairs. I didn't even have time to manage the company in Sanshan. So, I just came to Beijing today, and I immediately found my brothers." "That's not bad." Zhao Yongjun patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui again and said with a smile, "Xiao Rui has been in Beijing all this time?" Song Rui nodded and said, "N. I work at my family's company, so I should be in Beijing most of the time in the future." Xiao Ruofei nodded. It seemed that Song Rui had really changed. In the past, he definitely didn't want to stay under the eyes of the old man. Now, because Zhuyi was working in Beijing, he began to obediently stay in Beijing. "It seems that I'll be able to drink your wedding wine soon." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Remember to inform me when the time comes. If you can't contact me, send the invitation to the Taoyuan company. They have a way to get in touch with me." Song Rui smiled bitterly and said, Ruofei, it's not even set in stone yet. It's too early to say this. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and said, is there resistance from your family? Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, there is definitely resistance, but Xiao Rui is very determined this time. We also admire him. Brother Zhao, don't make fun of me. Song Rui smiled bitterly and said, the pressure at home isn't very big. If it's serious, I don't know if I can handle it. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, tell me in detail later. I'll see if I can help. Zhao Yongjun hesitated for a moment and said, Ruofei, I know you can speak in front of Master Song, but you still have to think carefully about this matter. I'm worried that you won't be able to help Xiao Rui, and instead, your relationship with him will be strained. Everyone knew that Master Song liked Xiao Ruofei very much. It could be said that he valued Xiao Ruofei very much. However, this was related to Family Song's family affairs. It was reasonable to say that Song Rui's marriage must have been arranged long ago. Even if there were no other arrangements for the time being, it was impossible to let him marry a commoner easily. If Xiao Ruofei were to be the lobbyist, it might not be effective. Moreover, it might make Family Song have a bad opinion of Xiao Ruofei. Then, the loss outweighed the gain. In fact, everyone was very clear that Xiao Ruofei didn't have a strong background. Once he became hostile with Family Song, his career might suffer a heavy blow. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I know. Brother Zhao, don't worry. I won't act rashly. Xiao Ruofei knew that Zhao Yongjun was also concerned about him, but Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't know that Family Song valued Xiao Ruofei far more than they imagined. Moreover, with Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation and vision, even if he fell out with Family Song, he wouldn't feel the slightest pressure. Of course, Master Song was an old senior that Xiao Ruofei respected very much. Moreover, Family Song was very good to Xiao Ruofei, so he wouldn't easily destroy such a relationship. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, it's good that you know what you're doing. After that, Zhao Yongjun patted Song Rui's shoulder and said, Xiao Rui, don't blame Brother Zhao for talking too much. If Ruofei hastily speaks up for you, it might cause the opposite effect. You still have to pay attention to strategy. Song Rui grinned and said, I know. Brother Zhao is also doing it for my own good. Why would I blame you? Xiao Ruofei then greeted the others and then walked into the main building of the club surrounded by everyone. As for the car he parked at the door, there was naturally a staff member who would park it in the VIP parking space. Everyone went to the reserved luxurious private room and sat around the coffee table to make tea and chat. Xiao Ruofei naturally also learned about the club's operation during this period of time from everyone. Speaking of which, Xiao Ruofei was also one of the shareholders of the club. It was just that he didn't get involved in the club's daily operation and management. He usually didn't lack money, so he basically didn't care about the club and handed it over to Zhao Yongjun and others to take care of. Of course, Zhao Yongjun and others couldn't tie themselves to the club. They usually had a wide range of friends and other businesses, so they still hired a professional team to manage the club. It was just that the decisions needed to be made in the management of the club were all discussed by Zhao Yongjun and others. The relationship between their fathers was very good, and their political ideologies were very similar. Therefore, as the younger generation, they were very close. Running this club together was also a very strong bond that made everyone closer. The club's business situation could be said to be thriving day by day. The high-end route and tiered membership system that everyone had said at the beginning were also clearly effective now. Just the membership fees and prepaid funds brought a large amount of cash flow to the club. Not only was this an excellent place to communicate with each other in the circle, but the environment was also particularly good. The environment around Beijing was similar to here, and there were even a few clubs that were better than here. However, everyone just felt that staying in the Taoyuan club was comfortable. The whole person felt refreshed, and the atmosphere seemed to be particularly compatible. This was naturally the effect of the large array. Zhao Yongjun and others attributed this to feng shui. After all, Xiao Ruofei personally reversed the feng shui and even invited a feng shui master to personally check it, so they were convinced. As for the inside story, only Xiao Ruofei himself knew. It was precisely because of the harmony of the aura under the effect of the large array that the rich people in Beijing's upper-class circle liked to go to the Taoyuan club when they had nothing to do. Naturally, this drove the business of the Taoyuan Club to become more and more popular. Even the turnover of Ling's private kitchen had reached new highs, especially the secret Buddha jumps over the wall. Every day, the supply could not meet the demand. Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and the others drank tea while chatting about the recent situation. The sky outside was gradually getting dark, and the tea was almost finished. Therefore, everyone got up and went to the large dining table in the private room. They each sat down as the host and guest. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Xiao Rue, I forgot to mention just now. I also brought 2 boxes of wine. They are in the trunk of my car. Arrange for someone to bring them over." The 2 boxes were all Zui Baxian white wine. There were a total of 12 bottles. It should be enough for everyone to drink tonight. Okay. Song Rue responded. He called the waiter in the private room over and gave him a few instructions. The waiter quickly nodded and left the private room quickly. After a while, the waiter brought 2 security guards back to the private room. The 2 security guards each carried a box of wine. Song Rue looked at the packaging and said with a smile, "Looks like we are in for a treat today. Ruofei Zue Ba Xian is a limited edition that can't be bought on the market." "Yeah. That's a good wine that can't be bought with money." "It's not just that money can't buy it. Even if you have connections, you might not be able to buy it. I'm craving for this one. The taste of Zue Ba Xian is even better than Mao Tai Wu Liangya." Everyone was talking about it. Then, Zhao Yongjun's phone rang. He said with a smile, "Brothers, let's drink first. I'm going to take a call." Zhao Yongjun took his phone and left the private room. Song Rue asked the waiter to open the wine and pour it into a few wine separators. Then, he poured the fragrant Zue Ba Xian white wine into everyone's glasses. At this time, a few cold dishes and platters were served. Plus, Zhao Yongjun went out to take a call again. So, everyone didn't touch their chopsticks. Instead, they chatted and waited. After a while, Zhao Yongjun pushed open the private room door and walked in. He said with a smile, "Brothers, there's another guest today. It's a last-minute addition." Song Rue couldn't help but say, "Brother June, it can't be one of the sisters-in-law, right? It can't be like this. We agreed not to bring family members today." "Re didn't come either." Zhao Yongjun quickly waved his hand and said, "Xiao Rue, don't talk nonsense. If this gets out, I won't be able to bear the consequences." Xiao Ruofei heard this and couldn't help but be curious. He asked, "Brother Zhao, who is it? Even you are so afraid of it." "Hee. It's not that I'm afraid of it, but the identity is a bit special." Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "You all know this person. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. The car has already entered the courtyard. I'll go out and greet them. You all can wait in the private room. It's not good to make it too grand. I'm afraid that they won't be used to it." After that, Zhao Yongjun took his phone and walked out of the private room. Everyone looked at each other. Song Rue couldn't help but say, "Brother Zhao is still keeping us guessing. Who is it? He has to greet them personally. Maybe it's not necessarily a big shot." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay, let's stop guessing. We'll see them when they come. Brother Zhao has aroused my curiosity." Song Rue put a piece of braised meat into his mouth and muttered while chewing. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was also very curious, but he didn't release his mental strength to investigate. First, it was impolite. Second, he wanted to leave some suspense. Sometimes, foresight wasn't necessarily a good thing. It was good to keep a little of the fun of ordinary people. Everyone didn't wait for long. About 3 to 5 minutes later, the door of the private room was pushed open. Everyone looked up at the door at the same time. They saw a beautiful woman with bright eyes standing beside Zhao Yongjun. She was also glancing at everyone. Everyone showed a very surprised look. Song Rue couldn't help but shout, "Lu Yu? When did you return to China?" No one expected that Zhao Yongjun kept them guessing for a long time and brought back Miss Lu. No wonder when Song Rue joked, Zhao Yongjun immediately denied it. If there were some rumors, Zhao Yongjun wouldn't be able to bear it. Lu Yu was almost engaged to Song Rue before, and everyone could see that she seemed to have some feelings for Xiao Ruofei. But later, for some reason, she quietly went abroad to study. No one expected that she would suddenly come back before the spring festival. When Lu Yu's gaze fell on Xiao Ruofei, she obviously showed a look of surprise. At the same time, there was a flash of panic in her eyes. Xiao Ruofei was also very surprised. However, what surprised him even more was that he actually felt a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy from Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei was now acquainted with quite a number of cultivators and was not as ignorant as before about the cultivation world on Earth. However, he was also very clear that in terms of numbers, cultivators were just a drop in the ocean compared to ordinary people in the secular world. When he walked in the secular world, he rarely met cultivators, let alone found cultivators among his acquaintances. Xiao Ruofei also calmly released his spiritual force to confirm and found that there was indeed a trace of spirit chi fluctuation on Lu Yu's body, but it was very weak. If it wasn't for his extraordinary perception and spiritual force at the spirit transformation realm, he might not have noticed it. Judging from the spirit chi fluctuation on Lu Yu's body, she might have just come into contact with cultivation and might not even be at the first level of the chi refining realm. But in any case, this trace of spirit chi was enough to prove that Lu Yu had indeed come into contact with cultivation and could be considered to have stepped onto the path of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei hadn't contacted Lu Yu for a year or two. He didn't know what she had experienced in the past year or why she had a connection with the cultivation world. However, although Xiao Ruofei was very curious, he still remained calm. He just smiled at Lu Yu and said, "It's Lu Yu. Long time no see." Lu Yu's eyes were a bit evasive, but she still nodded slightly and said, "Long time no see. You're also in the capital." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Ruofei also just arrived today. We brothers are welcoming him today. I didn't expect Yu to also return today. This is really fate." Lu Yu's pretty face was slightly hot, and Xiao Ruofei was more or less unnatural. Zhao Yongjun might not know the inside story, but how could Xiao Ruofei forget the seemingly cold but passionate Miss Lu? Lu Yu had never hidden her feelings for Xiao Ruofei. It was Lu Yu who had boldly confessed to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had a headache at the time, but what he was worried about didn't happen. Lu Yu soon disappeared from his life. Today, when he heard from Zhao Yongjun and the others, Xiao Ruofei knew that Lu Yu should have gone abroad to study. Now that it had been so long, Xiao Ruofei didn't know how Lu Yu was doing or what she was thinking, so he must be a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Yongjun didn't notice and said with a smile, "Come. Yu, sit here. We were just about to eat, and the dishes have just started to be served. You've arrived in time." "Thank you, big brother Zhao." Lu Yu's words. Today was a welcome dinner for Xiao Ruofei, and Zhao Yongjun was the leader of the brothers, so he was the host. He sat on the main seat, and Xiao Ruofei sat on the right side of Zhao Yongjun. Originally, Song Ruwei was sitting on the left side of Zhao Yongjun, but after Lu Yu came in, Song Ruwei immediately moved to the side and asked the waiter to add another chair. After all, Lu Yu was a guest. It was impossible to let her sit at the end. In this way, Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu sat on both sides of Zhao Yongjun. After the hot dishes were served, Zhao Yongjun picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, "Brothers, let's drink the first cup of wine together. First, it's to welcome Yu. Second, Ruofei hasn't returned to Beijing for a long time. It's rare for everyone to get together. It's worth celebrating. Ruofei, you have a good tolerance for alcohol. Show your sincerity." Everyone had seen Xiao Ruofei's tolerance for alcohol. It was really drinking alcohol like drinking water. No one had seen Xiao Ruofei drunk before. So, Zhao Yongjun, in order to adjust the atmosphere, started to checkmate Xiao Ruofei with the first cup of wine. Xiao Ruofei didn't decline. He said with a smile, "Okay. Then I'll use a big cup." After that, he signaled the waiter to bring a wine glass. He picked up the wine separator and poured himself a big cup of white wine. "Refreshing." Zhao Yongjun gave Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up and said, "Come on. Let's drink the first cup." Everyone was using small cups to drink white wine. Xiao Ruofei was the only one holding a large cup. He raised his head and drained it. Then, without changing his expression, he touched his mouth and said with a smile, "This wine is really good." It's a bit of a waste for me to drink like this. Brother Zhao, I suggest. Next, I'll use the same cup as everyone else. Let's drink. It's good to drink and be happy. Zhao Yongjun nodded and said, okay. Anyway, even if we want to get you drunk, we can't do it. It's better to save some wine. Zhao Yongjun's words suddenly attracted everyone's laughter. At the same time, there was a trace of helplessness in the laughter. Everyone had tried many times. They had used all kinds of shameless methods, but to get Xiao Ruofei drunk, it was really impossible. After 3 rounds of drinking, Zhao Yongjun tilted his head slightly and looked at Lu Yu. He smiled and asked, Yu, you said on the phone that you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and hesitated for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, when I was still abroad, I heard that there was a Taoyuan club in Beijing. The environment was very good. Later, I asked around and found out that Brother Zhao and you opened it together. So, when I came back, I wanted to come and experience it. At the same time, I wanted to ask Brother Zhao to help me get a membership card through the back door. Zhao Yongjun was stunned and asked subconsciously, that's it? That's it. Lu Yu smiled and said, Brother Zhao, if it's not easy, then forget it. Zhao Yongjun looked at Lu Yu thoughtfully and said, what's so difficult about this? My sister wants to get a membership card. Isn't it just a matter of a sentence? Today, the shareholders of the club are all here. Everyone won't have any objections, right? How can there be any objections? Song Rui smiled and said, Lu Yu is back. We should take the initiative to send the membership card to her door. Yes. This is our work not being good enough. Everyone laughed and joked. Obviously, they didn't take it seriously. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, Yu, did you see that? This is your face. I don't have such a big face. After that, Zhao Yongjun called the waiter over and whispered a few words to her. The waiter immediately nodded and left. Obviously, she was going to get a membership card. Lu Yu smiled and said, thank you, Brother Zhao. Thank you, everyone. Let me toast to everyone. After saying that, Lu Yu raised her wine glass. Everyone also raised their wine glasses and drank a cup together. Zhao Yongjun drank a glass of wine quietly and then changed the topic. He didn't mention the membership card again. However, Zhao Yongjun knew in his heart that Lu Yu probably didn't tell the truth. Although the membership threshold of the Taoyuan club wasn't low, generally speaking, one had to have a certain amount of assets. However, this wasn't a hard target. Moreover, it wasn't possible to get a membership with money. With Lu Yu's family background, she didn't need to come in person to get a membership card of the Taoyuan club. She could just call Zhao Yongjun and ask for it. Zhao Yongjun would also do it quickly. Moreover, everyone knew very well that Lu Yu wasn't the kind of person who liked to play. On the contrary, she was famous in the circle for being cold and indifferent. She wouldn't join in the fun. A place like the Taoyuan Club was more a place for people in the circle to communicate with each other and build relationships. How could Lu Yu take the initiative to ask for a membership card here? Unless the sun came out from the west. Zhao Yongjun had his own judgment in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He thought that maybe Lu Yu had other things, but it wasn't convenient to say it in front of so many people, so she found an excuse casually. In fact, Xiao Ruofei also saw it. Of course, he didn't analyze it as much as Zhao Yongjun. Instead, he directly noticed that when Lu Yu asked for a membership card, her breath was a little chaotic. This was obviously a lie. Although Lu Yu was also considered to have entered the entry level of cultivation, she was a quasi-cultivator who wasn't even at the first level of qi refining. In Xiao Ruofei's eyes, she was actually not much different from an ordinary person. In front of Xiao Ruofei, any trace of psychological fluctuation of ordinary people couldn't escape his eyes, and Lu Yu was no exception. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be stupid to expose it. Since she didn't want to say it, she must have her own reasons. Xiao Ruofei's EQ wasn't so low. The meal lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Lu Yu, who didn't like to socialize, didn't leave early. Instead, she sat there all the time, but she spoke less, which was consistent with her usual style. In the end, it was Xiao Ruofei who suggested that everyone drink one last glass of wine and then go back to rest. After coming out of the clubhouse's private room, Zhao Yongjun accompanied Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu outside. He smiled and asked, "Ruofei, are you really not going to rest in the clubhouse for the night? Your little villa will always be reserved for you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "No. No. I still have some things to do tomorrow. Brother Zhao, maybe I'll go back to the Three Mountains directly after I finish my business. At that time, I won't necessarily say goodbye to you." "Okay. You do what you need to do. When you have time, don't forget to find us brothers to drink and chat," Zhao Yongjun said straightforwardly. "Then I'll arrange for the staff to drive you." "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Zhao," Xiao Ruofei said. Although Xiao Ruofei had already used his vitality to expel the wine he drank at night, even if the alcohol test showed that he wasn't drunk driving, after all, he drank a lot at night. Even if everyone knew that he had a good alcohol tolerance, he couldn't drive himself out so openly. It was one thing to have a good alcohol tolerance, but after drinking so much wine, even if he wasn't drunk, it didn't mean that he couldn't reach the standard of drunk driving or even drunk driving. Zhao Yongjun then said to Lu Yu, "Yu, take the membership card. I won't put money in it for you. In the future, you can use this card to spend, and you can enjoy the lowest discount." The club was now very profitable, and the cash flow was very abundant. There was no shortage of money at all. Even if he gave Lu Yu an unlimited consumption card, there wouldn't be any problem. However, Zhao Yongjun was very clear that giving Lu Yu a membership card wasn't a big deal. But if there were tens of thousands of yuan in the card, then the nature of the matter would change. After all, Lu Yu's mother, Tian Huilan, was a senior leader. This kind of thing was very taboo, and Lu Yu definitely couldn't accept it. So he simply gave her an empty card and didn't put a penny in it. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Okay. Thank you, Brother Zhao." Zhao Yongjun hesitated and asked, "Sister, are you really looking for me for nothing else? If you have something to say, just say it. As long as Brother Zhao can do it, I won't hesitate." Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. I'm just looking for you to get the membership card." Originally, Zhao Yongjun thought that Lu Yu would stay after the dinner and talk to him alone. He didn't expect that Lu Yu would get up and leave directly after the meal. She was ready to leave directly, so he couldn't help but ask again. After listening to Lu Yu's words, Zhao Yongjun knew that Lu Yu wasn't going to say anything. No matter what she planned before, she should have given up now. So he didn't ask more. After all, everyone had their own privacy. He just nodded and said, "Well, you drank a lot tonight. I'll find a staff member to drive you back." "No need, Brother Zhao," Lu Yu said with a smile, "I brought a driver." "Driver?" Zhao Yongjun was stunned for a moment. He was more or less surprised. When he came out to pick up Lu Yu had already walked over from the parking place, so he didn't see Lu Yu's car. But generally, drivers would come to the club to have a working meal, and Lu Yu didn't arrange a working meal for her driver, so Zhao Yongjun preconceived that Lu Yu drove herself. Lu Yu said with a smile, "The driver had already eaten before, so I asked him to wait for me in the car." "Oh. Okay. Then be careful on the road." Zhao Yongjun didn't doubt her and said with a smile, "Remember to send me a WeChat message when you get home." "Okay," Lu Yu said with a smile. At this time, everyone had walked to the door of the main building of the club. The staff member responsible for driving Xiao Ruofei had already driven the Alpha commercial car to the door, so Xiao Ruofei waved to everyone and said, "Brothers, then I'll leave first." Then, he looked at Lu Yu and said with a smile, "Lu Yu, my car is here. Then I'll leave first. If I'm still in Beijing in 2 days, let's find time to get together." Lu Yu nodded with a smile and didn't say anything more. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had planned to go back to Sanshan with Song Wei tonight, but today, after hearing about Song Rue and Shui, he was a little hesitant. He wondered if he should stay for a day or two and find a suitable time to help Song Rue. Xiao Ruofei got into the car and waved to everyone. The Alpha commercial car slowly started and drove out of the club. Xiao Ruofei leaned against the seat and closed his eyes slightly. It seemed that he was closing his eyes to rest, but in fact, his mental strength had been silently released to explore the direction of the club. Lu Yu's body suddenly had a faint fluctuation of spiritual qi. As her friend, Xiao Ruofei felt that he should find out what was going on. Some things couldn't be asked directly, so Xiao Ruofei could only explore it himself. Of course, if it really involved Lu Yu's privacy, he wouldn't pry into it casually. There weren't many cars on the road in the suburbs of Beijing, and the Alpha commercial car drove steadily. Suddenly, Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said directly, "Brother, stop the car." Reading house. The driver was actually the club's security guard. Usually, the Taoyuan Club would provide its members with a designated driver service for free. Therefore, many of the security guards were also designated drivers, and most of them had driver's licenses. After the young security guard heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he hurriedly pulled the car to a stop by the side of the road. This place was not far from the club, and it was in the suburbs. Parking by the side of the road would not affect the traffic. Mr. Xia. Chapter 197 of Divine Farm, Noisy. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Deacon Lu was so scared that his whole body trembled like a sieve. Lu Yu was also frightened by this powerful pressure. Her small face was pale and she was at a loss. Deacon Lu saw Lu Yu from the corner of his eye and suddenly had an idea. He quickly pointed at Lu Yu and said loudly, "Senior. It's all her fault. This is a new disciple of our Shui Yuan sect. She said that she found an ownerless cultivation treasure land here and it was bought by ordinary people in the secular world to build a club. It was she who instigated the sect master, so the sect master sent me to deal with this matter. We really didn't know that this was Senior's cultivation cave residence. Please forgive us, Senior." Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. This matter had nothing to do with her. She had been to the Taoyuan Club before, but at that time, she had no contact with cultivation at all, nor did she know what spiritual qi was. After studying abroad, she had never been to the Taoyuan Club again. How could she have known that the concentration of spiritual qi in the Taoyuan Club was very high? In fact, this was discovered by another disciple of the Shui Yuan sect, and then reported to the sect. This disciple was also Deacon Lu's confidant, so the sect sent Deacon Lu to take charge of this matter. Because Lu Yu's family background in the secular world was not ordinary, the sect sent Lu Yu to help. In fact, if the problem could be solved within the rules, cultivators were not willing to use some extraordinary means. After all, it was easy to be criticized. Therefore, Lu Yu was only sent to assist Deacon Lu. In order to save his life, Deacon Lu actually pushed all the responsibility to Lu Yu, which made her very angry and very scared. However, before she could explain, Deacon Lu in the back suddenly felt that the pressure had increased several times. She couldn't move, and the bones in her body were squeaking. Deacon Lu felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood spurted out involuntarily. That senior was naturally Xiao Ruofei. After he got in the car, he had been paying attention to Lu Yu's situation with his mental strength. Because it was obviously inconvenient for Lu Yu to say something tonight, and the fluctuation of spirit in her body also made Xiao Ruofei very concerned. Xiao Ruofei was very clear about the situation in the cultivation world. It was really respected by strength, and there were not as many rules as the secular world. As a girl, Lu Yu suddenly stepped on the path of cultivation. As a friend, Xiao Ruofei naturally had to figure out the situation. He didn't expect that the mental strength investigation would let him see what happened in the car just now. So, Xiao Ruofei got out of the car halfway and asked the driver to drive back to the club while he flew on his sword to meet Lu Yu's car. Deacon Lu was only a little cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining. Xiao Ruofei could directly kill her with his spiritual pressure alone, so he didn't take her seriously at all. When Xiao Ruofei saw that Deacon Lu had pushed all the blame to Lu Yu, he couldn't help but have a trace of killing intent in his heart. He used his mental strength to suppress Deacon Lu, causing her to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. It could only be regarded as a small punishment, although Deacon Lu had suffered serious internal injuries. Xiao Ruofei snorted and said, "Do you think I'm an idiot? I don't dare. I don't dare." Deacon Lu hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Her heart was full of despair. She was so scared that she didn't dare to have any wishful thinking. Xia Ruofei snorted and said, the Water Yuan sect. Very good. I think it's time to have a good chat with your sect master. Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. Deacon Lu begged, Senior, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended Senior's dignity. Senior, please forgive me this time on account of my difficulties in cultivation, Xia Ruofei said lightly, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me what's going on. Xia Ruofei's voice was disguised with mental strength, so it sounded very ethereal. It was impossible to tell his age. What's more, Deacon Lu already knew that this senior's cultivation was much higher than hers. She didn't dare to think about resisting at all. However, although Xia Ruofei's voice had completely changed, Lu Yu still felt that there was a trace of familiarity. However, in such a tense situation, she didn't think too much about it. Lu Yu was just glad that this senior was not muddle-headed. Otherwise, this matter would have become her responsibility. She might have died here today for no reason. As for what would happen in the future, Lu Yu didn't think too much about it for the time being. She only knew that Deacon Lu, who was behind her, should be in trouble. Maybe even the sect was in trouble. In fact, what happened just now made Lu Yu very disappointed. She knew very well that her status in the sect was not high, but she didn't expect that Deacon Lu would abandon her without hesitation in the face of a great disaster. The fickleness of human nature in the cultivation world seemed to be more realistic and cruel than that of the secular world. Deacon Lu didn't dare to hide anything at this time. She quickly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Xia Ruofei's mental strength had always been locked on Deacon Lu. If she was lying, it was impossible for there to be no fluctuations at all. Maybe just a slight change in expression could betray her heart. Therefore, Xia Ruofei could basically judge that Deacon Lu's words were true. He also had a rough judgment. It was nothing more than a disciple of the Shui Yuan sect who inadvertently found the rich spiritual qi in the Taoyuan club. The club was full of ordinary people and there were no traces of cultivators' activities. He thought that he had found a precious place for cultivation and hurried back to the sect to report. The Shui Yuan sect also attached great importance to it and sent Deacon Lu, who had been cultivating in the sect, to deal with it. As for why Lu Yu joined the Shui Yuan sect and began to cultivate, he didn't know. For the time being. Anyway, this time Lu Yu was sent to assist Deacon Lu. Lu Yu's idea was to buy the club through the means of the secular world. After all, the shareholders of the club were her friends. She didn't want her friends to provoke cultivators, which would be life-threatening. These cultivators simply ignored the rules of the secular world. Although Zhao Yongjun and others had great backgrounds, in the eyes of cultivators, these foppish people were no different from ordinary people. However, at the last moment, Lu Yu didn't know why she changed her mind. She didn't mention buying the club at the dinner just now. She even changed her mind, hoping to persuade Deacon Lu to change the plan and rent the villa directly from the director of the Taoyuan club. However, as a new disciple who had just entered the sect, Lu Yu had no status at all in the sect. How could Deacon Lu, who was bent on making contributions, listen to such a suggestion? The club opened by several ordinary people in the secular world naturally had to be completely in her hands. It was the safest, so she severely reprimanded Lu Yu. After Deacon Lu finished speaking, she knelt on the ground again, bowing her head and waiting for fate. There were 3 people in the car. The driver had fallen asleep directly under the stimulation of Xia Ruofei's spiritual force. Lu Yu and Deacon Lu didn't even dare to breathe loudly. However, the senior who had never shown up suddenly fell silent and didn't speak for a long time. However, Deacon Lu didn't dare to act rashly, because the terrifying spiritual force was still there, which meant that the senior hadn't left yet. Maybe the senior was thinking about how to deal with them? Deacon Lu thought in her heart. In fact, Deacon Lu couldn't imagine that in the woods dozens of meters away, Xia Ruofei was holding his mobile phone and looking at WeChat messages at this time. When Deacon Lu was investigating with his spiritual force just now, Deacon Lu had already said the words Shui Yuan sect, so when Xia Ruofei flew to the Buick commercial car they were riding on his sword, he had already taken out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Xianxia to ask about the situation of the Shui Yuan sect. He didn't know if Xianxia was still in the secular world, so he just sent a message to ask first with a tentative mentality. Anyway, Xianxia could see it eventually, but the reply might not be particularly timely. What Xiao Ruofei didn't expect was that Xianxia's mobile phone really had a signal at this time. Not long after he stopped the car, Xianxia replied to him. The content was about the situation of the Shui Yuan sect, and it was quite detailed. After Xiao Ruofei finished reading the WeChat message, he was even more relieved. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. The Shui Yuan sect was much weaker than he thought. The person with the highest cultivation in the Shui Yuan sect was their sect master, Shen Hu, whose cultivation was only at the 9th level of the qi refining realm. Yes, this sect didn't have a cultivator at the gold core stage at all. It was a third-rate sect in the cultivation world. In fact, with the continuous deterioration of the Earth's cultivation environment, such small sects in the cultivation world were still very common. After all, the bottleneck of the gold core stage was not so easy to break through, especially in the absence of resources. Many cultivators were stuck at the 9th level of the qi refining realm and spent their lives there. The Shui Yuan sect was one of the countless ordinary sects, and the situation was also not bad. The only special thing was that this sect was not in Huaxia. About 100 years ago, the Shui Yuan sect moved to Europe because their previous sect master found a place with a good concentration of spiritual qi in England, so he used some means to buy a small castle there and thousands of acres of land around it. Through the construction over the years, the Shui Yuan sect could be considered to have taken root in England. Although the sect's territory was not protected by a powerful formation, it could be considered to be very stable. In addition, to Xiao Ruofei's surprise, the Shui Yuan sect was also a vassal sect of the Tianyi Palace. Therefore, after Qin Xian sent the situation of the Shui Yuan sect, he sent a message asking if he had anything to do with the Shui Yuan sect. He also enthusiastically said that he could personally come to greet him. Since the young sect master had personally asked, how could Shen Hu dare not to listen? Qin Xian was also showing goodwill to Xiao Ruofei. After all, Xiao Ruofei's current strength was enough to win the respect of the strong. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and replied on WeChat, not for the time being. If there is a need, I won't be polite to you. Thank you. After replying on WeChat, Xiao Ruofei put his mobile phone in his pocket and then said lightly, so, you didn't know that this was my cave residence in advance? You mean, those who don't know are not guilty? Hearing this, Deacon Lu hurriedly said in a trembling voice, I dare not. I dare not. I offended you, Senior. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I just beg Senior to be merciful and let me go this time. I won't dare to do it again. Xiao Ruofei snorted and asked, then what's the matter with this little girl? Deacon Lu hurriedly said, Senior, please understand. This has nothing to do with Lu Yu. She was just sent by the sect to help me. Just now, I was lucky, so I pushed the responsibility to her. Please spare my life. Xiao Ruofei asked with interest, little girl, why didn't you mention the purchase of the club to Zhao Yongjun today? Lu Yu's heart was thumping and her voice was trembling, Senior. Brother Zhao and the others are my friends. How can I plot to seize their business? I really can't say such words. Xiao Ruofei felt that Lu Yu's words were obviously reserved, so he asked meaningfully, is that all? Don't try to lie in front of me. Your cultivation is too low. Any lie can't escape my eyes. Hearing this, Deacon Lu lost his soul and couldn't help but scold, Lu Yu. Do you want to die? How dare you hide something from Senior? Noisy. Xiao Ruofei snorted coldly. Deacon Lu suddenly felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a heavy hammer, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Xiao Ruofei said coldly, you'd better shut up when I don't ask you to speak, or I'll kill you. Yes. 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 Deacon Lu was so scared that he trembled all over and didn't dare to speak anymore. Xiao Ruofei's tone became gentler and asked, little girl, since you don't want to say, then forget it. I'm just asking casually. No. Senior, there's nothing to hide. Lu Yu suddenly raised her head and said, in addition to the reason I just said, there's another very important reason. Today, a boy I've always liked is also here, and he's also a shareholder of the club. I don't want to become a villain in his mind who's scheming to steal a friend's property. When Lu Yu went to see Zhao Yongjun, she did a lot of psychological preparation. It was very unreasonable to make such a request, so she had been hesitating. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, all the psychological preparation she had done before was in vain. She couldn't open her mouth at all. After Xiao Ruofei heard Lu Yu's words, he couldn't help but fall silent. He didn't expect that after such a long time, Lu Yu still hadn't let it go. For a moment, Xiao Ruofei didn't know what to say. The car fell into a dead silence, but the mental pressure was still there. Deacon Lu didn't dare to breathe at this time. After Lu Yu finished speaking, she felt relaxed, but she was a little curious why the senior suddenly stopped talking. After a long time, Lu Yu couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are you still there?" Deacon Lu was so scared that he almost reprimanded Lu Yu again. "Didn't you see that I was almost killed by the senior just because I said one more word? You still dare to talk too much?" Fortunately, she controlled herself in time and didn't blurt out those words of reprimand. She also saw that the senior seemed to have a good impression of Lu Yu. He had always been kind. If she reprimanded Lu Yu, she would probably be the unlucky one. So, it was the best choice to pretend to die. Sure enough, the senior didn't punish Lu Yu for talking too much like just now. Instead, he replied with a smile, "I'm here." "Little girl, what's the matter?" 7017K. Hearing this, Lu Yu said subconsciously, "It's nothing. It's nothing. I thought you." Xiao Ruofei found it a little funny. He chuckled and said, "Little girl, there are many difficulties and dangers on the path of cultivation. Why did you embark on the path of cultivation?" Xiao Ruofei was indeed very interested in Lu Yu's experience of cultivation. After all, there were not many ordinary people who had the talent for cultivation. Back then, Xiao Ruofei did not have the ability to test whether Lu Yu was suitable for cultivation. However, after not seeing her for such a long time, Lu Yu suddenly came into contact with cultivation, which really surprised Xiao Ruofei. Lu Yu did not expect that this senior would actually care about why a little cultivator embarked on the path of cultivation. Hearing this, she could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, she did not dare to hide it and quickly said, "Senior, when I was studying at the University of Cambridge in England, my master discovered that I had the talent for cultivation, so I entered the Water Yuan sect and began to cultivate. However, I am not qualified. I have been in contact with the path of cultivation for a few months, but I have not been able to break through the first level of qi refining." Xiao Ruofei understood that Lu Yu should have gone to study in England, and the Water Yuan sect had moved to England 100 years ago. Therefore, their main sphere of influence was still in Europe, especially in England, which should be their traditional sphere of influence. As for how Lu Yu's cultivation talent was discovered, it was unknown, but there should be no other factors. It was probably a coincidence. "I see." Xiao Ruofei said, "You can reach such a level in a few months. It shows that your talent is really good. Little girl, it's fate that we met. Let me give you a small gift." As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, Lu Yu saw a stream of light flash by. 2 items directly shattered the car window and fell steadily into her hands. This was a crystal filled with dense spiritual energy. There was also a small booklet with the words "Water Element Scripture" written on the cover. It seemed that the ink hadn't dried yet. The crystal was actually a spirit crystal. As for the Water Essence Sutra cultivation technique, Xiao Ruofei had temporarily used his mental strength to control the brush and ink at the Archean realm to write it. He had only briefly investigated Lu Yu's situation and discovered that she was indeed suitable for cultivating water-type cultivation techniques. It was no wonder the Water Essence sect had recruited her. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei chose a water-type cultivation technique from the legacy information and wrote it on the spot before giving it to Lu Yu. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had also considered whether the Water Yuan sect and the Water Element Scripture had any relationship, but he did not think too much about it. Anyway, even if the Water Yuan sect had the Water Element Scripture cultivation method, it was estimated that a new cultivator like Lu Yu would not be able to come into contact with it. Therefore, he gave this cultivation method to Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at the spirit crystal and the Water Element Scripture in her hand and felt a little dazed. She had never expected that not only did this senior not blame her, but he even gave her a gift. What was going on? Lu Yu did not know about the spirit crystal, nor did she know what the Water Element Scripture was. Xiao Ruofei's judgment was right. After Lu Yu joined the sect, the Water Yuan sect did not pay much attention to her and only taught her some basic cultivation techniques. Therefore, she did not know how precious the water element scripture was. Lu Yu said in a daze, Thank you, Senior. However, after Deacon Lu glanced at it, her mind was suddenly shaken. She was a low-level Qi refinement cultivator from a small sect and did not even have a few spirit stones. She had only heard about spirit crystals from the 8th level Qi refinement realm elder in the sect with an envious face. Today, she actually saw a real spirit crystal. Furthermore, that senior actually casually gave such a precious thing to Lu Yu, whom he had met by chance. This was a spirit crystal. It was estimated that even the head of the sect might not have it. In addition, the cover of the cultivation technique was written with the words water element scripture, which made Deacon Lu's mind tremble violently. What she cultivated was actually the water element scripture, but the water element scripture she cultivated was a fragment. The real complete water element scripture could not be found in the entire sect. Even the head of the sect, Shenhu, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement realm, cultivated a fragment of the water element scripture. It was said that the water element scripture was the original cultivation technique of the first generation head of the sect, which was also the origin of the name Water Yuan sect. Unfortunately, the years were long and the world had changed. After several disasters, the inheritance of the Water Yuan sect was almost broken several times. The most important water element scripture was only left with a fragment. From then on, the sect was even more difficult to continue. The previous head of the sect had reached the early gold core stage, but after his lifespan was exhausted, there were no more gold core stage cultivators in the sect. In the end, Shenhu, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement realm, could only take over the position of head of the sect. In fact, in today's cultivation world, this situation was relatively common. Many sects did not even have any gold core stage cultivators. Even if some sects still had veteran gold core stage cultivators to keep up appearances, they were the only ones left. Now that the cultivation environment continued to deteriorate, it was more and more difficult for other cultivators in the sect to break through to the gold core stage. There would be more and more sects like the Water Yuan sect in the future. It could be said that the current situation of the Water Yuan sect was a microcosm of the gradual decline of the entire cultivation world on Earth. When Deacon Lu saw the water element scripture, his eyes also flickered. Could it be that this was the complete version of the water element scripture? The strength of this senior was at least at the gold core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. The cultivation technique that he took out as a meeting gift for Lu Yu should not be just a fragment of the book, right? If this was really the complete version of the water element scripture, then if it was given to the sect, it would definitely be a monstrous contribution. Deacon Lu was also very envious of the spirit crystals with extremely rich spiritual qi. Xiaoruofei seemed to have seen through Deacon Lu's thoughts. He snorted coldly and increased the pressure of his mental strength. Deacon Lu suddenly felt a heavy burden on her body, especially the pressure on several acupoints. In the blink of an eye, she felt that those acupoints were making muffled sounds. Deacon Lu could not help but spit out a big mouthful of blood. Then she was horrified to find that her body seemed to be leaking genuine qi from the broken acupoints. She hurriedly ran her cultivation method to try to control it, but found that the genuine qi in her dantian had been completely out of control, and her cultivation method could not be run at all because those acupoints were the places that she had to pass through to run the circulatory cycle. If these key acupoints were broken, she could not cultivate at all. Deacon Lu's face was as pale as paper, and her heart was even more disheartened. Obviously, this senior did not even show up. He directly used his mental strength to pressure her and had already crippled her. If the broken acupoints could not be repaired, she would not be able to cultivate in the future. Her current realm would also continue to drop, and it would not be long before she would be like an ordinary person. She might even be weaker than an ordinary person. Xiaoruofei said lightly, as a cultivator, you intended to use your strength to bully the weak. Using the methods of a cultivator to deal with an ordinary person and seizing the assets of an ordinary person is a taboo in the cultivation world. You should be very clear about this. Today, I will give you a light punishment. I hope you will remember this lesson. Deacon Lu sat down dejectedly and said weakly, yes. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Xiaoruofei said coldly, this is also a reminder to all of you. The spirit crystals and cultivation method are a meeting gift for the little girl. This is also an opportunity for her. I don't want anyone to covet these two things. Especially within your sect. Tell them that if anyone wants to snatch her opportunity, then there is no need for the existence of the Shui Yuan sect. I will personally flatten your sect. You can tell Shenhu what I said. Yes. 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 How could Deacon Lu dare to have any other ideas? Her only hope now was that the injury on her acupoints was not too serious and there was still hope for her to recover. Otherwise, her cultivation path would be completely cut off. Xiaoruofei was silent for a moment, and then his mind moved again. Deacon Lu and Lu Yu, who were in the car, only saw a dazzling sword light in front of them in the blink of an eye. Then it circled around the car at a very fast speed and flew away quickly. The whole process lasted for a very short time, but it was very shocking. Lu Yu and Deacon Lu did not dare to breathe loudly. A moment after the sword light disappeared, an invisible force directly lifted the roof of the car and threw it into the farmland hundreds of meters away. Only then did Deacon Lu and Lu Yu discover that the flying sword quickly circled around the car and directly cut off the roof of the car. However, because the flying sword was very sharp and the force used was very clever, the two of them did not notice it at all. At this moment, after the car roof was lifted off, the two of them noticed the flat cut. Lu Yu was still okay, but Deacon Lu was silent. If the senior had not used his spiritual force to suppress her, but directly used the flying sword to deal with her, she was afraid that even if she had 100 heads, it would not be enough to cut off the flying sword. Moreover, Xiaoruofei's move also confirmed one thing. That was, he was at least a cultivator of the gold core stage, because only cultivators above the gold core stage could control the sword skill and control the flying sword. The method just now was definitely not something that could be done simply by using spiritual force to absorb the flying sword. There must be a special sword skill to make the flying sword so fast and so flexible. It was as easy as moving an arm. After Xiaoruofei's strength was confirmed, Deacon Lu did not have the slightest caution. The head of the Shui Yuan sect, Shenhu, had the highest cultivation, but he was only at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. This senior was at least a cultivator of the gold core stage, which was an absolute suppression in the realm. It also showed that the other party was not boasting at all when he said that he could destroy the entire Shui Yuan sect, but he could do it easily. After Xiaoruofei showed his hand, he said lightly, if you feel that your neck is harder than the roof of the car, or even harder than my flying sword, you can try to snatch Lu Yu's opportunity. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. After Xiaoruofei said this, Deacon Lu and Lu Yu clearly felt that the spiritual force pressure had also been removed. Could it be that this senior had left? Deacon Lu still didn't dare to breathe loudly. Her back was already soaked in cold sweat. On the one hand, it was painful, but more importantly, she was scared. After a long time, Deacon Lu tentatively called out, "Senior." "Senior," there was no sound. After a while, Deacon Lu let out a long sigh of relief. She slumped in the back seat of the commercial car that had no roof, gasping for breath. Lu Yu was confused from the beginning to the end. She had not been in contact with cultivation for a long time. The cultivator who recruited her in the Shui Yuan sect also showed a few cultivators' methods in front of her, which made her willing to give it a try dubiously. At that time, she was more or less doubtful, worried that she might have met a liar who knew magic. It was not until she entered the sect and was taught the basic cultivation method that she found the sense of qi little by little. She began to sense the existence of spiritual qi and began to try to absorb the weak spiritual qi. In addition, she also saw more cultivators' methods. Only then did she believe that there were really cultivators and that there was a cultivation world that was completely different from the ordinary world. She seemed to see a colorful new world slowly opening. However, her initial experience of the cultivation world was far less shocking than what she saw tonight. The pressure of pure spiritual force could make a master like Deacon Lu bleed, and the scene of the flying sword completely subverted Lu Yu's understanding. After all, the Shui Yuan sect was only a very small sect. There was not even a cultivator at the gold core stage in the sect. Lu Yu was a rookie who had just entered the sect. She had never heard of the methods of the gold core stage. After seeing it today, Lu Yu felt shocked, and at the same time, she was more eager to become stronger. It was not until the senior left silently that Lu Yu slowly came back to her senses. She looked at the pale Deacon Lu with a complicated expression and asked, "Deacon Lu, you?" To be honest, Lu Yu was a little disappointed with the sect. In the past few months, she had seen a lot of deception. If those were still within the scope of her tolerance, then tonight, Deacon Lu did not hesitate to push her out to take the blame, which made her completely disappointed. However, she was now a disciple of the Shui Yuan sect after all, and Deacon Lu seemed to be seriously injured. For the sake of humanity, she still had to care about him. As for what would happen in the future, that was a matter for the future. Anyway, Lu Yu would definitely not really open her heart to Deacon Lu, and after returning to the sect, she would be careful. She would only say a few words to people and would not completely open her heart. The expression on Deacon Lu's face was also a little complicated. He looked at the spiritual crystal and the Shui Yuan scripture in Lu Yu's hand and said weakly, "Lu Yu, the two things that the senior gave you are very precious. You'd better keep them first. If other cultivators see them, it's inevitable that they will have evil intentions. My injuries are very serious now, and your cultivation is very low. It's very difficult to protect these two things." Hearing this, Lu Yu nodded and stuffed the spiritual crystal and the cultivation method into her bag. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Deacon Lu, you? Are you also?" Deacon Lu smiled bitterly and said, "I admit that when I saw the spiritual crystal and the cultivation method, I also had evil thoughts. But I only had such thoughts, and I was already severely punished by the senior? Don't worry. With the senior's words, no one in the sect will dare to snatch your things, including the sect leader." Lu Yu nodded and said nothing more. She just didn't know much about the cultivation world, but it didn't mean that she was stupid and naive. On the contrary, growing up in an official's family, she was more mature than her peers, so she was only skeptical about Deacon Lu's words. She believed that the gift given by the senior was very precious, but Deacon Lu said that even the sect leader didn't dare to covet it, so she felt that it was somewhat exaggerated. Deacon Lu didn't know if Xiao Ruofei had really left, but even if Xiao Ruofei had really left, she didn't dare to have any other thoughts. She said to Lu Yu, "Lu Yu, I really didn't lie to you. This senior can control the flying sword, so he is not someone our Shui Yuan sect can offend. He is at least a cultivator of the gold core stage, and our sect leader Shen is only at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. The gap between a big realm is like heaven and earth. It can be said that this senior can destroy our entire sect alone. This is not an exaggeration at all. Therefore, since the senior has spoken, you don't have to worry at all. No one will dare to snatch the spiritual crystals and cultivation method. You can go back to the sect and cultivate in peace. I believe that with this cultivation method, your cultivation will progress very quickly." After hearing these words, Lu Yu believed it more or less. The scene of the flying sword just now had also left an indelible impression in Lu Yu's heart. She thought for a moment and said, "Deacon Lu, it seems that you are seriously injured. Do you need to go to the hospital?" Lu Yu hadn't been in contact with cultivation for a long time, so her thinking pattern was still in the past. When she saw Deacon Lu's pale face and dispirited expression, and that she had vomited so much blood just now, her first thought was naturally to go to the hospital to deal with her injuries. Deacon Lu smiled bitterly and said, "The hospital can't deal with my injuries. It's useless to go there. I'd better go back to the sect as soon as possible to recuperate." Lu Yu nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll call a car and send you back to the hotel to rest first. The scene here also needs to be dealt with." Even if she wanted to return to the sect, she couldn't leave as soon as she wanted. The earliest flight would be tomorrow. Moreover, it was a mess here. There was a car roof in the field ahead, so someone needed to come and deal with it. Deacon Lu was not good at these things in the secular world, and Lu Yu naturally had all kinds of connections in the capital. At least, it was very easy to deal with such things. Therefore, Deacon Lu nodded and said weakly, "All right. Then I'll have to trouble you." After feeling the senior's appreciation for Lu Yu, Deacon Lu no longer had the feeling of being high and mighty in front of Lu Yu. Instead, he unconsciously had a trace of flattery. In fact, Xiao Ruofei really didn't stay at the scene. After he showed his kung fu of cutting the roof with a flying sword, he quickly left. He personally crippled Deacon Liu. He knew very well that Deacon Liu had no combat power. Now, he was even worse than an ordinary person. There were no other cultivators around, so Liu wouldn't be in any danger. Naturally, there was no need for him to stay at the scene. Most importantly, Song Wei had already finished his dinner, so he had to pick up Song Wei first. Alpha's commercial car was driven back to the Taoyuan club by the staff. Xiao Ruofei simply flew directly on his sword in the direction of Beijing University. Song Wei and his classmates didn't return to the dormitory after dinner. Instead, he wandered around the campus, waiting for Xiao Ruofei to come and meet him. Xiao Ruofei landed his flying sword on the bank of Weiming Lake. Because the weather was relatively cold, there was almost no one on campus at night. After Xiao Ruofei added a concealment talisman, even if someone happened to pass by, they wouldn't be able to see him landing from the sky. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength had already found Song Wei nearby. He stepped in the direction of Song Wei. On the way, Xiao Ruofei took out his mobile phone and sent another WeChat message to Chen Xian. Brother Chen, tonight I accidentally found out that a friend of mine from many years ago has also started to practice. Her name is Lu Yu, and she joined the Shui Yuan sect. If it's convenient for you, Brother Chen, please say hello to Master Shen and take care of my friend. After sending this WeChat message, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and sent another short message. By the way, I'll give my friend a spiritual crystal and a cultivation method. It can be considered a small opportunity for her. I hope no one will covet these things. Chen Xian quickly replied on WeChat, Brother Ruofei, don't worry. I'll contact Shenhu now. Your friend will definitely receive the best training in the Shui Yuan sect, and the spiritual crystal and cultivation method will never be snatched away. Xiao Ruofei smiled and replied, thank you. I'll buy you a drink later. On the way back to Capital University by flying on his sword, he had been thinking about this matter. In the end, he came to the conclusion that if he revealed his friendship with Lu Yu in front of Chen Xian, it would not bring any danger to Lu Yu. After all, it was easy to find out that he and Lu Yu were friends. If Chen Xian really asked around, it would be easy for him to find out that Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu had not seen each other for a long time. The two of them were just ordinary friends. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei met a long-lost friend in the capital and found that his friend had also embarked on the path of cultivation. It was normal for him to help say hello and give some cultivation resources. Even if Xiao Ruofei and the Tianyi sect became enemies in the future, Lu Yu would not be implicated. After all, they were just ordinary friends. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei now had a very good relationship with the Tianyi sect. Even the head of the Tianyi sect, Chen Nanfeng, wanted to be on good terms with Xiao Ruofei. At the very least, if Xiao Ruofei did not say anything, Chen Xian and the Tianyi sect were very likely to find out. After all, Xiao Ruofei had taken the initiative to ask Chen Xian about the situation of the Shui Yuan sect today. If Chen Xian was more curious, or if he paid enough attention to Xiao Ruofei, it would be easy for him to find out what happened tonight. Even the relationship between Lu Yu and Xiao Ruofei was not a secret, so there was no need to hide it at all. Now, he openly asked Chen Xian to help him say hello and let Lu Yu be taken care of. This was the most normal behavior, and also a kind of protection for Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei had thought it through very clearly. After sending a WeChat message to Chen Xian, he put away his mobile phone and walked quickly in the direction of Song Wei. On the coast of the South China Sea, Chen Xian was holding his mobile phone in a villa in a resort villa. After thinking for a moment, he found a number and dialed it. The other end of the phone was quickly picked up, and the voice of a middle-aged man came out. He said in a very respectful tone, "Hello, young master. What can I do for you?" "Brother Shenhu, it's so late. Will I disturb your rest?" Chen Xian asked gently. Shenhu was stunned for a moment, and then he said with a smile, "Young master, it's 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon in England. I don't have the habit of taking a nap." Chen Xian patted his forehead and said with a smile, "I forgot about that. After all, there are not many cultivators overseas. Brother Shenhu, I have something to trouble you with today." Shenhu hurriedly said, "Young master, please tell me what you need." The Shui Yuan sect was now an affiliated sect of the Tianyi sect. Although Shenhu was the head of the sect, his cultivation had not reached the gold core stage. Any elder of the Tianyi sect was stronger than him, including Xianxia, who was already a cultivator at the gold core stage. Moreover, Xianxia was the young master of the Tianyi sect and the son of Xianxia, so Shen who was naturally very respectful to him. It should be known that if it were not for the protection of the Tianyi sect, it would be very difficult for a small sect like the Shuiyuan sect, which did not have a gold core cultivator, to survive. Although cultivation resources were also very scarce now, the Shuiyuan sect was still much better than those small sects that had no one to rely on. Xianxian asked, "Has your sect recently accepted a female disciple named Lu Yu?" Xiao Ruofei and Xianxian communicated through WeChat, so Xianxian could clearly see that Xiao Ruofei used the word she, so it was naturally a female disciple. Shen who was really stumped by the question. He said, "Young master, several new disciples have joined the sect in the past few months. There are both men and women, but I really can't remember their names." Although his cultivation was not high, he was still the head of a sect. There were special people in charge of the new disciples. As the head of a sect, it was impossible for him to worry about everything. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate. Dealing with these trivial matters all day long was enough to keep him busy. Xianxian said, "This disciple should be in Huaxia now. Think about it again." When Xianxian said this, Shen who quickly remembered that his subordinates had reported that they had found an ownerless cultivation treasure land in the capital of Huaxia. The ownerless here naturally meant that there was no cultivator occupying it. The sect had sent a deacon to deal with it. It seemed that there was also a new disciple, because she was a local, who had also been sent to assist the deacon. The new disciple seemed to be surnamed Liu. After all, the surname Liu Yu was not very common. Shen who suddenly remembered it and quickly said, "Young master, now that you mention it, I have an impression of it. It seems that a few days ago, a new disciple with the surname Liu was sent back to help with a mission." Xian nodded and said, "Go back and check carefully. Don't get the wrong person. Her name is Liu Yu. She means deer, and Yu means leisurely." "Okay." Shen who quickly said, "As long as this Liu Yu is indeed a disciple of our Shuiyuan sect, then there is definitely no mistake. Young master, do you have any instructions for this disciple?" Xian said, "Oh, it's like this. Liu Yu's friend is my best friend. You should have heard of him, Xiao Ruofei. Is he the legendary successor of the nascent soul stage, Xiao Ruofei?" Shen who couldn't help but take a deep breath. Liu Yu is his friend? Their relationship is not necessarily very close, but the two of them are definitely friends. Xian said, "Xiao Ruofei personally sent me a WeChat message and asked me to help you take care of Liu Yu in the future." Shen who quickly said, "No problem. No problem. When they come back, I will accept her as a pro-disciple." Xian nodded and said, "It's up to you. Anyway, try to take care of her as much as possible. Let me tell you, Xiao Ruofei is not only the successor of the nascent soul stage, but his master may have a more powerful background. In addition, his personal strength is also very strong. I can tell you clearly that he is now a cultivator of the gold core stage, so since he has asked for it, you should do it well." After all, Shen whose level was not high enough, and the information he had was not very comprehensive. He really did not know that Xiao Ruofei had broken through to the gold core stage. Hearing this, he paid more attention to it and quickly said, "Understood. Young master, please rest assured. I will do my best to train Liu Yu. You don't have many cultivation resources. In short, just try your best to take care of her." Xian said, "Speaking of cultivation resources, Brother Ruofei said that he gave Liu Yu a spiritual crystal and a cultivation method. This is an opportunity that Brother Ruofei gave to his friend. Don't be greedy. Otherwise, you may be killed. Moreover, the Tianyi Palace will never mediate for this kind of thing. At that time, you will have to pray for yourself." In the WeChat communication between Xiao Ruofei and Xianxian, there was no threat. However, how could the dignity of a cultivator of the gold core stage be trampled on? If Shen Hu really had bad intentions, then he didn't want to live anymore. If Xiao Ruofei really destroyed the Shuiyuan sect in a fit of anger, the Tianyi Palace would definitely not stand up for him. One was a rising and powerful genius, while the other was a small subordinate sect. Wasn't it obvious which was more important? Shen, who couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He quickly said, "Young master, you're exaggerating. How could I be so bold?" "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on it myself. No one will dare to have any bad ideas." "That's good," Xianxia said, and then asked, "By the way, why did you send people back to China? Why did you even send a new disciple?" Shen, who didn't dare to hide it. He quickly told Xianxia the whole story of sending Deacon Liu and Liu back to the capital this time. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help frowning slightly and asked, "Is this ownerless cultivation treasure land the Taoyuan Club in the suburbs of the capital?" Xiao Ruofei had once taken Xianxia, Chen Nanfeng, and the others to the Taoyuan Club. Therefore, when Xianxia heard that Shen Hu had found a cultivation treasure land in the capital and was going to send someone to buy it, the first thing he thought of was the Taoyuan Club. The traces of the tactical deployment in the Taoyuan Club were still very obvious. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to detect it, but cultivators at the level of Xianxia and the others could definitely see it. Moreover, the spiritual qi inside the club was much richer than outside. It was indeed a treasure land for cultivation. For the big sects such as the Tianyi Palace and the Cunlong sect, such a place might not be attractive. The internal cultivation environment of their sects was better, but the Shui Yuan sect was different. The environment of the Taoyuan Club might really attract the disciples of the Shui Yuan sect. Hearing this, Shen Hu couldn't help but be stunned. He stammered, "Young master, it seems to be called the Taoyuan Club. Is this club the property of the Tianyi Palace? Then it's really a big misunderstanding." Xian couldn't help patting his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Now he understood everything. No wonder Xiao Ruofei had met Liu Yu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. It turned out that Liu Yu had been sent back by the Shui Yuan sect to buy his club. Were the people of the Shui Yuan sect out of their minds? They actually wanted to buy Xiao Ruofei's property. Xian snorted coldly and said, "Stupid. Shen Hu, you're really a fool. Do you really think that a pie will fall from the sky? Do you know who owns the Taoyuan Club? It's Xiao Ruofei's property. You actually want to seize the cultivation place of a gold core cultivator? How many heads do you have? Reading house." When Shen Hu heard these words, he felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head. He was stunned. Young leader, I don't know anything." Shen Hu stammered. "Young leader, save me. Young leader, save me." Xian snorted coldly and said, "Do you know that you're courting death?" Although Xiao Ruofei didn't join the sect, his strength and background are something that even my father doesn't dare to underestimate. What's more, even the leader of the star-picking sect listens to him. Why did you provoke him? Shen Hu suddenly panicked and hurriedly said, "Young leader, I really didn't know about this situation. And I never thought of seizing the Taoyuan Club by force. I arranged for the new disciple to go back with him because I wanted to buy a share. In short, it was done according to the rules of the secular world. Besides this, the ignorant are not guilty." "The ignorant are not guilty? Tell that to Brother Ruofei." Xian snorted coldly. "I don't have the face to plead for you." "What the hell is this?" Shen Hu hurriedly said, No. "Young leader, if you don't care about us, then I'm afraid that our Shui Yuan sect will really be doomed this time." Xian said sternly, "Shen Hu, you'd better find a way to remedy this immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if your sect is destroyed." After he finished speaking, his tone softened a little as he said, "I'll also ask Brother Ruofei to see what's going on. You'd better pray that your people didn't offend Brother Ruofei. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time." Although Xian's words were harsh, the Shui Yuan sect was, after all, a vassal sect of the Tianyi Palace. If something really happened, the Tianyi Palace would definitely help to mediate. Whether it would succeed or not, if they didn't do anything, it would disappoint others. After all, there were many vassal sects of the Tianyi Palace. If the Shui Yuan sect was really destroyed, the other vassal sects would definitely feel the same. Yes. Thank you, young sect leader. Thank you, young sect leader. Shenhu hurriedly said, I will immediately contact a chartered plane to return home and apologize to Senior Xia. Do as you see fit. Xianxia said impatiently. In his opinion, the Water Yuan sect had caused trouble for him, and it was the kind of trouble that was very difficult to deal with, so he naturally did not have a good expression towards Shenhu. Beijing University, Weiming Lake. Xiao Ruofei soon met up with Song Wei. Have you settled everything here? Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei and asked with a smile. Song Wei was also very happy to see Xiao Ruofei. He quickened his pace and walked in front of Xiao Ruofei. He smiled and said, yes. I've already talked to my tutor, so I've already started my winter break in advance. That's right. Not bad. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Wei, I still have some things to take care of in Beijing. As for you, should I send you back to the Three Mountains first, or? It would only take Xiao Ruofei 20 to 30 minutes to drive the obsidian flying ship from the capital to the Three Mountains. Therefore, it would be very convenient for him to send Song Wei there. The reason why he decided to stay in Beijing was that he wanted to find an opportunity to help Song Rui and see if he could help him and Zhui Yi. On the other hand, it was naturally because of Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei had to at least confirm that Lu Yu was safe before he could return to the Three Mountains. Song Wei thought for a while and said, then I'll stay with you. Anyway, it's not winter break yet. Normally, I won't be able to go home for a while. Then it's decided. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, let's go. How about we go back to the Sihiyuan? You can go back to the Sihiyuan. Song Wei said with a smile, I have a house in Beijing. Even if I don't live in the dormitory, I don't have to stay at your place. Are you sure? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, Qingxue is not in Beijing. We can practice the Taichu questioning heart sutra together. Do you really want to go home by yourself? The smile on Song Wei's face suddenly froze. Then, he rolled his eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, now that you mention it, I really have to avoid arousing suspicion. Okay. Let's go home. After that, Song Wei turned his head and pretended to leave. Xiao Ruofei quickly grabbed Song Wei's hand and said with a smile, don't go. Even if you don't practice together, you can still live in the Sihiyuan. There are many rooms there anyway. And after I'm done here, I can return to the Three Mountains at any time. It's more convenient for you to live with me. Song Wei laughed and said, I'm just kidding. Since you're so insistent and sincerely inviting me, I'll reluctantly stay in the Sihiyuan of Luhai Lane. Then I should thank you for doing me the honor. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Of course. Song Wei raised his chin slightly and said. Then, Song Wei asked again, by the way, why did you suddenly decide to stay in Beijing? Is there something wrong? Of course, if it's not convenient for you to tell me, it's fine. I'm just asking. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, what's not convenient for me to tell you? Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with you. It has something to do with me? Song Wei was even more curious when he heard that. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the person involved has something to do with you. According to seniority, Song Rui is your uncle, right? And Zhui Yi, she's your classmate and best friend, right? The two of them. Song Wei suddenly realized. If you put it that way, there's nothing wrong with it. The two of them do have something to do with me. But, what's wrong with them? Are they having a fight? Are they breaking up? The two of them are so sweet all the time. Why are they having a fight? Xiao Ruofei thought it was a little funny. Isn't it because there's some resistance in Xiao Rui's family? I think he's serious this time and he wants to settle down. But if he talks about marriage, I'm afraid there'll be a lot of resistance from the family Song, so I was wondering if I could help him. Song Wei understood when he heard that. He nodded and said, Xiao Rui and Yi are together, so they're under a lot of pressure. If you can help him, it'll be good. Song Wei knew Xiao Ruofei better, and he was also very clear about Xiao Ruofei's abilities. So, naturally, he wouldn't be like Zhao Yongjun and the others, who were worried that Xiao Ruofei would get involved in the family Song's family affairs and be hated by the family Song. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's rare for Song Rui to settle down. If I can help, I'll help. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, oh right, I met someone when I had dinner with Zhao Yongjun and the others. Guess who it is? How can I guess? Song Wei couldn't help laughing. You don't give me any scope at all. How do you want me to guess? Xiao Ruofei didn't keep him in suspense. He said with a smile, I actually met Lu Yu. I heard that she went abroad to study. Song Wei's expression was slightly sluggish. Then, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei and say, are you happy to meet an old friend? And she's your little fangirl. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head awkwardly and said, there's nothing between me and her. Don't talk nonsense. Song Wei chuckled and said, what are you feeling guilty about? I didn't say anything between you and her. I said she's your little fangirl. Isn't that right? Lu Yu used to be interested in Xiao Ruofei. This wasn't a secret. Even Zhao Yongjun and the others could see some clues. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue actually knew the inside story. However, Lu Yu went abroad to study, so she didn't have any contact with Xiao Ruofei. Song Wei, who didn't have much contact with Xiao Ruofei at that time, got together with Xiao Ruofei by accident. Now, their relationship was quite complicated. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, I haven't seen her for so long. I don't know what she's thinking. Don't think too much. Wei, that's not the point I want to talk about. You want to change the topic? Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and asked. No. Xiao Ruofei said, if I tell you, you'll definitely find it very incredible. About Lu Yu? Song Wei couldn't help but be curious. What's the situation? Xiao Ruofei said, let me tell you, I actually felt a trace of spiritual chi fluctuation from Lu Yu. Then, he told Song Wei about some of the things that happened after he met Lu Yu, including the fact that Deacon Lu wanted to seize the Taoyuan club and was directly deterred by Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force. He also didn't hide the fact that he used the flying sword to show his power and finally gave Lu Yu the spiritual crystal and cultivation method. There was indeed no need to hide things about cultivation from Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei felt that he gave Lu Yu the spiritual crystal and cultivation method as a favor to a friend. He was very magnanimous. Of course, the reality was the same. The spiritual crystal and the cultivation method of the water element scripture might be very precious for ordinary cultivators, but Song Wei was also very clear that these things were really nothing for Xiao Ruofei. Now Xiao Ruofei directly gave her and Ling Qingxue crystals for cultivation. She also knew that Xiao Ruofei also had the purple crystal, which was much more precious than the crystal. Only cultivators at the gold core stage could use it, and the cultivation efficiency was quite high. In contrast, the spiritual crystal was really a quite ordinary cultivation resource for Xiao Ruofei. After hearing this, Song Wei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He said with a smile, there's actually such a bizarre thing? She went abroad to study and entered the sect by chance. And she met you as soon as she came back. What a coincidence. Who said it wasn't? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, there are very few cultivation sects overseas. As far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 sects in the whole European continent. The probability of Lu Yu entering the water element sect is very small. I didn't expect that her sect would target the Taoyuan club and send her back to help deal with it. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, then you should help her more. In that kind of small sect, cultivation resources are very scarce. It should be very difficult to achieve anything. I've already helped her. Xiao Ruofei said, after all, her strength is limited. If I give her too many resources, it's not helping her, but harming her. Yes. Wealth moves people's hearts. Song Wei said, then let's take it step by step. If her cultivation talent is good, she can leave the water element sect and go to Taoyuan Island to cultivate. You also want to? I don't have that idea. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, but as a friend, if we can help her in cultivation, I will still help her. I think you and Qingxue won't mind, right? Song Wei said seriously, don't worry. We are not that stingy. To be honest, it's not easy to meet the requirements of cultivation. Many people can't embark on the path of cultivation even if they have the resources. Besides, she is also our friend. After all, cultivation was against the natural order, and talent was very important. If the physical condition did not meet the requirements, even if a lot of resources were accumulated, the achievements would be very limited. What's more, the cultivation resources on Earth were almost exhausted, and cultivation was even more difficult. Let's go. Let's go home and talk about it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and took out the blue fairy sword. Both of them were cultivators, and a little cold had no effect on them. However, on a windy night in October, it was a little strange to wander around the campus. So Xiao Ruofei decided to go back to the Sihiyuan first. His car was still at the Taoyuan Club, so it was naturally the most convenient and fastest way to go back by flying on the sword. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to step on the flying sword with Song Wei, his cell phone rang again. Wait a minute. Let me take this call. Xiao Ruofei said as he took out his cell phone. The caller ID showed Xianxia's number. This time, he didn't send a WeChat message, but called Xiao Ruofei directly. Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned, and then quickly picked up the call. Brother Chen. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Brother Ruofei, I hope I didn't disturb your rest? Xian asked with a smile. How can I go to bed so early? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Brother Chen, why are you looking for me so late at night? Xian hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and asked directly, Brother Ruofei, I want to know. You asked me about the Water Yuan sect before. Is it because the disciples of the Water Yuan sect have been in contact with the Taoyuan Club and want to buy the club? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, Brother Chen, you're amazing. You found out so quickly. Brother Ruofei, don't get me wrong. I didn't investigate you. Xian quickly explained, didn't you ask me to tell Shenhu to take care of your friend? When I called, I casually asked what mission he sent your friend to the sect to carry out. In the end, this guy told me that they found a cultivation treasure in the capital and sent someone back to buy it. I suddenly thought of your club, Brother Ruofei, and quickly inquired about the specific situation. Xiao Ruofei suddenly understood and said, I see. Brother Chen, you're so considerate. Brother Ruofei. The people of the Water Yuan sect. Did they offend you in any way? Xian asked. I asked Shenhu carefully. He didn't know that the property belonged to you, Brother Ruofei. In addition, he didn't intend to force you to buy it. He sent people back mainly to acquire the treasure of the Taoyuan Club through acquisition, investment and other methods. After Xian explained a few words, he immediately said, Brother Ruofei, I have already severely reprimanded Shenhu, that fool. I also ask you to be magnanimous and not be so calculated with him. We will definitely punish the Water Yuan sect again. In addition, I have already asked Shenhu to rush back to the country as soon as possible to apologize to you in person. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Brother Chen, there is no need for that. There is really no need for that. As for that Deacon Liu of the Water Element sect, I've already given him a light punishment. This matter is considered over. That won't do. Xian said, how can the dignity of a gold core cultivator be offended? Brother Ruofei, if Shenhu doesn't apologize to you in person, he will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. In fact, with the Water Yuan sect's behavior, even if Brother Ruofei destroyed them, they would have nothing to say. If you can let them go, that is already very benevolent. Speaking of this, Xian couldn't help but say, Brother Ruofei, you may not have broken through to the gold core stage for long. In today's cultivation world, the status of a gold core cultivator is very noble. If anyone can offend you, then what dignity do you have? This time it was Shenhu, then it was the Water Yuan sect. Next time, who knows what sect will jump out? Xian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. After all, the Water Yuan sect was a vassal sect of the Tianyi sect. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's not that serious. No one would be stupid enough to provoke a gold core cultivator for no reason. In fact, although Xiao Ruofei had not broken through for long, he was already at the middle stage of the gold core stage. However, because his spiritual force had reached the spirit transformation stage, he was very good at hiding his cultivation aura. Even Chen Nanfeng did not notice that he had broken through another level in the trial tower. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei already possessed the strongest combat power in the entire cultivation world. If anyone dared to provoke him for no reason, he would not mind teaching them a painful lesson. Xianxia said, Brother Ruofei, although you say so, you really can't weaken the momentum of a Jindan stage cultivator, lest others think you are weak and can be bullied. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then said, Brother Chen, since Shenhu is ready to return, then let him come back. But there's one thing you should tell him in advance. Brother Ruofei, please speak. My friend Lu Yu, he doesn't know my identity as a cultivator. Xiao Ruofei said, I didn't show up when I taught the disciple of the Water Yuan sect a lesson and gave her the spiritual crystal and cultivation method, so I hope Shenhu won't let it slip. That's not a problem. Qin Xian quickly said, I'll just talk to him. Since Xiao Ruofei did not want his friend to know his true identity, Qin Xian would naturally ask Shenhu to keep it a secret. This was a small matter. As long as Xiao Ruofei accepted Shenhu's apology, there should be no more grudges about this matter. Well, then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chen. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I should be in the capital for the next 2 days. I'll live in the Sihiyuan of Luhai Lane. You know the place. If Shenhu wants to find me, then go to the Sihiyuan. No problem. Qin Xian said, Thank you, Brother Ruofei. I also thank Brother Ruofei for your magnanimity on behalf of the Water Yuan sect. Brother Chen, you're too kind. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, Song Wei asked curiously, Ruofei, does Qin Xian know about the club? Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, he asked about the people of the Water Yuan sect. Didn't he go to the Taoyuan club? When the people of the Water Yuan sect said that they sent people to the capital because they found a good place for cultivation, he immediately thought of our club. So, he quickly called to apologize. What kind of apology is he apologizing for? Song Wei was confused. The Water Yuan sect is a vassal sect of the Tianyi sect. Speaking of which, the head of the Water Yuan sect is also his subordinate, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I guess he doesn't want me to have any grudges against the Tianyi sect. Hee hee. Those big sects in the cultivation world can't wait to be on good terms with you. It's not worth offending you because of this kind of thing. Song Wei said with a smile. Qin Xian is still very smart. He knows what's more important. In fact, I didn't take it to heart at all. Even if I blame the Water Yuan sect, I won't vent my anger on the Tianyi sect. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, let's not talk about this. Let's go back to the Sihiyuan first. Okay. Song Wei nodded. Xiao Ruofei pulled Song Wei and jumped on the flying sword together. Then, he silently performed the sword incantation. The blue immortal sword suddenly turned into a streamer and flew in the direction of the Sihiyuan in Luhai Lane. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei called Zhao Yongjun. Ruofei, what did you do last night? Why did you let someone drive the car back to the club? Zhao Yongjun asked with a smile. My friend called me because he had something to do. Xiao Ruofei said, Brother Zhao, is the car still in the club? I was about to ask someone to drive it to the Sihiyuan for you. Zhao Yongjun said. Then don't drive it. Xiao Ruofei said quickly, I called you for this. I have to go to the club today, so leave the car there. It's convenient for me to use the car later. Okay. Zhao Yongjun said readily, are you coming in the morning? Then I'll send a car to pick you up. No need to be so troublesome. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, there's a Land Rover in the Sihiyuan. I'll ask Wu Chang to drive me here in the morning. In addition, don't arrange anything else. I should stay for a while. I don't have to have lunch in the club. Okay. Then I'll leave you alone. Zhao Yongjun said. N. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, then asked, oh yeah, is Xiao Rui in the club today? He's in his own company. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, in fact, he doesn't come here very often. Now this guy has changed. Most of the time, he stays in the company. Sometimes he comes to the club with his girlfriend. Zhao Yongjun then asked, why are you looking for Xiao Rui? Do you want me to call him and ask him to wait for you at the club? No need. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll call him. I don't have to meet him. Brother Zhao, you don't have to worry about it. Do your thing. I'll come to the club later. Okay. After Xiao Ruofei finished the phone call, he asked Wu Chang to send breakfast to the courtyard in the middle. At the same time, he asked him to prepare the car. After Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei finished their breakfast, they asked Wu Chang to drive them to the Taoyuan Club. Wu Chang drove the Land Rover SUV slowly in the morning rush in Beijing. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, the car finally arrived at the Taoyuan Club. At the entrance of the club, Xiao Ruofei asked Wu Chang to stop the car. After he and Song Wei got out of the car, they directly asked Wu Chang to drive back to the Sihiyuan. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei walked into the club. Walking on the picturesque road of the club, Song Wei took a deep breath and said with a smile, "The spiritual qi here is really rich." No wonder the disciple of the Shui Yuan sect went back to report it as if he had found a treasure. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Wei Wei, you have experienced the effect of the Luo Tian formation and the Taishu mystic clear formation. In comparison, the concentration of spiritual qi here is actually average. However, this is the only place in the capital that can barely support cultivation. You can cultivate in the villa. I'm going to the family Song today to visit Master Song." This was what Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei had agreed last night. Today, Xiao Ruofei would visit Master Song at the family Song. Since Song Wei didn't go back to the Three Mountains, he didn't want to waste time, so he simply went to the Taoyuan Club to cultivate. There was a small villa in the club, which was the eye of the formation. This was Xiao Ruofei's villa. Usually, this place was never open to the public, and Xiao Ruofei could enter at any time when he needed to use it. Song Wei nodded and said, "When you go to the family Song, pay attention to the way you speak. Don't make a fool of yourself and do bad things with good intentions." "I know." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Do I look like someone with such low EQ? I'm just giving you a reminder." Song Wei said with a smile, "You know what you're doing." Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei walked and chatted. Soon, they arrived at the small villa above the eye of the formation. After swiping the card and entering the villa, Xiao Ruofei sensed a little and said with a smile, "The concentration of spiritual qi here can barely reach about 1/3 of that of Taoyuan Island. You can cultivate here first." Last night, the two of them had cultivated the Questioning Heart Sutra at the beginning together. Today, Song Wei could continue to consolidate his cultivation here. "Got it." Song Wei said, "Go and find Song Ruwei. Go and come back early. I should be back after dinner at the family Song." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You can call the club and ask them to send food over. Don't worry. I'm not a child. I won't starve myself." Song Wei said with a smile. "By the way, if you come to the capital next semester, you can come here to cultivate. Although it's a little far, it's better than cultivating at home with spiritual crystals, right?" Xiao Ruofei said. "Got it. I won't be in the capital for a long time next semester. If you need it, we'll talk about it. You don't have to give me the card." Song Wei said with a smile. Then, she found a room and went in to cultivate. Xiao Ruofei sat down on the sofa in the living room and took out his mobile phone to call Song Ruwei. "Ruofei, what's the matter?" "I'm busy," Song Ruwei said as soon as he answered the phone. "Whoa. You're awesome. How dare you talk to me like that?" Xiao Ruofei joked. Song Ruwei said helplessly, "I'm really busy. I have a lot of reports to review. If you don't have anything to do, we can talk after work." "Then I'm hanging up." Xiao Ruofei joked, "About you and Zhuyi, I'll also, brother." "Don't." Song Ruwei immediately said flatteringly, "I'm just joking with you. I'm so bored that I'm about to grow hair on my body. What can happen?" "Ruofei bro, I'll accompany you for as long as you want to talk." "Your reports, what reports?" "The people below will take care of it." Song Ruwei made a 180-degree turn. What reports are more important than chatting with Ruofei bro? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right. I won't tease you anymore. I know you're busy. I'll get straight to the point." Go ahead, go ahead." Song Ruwei said. "Didn't you talk about you and yesterday?" "I'm going to visit Master Song today." Xiao Ruofei said, "If the opportunity is right, I'll help you put in a good word." Thank you. Thank you." Song Ruwei said quickly, "I knew you were a good brother. Don't thank me too early, We still don't know if it'll be useful. Xiao Ruofei said. My grandfather still values your words very much. It'll definitely be useful. Song Rui said, no matter if it'll be successful or not, I'll accept your kindness. Ruofei, thank you so much. Alright. I'm not used to you being so polite. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll probably be having dinner at Master Song's place. If you don't have anything else to do, you can go back for dinner. Ah? Me? Song Rui hesitated, if you want to talk about me, then when I go back, will I? What are you afraid of? Xiao Ruofei said impatiently, bring out the shameless way you pursued Shui Yi. It's not a big deal. Then, alright. I'll go back after work. Song Rui said. Then it's a deal. Xiao Ruofei said, if I don't see you then, I won't mention anything about you. It's a deal. Song Rui was ready to risk it all. Anyway, if I stick my head out, I'll still be stabbed. Sooner or later, I'll have to confess to my family. If you're there, I'll have more confidence. That's right. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, alright, go do your thing. See you tonight. Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he found a room to practice for a while. At noon, he personally cooked a meal. The ingredients were already made in the Ring 2 space. Although the villa was small, the kitchen had all kinds of facilities, which was very suitable for Xiao Ruofei. After he finished cooking, he called Song Wei out and the two of them had lunch together. After lunch, he rested in the villa for a while Song Wei continued to practice. At 2 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei calculated the time. It would take more than an hour to get to the family Song's old house. At that time, Master Song definitely wouldn't be taking a lunch break. So, he called the club to send someone to drive his Alfred business car to the villa. Xiao Ruofei drove the Alfred out of the Taoyuan club and headed to the family Song's old house. On the way, Xiao Ruofei's cell phone rang. Xiao Ruofei took it out and glanced at it. It was Wu Chang. He put on the Bluetooth headset and pressed the answer button. Wu Chang, what's up? Xiao Ruofei asked as he focused on driving. Boss, a guest is here to visit you, Wu Chang said. He said his name is Shen Hu. He came from the UK to visit you. Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned, and then he realized that it was Master Shen of the Shui Yuan sect. He probably flew back to China directly after Qin Xian's phone call yesterday, and then went to the Sihiyuan in Luhai Lane without stopping. Xiao Ruofei said, I see. Tell him that I'm not at home today. Tell him to come back tomorrow. Wu Chang froze for a moment. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't spend much time in Beijing, Wu Chang still had some understanding of his boss. Xiao Ruofei didn't put on any airs and was usually very gentle to everyone. Under normal circumstances, if there were guests visiting, even if Xiao Ruofei couldn't make it home on time, he would let Wu Chang and the others lead the guests into the house first to receive them. He didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be so casual and directly ask him to pass on a simple message without any other instructions. However, Wu Chang was only stunned for a moment before he immediately said, okay. I'll pass on the message right away. Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and continued driving. After more than half an hour, he had already arrived at the family Song mansion. Master Song usually lived in the mansion, so the level of security here was very high. There were no other private houses in the area around the mansion, but there were some buildings used by the security personnel. There were also armed sentry posts about a kilometer away from the mansion. However, Xiao Ruofei's car and him had already been recorded at the security office, so Xiao Ruofei simply stopped the car at the intersection to register. Of course, the security personnel meticulously checked the car to ensure that there were no other unrelated people or dangerous goods before they let him go. Xiao Ruofei drove the car and arrived at the quaint old house of the Song family with ease. In fact, after Xiao Ruofei entered the intersection, the sentry at the gate had already called the duty room of the mansion, so before Xiao Ruofei's car came to a stop, he already saw Master Song's personal secretary, Director Liu, greeting him with a smile. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly parked the car and pushed open the door to get out. Director Liu, I'm so afraid that you have to personally come out to greet me. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Director Liu chuckled and said, Boss Xia, you're an honored guest. Isn't it only right for me to come out and welcome you? If I didn't pick you up personally, the chief would scold me for being immature. Director Lu is exaggerating, Xiao Ruofei said. He had interacted with Family Song for a long time, so naturally, he was well aware of Director Lu's position in Family Song. Needless to say, he had an administrative rank. If he were to be placed at a local level, he would definitely be a high-ranking official. The key point was that Director Lu had worked by Master Song's side for many years. When Master Song was still in office, he was already the office director. After he retired, Director Lu was still by Master Song's side, in charge of security. It could be said that Director Lu wasn't just a subordinate of Master Song, but more like a family member. Therefore, the fact that Director Lu had personally come to greet Xiao Ruofei was enough to show how much importance Family Song placed on Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei continued to ask, Director Lu, is the chief at home? I'm not sure if I'm disturbing the elder's rest by coming here so suddenly. For a big shot like Master Song, even if he had retired, it wasn't easy for ordinary people to see him. Even if some of the higher-ups wanted to visit, they would have to call in advance to confirm the schedule. For someone like Xiao Ruofei to come here without informing him beforehand, he was probably the only one in the world to do so. Director Lu chuckled and said, the chief has been at home recently. Boss Xia, you haven't come to visit the chief in a long time. If the chief knew that you were here, he would be so happy. How could you possibly disturb him? Director Lu usually worked and rested near the duty room, so he received the notice immediately. He didn't even have time to report to Master Song before he hurriedly came out to greet him. Of course, this was also because the person who came was Xiao Ruofei. Director Lu knew very well that he didn't even need to report Xiao Ruofei's visit. He could just directly lead him in. How's the chief's health these days? Xiao Ruofei asked again. He's great. Director Lu chuckled and said, the chief has praised you many times, saying that you're good at taking care of his health. It's all thanks to you that his body is so strong. That's because the chief has a good foundation. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Director Lu, please wait a moment. I brought some gifts for the chief in the trunk. I need to get them. I'll get someone to come and get them. Director Lu quickly said. Master Song and his family weren't the only ones living in the Family Song mansion. There were also many staff members in charge of security, including internal security guards, drivers, chefs, and so on. Director Lu didn't hesitate to call out, and 2 staff members immediately ran over. Xiao Ruofei said, no need, no need. Director Lu, there aren't many things. I can carry them myself. Then, he opened the trunk of the business car and took out the gifts he had prepared for Master Song. He also politely declined the staff member's help. Director Lu saw that the gifts weren't very heavy, so he signaled to the 2 staff members to leave first. Then, he personally accompanied Xiao Ruofei into the mansion. Director Lu said as they walked, the chief should be reading some documents at this time. Let's go straight to the study. Although Master Song had retired for many years, a leader of his level still enjoyed the same level of treatment. Many documents would be copied and sent to him. He had always been concerned about the country's development, so he would take time to read documents every day to understand the country's political policies and domestic and international developments. This was an almost unshakable program. Director Lu had followed Master Song for many years, so naturally, he was very clear about Master Song's work and rest schedule. The 2 of them walked through the corridor and arrived at Master Song's mansion. Director Lu led Xiao Ruofei to the door of the study. As expected, Master Song was wearing his reading glasses and sitting at the desk, carefully reading the documents. Sometimes, he would even use a fountain pen to highlight the important points on the documents. He appeared to be very serious. Usually, Director Lu wouldn't disturb Master Song at this time. However, today's situation was special. Xiao Ruofei had come to visit Master Song, so he didn't hesitate. He gently knocked on the door of the study and called out, Chief. Master Song's brows furrowed slightly. He put down the fountain pen in his hand and raised his head to take a look. He immediately saw Xiao Ruofei standing beside Director Lu. His slight displeasure instantly disappeared, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. He stood up and said, Ruofei? So you've thought of visiting an old man like me? Come in quickly. Come in quickly. Grandpa Song. Xiao Ruofei's face also revealed a smile as he stepped into the study. Master Song was very happy to see Xiao Ruofei. He immediately pulled Xiao Ruofei to the sofa and said to Director Liu, "Xiao Liu, bring me my best tea leaves." Director Liu chuckled and said, "Chief, the best tea leaves you have here are the Taoyuan de Hong Pao that Boss Xia gave you." Master Song was stunned for a moment. Then, he reached out and patted his forehead. He smiled and said, "I almost forgot. This little guy has a lot of good things in his hands. Ruofei, I see that you're carrying a lot of things. What good things did you bring for this old man?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Grandpa Song, you don't lack anything here. I just brought some tea leaves, tonics, and the like. The main thing is to express a little bit of my sincerity." Xiao Ruofei really didn't specially prepare a gift this time. He just took some things from the Ring 2 space, including the Taoyuan de Hong Pao, old ginseng, caterpillar fungus, and so on. Then, he found a packaging box and packed it up. There were about 5 or 6 gifts. "You know that I don't lack anything, yet you're still so polite." Master Song pretended to be angry and said, "Only you would dare to give me gifts so openly. If other people dared to give me gifts so openly, they definitely wouldn't even be able to enter my house." Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "That's different. Others may be asking you for help, but I'm showing my filial respect to you. How can you not accept it?" Master Song laughed and said, "Accept. Accept. Accept. How can I not accept a gift from Ruofei? Xiao Lu, take all these things to my room." "Oh, right, leave the tea leaves. Let's try it now." "Yes, sir." Director Liu picked up the gifts that Xiao Ruofei brought and left only the box of tea leaves. Xiao Ruofei said, "Grandpa Song, I'll make the tea." "Good. Young people are quick with their hands." Master Song said, "And the tea that you make has a unique natural flavor. I like it." Before Director Liu left, Master Song said, "Xiao Liu, inform the kitchen to prepare a banquet. Take out the Zue Ba Xian that Ruofei gave me last time. I want to drink 2 cups tonight." "Yes, sir." Director Liu said quickly. After Master Song finished giving his orders, he smiled and asked, "Ruofei, is it okay if you stay for dinner tonight? You've already spoken. How can there be a problem?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I haven't eaten with you in a long time. I'll drink 2 cups with you tonight." Master Song laughed happily and said, "Good. Good. Good." Xiao Ruofei skillfully set up the tea set and prepared to make tea. Master Song sighed and said, "Speaking of this person, I really can't help but think about him. Yesterday, I even told Xiao Lu that Ruofei, this brat, hasn't come home for a long time. Did he forget about this rotten old man? I didn't expect you to come home today." Xiao Ruofei poured out the boiled water and heated up the tea set. Then, he added tea leaves and said, "Grandpa Song, I was busy a while ago and didn't come to Beijing. Yesterday, I met with Song Rue and the rest. So, I came to see you today." "You arrived in Beijing yesterday?" "Xiao Rue didn't tell me." "This kid." Master Song said, "This kid doesn't like to come here when he has nothing to do. When he sees me, he's like a mouse that sees a cat. People say that relatives are separated by generations. Why isn't my grandson close to his grandfather? Ruofei, tell me, am I too fierce as a grandfather?" "You're very kind." Xiao Ruofei said, "I've already told Xiao Rue to come home more often to accompany you. Anyway, he lives nearby now. So, I've already called him in advance and asked him to come back for dinner tonight. He agreed? He doesn't dare to disagree." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You're still the best." Master Song patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said, "I'll call Lan back too. She's usually busy with work, so she rarely comes to my place." Master Song's children were mostly working outside. Now, they were all at a critical stage. If they improved further, they could probably come back to Beijing to work. But at this stage, only his daughter, Song Lan, was in Beijing. Song Lan was mainly in charge of family Song's business affairs. The group headquarters was in Beijing. In fact, Song Rui was working in the family's group, which meant that he was learning about business management from Song Jilan. In the past 2 years, Family Song had already given up on Song Rui's career. In fact, Song Rui didn't have the talent in this area, so they started to guide him towards business talents. According to the normal trajectory, Song Rui would most likely take over Song Jilan's baton and take charge of Family Song's business empire in the future. Master Song called Song Jilan back for dinner, plus Song Rui, so tonight was basically a family dinner. This also showed that Xiao Ruofei's position in his heart was similar to that of a family member. After Master Song finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the desk and picked up the phone. Although he also had a mobile phone, when he was at home, he still preferred to use the landline. This was also a habit from many years of work. Jilan, come back tonight and let's have dinner together. After the phone was connected, Master Song said directly, Ruofei came to visit me. He's also having dinner here. If you have any social engagements, cancel them and come back tonight. Oh yeah, Xiao Rui is coming too. Ruofei told him that when you get off work, bring him along. That's settled. After that, Master Song directly hung up the phone. At home, Master Song was actually quite domineering. Song Rui wasn't afraid of him for no reason. In fact, Song Rui often complained to Xiao Ruofei, saying that he felt that Xiao Ruofei was more like Master Song's biological grandson, while he was more like an adopted one. After Master Song finished the phone call, Xiao Ruofei had already brewed the tea. The tea was poured into the teacup, and the study was suddenly filled with the tea fragrance. Master Song picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he smiled and said, the tea is good, and the tea brewing skills are good too. Ruofei, even with the same tea, I can't make such a natural feeling. In truth, Xiao Ruofei hadn't specifically practiced the way of tea, but after cultivating for a long time, he would become more and more close to nature. In particular, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force had reached the spirit transformation realm, so his every move seemed to have a special rhythm that was very close to nature. Even when he was brewing tea, he would inadvertently integrate this feeling into the tea. Ordinary people might not be able to tell the difference, but a tea master like Master Song could immediately detect the difference. If you like it, then drink a few more cups. Xiao Ruofei smiled. The two of them chatted while making tea in the study. Master Song didn't care much about the situation at Xiao Ruofei's company, and Xiao Ruofei wasn't interested in politics, so the two of them only talked about family matters. At this time, Master Song was very relaxed, no different from a neighbor who cared about gossip. The sky outside gradually darkened. Song Jilan and Song Rui also returned to the family Song house. In fact, the two of them had gotten off work half an hour early and left the company before the rush hour. Otherwise, they would have been stuck in traffic. The two of them had just arrived home and exchanged a few words with Xiao Ruofei when Director Lu came to inform them that the food was ready at the restaurant. Master Song happily called everyone to eat. If there was anything, they could talk about it at the dinner table. Everyone came to the dining room and took their seats. Although it was called a banquet, there were no outsiders. There were only 3 generations of Master Song and Xiao Ruofei, a total of 4 people. Master Song's children were mostly working in other places. Among the grandchildren, Song Rui was the oldest. Even though he was afraid of Master Song, he would still visit the old man occasionally. The other younger siblings were even more afraid of Master Song than Song Rui. Even if they came with their elders, they were still trembling with fear. They rarely came to the old mansion. Today, Master Song had asked Song Jilan to go home for dinner at the last minute. Naturally, the other juniors didn't come over. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted Director Lu to sit down and eat. However, Director Lu kept declining, saying that he was providing service to the chief. How could he eat at the same table? Master Song laughed and said, Ruofei, just let Xiao Lu do as he pleases. He's used to it after so many years. In fact, Director Lu's rank wasn't low. However, in front of Master Song, he had always been humble. Master Song was also used to this way of getting along. He never forced Director Lu to do anything he wasn't used to. Thus, there were only the 4 of them at the banquet. Master Song was in a good mood. He personally picked up the wine bottle and poured wine. Xiao Ruofei and Song Jilan were naturally more relaxed. Only Song Rui was very nervous. He was afraid of Master Song. Today, Xiao Ruofei said that he would help him deal with Shui's matter. His heart was in a mess. After everyone poured wine, Master Song held his wine glass and smiled. Ruofei, I'm very happy that you came to visit me today. Now that I'm old, I'm afraid of being alone. But the children are all very busy. Master Song's words made Song Jilan and Song Rui a little embarrassed. Song Jilan quickly said, Dad. It's our fault, we've been so busy that we haven't been able to come and accompany you more often. Master Song waved his hand and said, It's good that you have your own business. I'm getting on in years, so I'll have to rely on you guys to support my family. Song. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Grandpa Song, your bones are still strong. You are the star of the family. Song, the backbone of the younger generation. Master Song laughed and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. My health has been good for the past 2 years. This is all thanks to you, Ruofei. Come on. Let's have a drink first. Cheers. Everyone clinked their glasses and then, including Master Song, downed the wine in their glasses in one gulp. Of course, they used the smallest thumb cups, each cup was only about $1. Master Song picked up his chopsticks and said, Come. Ruofei, try my chef's cooking. Eat. Everyone chatted while eating dinner, and the atmosphere was harmonious. However, Song Rui had been worried the whole time. He was mainly worried about his gains and losses. He didn't know how Xiao Ruofei would help him and what the outcome would be. Master Song ate a mouthful of vegetables and said with a smile, Ruofei, the jade guanine you gave me last time was really good. In the past, I always felt that the atmosphere in this old house wasn't very good. But ever since I had that jade guanine, I felt very comfortable at home. It was a comfortable feeling from the inside out. Master Song paused and couldn't help but point at Song Jilan and said with a smile, I remember Jilan said that it was a feudal superstition. Song Jilan said with embarrassment, Dad. Didn't I admit my mistake at that time? Why are you still holding on to it? The jade guanine that Xiao Ruofei gave to Master Song was a gift for Master Song's birthday banquet. At that time, the family Song's juniors and some guests who were close to the family Song were there. Xiao Ruofei asked Master Song to drip a drop of blood on the jade guanine to make it recognize its owner. Song Jilan scolded that it was a feudal superstition. In the end, after the blood was dripped, the effect was immediate. Song Jilan was convinced at that time. Master Song laughed and said, Jilan, this really isn't a psychological effect. Even the staff in the house felt it very obvious. Moreover, this is a subtle and continuous effect. Let's not talk about other things, the staff's headaches and fevers have decreased a lot. Speaking of this, Master Song couldn't help but give Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up and said, Ruofei, your jade guanine is really very good. So. Sometimes, we shouldn't rush to conclusions, and even more so, shouldn't arbitrarily categorize things that are beyond our knowledge as pseudoscience, feudal superstition, and the like. Song. Jilan said, Dad. You have already criticized me, and I humbly accepted it. I even asked a feng shui master to adjust the layout of my office. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So Song Jilan attributed the obvious effect of the jade guanine to feng shui. However, he wouldn't expose it. With Song Jilan's level, the feng shui master she found should more or less have some real ability. He wouldn't be a pure charlatan. Moreover, feng shui wasn't completely a feudal superstition. There was no harm in letting a real feng shui master investigate and adjust the layout of the office. Everyone chatted for a while, and Xiao Ruofei led the topic to Song Rui. He always remembered that the main mission of this trip was to help Song Rui persuade him. Grandpa Song, Xiao Rui isn't young anymore. Has the family considered his personal problems? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. When Song Rui heard this, he became even more nervous. Originally, he reached out his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish. Just as he picked it up, he heard Xiao Ruofei lead the topic to himself. He couldn't help but tremble, and the piece of fish fell back. The fish soup even splashed quite a bit. He hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe it off. Master Song looked at Song Rui and said with a bitter smile, Ruofei, did you see that? He's already so old, yet he's still so careless. If he was half as good as you, us elders would have less to worry about. Song Rui couldn't help but be speechless. Wasn't it just a piece of fish that fell from his chopsticks? How did he become careless and impatient? Xiao Ruofei didn't know how to respond to this. After all, Song Rui was his good brother, so he could only maintain a somewhat awkward smile. As Song Rui's little aunt, Song Jilan was more concerned about Song Rui's marriage. She directly said, Ruofei, for Xiao Rui's matter, us elders are also worried to death. At first, the family especially liked Director Tian's daughter. The little girl is also very beautiful, and her family background is also very good. But this kid just isn't. Ruofei is very clear about this matter. You don't have to repeatedly deepen his memory. Master Song looked at Song Jilan and said. At first, family Song did hope to have a marriage with the Tian Huilan and put Song Rui and Luyu together. However, Luyu didn't like Song Rui at all, and Song Rui didn't want to be bound by an arranged marriage and lose his freedom early, so he had always used soft resistance to escape. Later, it was also Xiao Ruofei who spoke for Song Rui, and Master Song made the decision to respect Song Rui's opinion. After all, a forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Of course, this was a very rare decision in a family like Family Song. After all, the marriage of the children of a big family was also a means to strengthen the relationship. As long as it was beneficial to the family, why would it care whether the person was willing or not? Being born in such a family and enjoying the convenience and halo brought by the family, one must have the awareness to sacrifice happiness for the family. Therefore, Family Song gave Xiao Ruofei a lot of face at that time. Master Song naturally didn't want Song Jilan to bring up the old matter. After all, he had already given face. If she suddenly brought it up now, Xiao Ruofei might misunderstand and think that Family Song was holding a grudge about this matter. Song Jilan naturally realized this, so she smiled and changed the topic. She continued, later, we found a few girls for Xiao Rui, and their conditions were very good. But this child found various reasons to refuse every time. Some didn't continue after meeting once, and some didn't even want to meet. I couldn't do anything to him. Song Rui completely became transparent at this moment. He lowered his head and didn't dare to make any sound. Master Song was a little dispirited. He waved his hand and said, I don't care about this kid's matter anymore. Anyway, his parents aren't in a hurry. Then let's delay it first. Isn't it popular for young people to marry later? Song Jilan said, Dad. We can't let Xiao Rui do as he pleases. It doesn't matter if the children of ordinary families marry a few years earlier or later, but Xiao Rui is your eldest grandson. Don't you want to have a great-grandson sooner? Can I not? Master Song smiled bitterly. Isn't it because Xiao Rui is such a stubborn guy? Now that times are different, you can't tie him up to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate with a girl he doesn't like, right? Xiao Ruofei was at a loss for words. He looked at Song Rui, who lowered his head and pretended to be a grandson, and couldn't help but find it funny. He just mentioned a topic, and Song Jilan and Master Song began to talk non-stop. It could be seen that Song Rui's marriage really made them very distressed. Xiao Ruofei also understood why Song Rui didn't dare to mention his matter with Shui. It turned out that his family had already arranged a few marriage partners for him, but he had shamelessly rejected all of them. If he told the elders that he was in love with a girl from an ordinary family and wanted to marry her, he was afraid that the family would be in an uproar. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Grandpa Song, you don't have to worry too much. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Xiao Rui's fate hasn't arrived yet. When fate arrives, he will naturally bring your granddaughter-in-law home. Song Jilan naturally didn't agree with Xiao Ruofei's point of view. Marriage wasn't about fate or fate. Even if it was fate arranged by the family. However, due to Xiao Ruofei's special status, she didn't refute. She just glared at Song Rui, who was sitting opposite her, a little annoyed. Song Rui's parents weren't in Beijing, and he worked for the family group that Song Jilan was helming. Therefore, Song Jilan naturally cared more about this nephew's marriage. However, this guy was stubborn and was especially cunning. On this side, Xiao Ruofei continued, Grandpa Song, it's not difficult to have a great-grandson. Xiao Rui will marry later. It's fine as long as you are healthy. As long as you live to 100 years old, are you afraid that you won't be able to see Xiao Rui's children? Master Song laughed and said, Ruofei is right. Xiao Rui, did you hear that? I'm going to waste time with you. Song Rui mustered up his courage and said, Grandpa, for you to live to 100 years old, I'll have to marry later. Song Jilan couldn't help but say in annoyance, this child, what nonsense are you saying? The sooner you settle your marriage, the better your grandpa's mood will be. This way, you can live to 100 years old. After speaking, Song Jilan turned to Master Song and said, Dad, I recently found a pretty good girl for Xiao Rui. Song Rui couldn't help but cry out, Aunt, I don't want to go on a blind date. Don't blindly make a fuss. Song Jilan glared at Song Rui and said, What does a child know? You don't have the right to speak here. Master Song laughed and said, Jilan, how many times has it been? When has this kid obediently gone to meet a girl? I think you should stop being so busy and stop. Yeah. Song Rui hurriedly said. Song Rui even looked at Xiao Ruofei for help and said in his heart, Bro, hurry up and say something. Aren't you here to help me and to persuade them? Why does it feel like the situation is getting worse? Song Jilan didn't care so much. She said to Master Song, Dad. This girl is really suitable. Xiao Rui doesn't want to have a marriage with those political families, right? This time, I'm not looking for a girl from those families in Beijing. This girl's family is considered to be in business. But the situation is a little special. Oh? What kind of special? Master Song asked. To be honest, Master Song didn't think much of it. No matter how developed a business was, how big the company was, and how many assets it had, it couldn't be compared to a family with real power. If there was a marriage, a business family would definitely not be the first choice. Song Jilan smiled and said, Dad. This girl is Li Qinghui's youngest daughter. She has an MBA from Harvard. She just graduated this year and is already in charge of a big project in Jiuzhou Group. Xiao Ruofei was originally in a drama mode, but when he heard the words Jiuzhou Group, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Jiuzhou Group, is it the United States Jiuzhou Group? Song Jilan looked at Xiao Ruofei in surprise and said with a smile, Ruofei has also heard of Jiuzhou Group. That's right, this girl is called Li Nianhua. She is Li Qinghui's youngest daughter. Li Qinghui is. Xiao Ruofei was a little confused. This was the second time Song Jilan mentioned Li Qinghui's name. Could he be a very powerful person? Master Song said with a smile, Ruofei, you know about Jiuzhou Group, but you don't know about Li Qinghui? Li Qinghui is Mr. Li Yifu's nephew and is also a core executive of Jiuzhou Group. Mr. Li Yifu doesn't care about Jiuzhou Group's affairs anymore, and Mr. Li Yifu has no children. The person closest to him should be his nephew, Li Qinghui. Therefore, Li Qinghui has a lot of power in Jiuzhou Group. Especially in the past 6 months, his voice is very loud. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, his expression suddenly became very strange. It wasn't strange that Song Jilan was looking for a partner for Song Rui. In fact, in the past 2 years, the family Song had been arranging marriages for Song Rui. However, the person Song Jilan was looking for this time wasn't a descendant of a big family in China, but an overseas Chinese. What made Xiao Ruofei not know whether to laugh or cry was that this girl named Li Hongyan had a close relationship with Li Yifu. Xiao Ruofei silently calculated in his heart. Li Hongyan's father, Li Qinghui, was Li Yifu's nephew, so Li Hongyan was Li Yifu's grandniece. In other words, if Song Rui and Li Hongyan were really married, then he should call Li Yifu grandpa. According to the descendants of Jinren Shanhe, Li Yifu was Xiao Ruofei's grandnephew. In other words, Xiao Ruofei would become Song Rui's grandfather's grandfather, and even Master Song would become Xiao Ruofei's grandson. Okay. Master Song was still talking about their own things, but Song Rui, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look at Song Rui and say in his heart, Father, great. When the time comes, I will be this kid's great-grandfather? He will become my great-great-grandson? This arrangement seems quite good. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little funny. Master Song naturally didn't know that Xiao Ruofei's thoughts were so complicated. He was very interested in the marriage partner that Song Jilan had found for Song Rui this time. He couldn't help but ask, Jilan, have you been in contact with the Li family? Do they also have this intention? Song Jilan nodded slightly and said, Dad. Mr. Li Fu is now living in seclusion and rarely has contact with the outside world, so I can't talk to him directly. Xiao Ruofei complained in his heart, Fu is now in Taoyuan Island. How long has it been since he returned to the United States? It'd be a miracle if you could contact him. Song Jilan continued, however, Li Qinghui is still very interested in our proposal. If both parties have no objections, he can arrange for Li Hongyan to work in the Jiuzhou Group's branch office in Beijing. Our group still has a lot of business dealings with Jiuzhou. This way, Xiao Rui can also have more contact with Li Hongyan. After all, it's a new era. Even if it's a marriage alliance, it must definitely let the young people get along with each other first. Master Song nodded and said, You're right. Master Song pondered for a moment before saying, the Li family is still very influential in the United States. In recent years, they have been increasing their investment in the country. Such patriotic overseas Chinese have a lot of influence in the country. If we marry them, it would be a good choice. The more Song Rui listened, the more anxious he became. The situation was not looking good. In the past, Master Song didn't approve or oppose Song Rui's marriage. He saw all kinds of Song Rui's evasive means, but he didn't say anything. But today, it seemed that even Elder Song was in favor of it. If Master Song made the decision, then Song Rui wouldn't even have the courage to resist. He was so anxious that he couldn't help but cast a pleading look at Xiao Ruofei. When Song Rui looked at Xiao Ruofei, he found that Xiao Ruofei had a strange smile on his face. It seemed that he was listening with great interest. What does this guy mean? Could it be that he's getting cold feet? Then, won't I be in trouble? Song Rui couldn't help but curse in his heart. Song Rui kept winking at Xiao Ruofei, but Xiao Ruofei ignored him. Song Rui couldn't help but cough a few times, trying to get Xiao Ruofei's attention. Unexpectedly, Master Song noticed it first, even though Xiao Ruofei didn't. Master Song frowned slightly and said, Xiao Rui, why are you winking? What are you doing? You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still so immature? Song Rui quickly sat upright and still. He didn't dare to make any extra movements, but he was scolding Xiao Ruofei in his heart. This guy was really too unreliable. Xiao Ruofei then remembered the purpose of his trip. He smiled and said, Xiao Rui, you should give your opinion. This is your marriage. He knew that Song Rui was afraid, especially in front of Master Song. He didn't dare to say anything, but he did it deliberately. After all, this was Song Rui's own business. He still hoped that Song Rui could bravely express his opinion. Master Song nodded and said, Yes. Xiao Rui, what are you thinking? Tell me. I think this girl from the Li family is quite good. She's a good match for you in all aspects. It's more than just a good match. Song Jilan smiled and said, I saw Li Hongyan's resume. This girl is simply too outstanding. I feel that our Xiao Rui is a bit unworthy of her. Of course, our family Song's man is more than enough to match anyone. Besides, Xiao Rui is also becoming more and more capable. Song Rui couldn't help but feel depressed. Song Jilan's words made it seem like he was relying on his family background. If he didn't have the halo of family Song, he wouldn't be worthy of the Li family's girl. Am I that bad? Xiao Rui, tell me your opinion. Xiao Ruofei said again. This time, Xiao Ruofei even used a trace of spiritual power. Of course, Song Rui was his friend. He wouldn't use hypnosis to deal with his friend. This trace of spiritual power was mainly used to affect Song Rui's emotions so that he could muster up the courage to speak his mind. Song Rui didn't know about Xiao Ruofei's little trick, but he still felt that his courage seemed to have increased a bit. Thus, he braced himself and said, Grandpa, Auntie, no matter if it's the Zhang or Li family, I don't want to have a marriage with them. There's no emotional foundation at all. Everything is based on benefits. This isn't what I want. Song Jilan couldn't help but slightly sink and said, Xiao Rui. The emotional foundation needs to be cultivated. You don't even know what the girl looks like, what her personality is like, and you say that there's no emotional foundation? You can get to know her first. Whether she's suitable or not, you can only know after trying. Master Song looked at Song Rui but didn't say anything. In fact, he wasn't as angry as Song Rui. He was very clear that this grandson of his was always submissive in front of him. Today, he dared to bravely express his opinion. Even if it was against the wishes of the elders, he still looked at Song Rui in a new light. After Song Rui said those words, it was as if a huge rock in his heart had been removed. He suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. And he also went all out. After hearing Song Jilan's words, he straightened his neck and said, "Auntie, there's no need for this. There's no meaning at all. I can't like this Li Hongyan. Because I already have someone I like. We're very much in love." Song Rui finally overcame his fear of his grandfather and said the truth. His last sentence was almost roared out. After roaring, it was as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. He leaned against the chair and took a few deep breaths. Then, he grabbed the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Song Rui put down the empty wine glass and just sat there with his chin raised, looking like he didn't care who he was. Song Jilan's expression became a little ugly. She didn't think that her nephew would be so daring to speak to her in such a tone. What was even more infuriating was that he actually secretly dated someone outside. Song Jilan could see that this time, Song Rui was seriously in love, and not the kind of person who was just playing around. Master Song had been very quiet. He looked at Song Rui with interest, who seemed to have become a little unfamiliar. After a while, he smiled and asked, "Xiao Rui, you're talking about the girl who works at the Capital Museum, right? If I remember correctly, her name is Shui, right?" Song Rui was stunned. He stared at Master Song and muttered, "Grandpa, you investigated me?" Master Song laughed and waved his hand, saying, "It's not an investigation. But I have my own sources of information. Your grandfather isn't old and muddle-headed, and I'm not completely ignorant. Don't treat me as if I'm deaf and blind, okay?" Song Jilan couldn't help but scold, "Xiao Rui, how can you talk to your grandfather like that?" Then, she looked at Master Song and said, "Dad. You know that Xiao Rui is dating someone outside? Then why didn't you say anything? We were all kept in the dark." Master Song said lightly, "Say what? What's there to say? The child is already an adult. Isn't it normal for him to date someone?" "But," Song Jilan said, "Xiao Rui's marriage isn't that simple. You know it very well. That Shua, what's the situation with that girl? She works at the Capital Museum? That's a government office. What's her family situation? There's no leader in the capital with the surname Shua. Is she in some province? Or the army?" Master Song waved his hand and said, "Don't make wild guesses. Miss Shua comes from an ordinary family. Her father is an ordinary civil servant, and her mother is an employee of a public institution." "Ah?" Song Jilan was stunned. When she reacted, she immediately objected strongly, "No. Absolutely not. Isn't this nonsense? Xiao Rui, let me tell you, it's okay for you to date someone, but the person you marry must be of equal social status." Song Rui felt weak all over. He sat on the chair in a daze, not saying a word. He had kept it a secret for so long, being careful. He didn't expect that Master Song had already known about it, and was just pretending not to know. He suddenly felt like a clown. Song Jilan's attitude was within his expectations. He believed that if his parents, uncles, aunts, and other elders heard about this, they would have the same attitude. Song Rui sighed. It wasn't the first time he felt this powerless. The family song, to him, was like a huge cage. As he grew older, this feeling became more and more intense. Now, every time he thought about it, he would have a suffocating feeling of oppression. Master Song waved his hand to stop Song Jilan, and said lightly, "Let's not talk about this for now." Master Song's attitude was still the same as before. He didn't express his opposition, nor did he express his support. However, he was slightly different today. He looked at Xiao Ruofei, smiled, and asked, "Ruofei, what do you think about this?" Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned, and said, "Me? Grandpa Song, this is your family Song's matter. It's not appropriate for me to express my opinion, right? Song Jilan couldn't help but nod secretly. She actually thought the same in her heart, but she couldn't say it out loud because of her pride. Master Song said meaningfully, "What's wrong with saying it? If you don't say anything, won't Xiao Rui blame you later? Besides, I've never treated you as an outsider. You have the right to express your opinion on the family Song's family matters." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. The old saying was right. Obviously, Master Song had already seen through his intentions, but he didn't say it out loud. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what Master Song's attitude was. He really couldn't tell. During the conversation just now, Master Song didn't have any emotional fluctuations. The old man was good at maintaining his composure. No matter how sharp Xiao Ruofei's observation skills were, when the old man didn't show any emotions, he naturally couldn't find any clues. However, no matter what Master Song's attitude was, Xiao Ruofei's own attitude was clear. Moreover, he came today for this matter, so he didn't plan to hide it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate, smiled, and said, "Then I'll tell you my opinion. If I say something wrong, please don't take it to heart." Elder Song chuckled and said, "Just say what I want you to say. Our family isn't that particular." "All right. With your words, I'm relieved." Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "Actually, my thoughts are very simple. Marriage and love are very beautiful things, so they should be simpler. I can see that Xiao Rui and Zhuyi are truly in love. As an elder, why can't I give them my blessings? I think that family Song is a big family, and it's not a matter of life and death. Even if it's a marriage with the Li family, it's just icing on the cake. Even if the marriage doesn't work out, it won't have a big impact. But for Xiao Rui, if they're separated, he might not be happy for the rest of his life." Xiao Ruofei said everything he wanted to say in one breath, and then said, "Grandpa Song, my thoughts may be a little simple, but the truth is simple. Many people can't see through it because they're in the game." Song Jilan frowned slightly and said, "Ruofei, Auntie isn't criticizing you, but your thinking is a little too simple. Family Song is where it is today because of the continuous efforts of every family member. Everyone in family Song, including Xiao Rui, has the obligation to contribute and sacrifice for the family. No big family is built overnight. If every family member is like Xiao Rui and pursues so-called love, where will the family's future development be? Auntie Song, if the family's future development depends on marriage, then it's better not to have it," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile on his face. Although he was smiling, his words weren't polite at all. Song Jilan's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Ruofei, anyone can talk about big principles, but reality can't be so idealistic. Take the marriage alliance with the Li family as an example. If it succeeds, the practical and long-term benefits it brings are immeasurable. You may not understand the intricate entanglement of interests involved, but it really isn't as simple as you make it out to be." Master Song didn't say anything until he saw Song Jilan and Xiao Ruofei bickering. He cleared his throat and said, "Jilan, I was the one who asked Ruofei to speak, and what he said was his own opinion. You don't have to overreact." "Dad." Song Jilan was a little anxious, "I'm doing this for the family. And it's also for Xiao Rui's own good. Young people don't have any social experience. What's the point of pursuing love? He'll know in the future. It's reasonable to pay attention to matching social status. When two people of different social status are together, they'll realize that they don't fit in after a long time. Maybe they'll regret it for the rest of their lives. It's not that serious." Master Song smiled and said, "If we're talking about social status, I'm also a cowherd boy." "How noble is that?" "I don't think so. Our old comrades from the war years didn't mention anything about matching social status when they got married. Speaking of which, your mother was really from a respectable family. If we're talking about matching social status, it should be me who's not good enough for her." "How is that the same?" Song Jilan couldn't help but mutter. She was a little confused. She didn't know what was wrong with her father today. She felt that there was something wrong with his words. Didn't he agree with the marriage with the Li family just now? Why did it seem like he was supporting Xiao Rui now? Song Jilan thought of this and couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei. She had a ridiculous thought in her heart, could it be because of Xiao Ruofei? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Grandpa Song, Auntie Song is really doing this for the family Song's good. Maybe it's also because of her concern for Xiao Ruwei. But what I want to say is that if one's power is really strong to a certain extent, it doesn't seem like there's a need to use marriage to maintain the family's development by sacrificing the happiness of the younger generation. Ruofei's words make sense. I agree. Master Song said with a smile. Ruofei, I just said that anyone can talk about grand principles, but the reality is not so simple. Song Jilan said with some interest. She knew very well that if Master Song supported Song Ruwei, then it would be futile for her to say anything more. Master Song's prestige in the family Song was greater than all the children combined. Although Master Song lived in seclusion now, as long as he wanted to, he could make all the decisions in the family. Of course, if Master Song made it clear that Song Ruwei should marry into the Li family, then no matter how mischievous Song Ruwei was, he wouldn't be able to resist. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Master Song, Auntie Song, I believe you can see that I'm here to persuade you. Xiao Ruwei and Zhui Yi really love each other, and I personally support them. But I can't just talk about grand principles, right, Auntie Song? Song Jilan squeezed out a smile and said, Ruofei, I don't mean to blame you. You're Xiao Ruwei's good friend, so it's natural for you to support him. Master Song chuckled and said, You're right. Principles are principles. Nowadays, many people think that talking about grand principles is pedantic, hypocritical, or even easy to say. In fact, as long as it's right, we have to say it with confidence. This is nothing. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel touched. He could see that Master Song was leaning towards the marriage with Song Ruwei, and the reason why Master Song's attitude changed was because Master Song saw that he supported Song Ruwei. Xiao Ruofei said, You're right, but grand principles alone won't convince people. So, I still want to prove that as long as you have enough power, you don't need to rely on marriage to consolidate your family's power. Oh? How do you prove that? Master Song asked with interest, then said, And you don't need to prove it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Let me keep you in suspense. Grandpa Song, you guys eat first, I'm going out to make a phone call. Okay. Master Song said with a smile. Song Ruwei saw this and quickly stood up and said, Grandpa, I'm going to the bathroom too, sit down. Master Song said calmly, Ruofei is going out to make a phone call. Why are you following him? Don't you know how to respect privacy? Oh. Song Ruwei heard this and could only sit down sullenly. In fact, he also wanted to go out. On one hand, he wanted to ask Xiao Ruofei if he had any tricks up his sleeves. On the other hand, he felt a little guilty. He didn't know what was wrong with him today, but he actually said everything that was on his mind. Now that Xiao Ruofei had gone out and only his grandpa and aunt were left in the room, he began to feel a little scared. Wouldn't he have to bear the brunt of the storm if he stayed? So, he quickly found an excuse to escape. But he didn't expect that before he succeeded, Master Song stopped him. Xiao Ruofei walked out of the restaurant and Director Liu immediately came up to him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Director Liu, I want to find a place to make a phone call. No problem, come with me. Director Liu said. He quickly took Xiao Ruofei to an empty room and said with a smile, It's very quiet here, and no one will disturb you. You can make the call inside. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei said politely. He went into the room and took out his mobile phone to call Li Yifu. There was a small communication base station on Peach Blossom Island, but the signal was not stable. So, when Li Yifu was on the island, he usually carried a maritime satellite phone with him. The satellite phone was the only number in the world, and it relied on the satellite as a relay for communication. There were relatively few intermediate links, and the signal was very stable. Moreover, the satellite phone could communicate with ordinary mobile phones and landlines, so it was much more convenient to contact. No matter where he was, as long as there was a need, Xiao Ruofei could contact Li Yifu at any time. Soon, Li Yifu picked up and said respectfully, Marshal Uncle, are you looking for me? Yifu, is everything normal on Peach Blossom Island these days? Xiao Ruofei asked. It's calm and peaceful. Li Yifu said with a smile, sect leader Luo is still in closed-door cultivation. Everyone on the island is doing their own jobs, and no one has come to spy on us. You can rest assured. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said, and then asked, Fu, is Li Qinghui your nephew? Yes. Li Yifu said, now, the Jiuzhou group is mainly in charge of Qinghui and a few of my right-hand men. Martial uncle, what can I do for you? He suddenly felt a little nervous. Could it be that Qinghui had offended martial uncle? It shouldn't be, right? Qinghui is quite steady. And I have repeatedly told him that if it's the Taoyuan company, especially the Taoyuan company's boss Xia, he must show enough respect. Xiao Ruofei asked again, does Li Qinghui have a daughter called Li Hongyan? When Li Yifu heard this, he was even more confused. Why did martial granduncle start to inquire about Hongyan again? Did he like Hongyan? That can't be, right? However, he didn't dare to neglect and quickly said, yes. Qinghui's youngest daughter is called Li Hongyan. Martial uncle, what can I do for you? Well, you should know the Beijing family song, right? Li Qinghui should be interested in a marriage with the Beijing family song recently. On your side, it's Li Hongyan, and the family song is Master Song's eldest grandson, Song Rui. Xiao Ruofei said directly, tell Li Qinghui that this marriage is not suitable. Ask him to take the initiative to explain to the family song and cancel it. Li Yifu was stunned. He didn't expect that martial uncle would suddenly call him about such a trivial matter. To be honest, it was really a trivial matter in Li Yifu's eyes who Li Hongyan was marrying. He never cared about it. Now, his mind was all on cultivation. However, this matter was personally mentioned by Xiao Ruofei, so he naturally had to pay enough attention to it. However, Li Yifu's heart was also in a mess. He was secretly guessing whether Xiao Ruofei had that kind of intention towards Li Hongyan. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei really liked Li Hongyan, Li Yifu couldn't be happier. However, the seniority was completely messed up. Li Hongyan called him grandpa, and he called Xiao Ruofei martial uncle. If Xiao Ruofei and Li Hongyan were together, wouldn't it be too awkward for the two of them to meet? Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know that Li Yifu's thoughts had already wandered 1,000 miles. He didn't hear Li Yifu's answer and couldn't help but ask, Yifu, can you hear me? Is there a problem with the signal? Li Yifu woke up from his dream and quickly said, yes. Yes. Martial uncle, no problem, I'll call Qinghui right away. He didn't discuss this with me, or I definitely wouldn't let him do it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's not a big deal. You can just tell him, but you have to be quick. Let him tell family song right away. Since Xiao Ruofei wanted to prove it to Master Song and Song Jilan, he naturally needed Li Qinghui to respond immediately. Otherwise, it would be too stupid for them to wait in the dining room. However, Xiao Ruofei's words had a different meaning in Li Yifu's ears. Martial uncle seemed to care a lot about Hongyan. He was actually so anxious. Understood. Understood. Li Yifu quickly said, Martial uncle, I'll make a call right away. Within 10 minutes, Qinghui will contact family song. You've worked hard. Xiao Ruofei said, and then asked, Fu, this won't make things difficult for you, right? Li Yifu said in his heart, how can I not make things difficult? When you become my grandniece's son-in-law, you'll be my martial uncle at the same time. What about the seniority? And what about the two martial grandmothers? Will they agree? However, he naturally didn't dare to say these words out loud. He could only reply, no. No. It's just a small matter. Why would it be difficult? That's good. Xiao Ruofei said. He thought about it and felt that he still had to explain to Li Yifu. Otherwise, it would be too overbearing if he interfered rudely with other people's family matters. So, he thought about it and said, Yifu, it's nothing. It's a marriage alliance. We're just taking what we need. However, Family Song's marriage alliance this time, Song Rui, is a very good friend of mine, and he's already in a relationship. He doesn't want to sacrifice his love and happiness for the family's marriage alliance, so he asked for my help. I asked and found out that Li Hongyan is your grandniece, so I can only come to you for help. Although it's a little unreasonable, I have no choice. Xiao Rui is my good brother, so you have to help me with this. Li Yifu couldn't help but pat his forehead. So that's what happened. I was almost scared to death, Li Yifu's heart was pounding just now. He was afraid that his grandniece would become his martial grandmother. In comparison, asking his nephew to cancel the marriage alliance was not a problem at all. Although family Song had great influence in Xianxia, the Li family's roots were overseas. Although they had many businesses in the country, as long as they didn't offend these big families, they didn't have to be too careful. Anyway, the marriage alliance was a matter of mutual consent. As long as it was explained clearly and didn't embarrass the other party, there wouldn't be any problems. Even if family Song really had a grudge against him, Li Yifu didn't care. His mind was now full of how to break through to the gold core stage. He didn't care about the Jiuzhou group's business at all. Anyway, if there was trouble, it would be Li Qinghui who would deal with it. It had nothing to do with him. So, Li Yifu said without hesitation, "No problem. Martial uncle, I'll definitely do this for you. You can rest assured." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but have some doubts. Why did he feel that Li Yifu suddenly relaxed a lot, as if he was relieved? However, Xiao Ruofei didn't think so much and said, "I have a good relationship with family Song. You tell Li Qinghui to explain it to the other party. Don't make any trouble because of this." "Okay. Okay." Li Yifu said, "I'll tell Qinghui." "Martial uncle, do you have any other orders?" "No, you can call him now," Xiao Ruofei said. After that, Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and returned to the restaurant. Master Song asked with a smile, "Ruofei, you're so mysterious. What do you want to prove to us?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Grandpa Song, the mystery will be revealed soon. Let's drink first." "You little brat, don't keep me in suspense." Master Song said with a laugh, "It's fine if you don't say it. You drink 3 glasses as punishment." "No problem." Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to pick up the glass and said, "Grandpa Song, Auntie Song, I'm sorry for offending you just now. I hope you don't care about it because I'm young. I'll drink first." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei gulped down the 3 cups of wine in one gulp. Song Jilan was a little embarrassed when she saw this. She said, "Ruofei, you're being too serious. We're talking to each other as family. There's no need to talk about offending." In Taoyuan Island, Li Yifu waited for Xiao Ruofei to hang up the phone, then immediately called Li Qinghui's private cell phone. It was 7 o'clock in the morning in the United States, and it was the weekend. Li Qinghui rarely had a day off, so he hadn't gotten up yet. When the phone on the bedside rang, he didn't look at the caller ID. He picked it up in a daze and said, "Hello. Qinghui. You haven't gotten up yet?" Li Yifu asked. When Li Qinghui heard his uncle's voice, he couldn't help but shudder. His sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He sat up on the bed and made a gesture to his wife, who had been woken up, to keep quiet. Then, he said respectfully, "Uncle. Today is the weekend. I worked overtime last night and slept a little late, so I slept a little later today. Do you have any orders?" Li Qinghui was still a little uneasy. He was worried that Li Yifu would blame him for sleeping in. After all, there was no difference between working days and rest days for the executives of large corporations. Their schedules were packed. Li Qinghui had been busy with work for more than 10 days in a row. He finally had a day off, but he didn't expect Li Yifu to call and he hadn't even woken up yet. In fact, Li Yifu didn't care about this at all. He ignored Li Qinghui's explanation and said directly, "Qinghui, do you intend to have a marriage alliance between Hongyan and Huaxia's Beijing family Song?" Li Qinghui was slightly stunned. He didn't expect his uncle to know about this. He quickly said, "Uncle, I do have this idea. It was proposed by Song Jilan. However, the 2 sides haven't discussed the details yet, so I didn't report it to you." Li Yifu usually didn't care about such trivial matters. He didn't care at all whether he reported it or not. He said directly, "Forget about the marriage alliance. Explain to family Song and politely refuse." "Ah?" Li Qinghui couldn't help but be stunned. "Uncle, is there something wrong? Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say." Li Yifu said, "Call Song Jilan immediately. Don't delay for even a minute, understand?" "Okay." Li Qinghui said quickly. Li Qinghui still attached great importance to the marriage alliance. Strictly speaking, the marriage alliance with family Song was the Li family's social status. It was rare that Song Jilan took the initiative to mention it, so Li Qinghui was naturally happy to see it happen. However, he didn't dare to disobey Li Yifu's direct call, even if he felt that it was a pity. Li Qinghui's wealth and status today were all given to him by Li Yifu. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Yifu could take all of this away with just a word. Although he was now in charge of the Jiuzhou group and had a lot of say in the board of directors, it was all because Li Yifu had delegated power to him. If Li Yifu wasn't satisfied with him, it wouldn't make a difference if he replaced him. Therefore, Li Qinghui didn't dare to neglect his uncle's orders. However, he still felt that it was a pity. At the same time, he was puzzled, so he couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, could it be family Song is going to be unlucky? Then we have to take countermeasures in advance." Jiuzhou Group and family Song have in-depth cooperation in many fields. Li Yifu called him early in the morning and unquestionably decided to cancel the marriage. The only reason Li Qinghui could think of was that something was going to happen to the Song family, and Li Yifu knew the news in advance. Otherwise, why would Li Yifu be so adamant about opposing the marriage when it would be greatly beneficial to both sides? Li Yifu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "What nonsense is this? Song's great. Qinghui, it's not as complicated as you think. It's just that the marriage is not suitable, so I asked you to reject it." At this point, Li Yifu recalled Xia Ruofei's words and hurriedly exhorted, "Qinghui, you must speak nicely to the Song family. You must pay attention to your words and don't let them have any ill feelings. In addition, the cooperation with family Song should continue. I won't ask much about the specific business matters, but in order to express our apology and sincerity, you can give some concessions on the cooperation project. In short, you have to do it, but don't offend them." Li Yifu learned from Xia Ruofei that family Song Rui was a good friend of his, so he couldn't help but pay more attention to family Song. Therefore, he specifically reminded Li Qinghui to be careful, lest Li Qinghui offend family Song. Okay. I understand." Li Qinghui heard this and quickly responded. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his uncle had explained a few words. He almost misunderstood. If he didn't ask more just now, and then blindly pondered, he might have made a wrong judgment, and even affected the subsequent decisions. Any project between the Jiuzhou Group and the Song family in the country would involve hundreds of millions of funds. Perhaps a decision on his side could directly cause a project worth hundreds of millions of dollars to fail. The impact was still very big. Li Yifu said, "Family Song needs to continue to be good friends, and we can cooperate more deeply in the future. You may as well give some benefits appropriately. Of course, I won't ask about these specific things. I'll just tell you the general direction, and you can grasp it by yourselves." Understood. Li Qinghui said, "Uncle, do you have any other instructions?" "No, that's all." Li Yifu said, "Remember, after hanging up, call Song Jilan immediately. Also, be sure to pay attention to your words." "Don't worry, uncle. I'll remember," Li Qinghui said quickly. After Li Yifu hung up the phone, Li Qinghui finally calmed down. He realized that his back was drenched in sweat. His wife, who was next to him, was also woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Qinghui, was that uncle? What's the matter so early in the morning?" Li Qinghui lifted the quilt and got out of bed as he said, "Don't worry about it. You sleep for a while more. I'll go to the study to make a call." Beijing, family Song's old house. After Xia Ruofei went out to make the call, he didn't mention Song Rui again. Master Song and Song Jilan were also very curious about how Xia Ruofei was going to prove it, or rather, what he was going to prove. However, Xia Ruofei wanted to keep them guessing even if he had to punish himself by drinking 3 glasses. Naturally, they couldn't ask, so they drank and chatted while waiting. Director Liu saw that there was no sign of the end, so he arranged for the dishes on the table to be changed again. Some were taken down to heat up, and then a few more dishes were added at the last minute. After about 10 minutes, Song Jilan's cell phone suddenly rang. Song Jilan glanced at the caller ID, and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. This call was naturally from Li Qinghui, and it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. It should still be morning in the United States. No matter how she looked at the time, it didn't seem like a suitable time to make a call. However, Song Ji-lan didn't think too much about it. She said to Master Song, "Dad, we were just talking about the Li family and Jiuzhou group. This Li Qinghui, Director Li, is calling. Don't you think it's a coincidence?" Master Song looked thoughtfully at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ji-lan, just answer it here. Put it on speaker." Song Ji-lan was slightly stunned, but then she thought that there were no outsiders here. Although she wasn't used to answering the phone on speaker, she still nodded and said, "Okay." Then, Song Ji-lan answered the phone and put it on speaker at the same time. "Director Li, good morning," Song Ji-lan said with a smile. "Director Song, it should be night in China, right? I'm sorry to disturb you so late," Li Qinghui said very politely. "Director Li, you're too serious. I don't sleep so early," Song Ji-lan said, and then asked, "Director Li, why are you looking for me?" If it was about work, out of respect for Song Ji-lan, Li Qinghui would usually choose to call during working hours in Beijing and Huaxia. Now, it was obviously the break time after work. The call was probably not about work, or it was relatively urgent and needed to be communicated immediately. That was also possible. Li Qinghui said with some embarrassment, "Director Song, I'm calling today mainly about the two families' children that you mentioned last time." When Song Rui heard this, he couldn't help but perk up his ears. At the same time, he was very nervous. Song Ji-lan smiled and said, "Oh? Director Li, what do you think? If you're free in the near future, you can bring Hong Yan back to the motherland and let the children meet and get to know each other." Although she asked Li Qinghui how he thought about it, in fact, everyone knew what both parties were thinking. They were very willing to have a marriage alliance. It was just that they hadn't mentioned it yet and hadn't discussed the details. It was also because of this that Li Qinghui had room to maneuver today. Otherwise, if he really went back on his words, especially when it was about a marriage alliance, he would really offend them. Li Qinghui heard this and felt even more embarrassed. He hesitated and said, "Director Song, I'm really sorry. I've seriously thought about it for a long time these days, but I still feel that this matter might not be suitable. I took it for granted at that time. I'm really sorry." Song Ji-lan couldn't help but be shocked. This was rejected. Song Rui also found it hard to believe. Although he didn't want to have a marriage alliance with Li Hongyan even if he was beaten to death, Family Song took the initiative to have a marriage alliance with an overseas family and was rejected by the other party. In his opinion, this was really a bit of a fantasy. Li Qinghui immediately explained, "Director Song, I still have a lot of concerns. On one hand, Family Song's foundation is in the United States, and our relatives and friends are also here. Although we've been developing our domestic business in recent years, if Hong Yan marries back to Huaxia, she'll be thousands of miles away from us. It's also because of this that Hong Yan's mother is more opposed to the marriage alliance. On the other hand, Hong Yan grew up in the United States. I'm afraid that she won't be able to adapt to the domestic life. Moreover, her thinking habits and way of doing things are very American. Family Song is a traditional big family. If she really marries into Family Song, I'm also worried that she'll be a joke and even affect the Family Song's image. So, I got it, Director Li." Song Ji-lan secretly sighed and said, "It seems that our family Xiao Rui and your family's Hong Yan are not fated to be together. Hong Yan is indeed very outstanding. Xiao Rui actually doesn't match up to Hong Yan. Director Song, please don't say that. If it's a marriage alliance, our family's Hong Yan will definitely be climbing up the social ladder," Li Qinghui hurriedly said. He was afraid that Family Song would have a grudge. After all, Li Yifu had repeatedly told him to reject the marriage alliance. However, he still had to maintain a good relationship with Family Song. If he didn't offend them, it would be difficult. Li Qinghui hurriedly said, "Director Song, I hope that this little episode won't affect the cooperation between our two groups. Returning to China to invest is the long-term strategy of the Jiuzhou Group, and Family Song is also our most important partner. Regarding the cooperation between us, everyone in the Jiuzhou Group, including my uncle, attaches great importance to it." When Song Ji-lan heard this, her heart felt a little better. Although the marriage alliance was mysteriously cancelled, she actually didn't want to affect the cooperation between the two groups. After all, business was business. Even if there wasn't such a strong bond as a marriage alliance, it wouldn't be a problem for everyone to cooperate and make money. It won't. Song Jilan smiled and said, originally, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Moreover, it's a new era now. There's no such thing as arranged marriages anymore. Actually, at that time, I only suggested that the children of the two families meet. If they really got along well, then we'll try to develop further. If there's no feeling, then we'll just treat it as making friends. However, since Director Lee has so many concerns, although I'm very sorry, I still understand. Director Lee, don't worry. This kind of small matter won't affect the cooperation between our two groups. That's good. That's good. Li Qinghui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then said, oh right, Director Song, the Golden Age Kyushu project will be carried out according to your proposal. I'll go through the process with the board of directors today, then we can officially sign the contract. When Song Jilan heard this, she couldn't help but slightly open her mouth, revealing a very surprised expression. Golden Age Kyushu was a large-scale commercial real estate project that the two groups were about to cooperate on. The total investment was estimated to be about 3 billion Huaxia dollars. However, this project actually hadn't been negotiated yet. There was a big difference in the division of interests between the two parties. Jiuzhou Group was very optimistic about this project, so they were very insistent on the division of interests. The two parties had gone through several rounds of negotiations, but they still couldn't reach an agreement. Song Jilan didn't expect that Li Qinghui would actually agree to cooperate according to Family Song's proposal without any warning. This understatement could possibly involve the ownership of hundreds of millions of profits in the future. Director Li, you're not joking? Song Jilan asked with some uncertainty, you're completely following our proposal? Why would I joke about this kind of thing? Li Qinghui said with a smile, of course, we're signing the contract according to your proposal in our last negotiation. Director Song, I'm sincere enough, right? Thank you, Director Lee. Song Jilan said happily. She faintly realized that this should be Li Qinghui's way of expressing his apology. After all, although there was no clear agreement on the marriage, Li Qinghui actually agreed before. This was also a last-minute change of heart. It was also true that it was a slap to Family Song's face, but it wasn't known to outsiders. Director Song, you're too polite. Li Qinghui said, oh right, Jiuzhou Group has recently been preparing to launch a large-scale logistics project in the United States and Europe. Is Family Song interested in investing a little? Song Jilan suddenly said with great interest, of course we're interested. Director Lee, you're talking about the express logistics project, right? Can you really bring us along? Of course. If Family Song is interested, Jiuzhou Group can sell a part of the project shares. Li Qinghui said, of course, Family Song also needs to invest a certain amount of resources in addition to the proportionate investment. This will lay a good foundation for this project to enter Huaxia in the future. No problem. Song Jilan said excitedly, I'll form a capable team tomorrow and fly to the United States as soon as possible to discuss the details with you, MX Song Jilan was still in disbelief when she hung up the phone. Not only did Li Qinghui make a huge concession on the Golden Age Kyushu project, but he also took the initiative to invite Family Song to join the Kyushu Group's logistics project. Even if it was an apology for the marriage, this gift was too much. So much so that the trace of displeasure in Song Jilan's heart had already flown away. In fact, compared to Family Song, Li Yifu's family background and strength were definitely inferior. However, Family Song also had an obvious shortcoming, which was that outside of Huaxia, their influence would sharply decline. This was also a common situation for some of the big families in the country. However, the Li family was the exact opposite. Li Yifu's family had always been very influential in the Western world, where America and Europe were the main players. Family Song's business hoped to expand overseas. If they could get the support of the Kyushu Group, it would naturally be a lot smoother. Today, Li Qinghui invited Song Jilan to join the Kyushu Group's logistics project, which was equivalent to giving Family Song wings to enter the United States and Europe. This opportunity was Song Jilan's dream. The excitement on her face didn't fade away. She said to Master Song, "Dad, this is really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect the Kyushu group to be so sincere. This time, I can finally take a big step forward in my overseas investment plan." Master Song looked calm and didn't respond to Song Jilan. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, is this what you want to prove to us?" "Ruofei?" Song Jilan also recovered from her excitement and looked at Xiao Ruofei suspiciously. In her heart, Song Jilan didn't believe it. Although Xiao Ruofei was very outstanding and his business was developing very well, in Song Jilan's opinion, there was still a big gap between him and the Kyushu group. It was impossible for him to say anything. How could he go out and make a phone call in such a short time and make Li Qinghui reject the marriage and give family Song such a big benefit? However, logic told Song Jilan that this was very likely. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. After Xiao Ruofei made a phone call, Li Qinghui clearly rejected the marriage. Song Ruwei was in a good mood. Whether or not Xiao Ruofei did it, at least the marriage with the Li family of the Kyushu group was completely impossible. Everyone's eyes were on Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Grandpa Song, Auntie Song, in fact, I have no intention of proving anything, let alone showing my strength. I just gave a simple example to show that as long as you have absolute strength, there are many things that don't need to be obtained through marriage." Xiao Ruofei's words were very clear. Although he didn't deliberately want to prove anything, the fact was so obvious. As long as he was willing, the project that family Song had been unable to discuss for a long time could be easily settled. If he had such strength, why did he have to make a marriage? In fact, before Xiao Ruofei came, he had already prepared other ways to show his strength. However, when he heard Song Jilan say that the marriage partner was Li Yifu's grandniece, he naturally gave up the original plan, because it was much easier to directly exert influence on the Kyushu group through Li Yifu. Song Jilan hung up the phone and was still in disbelief. Not only did Li Qinghui make a huge concession on the Xianxia Kyushu project, but he also took the initiative to invite family Song to join the Kyushu group's logistics project. Even if it was just to express his apology for the marriage, this gift was too much. So much so that the trace of displeasure in Song Jilan's heart had long flown beyond the clouds. In fact, compared to family Song, Li Yifu's family background and strength were definitely inferior. However, family Song also had an obvious shortcoming, and that was that outside of Huaxia, their influence would sharply decline. This was also a common situation for some of the big families in the country. However, the Li family was the exact opposite. Li Yifu's family had always been very influential in the Western world, which was mainly in the United States and Europe. Family Song's business hoped to expand overseas. If they could get the support of the Kyushu group, it would naturally be much smoother. Today, Li Qinghui invited Song Jilan to join the Kyushu group's logistics project, which was equivalent to giving family Song wings to enter the United States and Europe. Such an opportunity was Song Jilan's dream. The excitement on her face didn't fade as she said to Master Song, "Dad, this is really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect the Kyushu group to be so sincere. This time, I can finally take a big step forward in the overseas investment that I'd planned for this year." Master Song looked calm and didn't respond to Song Jilan. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, is this what you want to prove to us?" "Ruofei?" Song Jilan also recovered from her excitement and looked at Xiao Ruofei suspiciously. In her heart, Song Jilan didn't believe it. Although Xiao Ruofei was very outstanding and his business was developing very well, in Song Jilan's opinion, there was still a big gap between him and the Kyushu group. It was impossible for him to have a say in it. How could he go out and make a phone call in such a short time and make Li Qinghui reject the marriage and give family Song such a big benefit? However, reason told Song Jilan that the possibility was very high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. After Xiao Ruofei made a phone call, Li Qinghui clearly rejected the marriage. Song Ruwei was in a good mood at this time. Whether it was Xiao Ruofei or not, at least the marriage with the Li family of the Kyushu group was completely impossible. Everyone looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Grandpa Song, Auntie Song, in fact, I have no intention of proving anything, let alone showing my strength. I just gave a simple example to show that as long as you have absolute strength, there are many things that don't need to be obtained through marriage. Xiao Ruofei's words were very clear. Although he didn't deliberately want to prove anything, the fact was so obvious. As long as he was willing, the project that Family Song had been unable to discuss for a long time could be easily settled. If he had such strength, why did he have to make a marriage? In fact, before Xiao Ruofei came, he had already prepared other ways to show his strength. However, when he heard Song Jilan say that the marriage partner was Li Yifu's grandniece, he naturally gave up the original plan, because it was much easier to directly exert influence on the Kyushu group through Li Yifu. Song Jilan hung up the phone with a look of disbelief. Not only did Li Qinghui make a huge concession on the Xianxia Kyushu project, but he also took the initiative to invite Family Song to join the Kyushu group's large logistics project. Even if it was because of the marriage to express his apology, this gift was too great. So much so that the trace of displeasure in Song Jilan's heart had long flown away. In fact, compared to Family Song, Li Yifu's family's foundation and strength were definitely inferior. However, Family Song also had an obvious shortcoming, which was that their influence sharply declined outside of Huaxia. This was a common situation for some of the big families in the country. However, the Li family was the exact opposite. Li Yifu's family had always been very influential in the Western world, which was mainly in the United States and Europe. Family Song's business hoped to expand overseas. If they could get the support of the Kyushu group, it would naturally be much smoother. Today, Li Qinghui invited Song Jilan to participate in the Kyushu group's logistics project, which was equivalent to giving Family Song wings to enter the United States and Europe. Such an opportunity was Song Jilan's dream. The excitement on her face didn't fade, and she said to Master Song, "Dad, this is really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect the Kyushu group to be so sincere. This time, I can finally take a big step forward in my overseas investment plan." Master Song looked calm and didn't respond to Song Jilan. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, is this what you want to prove to us?" "Ruofei?" Song Jilan also recovered from her excitement and looked at Xiao Ruofei suspiciously. In her heart, Song Jilan didn't believe it. Although Xiao Ruofei was very outstanding and his business was developing very well, in Song Jilan's opinion, there was still a big gap between him and the Kyushu group. It was impossible for him to have a say in it. How could he go out and make a phone call in such a short time and make Li Qinghui reject the marriage and give Family Song such a big benefit? However, logic told Song Jilan that this was very likely. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. After Xiao Ruofei made a phone call, Li Qinghui clearly rejected the marriage. Song Ruwei was in a good mood at this time. Whether or not Xiao Ruofei did it, at least the marriage with the Li family of the Kyushu group was completely impossible. Everyone looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Grandpa Song, Auntie Song, in fact, I have no intention of proving anything, let alone showing my strength. I just gave a simple example to show that as long as you have absolute strength, there are many things that don't need to be obtained through marriage." Xiao Ruofei's words were very clear. Although he didn't deliberately want to prove anything, the fact was so obvious. As long as he was willing, the project that Family Song had been unable to discuss for a long time could be easily settled. If he had such strength, why did he have to make a marriage? In fact, before Xiao Ruofei came, he had prepared other ways to show his strength. However, when he heard Song Jilan say that the marriage partner was Li Yifu's grandniece, he naturally gave up the original plan, because it was much easier to directly influence the Kyushu group through Li Yifu. Song Jilan hung up the phone with a look of disbelief. Not only did Li Qinghui make a huge concession on the Xianxia Kyushu project, but he also took the initiative to invite Family Song to join the Kyushu group's logistics project. Even if it was just to express his apology for the marriage, this gift was too much. So much so that the trace of displeasure in Song Jilan's heart had long flown away. In fact, compared to Family Song, Li Yifu's family's foundation and strength were definitely inferior. However, Family Song also had an obvious shortcoming, and that was, their influence sharply declined outside of Huaxia. This was a common situation for some of the big families in the country. The Li family was the exact opposite. Li Yifu's family had always been very influential in the Western world, mainly in the United States and Europe. Family Song's business hoped to expand overseas. If they could get the support of the Kyushu group, it would naturally be much smoother. Today, Li Qinghui invited Song Jilan to join the Kyushu group's logistics project, which was equivalent to giving Family Song wings to enter the United States and Europe. Such an opportunity was Song Jilan's dream. The excitement on her face didn't fade away, and she said to Master Song, "Dad, this is really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect the Kyushu group to be so sincere. This time, I can finally take a big step forward in the offshore investment project I planned for this year." Master Song looked calm and didn't respond to Song Jilan. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, is this what you want to prove to us?" "Ruofei?" Song Jilan also recovered from her excitement and looked at Xiao Ruofei suspiciously. In her heart, Song Jilan didn't believe it. Although Xiao Ruofei was very outstanding and his business was developing very well, in Song Jilan's opinion, there was still a big gap between him and the Kyushu group. It was impossible for him to have a say in it. How could he go out and make a phone call in such a short time and make Li Qinghui reject the marriage and give Family Song such a big benefit? However, logic told Song Jilan that this was very likely. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. After Xiao Ruofei made a phone call, Li Qinghui clearly rejected the marriage. Song Ruwei was in a good mood at this time. Whether or not Xiao Ruofei did it, at least the marriage with the Li family of the Kyushu group was completely impossible. Everyone looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Grandpa Song, Auntie Song, in fact, I have no intention of proving anything, let alone showing my strength. I just gave a simple example to show that as long as you have absolute strength, there are many things that don't need to be obtained through marriage." Xiao Ruofei's words were very clear. Although he didn't deliberately want to prove anything, the fact was so obvious. As long as he was willing, the project that Family Song had been unable to discuss for a long time could be easily settled. If he had such strength, why did he have to make a marriage? In fact, before Xiao Ruofei came, he had prepared other ways to show his strength. However, when he heard Song Jilan say that the marriage partner was Li Yifu's grandniece, he naturally gave up the original plan, because it was much easier to directly influence the Kyushu group through Li Yifu. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Grandpa Song, Auntie Song, in fact, I have no intention of proving anything, let alone showing my strength. I just gave a simple example to show that as long as you have absolute strength, there are many things that don't need to be obtained through marriage." Xiao Ruofei's words were very clear. Although he didn't deliberately want to prove anything, the fact was so obvious. As long as he was willing, the project that Family Song had been unable to discuss for a long time could be easily settled. If he had such strength, why did he have to make a marriage? In fact, before Xiao Ruofei came, he had prepared other ways to show his strength. However, when he heard that the marriage partner was Li Yifu's grandniece, he naturally gave up the original plan, because it was much easier to directly influence the Kyushu group through Li Yifu. After sending Song Ruwei to Tiantong Yuan, Xiao Ruofei took a car back to the Taoyuan club. Because it was already very late and the clubhouse was rather remote, there was no way to take a taxi back. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei arranged a room for the valet and told him to stay in the clubhouse and return the next morning. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also personally called Director Liu to explain the situation. The staff member was naturally very grateful. Xiao Ruofei returned to his exclusive small villa. After dinner, Song Wei continued to cultivate in the villa. For cultivators, the environment of the Taoyuan Club was naturally much better than the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. Therefore, the two of them stayed there for the night. Before going to bed, they cultivated the Taichu Heart Questioning Sutra again. Cultivating with Song Wei, who was in the qi refining stage, Xiao Ruofei basically did not benefit much. However, Song Wei's improvement was relatively greater. The next day, the two of them made breakfast in the small villa. Then, Xiao Ruofei drove back to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. The things in Beijing were almost done. Xiao Ruofei also planned to return to the Three Mountains. In fact, he originally only came to pick up Song Wei. He thought that he would return that night. He did not expect that he would stay for 2 more days. As for Song Ruwei and Zhui Yi going to meet the Family Song's parents, Xiao Ruofei was not interested in accompanying them. He had already helped them to this extent. It could be said that he had helped Song Rui and Zhuyi to the west. The rest of the matter could only depend on Song Rui and Zhuyi. Of course, Xiao Ruofei believed that Zhuyi would definitely be recognized by Master Song. Xiao Ruofei was naturally happy for the two of them that their relationship could bear fruit and receive the blessings of the elders. Today was the weekend, so the traffic was better than usual. There was not much traffic. At around 9 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei had already returned to Luhai Lane. Because the garage was at the back door, Xiao Ruofei drove in from the back alley. However, before he drove to his courtyard house, he frowned slightly. This was because he sensed a trace of a cultivator's spirit energy fluctuation at the front door. Xiao Ruofei quietly released his mental strength and checked the front door. He discovered a middle-aged man standing motionlessly at the entrance. The trace of spirit chi fluctuation was emitted by this middle-aged man. It was quite cold in the capital during this season, but this middle-aged man was wearing very thin clothes. He was wearing a casual shirt and a pair of pants. If an ordinary person were to stand outside like this, they would soon be frozen into a popsicle. Of course, this was a cultivator, so a little bit of coldness was nothing. However, this middle-aged man had obviously been standing at the door for a long time, because a layer of ice had appeared on his hair, and his clothes were full of dew. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He did not say anything. Instead, he drove directly into the courtyard house. Wu Chang was in the backyard. When he saw Alpha's commercial car coming back, he quickly greeted it. "Boss." Wu Chang opened the door for Xiao Ruofei and called respectfully. On the passenger side, Song Wei also opened the door and got out of the car. Wu Chang quickly bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Miss Song." He was no stranger to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He knew that these two were close to his boss. Of course, Wu Chang still knew his place. He never speculated about the complicated relationship between the three of them. He just buried himself in his work. Song Wei did not put on airs. He smiled and greeted Wu Chang. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "Have you all eaten?" "We've already had breakfast." "Boss, Miss Song, have you eaten? Do you want sister-in-law to prepare breakfast for you?" Wu Chang asked. Xiao Ruofei said, "We ate at the club." At this time, Wu Chang quickly said, "Boss, there's something I need to report to you." The middle-aged man called Shen Hu, who I told you about yesterday, didn't leave after that. He just stood at the door with his back straight. "I see." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Did he say why he wanted to see me?" This middle-aged man was standing by the side of the alley with a camera above his head. If Wu Chang and the others couldn't discover this, then they were incompetent and their years as soldiers would have been wasted. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei knew that Wu Chang would definitely report this situation as soon as possible because Shen Hu's behavior was too abnormal in the eyes of ordinary people. "No." Wu Chang said helplessly, "I went out to ask several times, but he did not say anything. He just said that he would wait for you there. We also advised him to go back first and come back today, but he was not moved at all. We could not force him to leave. The alley is a public place, and we could not force him to leave. So, I could only arrange for Old Li and Old Hu to take turns to watch the surveillance. On the one hand, I am afraid that this person has bad intentions. On the other hand, I am worried that he will freeze, so that we can save him in time." Shen Hu insisted on standing at the door, so Wu Chang and the others could not do anything about it. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei did not say that he could bring him in, so they naturally did not dare to make a decision. The owner of the courtyard house was Xiao Ruofei, and they were all staff here. The owner did not say anything, so how could the staff exceed their authority? However, on such a cold day, Shen Hu was wearing thin clothes and standing outside the door. Wu Chang was also afraid that he would freeze to death at the door. On one hand, it was too inauspicious, and on the other hand, they could not bear to see it happen. So, they arranged for people to stay overnight and watch the surveillance screen. Xiao Ruofei was quite satisfied with Wu Chang's handling. This was also a very important reason why he trusted Wu Chang, that was, Wu Chang had always been able to know his position and would never do anything that crossed the line. "You handled it very well." Xiao Ruofei nodded and then asked, "By the way, is this Shen Hu okay? He has been freezing outside for a night. Is there any problem?" Wu Chang said, it seems that there is really nothing wrong with him. We are also convinced. On such a cold day, he stood outside for a day and a night. I heard from old Hu that this guy basically did not move from his position. He just stood there motionless. I don't know how he can be so tough. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This was actually not too difficult for a cultivator. Of course, standing outside for a day and a night in such a cold winter weather was definitely uncomfortable. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, you go and call him in. Let him wait in the reception room for a while. At the first courtyard, Xiao Ruofei specially arranged a reception room so that some guests who were not particularly close could be arranged to be received there. After all, the master's courtyard belonged to his private space. Unless the master's relationship was particularly good, he would definitely not be led there to receive guests. Okay. Wu Chang said quickly. Although he didn't know what this Shen Hu did, after this night, he actually had some sympathy for Shen Hu. So when he heard that Xiao Ruofei was willing to see Shen Hu, he was also relieved from the bottom of his heart. Wu Chang was about to use the walkie-talkie to inform Old Li and Old Hu in the front courtyard. Xiao Ruofei said again, let sister-in-law make a bowl of ginger soup. Send it to the reception room later. Okay. Wu Chang responded. After Xiao Ruofei finished instructing, he took Song Wei straight through the backyard, through the corridor and the moon gate, and came to the master's courtyard in the middle. Wu Chang told Old Li and Old Hu through the walkie-talkie to bring them in, and then asked sister-in-law to boil the ginger soup. In the master's courtyard, Song Wei asked with a smile, Ruofei, is Shen Hu the head of the Shui Yuan sect? Song Wei knew about the things that Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia had talked about on the phone the night before, so he knew that Shen Hu had flown back from England to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I guess this guy is scared out of his wits. I told Xianxia that there was no need to make a special trip, and I didn't take it to heart. I have already punished Deacon Liu, so the matter is over. But he insisted that this is not okay. He is too merciful. Song Wei said with a smile, the dignity of a gold core stage cultivator. I understand. I feel that in front of you, I, a cultivator at the middle stage of the gold core stage, don't have any dignity at all. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile. Song Wei chuckled and said, even if you are at the nascent soul stage or the nascent soul stage, you can't have any dignity in front of us. In other words, I am completely under the control of the two of you. Xiao Ruofei said. What do you think? Song Wei winked at Xiao Ruofei and said, maybe you don't know about me and Qingxue. Hasn't a certain young lady already set foot in the field of cultivation? Aren't you tempted? She's completely devoted to you. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, there are so many female cultivators in the cultivation world. Do I have to develop a female cultivator into a Taoist companion as long as I see her? When did your thinking become so vulgar? Are you influenced by Qingxue? You said Qingxue is vulgar. I've recorded it all. You're dead. Song Wei said mischievously. In fact, Song Wei was very dignified and gentle in front of others. Only when he was alone with Xiao Ruofei would he show some girlish side. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, you didn't touch your phone at all, and you don't have any recording devices on you, okay? My spiritual force is at the spirit transformation realm. Do you think there's anything you can do to escape my spiritual force detection? Boring. Song Wei said, but if I tell Qingxue this, do you think she will believe you or me? Wife, please spare me. Xiao Ruofei was instantly terrified. I didn't mean it that way. You can't deliberately misinterpret it, or else I will be even more wrong than Doi. It's good that you know to be afraid. Don't make me angry in the future, okay? Song Wei chuckled and said, okay. I won't joke around anymore. Aren't you going to see Shen Hu? Hurry up and go. Let him wait. What's the hurry? Xiao Ruofei said lightly, it's freezing. He's been waiting for a day and a night. Now he's in a well-heated room and has ginger soup to drink. What can he do if we let him wait? Forgive people whenever possible. Song Wei was still soft-hearted and couldn't help but persuade Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, I'm not being unforgiving. In fact, I didn't intend to expand the scope of the attack. He was so scared that he flew over in the middle of the night. Don't worry. I'm not that kind of harsh person. I don't care about a small sect like the Water Yuan sect. I won't deliberately make things difficult for him. That's good, Song Wei said. But I have to take a shower first. Xiao Ruofei said, I was busy cultivating last night and didn't take a shower. Now I'm not feeling well. It's better to be at home. I'll take a shower first. Song Wei knew that Xiao Ruofei actually wanted to leave Shenhu alone. But she also felt that it was okay to let Shenhu wait for a while, so she didn't say anything. She just smiled and nodded. Xiao Ruofei went to the bathroom to take a shower and change into clean clothes. He walked out and saw that Song Wei was watching a variety show on the sofa and giggling from time to time. In Xiao Ruofei's house, Song Wei was naturally very relaxed and didn't need to be polite all the time. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei's relaxed back from behind and suddenly felt that this scene was very warm. Even if he didn't cultivate, wasn't it a kind of happiness to be with his beloved in this mortal world and live a simple and happy life? Song Wei heard the sound and turned around. She just happened to see Xiao Ruofei looking at her in a daze. Her face couldn't help but heat up slightly. She said coquettishly, What are you staring at me for? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, You look so good when you smile. What? Like a flower in spring. Xiao Ruofei said with a laugh. Song Wei was confused and couldn't help but whisper, Crazy. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, You continue watching TV. I'm going to see sect leader Shen, who has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Yes, yes. Don't scare people to death. This house is already big. If another person dies, it will be even more frightening. Song Wei said with a smile. How can a cultivator of the 9th level of qi refining be so weak? Xiao Ruofei said, Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go first. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei opened the cotton door curtain and stepped out. He walked along the corridor to the first courtyard. Boss. Guard Oldly was standing at the door of the reception room. When he saw Xiao Ruofei coming over, he hurriedly came forward to greet him. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, Has he been brought in? Yes. He's in the reception room. Oldly said with a smile. At first, he refused to come in. When I said that you let him in, he followed in without a word. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I know. You can go do your work. Oldly hurriedly said, Boss, I think this person is strange. Moreover, he was frozen for a whole night but nothing happened to him. I'd better wait at the door. What if something happened to this person? It's okay. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, I know what to do. You can go do your work. Besides, if there's any danger, you can come over in the opposite room. It's not too late. Go. Since Xiao Ruofei had said so, Oldly naturally couldn't say anything more. He nodded and said, Okay. Boss, I'll go back to my room. Please be careful. Got it. Xiao Ruofei said, You all worked hard last night. If you don't have anything to do during the day, you can take a nap in the room. Okay. Thank you, boss. Oldly said. After Oldly went back to his room, Xiao Ruofei opened the door curtain and stepped into the reception room. This room was a special reception room. The decoration was very luxurious, and the heating was very good. However, as soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the room, he saw that Shen who hadn't even sat down. He was standing in the reception room cautiously. There was a bowl of steaming ginger soup on the side table, and it seemed that he hadn't drunk a single sip. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the room, Shenhu quickly raised his head. When he saw Xiao Ruofei's young face, he hesitated for a moment, but he immediately asked respectfully, Are you Senior Xia? Although Xiao Ruofei's name was very famous in the cultivation world recently, he didn't come into contact with many cultivators, and they were all high-level cultivators like Chen Nanfeng and Mu Xing. Shenhu, the head of a small sect, had never seen Xiao Ruofei's real appearance. Therefore, when he saw such a young man come in and couldn't feel any aura of power, he really couldn't be sure for a moment. Xiao Ruofei showed a faint smile and threw out a few array talismans, setting up a soundproof barrier in the reception room. Although the staff of the courtyard house were unlikely to eavesdrop, It was still related to the cultivation world, so Xiao Ruofei still took some precautions to avoid being accidentally heard. After setting up the soundproof barrier, Xiao Ruofei said mockingly, "Sect leader Shen, you don't even know what I look like, and you dare to covet my cultivation place?" At this time, how could Shenhu dare to have the slightest doubt? Although Xiao Ruofei's body still did not emit the slightest bit of pressure, Shenhu simply could not set up the soundproof array in an instant. "Senior Xia," Shenhu quickly said, "it's all my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. Please forgive me, Senior Xia." Xiao Ruofei didn't comment. He pointed to the ginger soup and said lightly, "Is the ginger soup made by our chef very bad?" Shenhu said in fear, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." This junior is extremely grateful for senior's concern, but this junior can still endure the cold. In addition, this junior's heart is filled with fear, so I really don't dare to accept senior's kindness. "Drink it, then sit down and talk," Xiao Ruofei said lightly, and then asked, "You're not afraid that I'll poison it, are you?" "It's nothing." Shenhu jumped in shock and hurriedly said, "Senior, if you want to kill me, you can do it with a flick of your finger. There's no need for you to go through so much trouble." "Senior Xia, then I'll take it." After saying that, Shenhu didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately picked up the bowl of ginger soup and gulped it down. He wiped his mouth and said, "Thank you for your generous gift, Senior." At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already sat down on the sofa. He pointed to the sofa opposite him and said lightly, "Sit." "Thank you, Senior Xia." Shenhu didn't dare to decline and sat down on the sofa opposite Xiao Ruofei. Of course, he didn't dare to sit too close. He just leaned a little closer to the side, and his whole person still seemed very reserved. "Tell me. What's going on?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Shenhu didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said, "Senior Xia, this is purely a misunderstanding. 7 days ago, a disciple of the Water Yuan sect passed by the capital and accidentally found your cultivation place, which is the Taoyuan Club. The place is full of spiritual energy. Now that the cultivation environment has deteriorated, there are very few places where you can cultivate 24 hours a day. So, this disciple acted as if he had found a treasure. He did a simple survey and understood the situation of the Taoyuan Club. He then hurriedly returned to the sect to report. I really didn't know that the Taoyuan Club was Senior Xia's cultivation place. Otherwise, even if it wasn't Senior Xia's cultivation place, even if it was a cultivation place opened by other fellow cultivators, I would never send someone to seize it. Moreover, I sent Deacon Liu and also asked Lu Yu to come and assist her, so that we could use the secular world's commercial means to buy the club. In this way, the cultivation treasure would naturally become our Water Yuan sect's property. I did think so, but I didn't expect Deacon Liu to be so daring as to use the cultivator's means to force the Taoyuan Club's shareholders to give up the club. On the way here, Shenhu had rehearsed many times in his mind. So, this large paragraph of wording was very smooth, and he almost didn't stutter. In addition, after he arrived in the capital, the first thing he did was to find Deacon Liu to understand the situation. When he heard Deacon Liu say that she wanted to use the cultivator's means to force ordinary people, and that she was caught red-handed by a Golden Core senior, he was almost scared out of his wits. So, he quickly went to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane and asked to see Xiao Ruofei. When he learned that Xiao Ruofei wasn't at home, he stood still at the gate and waited. His purpose was to let Xiao Ruofei see his sincerity, so that he wouldn't be so harsh on him. Of course, because Qin Xian had repeatedly emphasized, when Shenhu returned to the capital, he avoided Lu Yu, including finding Deacon Liu to understand the situation. Shenhu also didn't reveal anything to Deacon Liu. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I've already punished your deacon. I've already told Brother Qin Xian that this matter would end here, but you still insisted on going back to Huaxia. Senior Xia is magnanimous," Shenhu said, "but I have to know my limits. Although I offended you without knowing it, an offense is an offense. As the head of the Shui Yuan sect, I should go and ask for forgiveness when my disciple did such a thing. Well, since you're here, let's do it." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "You have to learn a lesson in the future. How can there be a treasure land without an owner on earth? Especially in a place like the capital, if there really was a treasure land full of spiritual qi, it would have been discovered by other cultivators long ago. Would it be your turn to pick it up? Although the cultivation world basically didn't take the initiative to contact the secular world, it was common for cultivators to walk in the mortal world. The capital was the political and economic center of Xianxia, so the probability of cultivators coming here was still higher than in other cities. For so many years, no one had found a treasure land for cultivation, and they were waiting for the Shui Yuan sect, which was already stationed overseas, to find it. It was obvious that this matter was unreliable. Shen Hu was also ashamed. He lowered his head and said, "It's all because I was blinded by greed. Senior Xia, I'm willing to take all the responsibility. No matter what punishment you give me, I won't complain. I just beg Senior to let go of the Shui Yuan sect. The other disciples are innocent." Xiao Ruofei still didn't comment. He just asked lightly, "Lu Yu doesn't know my identity, right?" Shen Hu quickly said, "She doesn't know. Senior Xia has already instructed me. How would I dare to reveal it to her?" No matter what the reason was for Xiao Ruofei, Shen Hu didn't dare to neglect it. Since Xiao Ruofei didn't want Lu Yu to know his identity as a cultivator, and especially didn't want Lu Yu to know that he was the gold core stage senior who gave her cultivation resources the night before, then Shen Hu must help keep it strictly confidential. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Lu Yu and I are ordinary friends in the secular world. In the future, when she is in your Shui Yuan sect, you should take care of her appropriately, but don't let her know my identity, understand?" "Understood. Understood." Shen Hu hurriedly nodded and said, "Senior, please rest assured that I will do my best to train her. I've learned that Lu Yu's cultivation talent is still very good. Although she came into contact with cultivation a little late, Senior gave her a precious spiritual crystal. Her cultivation should be able to improve very quickly." To be honest, when Shen Hu learned that Lu Yu had a spiritual crystal, he couldn't help but be a little jealous. Especially when Deacon Lu told him that Xiao Ruofei also gave Lu Yu a cultivation method called Shui Yuan Scripture, which was highly suspected to be a cultivation method that had been lost in the sect. He was even more tempted. However, the spiritual crystal and cultivation method were given to Lu Yu by Xiao Ruofei, and he had already made it clear that no one was allowed to covet it. Therefore, even if he was given a few guts, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Moreover, he had to escort Lu Yu, in case some people in the sect were blind and coveted Lu Yu's spiritual crystal and cultivation method. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Just give her some normal care. Don't let her feel that it's too abnormal." "Yes. Junior will make sure to control this well." Shen Hu said, "The sect has a special training mechanism for some geniuses. Lu Yu's talent must have reached the standard of a genius in the sect. Therefore, it's normal for resources to be biased towards her. She won't feel that something is wrong. Any cultivation sect would give preferential treatment to geniuses because geniuses were the easiest to grow up and were most likely to give back to the sect in the future. Of course, if it weren't for Xiao Ruofei, Lu Yu's talent could only be regarded as above average. It was barely enough to reach the standard of a genius. However, it was impossible for her to get too much special care in the sect. With Xiao Ruofei's words, even if Lu Yu's talent was average, she would definitely be trained as a genius. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei made the request, Shen Hu couldn't be happier. This meant that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't punish the Water Yuan sect too severely, at least he wouldn't destroy it. Otherwise, if the sect didn't even exist, how could he take care of Lu Yu in the sect? Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "It's good that you know what you're doing. In addition, I've already punished Deacon Lu, and she can no longer cultivate in the future, so don't kill her anymore. Let her be an ordinary person." "I'll do as you say, Senior Xia," Shen Hu said without hesitation. Then, Shen Hu said, "By the way, Senior Xia, the Tianyi Palace will select a group of disciples from their vassal sects to cultivate in the Tianyi Palace every 3 years. Each time, it lasts for 3 years. This time, our Water Yuan sect has 2 places. I want to give one of them to Lu Yu. After she goes to the Tianyi Palace, she will still be a disciple of the Water Yuan sect, but she can enjoy the cultivation resources of the Tianyi Palace disciples. Moreover, there will be young Master Chen in the sect to take care of her, so her safety is definitely not a problem. What do you think?" Xiao Ruofei said, "You can arrange it as you see fit." I have no objection. These disciples of the vassal sects were selected to cultivate in the Tianyi Palace for 3 years, which was equivalent to cultivating in the secular world. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if the Tianyi Palace really had such a practice, but he knew that this must be Qin Xian's way of showing goodwill to him. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse Qin Xian's kindness. Okay. I'll arrange it after we go back this time. Shen Hu said, in fact, because our water yuan sect strength is average, we only have one place each time. This time, young Master Chen specially gave us an extra place. In fact, it was prepared for Lu Yu. Qin Xian had done him a favor, so Shen Hu naturally didn't dare to hide it, lest Xiao Ruofei remembered the favor. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Thank Brother Qin Xian for me." Then, Xiao Ruofei said again, "Well, Master Shen, this matter ends here. I've seen your sincerity, and the person responsible has been punished. In the future, you just have to take care of yourselves." Shen Hu's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. He also secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although the senior Xiao was a cultivator at the gold core stage, he was not overbearing. Although there was a faint trace of sharpness, his overall attitude was relatively gentle. If it were other cultivators at the gold core stage, they would definitely be unforgiving when they encountered such a thing. Moreover, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, their strength was crushed by the other party. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Senior Xia. I will definitely take this as a warning," Shen Hu said excitedly. Xiao Ruofei nodded lightly. Just as Shen Hu was about to get up and leave, Xiao Ruofei suddenly asked, "Oh right, Master Shen, your sect is called the Water Element Sect. What cultivation method do you cultivate?" Shen Hu couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. I was just casually asking." "Convenient. Convenient." Shen Hu hurriedly said, "To be honest with Senior Xia, the main cultivation method passed down in the Water Element Sect is the Water Element Scripture. However, with the passage of time, after our sect has experienced several disasters in the past few hundred years, our strength has declined a lot. Moreover, the cultivation method inheritance was almost broken. Now, the Water Element Scripture cultivation method in the sect is only a fragment. Even I, the sect master, am cultivating an incomplete version of the Water Element Scripture." Speaking of this, Shen Hu couldn't help but sigh and said, "This is also an important reason why our sect's strength is low. As the sect master, I'm actually still a cultivator at the qi refining stage. Thinking about it, I've let down my ancestors." "Oh? So, the Water Element sect also once had a glorious history?" Xiao Ruofei asked with interest. In fact, when he chose the Water Element Scripture cultivation method to give to Lu Yu, he didn't consider too much about the Water Element sect. It was entirely because Lu Yu's physique was especially suitable for water attribute cultivation methods. This Water Element Scripture just so happened to be a water attribute cultivation method. Moreover, it was one of the better cultivation methods that Xiao Ruofei had mastered. This cultivation method was relatively easy to get started with, and it was also very strong. It was especially suitable for a newbie like Lu Yu who stepped into the path of cultivation later. Now it seemed that this cultivation method was very likely to be the Water Element sect's legacy cultivation method. With Xiao Ruofei's understanding of this cultivation method, if the Water Element sect had cultivated the complete version of this cultivation method, then the strength of this sect should be relatively strong. This was because the cultivation methods that could be included in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance or the top level of the Training Tower were all excellent cultivation methods that had been selected. This Water Element Scripture was naturally no exception. Moreover, it was a relatively good cultivation method among these excellent cultivation methods. Shen Hu said, "According to the records of the sect, when our Shui Yuan sect was at its peak, the sect leader was a nascent soul stage cultivator, and there were about 10 nascent soul stage elders. Of course, this is something that happened a long time ago, and its authenticity can no longer be verified." These words sounded a little exaggerated now. In the current cultivation world, not to mention nascent soul stage cultivators, even nascent soul stage cultivators had disappeared. At least on the surface of the cultivation world, the strongest was only the sect leader of the Tianyi sect, Chen Nanfeng. He was at the late stage of the gold core stage, and it was said that he was infinitely close to the nascent soul stage, but his breakthrough was still far away. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that the records in the sect's records that Shen Hu mentioned were most likely true. Because according to his understanding of the water element scripture, this cultivation method could indeed be cultivated to the nascent soul stage, and if the sect was at its peak at that time, there would definitely be more than one cultivation method. In the most glorious era of the cultivation world, there would definitely be more than just some low-level cultivators. However, there was a gap in the inheritance of the Shui Yuan sect, and the cultivation method was incomplete. In addition to the lack of cultivation resources, it was now so poor that even the sect leader's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. Of course, Xiao Ruofei knew that even if the latter part of the water element scripture was a little incomplete, it was not to the extent that it could not even reach the gold core stage. In this way, it seemed that there were still many incomplete cultivation methods in the Shui Yuan sect. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It seems that the Shui Yuan sect still has a glorious history. It's all our fault for being incompetent, causing the sect to decline day by day," Shen Hu said with shame. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Sect leader Shen, I think you have already guessed that the water element scripture I gave Lu Yu is indeed the complete version." Shen Hu had actually guessed it, but after Xiao Ruofei confirmed it personally, there was still a huge wave in his heart. As the sect leader of the Shui Yuan sect, Shen Hu dreamed that one day he would be able to make up for the inheritance of the sect and restore the glory of the sect. It was just that he had always seen no hope. Today, the complete water element scripture cultivation method had appeared, and it was so inadvertently. For a moment, Shen Hu was so excited that he was speechless. Xiao Ruofei continued, "The water element sutra that I obtained came from a very ancient inheritance. I have also tried to deduce it personally. There should be no problem with its authenticity. In theory, this cultivation technique can be cultivated to the immortal soul stage. Of course, the prerequisite is that there are enough cultivation resources." Senior Xia. Shen Hu's voice trembled slightly. He really wanted this cultivation method, but in any case, he did not dare to open his mouth. The Water Yuan sect had just offended Xiao Ruofei, and he was here to ask for forgiveness. Nowadays, any Oris core stage cultivator could easily destroy an entire sect like the Water Yuan sect. However, under normal circumstances, Oris core stage cultivators would not dare to casually destroy a small sect. This kind of thing would incur the wrath of both humans and gods. Although the cultivation world did not have perfect laws and regulations like the secular world, the basic rules still had to be followed. If it aroused public anger, even Oris core stage cultivators might not be able to get away with it. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. For example, this time, the Water Yuan sect had provoked Xiao Ruofei. If Xiao Ruofei really wanted to wipe out their sect, no one would say anything. Even the Tianyi sect would at most express their dissatisfaction. Under such circumstances, it was already very good to be able to protect the sect. How could Shen Hu dare to ask Xiao Ruofei for this cultivation method? He had also said that this cultivation method came from an ancient inheritance. Although the ancestors of the Water Yuan sect had once cultivated this cultivation method, it did not mean that this cultivation method only belonged to the Water Yuan sect. To be honest, this cultivation method only came into existence after the Water Yuan sect. Or was it that the founder of the Water Yuan sect named the sect the Water Yuan sect because of this cultivation method? Now, there was no way to verify it. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "I know that sect leader Shen wants this cultivation method very much, and even the idea of taking risks flashed through your mind, right?" Shen Hu said nervously, "I don't dare." Sect leader Shen, there is a saying in the secular world that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Ruofei asked with a faint smile. I understand. I understand. Shen Hu said awkwardly, "I don't dare to have extravagant hopes. What's more, Lu Yu is also a disciple of the Water Yuan sect. I am very grateful that she can cultivate the authentic Water Yuan scripture." Xiao Ruofei said, "It's best that you think so. Lu Yu may not have much experience in the world, especially in the cultivation world. So if someone uses some tricks to get her to hand over this cultivation method, or simply make a copy, I wouldn't dare." Shen Hu hurriedly said, "Senior Xia, I definitely didn't mean that. It doesn't matter even if you do it, as long as you are confident that you won't be discovered by me, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Cold sweat broke out on Shenhu's forehead. He said submissively, Senior Xia, even if you lent me a few guts, I wouldn't dare to be so rash. Shenhu might have had such thoughts in his mind, but after being frightened by Xia Ruofei, such thoughts had long disappeared. It was too dangerous to risk the destruction of the sect to disobey a cultivator at the gold core stage. Xia Ruofei said lightly, it's good to know that you should be respectful. Sect leader Shen, I'm not an unreasonable person, and I understand your feelings of wanting to complete the inheritance of the sect, so it's not impossible to give you a chance. Shenhu suddenly felt that the situation had taken a turn for the better. He hurriedly said, Senior Xia. Thank you. Thank you. The entire Water Yuan sect is willing to go through fire and water for you. As long as we can do it, we will do our best. Xia Ruofei asked meaningfully, is it okay for you to leave the Tianyi Palace? The current Water Yuan sect was said to be a vassal sect of the Tianyi Palace, but in fact, it was equivalent to an external organization of the Tianyi Palace. Although Shenhu, the sect leader of the Water Yuan sect, could not be said to be a puppet of the Tianyi Palace, his actual power was definitely not as great as that of an independent sect. There were still many restrictions under the jurisdiction of the Tianyi Palace. Shenhu suddenly became extremely embarrassed. How could he have the courage to do that? Xia Ruofei was a powerful cultivator at the gold core stage, but there were many cultivators at the gold core stage in the Tianyi Palace. Moreover, Chen Nanfeng was at the late stage of the gold core stage and was recognized as the #1 person in the cultivation world. If Shenhu dared to betray the Tianyi Palace with the Water Yuan sect, the whole sect might be destroyed the next day. In all fairness, the Tianyi Palace had taken care of Shenhu and the Water Yuan sect. Without the protection of the Tianyi Palace, the Water Yuan sect would not have survived until now. Shenhu could not convince himself to betray the Tianyi Palace for the complete version of the Water Yuan scripture, whether morally or emotionally. He said awkwardly, Senior Xia, you must be joking. Well, I really can't do that. Xia Ruofei said lightly, not bad. You're a righteous person. If Shenhu was really willing to abandon the Tianyi Palace for the cultivation method, Xia Ruofei would not have given the cultivation method to him, because such a hesitant person was not worthy of trust at all. Senior, I don't dare to accept your praise. Although the competition in the cultivation world is cruel, I still think that there should be a basic bottom line, Shenhu said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, you know, reverence and value friendship. You didn't let down brother Qianxian's care for you. Sect leader Shen, I'll give you a chance to see your performance in the future. There are 2 conditions. The first is to cultivate Luyu to the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. Of course, you can't obviously go against common sense and use the strength of the whole sect to cultivate her. In short, you can't make her feel that it's unusual. In addition, you're still not allowed to reveal my identity. Can you do this? No problem. Shenhu said excitedly, Senior Xia, even if you didn't ask me, I would still do my best to cultivate Luyu. Shenhu had previously promised Xia Ruofei that he would take care of Luyu. Now, there was only one more condition to cultivate her to at least the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. This requirement was equivalent to not mentioning it at all. It might take some time. The Water Yuan sect had been idling for so many years. It was nothing to wait for a few more years. At least there was hope in this kind of waiting. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, the second condition is that when I need it in the future, I can enlist the strength of your whole sect. Of course, this kind of enlistment only needs to be done once. In addition, I won't ask you to violate morality, such as going against the Tianyi Palace. That's not a problem. Senior, you were able to give us the Water Yuan scripture, which is the same as giving us a new lease on life. If you have any requests, the Water Yuan sect should unconditionally obey you. Shenhu said, not to mention once, if you need anything in the future, the Water Yuan sect will be duty-bound. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. He was satisfied with Shenhu's attitude. He said, in that case, it's a deal. When Luyu breaks through the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm, whether I ask for your help or not, I will allow her to teach you the complete version of the Water Yuan scripture. Shenhu was so excited that tears appeared in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, Senior Xia, on behalf of the hundreds of disciples of the Water Yuan sect, I thank you for your kindness. I am unable to repay your kindness. Please accept a bow from this senior. After that, Shenhu knelt in front of Xiao Ruofei with a plop. Xiao Ruofei did not stop him and calmly accepted Shenhu's bow. At least until now, Xiao Ruofei was quite satisfied with Shenhu's performance. Of course, what would happen in the future would depend on his performance. Anyway, it was just a cultivation method. Perhaps it was as important as Mount Tai to the Water Yuan sect, but it was nothing in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. If he did not give it to Lu Yu, this cultivation method would probably always be hidden in Xiao Ruofei's mind. The only use it could possibly be used by Xiao Ruofei when he was cultivating. It was basically impossible for him to cultivate it. Alright, the matter of the cultivation place has been discussed. The matter of the cultivation method is settled. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, if there's nothing else, you can go back. Don't forget what you promised me. Yes. I will remember it in my heart. Senior Xia, please watch our performance in the future. Shenhu stood up from the ground and bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei. He said respectfully, Senior Xia, then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Go. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said. When Shenhu left the Sihiyuan in Luhai Lane, his head was still dizzy. He did not expect that this trip back to China would go so smoothly. A huge crisis was solved smoothly, and he even saw the dawn of hope. It was very likely that in a few years, he would be able to complete the contents of the Water Yuan scripture. This was something that many generations of sect masters had dreamt of but were unable to accomplish in their entire lives. Shenhu knew that if this matter was done well, it would definitely be written in the history of the sect. Countless years later, if the Water Yuan sect still existed, the disciples of the sect would definitely be familiar with his name. For cultivators, this was equivalent to leaving one's name in history. Shenhu shook his head and said to himself as he walked, cultivate Lu Yu. The 9th level of qi refining. It must be done as soon as possible. But I can't let her know that she is being taken special care of. This matter needs to be carefully planned. The first thing that came to Shenhu's mind was, of course, the quota to study in the Tianyi Palace. The cultivation environment of the Tianyi Palace was much better than that of the Water Yuan sect. Moreover, even the ordinary disciples of the Tianyi Palace might get more cultivation resources than the elite disciples of the Water Yuan sect. If Lu Yu could study in the Tianyi Palace for 3 years, it would be of great help to her cultivation. Shenhu decided to implement this matter as soon as possible. Yesterday, after his chartered plane landed in the capital, Qin Xian personally called to ask about the situation. It was Qin Xian who agreed to add a quota to the Water Yuan sect and directly give this quota to Lu Yu. Shenhu took a taxi at the entrance of the alley and hurried back to the hotel. Deacon Lu, who had injured his meridians and apertures, was now recuperating in this hotel. On the way, Shenhu called Deacon Lu's room and asked him to call Lu Yu over. He wanted to see Lu Yu in person. After returning to the capital, Lu Yu did not stay in the hotel. Instead, she stayed at home with her mother, Tian Huilan. Not long after Shenhu returned to the hotel room, the doorbell rang. After opening the door, Shenhu saw Deacon Lu standing at the door with Lu Yu. Both of them looked a little nervous. They did not know why the sect leader suddenly summoned them. In fact, Lu Yu did not know that Shenhu had suddenly returned to the country. At first, Shenhu was afraid that Xiao Ruofei's identity would be revealed, so he had been in contact with Deacon Lu and strictly ordered Deacon Lu not to disclose the news to Lu Yu. Therefore, when Lu Yu received a call from Deacon Lu saying that Shenhu had come to the capital and was now in the hotel, and was about to meet her, she was stunned and very nervous. Shenhu actually had no impression of Lu Yu. She was a new disciple who had just joined the sect. Although her talent was not bad, it was actually a little late for her to start cultivating at this age. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lu Yu's achievements in cultivation should not be very high. When Shenhu saw Lu Yu now, it was as if he had seen the complete version of the Water Yuan scripture. The expression on his face was quite amiable. Are you Lu Yu? You are really a natural beauty. Shenhu said with a smile. Come on. Let's talk in the room. When Lu Yu was in the Water Yuan sect, she had seen Shenhu a few times. Every time, Shenhu gave her a very serious impression. Moreover, although a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining was nothing in the eyes of Xia Ruofei and the others, in the eyes of the low-level qi refining disciples of the Water Yuan sect, even disciples like Lu Yu who hadn't even reached the 1st level of qi refining, Shenhu was still very dignified. However, today's Shenhu was abnormal. He was so amiable that it made Lu Yu feel a little apprehensive. There must be a demon in the abnormal world. Lu Yu's heart was beating like a drum. At first, she was full of expectations for cultivation, but Deacon Lu's performance the night before yesterday had taught her a vivid lesson. Now that she had experienced the cruel beating of the special society of the cultivation world, her heart had become sensitive and vigilant. Lu Yu knew her appearance, and although she didn't know the actual age of Shenhu, the sect leader, he looked to be in his 40s. Could it be that this sect leader with a face full of smiles had ulterior motives towards her? Shenhu's temperament could be considered refined. After all, he was a cultivator, but now his image in Lu Yu's mind had suddenly become that of a greasy uncle, and the smile on his face had become somewhat wretched. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel afraid. She knew very well that this was a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining, and she hadn't even reached the 1st level of qi refining. In front of Shenhu, she didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Sect leader, you. Why are you looking for me? Lu Yu suppressed the fear in her heart and asked in a low voice. Shenhu saw that her voice was trembling and couldn't help but feel strange. He didn't know that he had been misunderstood by Lu Yu as a wretched uncle who was lustful. Nothing special. I just had to return to the country temporarily. Coincidentally, the two of you were carrying out a mission in the capital, so I wanted to have a simple chat with you. Shenhu said. Us? Lu Yu was slightly stunned and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. So he was looking for her and Deacon Lu, then it shouldn't be a problem. However, she didn't dare to let her guard down. What if this sect leader had some special hobbies? Of course. Shenhu looked at Lu Yu strangely. Let's talk inside. With that, he turned around and walked into the room. Lu Yu was still in a daze. Deacon Lu had already gently pulled her sleeve and whispered, hurry up and go inside. Don't let the sect leader wait for us. Oh. Lu Yu couldn't help but follow Deacon Lu in. At this moment, she had also made up her mind. Anyway, if Shenhu really wanted to use force, she had no ability to resist at all. At most, she would fight to the death. She could only die. Anyway, she could not let him have his way. With a heroic mood, Lu Yu walked into Shenhu's room as if she was going to the battlefield. Shenhu could also feel Lu Yu's nervousness, but he thought that Lu Yu's nervousness was the kind of nervousness a low-level disciple would have when meeting the sect master, so he didn't think too much about it. Sit down. Shenhu said, do you want to drink anything? Deacon Lu hurriedly said, sect leader, there's no need. If you have any orders, just say it. We're not thirsty. Even Deacon Lu felt that Shenhu's attitude today was a little too amiable. She couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Shenhu smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Deacon Lu and asked, how are your injuries? Deacon Lu's face darkened and said, I still can't use my qi to cultivate. Sect leader, I might not be able to. Shenhu sighed softly and said, there's nothing I can do. I've checked your injuries. I can't do anything. Xia. When Shenhu said this, he suddenly became alert and stopped the car in time. He almost didn't notice that he had directly said the words Senior Xia. If he had said it, perhaps Lu Yu might not have thought of Xia Ruofei, but what if? If Lu Yu really found out that Xia Ruofei was a cultivator at the Oris core stage, then Xia Ruofei might be angry and there might be no chance of completing the water element scripture. Shenhu's mind turned quickly and he remedied it in time. Next time, you can't be so muddle-headed. Didn't I tell you repeatedly that you can't casually use the methods of cultivators on ordinary people in the secular world? You have to know that there's always someone better than you. That Oris core stage senior personally punished you. How can we qi refining stage cultivators easily resolve it? Deacon Lu sighed and said, I know I'm wrong. Sect leader, I'm already satisfied that I can keep my life this time. It's good that you know. Shenhu snorted and said, how about this? After you go back this time, you can slowly recuperate in the sect. Even if you can't fully recover and can't cultivate, the water element sect will take care of you for the rest of your life. Although Deacon Lu didn't know Xia Ruofei's true identity, he knew that Lu Yu had the complete water element scripture and the spirit crystal. He also knew that the Aurus core stage cultivator wanted to take care of Lu Yu. Moreover, she was injured in the line of duty, so Shenhu couldn't expel her from the water element sect just because she was crippled. To put it bluntly, it was because she knew too much. If Xia Ruofei hadn't casually mentioned that he couldn't take Deacon Lu's life, Shenhu would have wanted to get rid of Deacon Lu directly. After all, she had caused the water element sect to fall into a huge crisis. Besides, a dead person would definitely not reveal the secret. But since this didn't work, he could only keep Deacon Lu in the sect. In short, he couldn't just drive her out casually, otherwise the news might leak out and Lu Yu's safety couldn't be guaranteed. Deacon Lu naturally didn't know that she had taken a trip around the gates of hell. After listening to Shenhu's words, Deacon Lu showed a grateful expression and said, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader. Even if I can't cultivate, I will definitely contribute to the sect as much as I can." Shenhu nodded slightly and then turned his gaze to Lu Yu. His expression became even more amiable. "Lu Yu, I heard that the Aurus core stage senior also gave you a cultivation method and a precious spirit crystal?" Lu Yu's heart was beating like a drum. It seemed that until now, Shenhu didn't have any intention of coveting her beauty. Now that Shenhu had asked about the cultivation method and the spirit crystal, then, he might be coveting these cultivation resources. Lu Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If the cultivation resources were really taken away, then so be it. Anyway, her passion for cultivation wasn't that high now. "Yes, sect leader." Lu Yu replied carefully, "Deacon Lu told me that the crystal that contains a large amount of spiritual qi is called a spirit crystal. In addition, the senior also gave me a cultivation method called the water element scripture. I took a look at the contents and it seems to be somewhat similar to the cultivation method that we received when we entered the sect. Sect leader, I brought the cultivation method and the spirit crystal. You can take a look first." Hearing this, Shenhu quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. Since the senior has clearly indicated that this is an opportunity for you, how can I, as the sect leader, snatch it away? And you have to remember that cultivation methods are not easily passed on. Although the water element scripture is similar to our sect's cultivation method, the cultivation method in your hands should be more precious. So, without the senior's permission, you must not let anyone else see it, understand?" Shenhu was also worried that Lu Yu didn't know anything and casually showed the cultivation method to others. If it was an ordinary person in the secular world, it might be fine. But if it was a cultivator, especially a cultivator who had cultivated the incomplete version of the water element scripture, it was inevitable that he would have evil thoughts. Even if he didn't snatch it away, secretly making a copy of it would be unbearable. When this cultivation method was spread out and Xia Ruofei found out that someone had cultivated the complete version of the water element scripture, then Shenhu wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he had a lot of mouths. After hearing this, Lu Yu nodded and said in a daze, "I understand, sect leader." Shenhu reminded her again, "The safest way is for you to firmly remember the cultivation method in your heart and then destroy it. This way, there won't be any possibility of it being leaked." After Shenhu finished speaking, he felt more and more that his idea was very reasonable. He immediately said, "Yes. Let's do that. Lu Yu, your task in the next few days is to memorize this cultivation method and then destroy it. In addition, you must remember that except for you, this cultivation method must not be passed on to anyone else, including me, the sect leader. Unless that gold core senior allows you to do so, understand?" "Yes. I understand," Lu Yu said. She looked at the sect leader in front of her who suddenly became righteous again and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "What medicine is this person selling in his gourd?" After Shenhu finished speaking, his expression became much gentler and he continued, "Lu Yu. Since this gold core senior gave you the cultivation method and spirit crystal, it means that he still thinks highly of your talent. Yesterday, I learned that your innate talent is very good. Moreover, your physique is inclined towards the water attribute. Therefore, the water essence scripture is very compatible with you. You must work hard to cultivate it. Don't disappoint the expectations of that gold core stage senior." "Oh. Okay. Lu Yu said. I'm looking for you today. There's one more thing. Shenhu said amiably, you also know that our Water Yuan sect actually belongs to the Tianyi school. Every 3 years, the Tianyi school will select a group of disciples from various vassal sects to enter the Tianyi school and cultivate in seclusion. This year is the year of selecting short-term disciples again. Our water element sect has been given 2 places. I think your talent can be said to be 1 in 10,000, so the sect is going to focus on training you and give you one of the places. Deacon Lu stood aside with a strange expression. Deacon Lu was in charge of Lu Yu and the other new disciples. She naturally knew that Lu Yu's talent was indeed good, but it was a bit exaggerated to say that she was 1 in 10,000. At least in the water element sect, there were several disciples who were as talented as Lu Yu. Therefore, she knew very well that Shenhu's care for Lu Yu was mostly because of that gold core senior. However, he couldn't expose the senior's identity, so he exaggerated Lu Yu's talent to 1 in 10,000. In fact, Deacon Lu was also very curious about the identity of that gold core senior. After hearing Shenhu's words, Lu Yu was directly stunned. She said, let me go to the Tianyi palace to cultivate? What do you think? Shenhu said with a smile, the disciples of various sects who go to the Tianyi palace to cultivate enjoy the same treatment as the disciples of the Tianyi palace. In terms of cultivation environment and cultivation resources, the Tianyi palace is much better than our water element sect. If you enter the Tianyi palace to cultivate for 3 years, it is estimated that you can reach the 5th or even 6th level of the qi refining realm. If you stay in the water element sect, your cultivation speed will be much slower. Lu Yu asked carefully, sect leader, may I ask, is the Tianyi palace also in England? Shenhu looked a little strange and said, the Tianyi palace is not in England. Then it's in Europe? Lu Yu asked again. Shenhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If an ordinary disciple heard that they had such a precious place to cultivate, they would have been very grateful. However, Lu Yu didn't seem to be excited at all. Instead, she asked this and that, and the questions she asked were also ridiculous. However, this was Senior Xia's friend, so Shenhu didn't dare to show his impatience. He continued to explain with a smile, no, Lu Yu. Although there are many sects in the cultivation world, only our water element sect has established a sect overseas. The other sects are at most on the sea. Most of the sects are distributed in Xianxia, and the Tianyi palace is no exception. In Xianxia? Lu Yu hesitated for a while and then said, thank you for your guidance, sect leader, but, can I not take this place? Deacon Lu, who was standing on the side, was already very envious. She knew too well how precious this kind of cultivation place was. In the past, the weak water element sect was usually given a place. This year, there was suddenly an extra place. It was most likely prepared for Lu Yu. That senior could actually influence the Tianyi palace and even specifically give this place to Lu Yu. This was really enviable. When Deacon Lu heard Lu Yu say that she didn't want the place, she couldn't help but cry out, Lu Yu, don't be stupid. Cultivating in the Tianyi palace is completely different from cultivating in our water element sect. This place is very precious. Why don't you go yet? Don't force her, Shenhu said, Lu Yu, why don't you want to go? Lu Yu said with some embarrassment, sect leader, my family doesn't know about my cultivation, Shenhu said indifferently, that's normal. The cultivation world and the secular world are 2 different worlds. Even if you tell your family, I'm afraid they won't believe you. Maybe they'll think you've met a swindler. But what does this have to do with you going to the Tianyi palace to cultivate? Lu Yu said, I'm studying in England, so I can join the water element sect and take care of my studies at the same time. However, if I go to the Tianyi palace to cultivate, I have to go back home. I haven't even gotten my degree certificate in England. If I interrupt my studies and go back home, my family will be very disappointed. And I don't think my talent is as good as you said. I still can't take the initiative to absorb the spiritual qi to cultivate. So, this precious place should be given to other disciples in the sect. Shenhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Lu Yu's reason to be like this. Shenhu had thought about the reason why Lu Yu refused to go to the Tianyi school, but he didn't expect that the reason she gave in the end was for her studies and her family. For Shenhu, who had been cultivating for decades, these were already very vague and distant concepts. What was more, Lu Yu's reasons seemed to be hard to refute. Shen Hu and Deacon Lu looked at each other and couldn't help showing a wry smile. If Lu Yu was still the ordinary disciple she used to be, Shen Hu wouldn't be so embarrassed at all. He would either strictly order her to obey his orders, or simply cancel her qualification. This kind of precious quota was something that other disciples couldn't get even if they begged for it. If she didn't want it, then he would give it to someone else. But now Lu Yu's identity was so special. Xiao Ruofei was a master of the elixir realm. And it was related to the complete version of the water element scripture. Shen Hu wished he could worship Lu Yu, but he couldn't show any special care for her. It was really too difficult for him. Shen Hu's mind was racing, and Lu Yu was also a little nervous. She said carefully, "Head, even if I stay in the Water Yuan sect to cultivate, I will definitely work harder. And don't I have a spiritual crystal now? It should also speed up my cultivation. Maybe it won't be much slower than my cultivation in the Tianyi school." Lu Yu's words were like a bolt of lightning flashing through Shen Hu's mind. He suddenly seemed to be enlightened. It was really a case of the onlooker not being able to see clearly. At first, he just wanted to improve Lu Yu's cultivation as soon as possible. After all, if Lu Yu broke through to the 9th tier of the Qi refining realm, he would have a chance to get the complete version of the water element scripture. This almost became his obsession. And once he thought about it again, he found that it seemed to be better for Lu Yu to stay in the Water Yuan sect to cultivate. On the one hand, as Lu Yu said, the spiritual crystal given by Xiao Ruofei could play a great role in the early stage of Lu Yu's cultivation. Especially in the ordinary cultivation environment of the Water Yuan sect, the effect was even more obvious. In fact, the water element scripture was definitely a top-notch cultivation method in the Qi refining realm. Even if it was an incomplete version, if there were enough cultivation resources, the breakthrough would not be very slow. The reason why the Water Yuan sect's overall strength was weak was that its cultivation method was incomplete, and it also lacked resources. If she didn't care about the cost and used spiritual crystals to cultivate, Lu Yu's cultivation speed in the early stage would definitely be very fast. A spiritual crystal could at least support Lu Yu to cultivate to the 4th or 5th tier of the Qi refining realm. As for the subsequent cultivation resources, he would think about it later. At least he didn't have to worry about it now. On the other hand, if Lu Yu went to the Tianyi school, it was nothing more than a better cultivation environment and a little more resources, but it was still limited. However, if she stayed in the Water Yuan sect, Shen Hu could often guide Lu Yu. After all, Shen Hu had been cultivating for so many years. Although it was only an incomplete version of the Water Yuan scripture, it was precisely because he was always thinking about how to complete the cultivation method that his study of the Water Yuan scripture was very deep. To guide. In addition, Shen Hu also thought that if Lu Yu stayed in the Water Yuan sect, it could also avoid the problem of leakage to the greatest extent. After all, the Water Yuan sect was only a vassal sect of the Tianyi sect. Shen Hu's influence in the Tianyi sect was extremely limited. If Lu Yu accidentally leaked the cultivation method in the Tianyi sect, it would be very difficult for Shen Hu to make up for it. Even with Qin Xian's help, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, after thinking about it, it seemed that it was better for Lu Yu to stay in the Water Yuan sect. Thinking of this, Shen Hu suddenly became enlightened. A smile gradually bloomed on his face, and he said kindly, "Okay. Since you've made up your mind, you can continue to stay in the sect and cultivate." "Thank you, sect leader." Lu Yu said happily, "Sect leader, I didn't know how to appreciate your kindness. Please forgive me." Shen Hu waved his hand with a smile and said, "It doesn't matter. We Huaxia people pay attention to filial piety. In order not to let your family worry and be disappointed, you gave up a good opportunity to cultivate. This also shows filial piety. How can I blame you for this? Thank you for your magnanimity, sect leader." Lu Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Hu said with a smile, "Lu Yu, although you didn't go to cultivate, your talent is absolutely qualified for cultivation. The Water Yuan sect will provide resources to outstanding geniuses, so when you go back, the sect will also focus on training you. In addition, I want to accept you as a registered disciple. In this way, if you have any doubts about cultivation in the future, you can ask me at any time. I will spare no effort to explain it to you." In fact, Shenhu was eager to accept Lu Yu as a personal disciple. The reason why he only accepted her as a registered disciple was that he was concerned about Lu Yu's identity. Xiao Ruofei was a senior in the gold core stage, and Lu Yu was Xiao Ruofei's friend. In the future, Lu Yu would most likely not be trapped in a small sect like the Water Yuan sect. If he became a personal disciple, it would be tantamount to tying Lu Yu up. Shenhu was also worried that this would make Xiao Ruofei unhappy. As for a registered disciple, it was much better. Lu Yu was a little confused, because she had joined the Water Yuan sect for some time. To be honest, she was not particularly valued. But today, everything seemed to have changed dramatically. Even the sect leader wanted to accept her as a disciple. Even if it was just a registered disciple, her status in the sect was very unusual. Am I really a cultivation genius? Lu Yu couldn't help but start to mutter in her heart. Deacon Lu was very envious. Seeing Lu Yu's stunned look, she quickly said, Lu Yu, why don't you thank the sect leader? From now on, you will be the sect leader's registered disciple. Deacon Lu's master was only an elder at the 7th level of qi refining in the sect. She was really envious of Lu Yu being accepted as a disciple by Shenhu, even if she knew that all this was because of the mysterious senior in the gold core stage. Only then did Lu Yu come back to her senses and quickly said, Thank you for your kindness, sect leader. I will work hard to cultivate and live up to your expectations. Shenhu said with a smile, Are you still calling me sect leader? Lu Yu was slightly stunned, and then she immediately realized it. She quickly changed her words and said, Thank you, sect leader. Shenhu waved his hand with a smile and said, You can call me teacher from now on. After all, I'm just a registered disciple, and calling me teacher is more intimate. In the cultivation world, teacher was generally a title that personal disciples used to address their masters. How could Shenhu not want to be Lu Yu's teacher? However, because of those concerns, he did not dare to take the risk. The title of teacher was much better. It was not as strong as the personal disciple, and at the same time, there was a teacher-student relationship in it. Yes. Teacher. Lu Yu said. Shenhu smiled and nodded. He secretly said in his heart, I hope Lu Yu will remember this in the future. He was very clear in his heart that with the help of a friend like Xiao Ruofei, Lu Yu's future cultivation path would be much smoother. Moreover, it was really possible for her to break through to the gold core stage before him. At that time, not only Shenhu, but even the entire Water Yuan sect would have to rely on Lu Yu's care. Well, I'm looking for you today mainly to talk about these things. Shenhu waved his hand and said, If there's nothing else, you can go back and rest early. Get ready and follow me back to England in 2 days. Yes. Sect leader. Deacon Lu quickly responded. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher, Can I go back a few days later? I've been studying abroad for a long time, and this time I just returned to Beijing because of a mission. Can I stay with my family for a few days before leaving? Shenhu said with a smile, Yes. Then I'll take Deacon Lu back first tomorrow. You can rest at home for a few days. When you return to England, remember to go to the sect to find me first. I'll announce to the whole sect that I've accepted you as a registered disciple when I go back this time. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yu said happily. Shenhu reminded her again, You have to persist in cultivation at home. Don't use the cultivation method of the sect. Just use the Water Yuan scripture that the Gold Core Stage Senior gave you to cultivate. In addition, if you have any doubts about cultivation, you can come to the hotel to ask me before tomorrow afternoon. After I go back, you can call me at any time to ask for advice. Remember my private phone number in England. After that, Shenhu gave her a phone number. The residence of the Water Yuan sect was actually a large manor in England. The location was not deep in the mountains or forests, and there was no particularly powerful protective array. Therefore, even inside the sect, there was a mobile phone signal. As for some of the technological equipment of the secular world, the Water Yuan sect was basically using it. Lu Yu quickly took out the paper and pencil in the drawer and quickly wrote down Shenhu's phone number. She said, Thank you, teacher. If I have any questions, I'll ask you in time. Well, cultivation is actually the same as learning. What you know is what you know, and what you don't know is what you don't know. The most taboo in cultivation is to pretend to know when you don't know. If you hide your doubts in your heart and cultivate forcibly, it is likely to lead to serious consequences. Shenhu said. He thought for a moment and added, however, that cultivation method was passed down to you by the Gold Core Stage Senior. Even if you ask me for advice, you must not reveal the contents of the cultivation method. Do you understand? But how can I ask for advice? Liu couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Shenhu smiled and said, the water yuan scripture in your hands is of the same origin as our sect's heritage cultivation method. When you ask for advice, just tell me your doubts. Don't mention the contents of the cultivation method. I can also answer your doubts and solve your doubts. Understood. Liu said, thank you, teacher. Teacher, then we'll take our leave first. Go ahead. Shenhu said with a kind smile. Liu left the hotel and got into the car on the way home. Her mind was still in a daze. Everything that happened tonight was like a dream. She could see that Shenhu didn't have any improper thoughts about her, but his attitude was too kind. Could it be that the majestic sect leader she saw in the sect before was actually an illusion? No matter what, for Liu, it was a good thing to be accepted as a registered disciple by the sect leader and to be trained by the sect. Her enthusiasm for cultivation, which had gradually cooled down, seemed to have increased a lot after meeting the sect leader today. Well, when I go back, I'll try to cultivate the water yuan scripture of the Gold Core Stage Senior. Speaking of which, that Gold Core Stage Senior is really my benefactor. Liu said secretly in her heart. While Liu was talking about that Gold Core Stage Senior, the benefactor Xiao Ruofei had already taken Song Wei back to the Three Mountains on his sword. After he met Shenhu in the courtyard house, he called Song Wei to prepare to go back to the Three Mountains. Of course, they didn't directly take out their flying swords in the courtyard house. Although he could use the array talisman to hide his body and ordinary people would definitely not be able to find him, if two living people directly disappeared in the courtyard house, wouldn't Wu Chang and the others think that there was a supernatural event? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei took Song Wei out openly. However, when he left, he told Wu Chang that they were going out to have dinner with friends this time. Then, they went directly back to the Three Mountains and didn't return to the courtyard house. At the same time, he also politely declined Wu Chang's offer to drive them and directly walked out of the courtyard house with Song Wei. However, naturally, they didn't meet any friends. Before they left, he called Song Rui and told him that he had to go back to the Three Mountains to deal with some urgent matters. When he and Zhui Yi met the parents, he wouldn't accompany them. At the same time, he also asked him to inform Zhao Yongjun and the others. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei walked for a while in the alley. When they reached a corner without anyone or surveillance, he took out the blue Turing Immortal Sword and activated the invisibility array talisman at the same time. Then, he stepped on the Immortal Sword with Song Wei, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the sky toward the southeast direction. After a short 20 to 30 minutes, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei landed on the balcony of the riverside villa. Ling Qingxue, who had been informed in advance, also came to Xiao Ruofei's villa today. After the three of them met, Ling Qingxue naturally complained again. Isn't it faster to fly on a sword? Why are you gone for so many days? Men are unreliable. It's better to let Wei Wei fly back by herself. After that, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but giggle. Song Wei explained, Ruofei and his friends in Beijing haven't seen each other for a long time. In addition, he also went to visit Master Song. Anyway, I have nothing to do. It doesn't matter if I go home early or late. Then why don't you just stay here for a few days? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, anyway, uncle and auntie think that you are studying in Beijing. They don't even know that you have been on holiday in advance. Song Wei rolled his eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, no way. I'll have lunch here at noon and go back in the afternoon. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, did you hear that? Why don't you hurry up and cook? Okay. Xiao Ruofei replied, but, the two of you also come and help out. It's not good to always have food coming to your mouth, right? I haven't seen Wei Wei for a long time. We have a lot to talk about. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. You have to work hard. Capable people do more work. It hasn't even been a week. You call this a long time? Xiao Ruofei was speechless for a while. However, he was just joking. If the two of them really went to the kitchen, they probably wouldn't agree to help. Instead, they would definitely cause trouble. So, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the kitchen, while Song Wei and Ling Qingxue sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted. Xiao Ruofei resisted the urge to release his mental strength to eavesdrop. Instead, he took out various ingredients from the Ring 2 space and began to get busy in the kitchen. The three of them had lunch at Xiao Ruofei's Jiangbin villa. After resting for a while, Song Wei prepared to go home. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went with him. They went to Song Wei's house mainly to give Song Qiming the cinnabar jade fruit. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also wanted to find out about Song Qiming's cultivation progress and answer some questions about Song Qiming's cultivation. Originally, Ling Qingxue expressed that she would not go. However, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei persuaded her, so she agreed to go with them. Last time, Xiao Ruofei and Song Qiming had revealed a lot of things about the cultivation world, including the fact that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were already cultivators. Song Qiming also knew about this. Therefore, there was no need for Ling Qingxue to hide her visit. Xiao Ruofei mainly considered that the cinnabar jade fruit was very precious. It could be considered a big favor. It could be said that he and Ling Qingxue had obtained the cinnabar jade fruit together. Of course, he should give half of the cinnabar jade fruit to Song Qiming. However, he should at least let Song Qiming know that it was a gift from him and Ling Qingxue. In any case, Song Qiming should remember Ling Qingxue's kindness. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also had some selfish motives. That was, he wanted to build a good relationship with Song Qiming now. This also included letting Ling Qingxue leave a good impression on Song Qiming. In the future, if he really wanted to reveal the special relationship between him, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue, it would be more or less helpful. Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle and drove Song Wei and Ling Qingxue straight to the Provincial Party Committee family quarters. The license plate number of this car had also been registered at the entrance. Moreover, Song Wei himself was a resident of the family compound, so the armed police soldiers standing guard at the entrance only briefly registered the personal information of Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue before quickly letting them in. Xiao Ruofei had been to Song Wei's house many times. After entering the compound, he drove the Night 15 to Song Qiming's small building with ease. With Song Qiming's status, he could naturally enjoy the treatment of a standalone building. In the Provincial Party Committee family compound, there were 20 to 30 such buildings. Each of them had a sense of history. They looked a little old from the outside, but the interior decoration was very good. It was very comfortable to live in. Song Wei directly used his fingerprint to open the courtyard door. Then, he stepped aside and let Xiao Ruofei drive the car into the courtyard of the small building. As soon as Xiao Ruofei parked the car, the door of the small building opened. Song Wei's mother, Feng Liyun, poked her head out to take a look. It turned out that Feng Liyun had heard the sound of a car engine coming from the courtyard. The engine of the Night 15 was very loud and could be heard from far away. So, she opened the door to take a look. She wanted to know who could drive a car directly into her courtyard. Feng Liyun immediately saw Song Wei standing in the courtyard and directing the car to reverse. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. When she came back to her senses, she ran out in her house slippers and shouted, "Wei Wei? Why are you back?" Song Wei stood there and looked at Feng Liyun with a smile. He said, "Mom? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? You little girl, why didn't you tell me you were coming home?" Feng Liyun hadn't seen her daughter for a long time. At this time, she was also very happy. Her eyes fell on the very recognizable Night 15 off-road vehicle again. At this time, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had also gotten out of the car. "Aunt Feng." The two of them greeted her in unison. "Ruofei and Qingxue are also here," Feng Liyun said happily. "Come in. Come in. Mom. Is my dad at home?" Song Wei intimately held Feng Liyun's arm and asked. "He's at home. He's not very busy today. At noon, he took the time to come back for lunch," Feng Liyun said, "but he should be going to work soon." After that, Feng Liyun turned her head and shouted inside, "Old Song. Old Song. Come out. Look who's here. Why are you so noisy in the middle of the day? Song Qiming said as he walked to the door. He looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, Wei Wei is back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Ruofei and Xianxia are also here. Come on. Let's go in first. Xiao Ruofei opened the trunk of the off-road vehicle and took out a suitcase. This was Song Wei's suitcase. In fact, it was just for show. Now, Song Wei's clothes and daily necessities were put in the storage ring. This suitcase was specially taken out of the storage ring to go home. In addition to the suitcase, there were 2 gift bags containing 2 bottles of Zui Ba Xian liquor and some caterpillar fungus. The caterpillar fungus was also produced in the Ring 2 space, and the quality was quite good. Xiao Ruofei carried the suitcase in one hand and the gift bag in the other. He walked inside with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Fang Liyun said, Wei Wei, go and help them. How can Ruofei carry so many things by himself? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, It's okay, Auntie. These things are not heavy. I can carry them. It's not a long walk. Fang Liyun couldn't help but glare at Song Wei and say, Why are you so blind? Song Wei smiled a little embarrassedly. Song Qiming didn't say anything. He knew that these 3 young people were all cultivators. Any one of them could easily carry these things and wouldn't feel tired at all. This was because Song Qiming himself was now able to deeply feel the power of a cultivator. After consuming the wild tea, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining. After a period of cultivation, he had also successfully broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. Now, his most direct feeling was that his body was much stronger than before, and his strength had increased by a lot. His reactions were even more agile than those of young people. He was very confident that if it were an ordinary cultivator, 4 or 5 people wouldn't be able to get close to him. Soon, everyone entered the room together. Xiao Ruofei said to Song Qiming with a smile, Uncle Song, it looks like your complexion is quite good. It seems that you've been in good health recently. Song Qiming said with a smile, It's all thanks to you. It's also thanks to the set of health regimen you gave me. I've been practicing it recently and have made progress. Because Xiao Ruofei had specifically told Song Qiming not to easily reveal the matter of cultivation to Fang Liyun, Song Qiming was still a little vague when Fang Liyun was present today. However, Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue all understood instantly. In fact, the only one who was kept in the dark was Fang Liyun. When Xiao Ruofei saw Song Qiming, he had already used his spiritual force to check. The difference in cultivation between the 2 was very big, and Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force had reached the spirit transformation realm. He could be considered the number 1 person in the cultivation world right now, so with just a glance, he was able to see that Song Qiming's cultivation had reached the 4th layer of qi condensation. Combined with Song Qiming's words, Xiao Ruofei knew that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. No wonder his aura was much stronger than before. That's great. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The group of people arrived at the living room on the 1st floor and sat down. Fang Liyun asked, Wei Wei, why did you suddenly run home today? Song Wei said, I've already finished the project at hand, and I've also finished this year's classes, so the instructor let me take the winter break. Early. Song Wei continued, Ruofei and Qingxue picked me up at the airport. They haven't been home for a long time, so I invited them to come over as guests. You child, you should have called home in advance. Fang Liyun scolded, why did you trouble Ruofei and Qingxue to pick you up at the airport? You really don't know any better. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Auntie. We're all good friends, so this little thing is no trouble at all. Song Qiming knew more inside information, so he also said, Old man, you don't have to care so much about young people's matters. Oh right, go and see if there's anything left in the fridge. If there's nothing else, go out and buy some more. Ruofei and Qingxue should stay for dinner tonight. Yes, yes, yes. You can chat at home in the afternoon and have dinner together in the evening. Fang Liyun said, take a seat first. I'll go out and buy some food. Auntie Fang. Thank you for your hospitality. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't stand on ceremony, because he had to give Song Qiming the cinnabar jade fruit and then talk about cultivation. The afternoon would pass quickly, so it was natural for him to stay for dinner in the evening. Fang Liyun quickly changed her clothes and went out. Song Qiming smiled and said, "Ruofei, sit down and have some tea." Fang Liyun went out, so it was naturally more convenient for Xiao Ruofei and the others to talk. They didn't need to worry too much. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Uncle Song, congratulations. You've broken through to the 4th level of qi refining." Song Wei said with surprise, "Dad, you've broken through. Amazing." Song Qiming said with a smile, "The spirit tea that Ruofei gave me last time was very effective. I was already at the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining, and then I cultivated normally and broke through very smoothly. By the way, Wei Wei, what are your cultivations? I know that Ruofei is already at the early stage of golden core, right?" Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, "Dad, the early stage of golden core is old news. Ruofei has broken through to the middle stage of golden core not long ago." "Really? Didn't they say that it's very difficult to make progress after reaching the golden core stage?" Song Qiming said with surprise. His limited knowledge of cultivation was actually all taught to him by Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, in front of Song Qiming, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue seemed to know more about the cultivation world. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Some time ago, I had a bit of luck and broke through by luck. Wei Wei and Qingxue have also improved a lot. They're already at the peak of the 7th level of qi refining, and will soon reach the 8th level." "Oh? I remember you said that Wei Wei was at the 5th level of qi refining last time. That's fast progress," Song Qiming said. "It's all thanks to Ruofei and Qingxue. They got a very good spirit fruit." Song Wei said, "Today, they even sent you some. Dad, if you don't have any urgent work in the afternoon, why don't you go to work?" Song Qiming pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I was going to visit 2 units in the afternoon. Since it's like this, I'll adjust the schedule. Tomorrow morning's meeting will be shortened. After the meeting, I'll go to those 2 units to do the research. I won't go out this afternoon." Song Wei nodded and said, Okay. It just so happens that Ruofei is also here today. If you have any questions about your cultivation, he can also help you resolve them." Song Qiming said with a smile, "Then it's settled. I'll make a call first." Song Qiming took out his phone and called his secretary. His secretary was already on her way to pick him up. After receiving his call, the secretary hurriedly informed the 2 units and adjusted the schedule. Tomorrow morning's meeting would be held a little earlier. Even the slightest change in the leader would make the subordinates busy. This was the normal way of working in an organization. Song Qiming himself was much simpler. He just needed to make a call. He put away his phone, then said with a smile, "Okay, I can put my work aside this afternoon." Xiao Ruofei first took out a storage ring and handed it to Song Qiming with a smile. "This is?" Song Qiming was a little puzzled. "Uncle Song, this is a gift from Qingxue." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "A storage ring is considered a good magic weapon in today's cultivation world. It's more convenient for you to keep some things." "A storage ring?" Song Qiming suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had heard Xiao Ruofei talk about this kind of magical storage ring. A small ring actually contained a lot of space. It could store a lot of things and was very convenient to carry around. Song Qiming was fascinated by this magic weapon. He didn't expect that in just a few months, he would be able to own one. He hesitated for a moment. Although he really wanted it, he still said, "Thank you, Qingxue. I appreciate your kindness, but this storage ring is too precious." "I can't accept it," Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Uncle Song, it's okay. In the eyes of other cultivators, a storage ring might be more precious, but to us, it's just a tool to store things. All of us have storage rings, and this one is something that we got by chance some time ago. It's just a small toy, so please don't worry and accept it." Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had gotten a few storage rings in the training tower. They all had quite a lot of space. However, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue already had a storage ring each, and it was a set of rings. It was useless for them to have more storage rings. It was just right to give it to Song Qiming. Xiao Ruofei also said with a smile, "Just accept it. Uncle Song, when Xianxia got this storage ring, the first thing she thought of was to give it to you because we all have storage rings. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia also showed Song Qiming their storage rings. Song Wei even demonstrated how to take things out of the storage rings. Song Qiming saw this magic trick and was very tempted. He hesitated for a moment before saying, then I'll accept it? Accept it. Song Wei said with a smile, Dad. Ruofei and Xianxia are my good friends. Don't worry about them giving you a gift. Song Qiming couldn't refuse his daughter's kindness. He could only say, thank you, Ruofei and Xianxia. Uncle, you're welcome, Ling Xianxia said with a smile. I'll teach you how to make this storage ring recognize its owner. It was easy to use a storage ring, so Xiao Ruofei was happy to see that Ling Xianxia had taken the initiative to teach Song Qiming. Soon, Song Qiming made the storage ring recognize its owner and tried to retrieve items from the ring several times. Like all the cultivators who had received a storage magic treasure for the first time, Song Qiming was also full of novelty. He repeatedly tried to put things into the storage ring and then take them out. Song Qiming said with a smile, it's so much more convenient with this magic treasure. I don't have to bring a suitcase when I go out. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, cultivators have some precious items that are usually stored in storage magic treasures. However, storage rings are still rare magic treasures in the cultivation world. For safety reasons, you'd better hide it on your body. Don't wear it directly. Song Qiming nodded and said, yes. It's not convenient for me to wear a ring. It's good to keep it on me. Song Qiming was also a first-class leader. He often appeared in public and appeared on the local news of the Three Mountains almost every day. Under such circumstances, wearing such a simple ring would be a bit conspicuous. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, yes. Uncle Song, in addition to the storage ring, there's also half a spirit fruit for you to eat. It can also increase your cultivation. Song Wei explained from the side, Dad. Ruofei and Xianxia found it. In a secret realm. It's called the scarlet jade fruit. Because the scarlet jade fruit is very potent, refining cultivators can only consume half of it at most. This half of the scarlet jade fruit was kept by Ruofei and Xianxia for you. That's very thoughtful of you. Song Qiming was a little touched. Actually, you don't have to spend too many resources on me. I'll just cultivate step by step like this. It's pretty good. How about, we leave the spirit fruit for someone who needs it more? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, the three of us have already consumed the cinnabar jade fruit, so we can't continue to consume it. This half of the cinnabar jade fruit is the most suitable for you. Although I have other cultivator friends, you are one of us. Ling Xianxia also said, yeah. Ruofei also took in an apprentice in Australia. It just so happens that the two of you can have half each. Upon hearing this, Song Qiming nodded and said, okay then. Ruofei, let's go to the study. Okay. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said. Although Fang Liyun had already gone out, it shouldn't be long before she went grocery shopping. Song Qiming didn't know how long it would take for him to cultivate after consuming the cinnabar jade fruit, so they definitely had to go to a relatively private place. The study was very suitable. It was Song Qiming's personal space. He often handled some official business in the study. There were also some documents in the study, so even Fang Liyun wouldn't go in unless it was necessary. Xiao Ruofei said again, Weiwei and Xianxia can sit here and chat for a while and drink tea. If Aunt Fang comes back, you can help cover for her. Understood. Ling Xianxia said with a smile, you two go. We'll escort you outside. Xiao Ruofei and Song Qiming got up and walked up the stairs to the study upstairs. Song Qiming looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was setting up a soundproof enchantment, and said with emotion, Ruofei, the way of cultivation is really amazing. It has completely overturned my worldview for the past few decades. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't have believed that there was such a group of people with extraordinary power in this world. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, in fact, we are still at the beginning stage, including me. Although my cultivation has reached the golden core stage and I can fly on my sword, in the eyes of those senior cultivators, I'm just a child. A real powerful cultivator can move mountains and seas with a wave of his hand. His power is beyond our imagination. However, the road of cultivation is long and beautiful. How much beautiful scenery we can see depends on how far we can go. As Xiao Ruofei said this, he took out the half of the cinnabar jade fruit from the ring to space. Then, he took out a crystal and handed it to Song Qiming. Xiao Ruofei said, Uncle Song, you can eat this half of the cinnabar jade fruit directly. Then, take this crystal and cultivate immediately. Crystal? Song Qiming felt the rich spiritual energy emitted by the crystal. The concentration of spiritual energy in the crystal is higher than that of a spiritual crystal. It's most suitable for cultivation after eating the cinnabar jade fruit, Xiao Ruofei explained. Song Qiming nodded and took the cinnabar jade fruit and put it into his mouth. Then, Song Qiming's body trembled slightly. He quickly sat down cross-legged and held the crystal in his hand. He began to practice the illusionary heart sutra and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei also sat down cross-legged. He did not cultivate. Instead, he released a strand of spiritual energy to closely monitor Song Qiming's situation. Originally, Xiao Ruofei did not plan to give the cinnabar jade fruit to Song Qiming so soon. However, when he came today, he found that Song Qiming had broken through to the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Moreover, he felt that his foundation was very stable. If he used the cinnabar jade fruit now, he would be able to maximize the effectiveness of the fruit. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was better to strike while the iron was hot and let Song Qiming continue to improve his cultivation. After all, the resources of the Peach Blossom Island could not be used by Song Qiming for the time being. Moreover, most of the time, Xiao Ruofei could not help Song Qiming cultivate by his side. Song Qiming still had to rely on himself. Under such circumstances, increasing his cultivation level first would at least give him a greater guarantee of safety. This time, if Song Qiming's cultivation could reach the advanced level of the qi refining stage, he could be considered to have a place in the cultivation world. Of course, in terms of actual combat experience, Song Qiming might not even be as good as some disciples at the initial level of the qi refining stage. Xiao Ruofei sat quietly to the side, constantly paying attention to the changes in Song Qiming's aura. He was ready to help at any time. Of course, as long as one did not overdose, the medicinal properties of the cinnabar jade fruit were still mild. Therefore, the possibility of danger during cultivation was not high. After about an hour, Song Qiming gradually woke up from his cultivation state. During the entire cultivation process, Xiao Ruofei could feel that Song Qiming's aura had increased sharply twice. Obviously, he should have broken through at least 2 levels of cultivation. Song Qiming opened his eyes and said in surprise, Ruofei, the effect of this cinnabar jade fruit is really great. In the past, when I cultivated by myself, I could barely feel the increase in my cultivation level. It had to be accumulated over a long period of time to slowly improve. However, after eating the cinnabar jade fruit, I feel like my cultivation level is rising like a rocket. I'm even a little afraid that my spiritual qi will go out of control. Xiao Ruofei used his mental power to check and said with a smile, Congratulations, Uncle Song. You almost broke through 3 levels in a row this time. Song Qiming had successfully reached the peak of the 6th level of the qi refining stage. There was only a thin layer of paper between him and the 7th level of the qi refining stage. Xiao Ruofei even felt that if Song Qiming did not stop and continued to absorb the energy of the crystals, he might have continued to break through. Song Qiming smiled and said, It's all because of the cinnabar jade fruit's effect. After absorbing the last bit of the medicinal properties, I could feel that I was about to break through again. However, I feel that it's not necessarily a good thing for my cultivation level to rise too quickly. The consecutive breakthroughs before caused my foundation to be unstable, so I chose to stop for now. I'll continue to consolidate my cultivation for the next few days and then think about breaking through again. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Uncle Song, what you did was right. If your foundation isn't stable, the earth will shake. If your foundation isn't stable, even if your cultivation level rises, it's still a castle in the air. It's a dangerous house that could be blown down by a gust of wind. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, Uncle Song, although you don't have a lot of cultivation experience, I didn't expect you to understand the principle of more haste, less speed. In fact, Xiao Ruofei originally intended to tell Song Qiming that he had to pay attention to controlling his cultivation speed if it was too fast. He didn't expect Song Qiming to have already realized it. Song Qiming's cultivation time wasn't very long, but his cultivation level was almost catching up with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. In terms of talent, he might not be much better than Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Therefore, if he didn't pay attention, it could really cause the problem of a weak foundation. Of course, the most important reason why Song Qiming could progress so quickly was because he had enough resources. Whether it was the wild tea or the cinnabar jade fruit, no one else in the cultivation world could be so rich as to give it to a low-level qi refining cultivator to improve his cultivation. Especially the cinnabar jade fruit, even a golden core cultivator would be tempted by it. Therefore, although Song Qiming started late, his progress was very big. Song Qiming said with a smile, "Yes. More haste, less speed. It's not just cultivation, it's the same principle as a person." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Uncle Song, then you should focus on consolidating your cultivation for the next few days. You can keep this crystal for your use. It's easier to absorb the spiritual qi of the crystal." Song Qiming nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei continued, "Uncle Song, how do you feel about cultivating the Illusionary Heart Sutra during this period? If you have any doubts, you can tell me and we can discuss it together." Although Xiao Ruofei hadn't actually cultivated the Illusionary Heart Sutra, it was a cultivation method obtained from the Inheritance Jade Talisman. Even some of the cultivation experiences of the predecessors were passed down, so he had a deep understanding of the cultivation method. Naturally, it wasn't a problem for him to answer Song Qiming's doubts. "There are some things that I don't really understand," Song Qiming said with a smile. "You came at the right time today. I'd like to ask you for advice." Then, the two of them discussed some questions about the Illusionary Heart Sutra in the study room. Of course, it was mainly Xiao Ruofei answering Song Qiming's doubts. Time passed quickly and more than an hour had passed. After a long talk with Xiao Ruofei, Song Qiming felt enlightened, especially after Xiao Ruofei explained the last few levels of the cultivation method to him in detail. This made him more confident about his future cultivation. Xiao Ruofei looked at his watch and found that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The two of them came out of the study room and went to the living room on the first floor. They found that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were no longer in the living room, and Fang Liyun was busy in the kitchen. She heard the sound and poked her head out to take a look. She smiled and said, "Qiming, are you done talking?" Song Qiming nodded with a smile and said, "Do you need help?" "What can you help with?" Fang Liyun rolled her eyes at Song Qiming. "Why don't you go and drink tea with Ruofei? I'll take care of it here." "Okay." Song Qiming said to Xiao Ruofei with a self-deprecating smile, "I've never touched a pot or spoon in my life. When I was young, your Aunt Fang was in charge of cooking. Later, when there was a housekeeping staff in the house, even your Aunt Fang rarely cooked. It's all thanks to you. Aunt Fang's cooking skills are very good. I haven't been here for so long, I really miss Aunt Fang's cooking." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Fang Liyun said happily, "Then you should eat more later." Song Qiming asked again, "By the way, where's our daughter?" "She took Qingxue to her room." Fang Liyun said, "The two girls must have something to talk about. Why do you care so much?" "Just drink tea and chat with Ruofei." Okay. Song Qiming said with a smile. Thus, Xiao Ruofei and Song Qiming went to the living room and sat at the coffee table to make tea and chat. After a while, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue also came downstairs to the living room. The two of them looked at Song Qiming. Their mental strength had reached the spirit-gathering realm, so they could also sense that Song Qiming's cultivation had improved a lot. However, they couldn't see it as clearly as Xiao Ruofei, so they cast inquiring looks at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and made a 6 gesture to the two of them. The two of them immediately understood and gave Song Qiming a thumbs up. Song Qiming smiled and asked them to sit down and drink tea. He even personally made 2 teacups and poured a cup of tea for each of them. After chatting for a while, Fang Liyun asked everyone to prepare for dinner. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue stood up and went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. The two of them didn't have much talent in cooking, so they might not be able to help Fang Liyun much, but they could help serve the dishes after they were done. Song Qiming also opened a bottle of Zui Ba Xian white wine. He placed a cup of white wine on everyone's table and said with a smile, "Today, our daughter is home, and Ruofei and Qingxue are here as guests. Let's have a few drinks." Fang Liyun took off her apron and hung it up. Then she smiled and said, "Then I'll drink some too." "Of course you have to drink. Today's big table of dishes is the result of your hard work. First of all, we have to give you a toast," Song Qiming said with a smile. Song Wei had already opened the bottle of Zui Ba Xian white wine and obediently poured wine for everyone. Then, after Song Qiming mentioned it, everyone toasted Fang Liyun together. In fact, everyone drank their first cup of wine together. After drinking a cup of white wine, Fang Liyun took a deep breath and then quickly drank a mouthful of warm water. Then she said, "Everyone, let's eat something first. Ruofei, Qingxue, try Auntie's lychee meat. How does it taste? I learned this dish from the chef of West Lake Hotel after I came to the Three Mountains. It's absolutely authentic." "Thank you, Auntie. I'll do it myself." Ling Qingxue picked up a piece of lychee meat and put it in her mouth. After tasting it, she gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "The taste is very good. Auntie, I don't think it's worse than the chef of Ling's restaurant." Fang Liyun immediately beamed with joy and waved her hand, saying, You are exaggerating. How can I compare with a chef? And your restaurant is an authentic Sanxian restaurant, which specializes in local specialties. The lychee meat must be very authentic. You're just trying to make me happy." "It's true. Auntie, I'm not lying to you." Ling Qingxue said, "I haven't tried other dishes, so it's hard to say. But for this lychee meat, you've definitely mastered the essence. Different people's compliments would definitely have different effects." Ling Qingxue's family was in the restaurant business, and they specialized in authentic local dishes, so she definitely had the right to speak about lychee meat. Fang Liyun was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She said repeatedly, "That's too much. That's too much." Song Qiming was also in a very good mood. He said with a smile, "Wife, you don't have to be modest. When I was young, I knew that you were really talented in cooking. I think this lychee meat really has the essence of local dishes. Not to mention other dishes, even the lychee meat in the canteen of the provincial party committee doesn't taste as good as this." "Old Song, why are you joining in the fun?" Fang Liyun rolled her eyes at Song Qiming. "The children are just trying to make me happy." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Auntie Fang, don't belittle yourself. Everyone likes your dishes very much. Eat more if you like it. Don't just drink." Fang Liyun said happily. She also used the serving chopsticks to pick up food for Xiao Ruofei and said, "Try this southern fried liver. It's also a local dish from Sanxian. I just learned it." "Okay. Thank you, Auntie," Xiao Ruofei said. Everyone ate and chatted, and they were full of praise for Fang Liyun's cooking. And under Xiao Ruofei's urging, Song Wei and the others all toasted Fang Liyun to show their respect for the chef, which made Fang Liyun feel a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of her heart. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue got up and left. Song Wei, of course, would stay at home. Song Wei sent them off. Before they got into the car, Song Wei looked at them and said, "Ruofei, Qingxue, thank you." Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised and said, "What are you thanking me for?" "That. Of course. Of." Ling Qingxue also said with a smile, Wei, you don't have to be so polite between us, right? It's boring to thank each other. Oh, by the way, you can accompany your parents for a few days. Let's go to Taoyuan Island for a while." Song Wei nodded and said, "No problem. I'll accompany them for 2 days, then I'll go to Taoyuan Island and come back before the Spring Festival." Xiao Ruofei also nodded and said, "Well, I also have some things to deal with in Sanxian. Let's go to Taoyuan Island together." Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue got in the car and left, while Song Wei went home. Fang Liyun was still cleaning up the kitchen. Song Wei wanted to help, but Fang Liyun refused. She smiled and said, "Don't make trouble. By the way, your dad went to the study. He asked you to go to the study when you come back." He probably wants to ask about your studies. Go quickly. Oh. Then I'll go first. Song Wei said. She went to the study on the second floor and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Song Qiming said loudly. Dad. Song Wei pushed the door open and asked with a smile, You've reached the 6th level of the qi refining realm? Song Qiming nodded and said with emotion, Ever since the accident last time, I feel like I'd been in a dream. Wei, if I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have believed in the existence of cultivators. And I would never have believed that my daughter was a cultivator. Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. Dad. My cultivation base is higher than yours. I heard from Ruofei that you've reached the 7th level of the qi refining realm, right? Song Qiming said with a smile, but I'm about to catch up with you. That's because Ruofei helped you lay a good foundation. Song Wei said, When I first started cultivating, Ruofei himself was a low-level qi refining realm cultivator. And he didn't have as many resources as he does now. Otherwise, my cultivation would definitely be much higher than it is now. You're counting on Ruofei for everything? Why can't you fight for your own resources? Song Qiming said with a faint smile, Why should Ruofei keep providing you and me with such precious resources? Song Wei couldn't help but feel guilty. She didn't dare to look Song Qiming in the eyes. She lowered her head slightly and said, We're good friends. Song Qiming smiled faintly and didn't pursue the matter. In fact, he could more or less see that the relationship between his daughter and Xiao Ruofei was not as simple as just friends. Fang Liyun probably wouldn't pay attention to it. After all, Xiao Ruofei had a girlfriend and had brought Ling Xianxia to his house many times. She definitely wouldn't associate it with the ambiguous relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei. However, after Song Qiming came into contact with cultivation, his senses became sharper. At the same time, his thinking also jumped out of the shackles of ordinary people. Therefore, the more he looked at Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Xianxia, the more he felt that something was wrong. However, Song Qiming didn't make things clear. He chose to wait and see for the time being. Song Wei's heart was pounding. She quickly changed the topic and said, Dad, Ruofei gave you spirit crystals and yuan jing. Don't be reluctant to use them. He has a lot of them, and he basically doesn't need these resources now. However, in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, spirit crystals, yuan jing, and storage rings are more precious. You must not expose these things in front of outsiders easily. Song Qiming nodded with a smile and said, Don't worry. I know what to do. Then, Song Qiming asked again, Wei, after cultivating, I can clearly feel the changes in myself. The most intuitive one is that my body functions have become stronger. I feel like I'm 30 years old again. I heard from Ruofei that the lifespan of cultivators is much longer than that of ordinary people. I guess it's also because the spiritual qi is constantly transforming the body. Song Wei nodded and said, Yes. It's not a problem for high-level qi refining cultivators to live to 150 years old. The lifespan of gold core cultivators can generally reach 300 years old. Some cultivators with profound cultivation can live longer. Now, the cultivator with the highest cultivation in the cultivation world is recognized as the head of the Tianyi school, Chen Nanfeng. He has been at the peak of the late stage of the gold core realm for many years. It's said that he is infinitely close to the nascent soul realm and only needs an opportunity to break through. Ruofei said that Chen Nanfeng's lifespan should be about 500 years old. Song Qiming took a breath and said, 500 years old. That's really unimaginable. The legendary old man Peng Zhu lived for more than 800 years, but that's just a legend. Song Wei smiled and said, 800 years is not a long time. Ruofei said that once you break through to the nascent soul realm, you can basically guarantee a lifespan of 1,000 years. Ruofei knows a lot. Song Qiming couldn't help but say. Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, Ruofei has read a lot of ancient books of the cultivation world, many of which are now lost. So in terms of knowledge, he is better than some cultivators who have cultivated for hundreds of years. And he told us that if he continues to cultivate normally, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to break through to the nascent soul realm, and it won't take too long. Nascent soul realm? That means he has a lifespan of 1,000 years? Song Qiming couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Song Wei said with a smile, Dad, the nascent soul realm is too far away for us. I just want to break through to the gold core realm as soon as possible. When I reach the gold core realm, not only can I live for at least 300 years, but I can also fly on a sword. Have you heard of flying swords? It's really exciting to step on a flying sword and fly into the sky. And the flying speed is very fast, even faster than a plane. So you've experienced it? Song Qiming suddenly asked, Ruofei took you to fly, right? Song Wei's face was slightly hot. He nodded and said, when Ruofei just broke through to the gold core realm, he took me and Xianxia to experience flying on a sword. But now, he rarely flies on a sword. Why? Didn't you say it's very convenient? Song Qiming asked, puzzled. He has a flying magic weapon. As long as he consumes spirit crystals and spirit stones, he can fly. Song Wei said, it's more comfortable to use a flying magic weapon, and he doesn't need to consume his own primordial qi. He's definitely more willing to use a flying magic weapon. Dad, let me tell you, Ruofei's flying boat is much faster than most gold core cultivators who fly on a sword. Let's put it this way. From here to the United States, it'll take us more than 10 hours by plane, right? Ruofei's flying boat can reach us in more than an hour if it flies at full speed. Song Qiming had never heard of this before. He said in amazement, a cultivator can actually invent such a powerful magic weapon? It's even more powerful than a high-tech supersonic plane. The level of energy is different. Song Wei was already used to it. The power of a plane still depends on a high-power engine, and it uses the method of burning aviation kerosene, which is a relatively low-level energy conversion method. But a flying boat uses pure spirit qi, so there's no comparison. Song Qiming nodded. He looked at Song Wei and said, so, even if my cultivation stagnates, I can still live to 150 years old? And if I'm lucky enough to break through to the gold core realm, I'll be 300 years old? Song Wei nodded with a smile and said, at least 300 years old. Ruofei told me that he couldn't guarantee that he could break through to the nascent soul realm or even the nascent soul realm, but he was confident that the people close to him could break through to the gold core realm. So you can at least cultivate to the gold core realm. You have to be confident. Song Qiming said with emotion, yes. I've only been cultivating for a short time, and I'm already at the 6th level of the qi refining realm. In this way, the gold core realm is not far away. If Shen Hu, the head of the Shui Yuan sect, heard this, he might be so angry that he would bang his head against the wall. He had been cultivating for decades, and had been stuck at the 9th level of the qi refining realm for more than 20 years. The gold core realm was an unattainable goal for him. After Song Qiming finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Song Wei felt a little strange and asked, Dad, isn't that a good thing? After breaking through to the gold core realm, you'll have a lifespan of at least 300 years. At your current level, you'll retire at 65 years old. There's still a lot of time left for you to travel around the world. When the time comes, I'll get you a flying sword. Wherever you want to go, you can fly there with a whoosh. How cool would that be? Song Qiming said with a wry smile, Wei, I know that, but have you ever thought about your mother? Song Wei's expression suddenly froze when he heard this, but Song Qiming continued, if we didn't cultivate, your mother and I would slowly grow old together, and then leave this world one after another. But now, sometimes when I think about it, I feel. Anyway, I don't dare to think about it too deeply. As long as I think about watching your mother grow old and eventually leave me early, I feel very uncomfortable. And I can't tell her about these things. Song Wei's voice also became a little lower. She said, Dad. Every time Ruofei comes, he brings Mother some elixirs to regulate her body. And every time, he uses his spiritual strength to check Mother's physical condition. Mother is very healthy, and with the elixirs provided by Ruofei, Mother will definitely live a long life. Don't think too much. Speaking of this, Song Wei paused for a moment and then said, in addition, Mother's physique is not suitable for cultivation now, but Ruofei is also constantly improving. When he breaks through to the nascent soul realm, or even the nascent soul realm, maybe there will be a way to help Mother change her physique and let her smoothly embark on the path of cultivation. Hearing this, Song Qiming felt a glimmer of hope again. He asked, Wei, is there really such a possibility? Song Wei nodded firmly and said, there must be. Dad, have you forgotten? Your physique was not suitable for cultivation at the beginning, but because you suffered a serious head injury, Ruofei used a kind of elixir. Not only did it heal your injury, but it also changed your physique by accident. Otherwise, even if you were given cultivation methods, spirit crystals, or even other better resources, you would not be able to embark on the path of cultivation. You would not even be able to reach the first level of the qi refining realm. Yes, yes, yes. Song Qiming said, this means that the physique can also be changed. Song Wei nodded and said, of course. But that kind of elixir is quite rare, and it is estimated that there is a certain risk to healthy people using it, so Ruofei does not dare to take risks easily. I believe that when he breaks through to the nascent soul realm, or even the nascent soul realm, he will definitely have a better way to change mother's physique. Song Wei looked at Song Qiming and said, Dad. You don't have to think about anything at this stage. Just work hard to improve your cultivation. As long as it can be done, Ruofei will do his best to do it. You can rest assured about this. Song Qiming nodded and said, I know. Wei, in fact, this has always been my sore point, but you are right. Ruofei has done too many things for us. I should work hard to improve my cultivation first. Otherwise, I will really let him down. As for other things, it is up to God. I hope there will be a good result. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue returned to the villa. They quickly took a shower and lay on the bed. Ling Qingxue gently snuggled up to Xiao Ruofei's chest and said, that's great. Uncle Song's cultivation has broken through to the 6th level of qi refining. Xiao Ruofei held Ling Qingxue's shoulder and said, Qingxue, I know what you're hoping for. Actually, Uncle Song is the same. He's always hoped that Auntie Feng could come into contact with cultivation. However, Uncle Ling and Auntie Feng's physiques can't cultivate. Even if I give them more resources, it won't help, I know. Ling Qingxue looked a little sad. This is fate, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, don't be so pessimistic. If it doesn't work, we can use heart-congealing grass to try and improve their physiques. Anyway, there will be a way. Heart-congealing grass grows too slowly. You can't have enough heart-congealing grass in a short period of time. Ling Qingxue said, besides, heart-congealing grass might not be effective, I'm just giving an example. Xiao Ruofei said, there's no way now, but it doesn't mean there won't be a way in the future. You've also experienced the Tower of Trials. You should know very well that the cultivation world is far more than what we see. In the future, when I have a greater breakthrough in my cultivation, I might be able to find a better way. Ling Qingxue nodded heavily and said, yes. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, cultivators go against the heavens. It's not necessarily a good thing to embark on the path of cultivation. However, we can't leave our loved ones behind. Those old monsters who have cultivated for hundreds of years or even hundreds of years may have long been lonely, but we're different. Our loved ones and friends are still living in the same era as us. When I think of these familiar people leaving this world one by one and saying goodbye to us forever, I actually feel very suffocated in my heart. Therefore, I will try my best to change everything. Ruofei, you're carrying too much on your shoulders. Ling Qingxue said gently. Silly girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Ruofei gently pinched Ling Qingxue's face and said lovingly, it's getting late. Let's sleep for a while. Wake up early tomorrow to cultivate. Yes. You have to cultivate with me first. Ling Qingxue said. No problem. The next day, Song Wei stayed at home to accompany his parents. Ling Qingxue also went home. She had basically handed over the company's affairs to other senior executives. She only retained her position as a director. Usually, she would not get involved in the company's daily management, so she had more free time. After Xiao Ruofei finished cultivating in the morning, he was about to go out when he received a call from Feng Jing. She said that she wanted to report to him about the company's board of directors adjustments and the overall idea of the company's operation and management in the future. Xiao Ruofei did not want to continue managing the company's affairs, but Feng Jing insisted on reporting in person. Moreover, she did not let Xiao Ruofei go to the company. Instead, she came directly to Xiao Ruofei's house to report. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei could not refuse. Of course, Feng Jing also lived in a townhouse in the same neighborhood. Therefore, it was quite convenient for her to come to Xiao Ruofei's house. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei waited at home for Feng Jing. He also took advantage of his free time to clean the house. When Feng Jing came to the door, she saw a dirty Xiao Ruofei in his home clothes. "Chairman, you." Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei's appearance and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I just cleaned up the house." Xiao Ruofei wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, "Just treat it as exercise." "Sister Jing, come in and sit down." Feng Jing said with a smile, "You are so rich. Can't you afford a part-time worker? Not to mention a part-time worker, you can even hire a full-time live-in nanny. There's not much work. I can do it myself." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Besides, I'm not used to being served like a master." The two chatted as they walked into the living room. Xiao Ruofei sat at the tea table, took out the tea leaves and tea set, and began to make tea skillfully. Feng Jing took out a folder from her bag and said, "Chairman, don't be busy. Let me report my work first." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It won't be a delay." "You report your work." "I'm listening." "This?" Feng Jing shook her head helplessly and said, "Actually, the main report is about the reorganization of the board of directors and the decision-making process of the company's major matters in the future. I've talked to the executives separately these few days. After absorbing their opinions, I formed this plan. Take a look. I'll make the tea." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei stopped and handed the rest of the work to Feng Jing. "Sister Jing's level of tea ceremony is also very high." Feng Jing said with a smile, "I've drunk a lot of tea, but I can't say that I know anything about tea ceremony. Take a look at the materials first." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei opened the folder and looked at it carefully. Although with his current mental strength and brain development, he might be able to remember the main content with a glance, he could not turn the pages too quickly. Otherwise, Feng Jing would definitely misunderstand that he was being perfunctory. So, Xiao Ruofei looked at it slowly, page by page. Feng Jing's plan was obviously made with great effort. In terms of the reorganization of the board of directors, she followed Xiao Ruofei's idea and added the position of vice chairman. She would be the vice chairman, and a few other directors were added. Xiao Ruofei would still be the chairman, but he would no longer participate in the company's daily management. In this way, the company's major matters would be decided by the board of directors collectively. Feng Jing also listed in detail the different approval authority for different matters. Matters that reached a certain scale of funds must be discussed and voted by the board of directors collectively. In addition, matters that involved the company's strategic development direction also needed to be approved by the board of directors. In short, the system was not perfect, but at least it formed a system of collective decision-making. It could effectively avoid a situation where one or a few executives held the power, and the others were completely turned into puppets. After Xiao Ruofei looked through it, he nodded and said, "Sister Jing, this plan is very good. Let's implement it." After that, Xiao Ruofei directly took out a pen and signed his name on the plan. Then, he smiled and said, "After forming the company's official document, take the initiative to publish this document directly on the internet, and let all the employees have the right to see it." "Okay." Feng Jing reached out and took the folder, then said, "Last time, Director Shui of the pharmaceutical factory proposed to lease the suburban land and self-manage the Chinese medicine plantation." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Sister Jing, you don't have to report this. You have the right to make the decision now." Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh and cry. She said, "I just happened to report to you. I just wanted to tell you about the situation. I have already replied to Shui Jinshan. In principle, I agree, but after the board of directors reorganization is completed, the plan will be discussed and approved, and the corresponding startup funds will be allocated." "You are too cautious," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "but then again, isn't the pharmaceutical factory known as the cash cow? They want to lease some land and build a Chinese medicine plantation, and they still need the headquarters to allocate funds? The funds are earmarked for a specific purpose." Feng Jing said with a smile, "Financial matters still have to be done according to the rules. The pharmaceutical factory's profits are high, but they are also handed over to the company on a regular basis. In addition, the funds needed for the plantation project will naturally be allocated from the headquarters. Actually, it's just the left hand going to the right hand. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, but what you did was right. The same amount of money allocated from the headquarters is completely different from the company's profits. Feng Jing nodded and said, in terms of the system, after you don't care about the specific affairs of the company, we will definitely be more standard and standard. I can't let you down. So, I am most relieved to hand the company over to you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing smiled freely, then stood up and said, Chairman, the work report is finished. I should go to the company. Again, don't throw the company away as a burden. If you have time, please visit the company more often. Even if you don't care about the specific details, at least you can cheer everyone up. No problem. I will visit everyone when I have time. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, whether I can continue to receive dividends and live a carefree life for the rest of my life depends on all of you. It's good that you know. Feng Jing pursed her lips and said with a smile, if you don't come for a long time, believe it or not, I will ruin your company. After saying that, Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh. Then, she glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, I'm just kidding. I really should go. In the future. If there is a chance, I will see you again. Sister Jing, I will walk you out. Xiao Ruofei also stood up and said. He walked Feng Jing out of the villa until Feng Jing's figure disappeared in the corner of the green trees. Then, he turned around and went back. The document that he had just signed had taken effect in a legal sense. From today onwards, the Taoyuan company would embark on an independent path of development, and Xiao Ruofei would gradually fade his personal brand. Feng Jing came and went in a hurry. When Xiao Ruofei saw that it was still early, he drove away from home and went to visit Huzi's mother. Every time Xiao Ruofei returned to Sanshan, he would visit Huzi's mother. Although he had bought a house for her and her mother, Lin Xiao was studying at Heron Island and only came back during the holidays. Therefore, Huzi's mother must have felt a little lonely living alone. So, whenever Xiao Ruofei had time, he would go and visit his godmother. There was no problem with the old woman's body. She had been taking the tonic that Xiao Ruofei had prescribed for her for a long time. Now, Huzi's mother's body was very healthy, and her body functions were much younger than her actual age. At Huzi's mother's place, Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual power to check on her as usual to ensure that there were no hidden dangers in her body. At the same time, he also left a new batch of tonic for her. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei accompanied her godmother to have a meal together before bidding farewell and leaving. Xiao Ruofei's own relatives were all gone. It could be said that he was all alone. In Sanshan, the only person he cared about the most was his godmother. Fortunately, the veterans of the Taoyuan company, including Captain Luo's widow, Lin Yue, would often visit Huzi's mother. Lin Yue was now working at the Taoyuan company. There was a period of time when it was inconvenient for Huzi's mother to pick up and drop her off at school. Therefore, whenever Nan Nan saw Huzi's mother, she would be very affectionate and call her grandma very sweetly. To a large extent, this also alleviated the old woman's loneliness. In addition, Lin Xiao had also installed a webcam in the living room. She could also monitor her mother's situation at home at any time through the webcam. This was to prevent the old woman from living alone at home. If she fell, no one would know. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was more at ease. After he returned to the Jianbin Villa district, he called Jing Yongshou and asked him to come to the villa to ask about the situation over the past few days. Jing Yongshou immediately rushed to Xiao Ruofei's house and reported in detail about his work over the past few days. Now, Jing Yongshou had already settled down in the Three Mountains. Li Yifu had personally instructed Director Jing of the Jiuzhou Group's office in the Three Mountains to arrange his residence. Jing Yongshou had also diligently learned some basic skills for living in modern society, including the use of common household appliances, the use of mobile phones, and so on. Xiao Ruofei casually tested Jing Yongshou. Jing Yongshou was now able to use WeChat and other software, as well as taxi hailing apps and takeout apps. He was also very good at using them. In addition, Jing Yongshou also took some time to learn how to drive. Cultivators learned things faster than ordinary people, to begin with, and these basic skills were not difficult to learn, including driving skills. Ordinary people might need a few months of practice, but cultivators' hand-eye coordination and reflexes were far superior to ordinary people. Therefore, Xianxia only took 2 to 3 days to completely master it. However, he still needed some time to get a driver's license. This was also Xia Ruofei's request. Xianxia did not use his connections to get a driver's license. Instead, he had to follow the formal examination procedures to get a driver's license. Otherwise, if he used his connections to get a driver's license, Xianxia would be able to drive independently. In general, Xianxia adapted relatively quickly. In terms of work, Xianxia had also made many connections with the Taoyuan company, including the winery. His work as a liaison had basically been straightened out. After hearing this, Xia Ruofei was quite satisfied. He said, "Old Jing, is there anything else you need to coordinate in the next 2 days? Deal with it as soon as possible. I'm going back to Taoyuan Island the day after tomorrow. You can go back with me. In the future, you can cultivate on Taoyuan Island and come back once a month to deal with the daily affairs. In addition, be sure to keep the communication line open. In the future, if the Taoyuan company needs my help, I'll definitely contact you first." Xianxia suddenly showed a look of surprise when he heard this. He quickly said, "Thank you, Moss. Mr. Xia." "Thank you, Mr. Xia." Xia Ruofei stayed in the Three Mountains for 2 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, he summoned Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Xianxia to the Riverside Villa complex. The matters here were almost settled, mainly the Taoyuan company. With Xianxia in charge of some specific matters, Xia Ruofei could focus more on cultivation in the future. There was still half a month before the spring festival. Xia Ruofei decided to head to Peach Blossom Island today. During this period of time, he would peacefully cultivate on Peach Blossom Island and bring everyone back to the Three Mountains 1 or 2 days before the spring festival. After having dinner in the Riverside Villa, Xia Ruofei and the others came to the balcony on the top floor of the villa in the dark of the night. Xia Ruofei took out the obsidian airship, directly activated the concealment array talisman, and then threw the airship out. The obsidian airship quickly grew bigger in everyone's sight, but ordinary people couldn't see the existence of the airship at all. The obsidian airship was hovering next to the balcony and was only slightly higher than the balcony. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's go." Having said that, he took the lead and jumped onto the airship, followed by Song Wei and the other 2. With a thought, Xia Ruofei activated the flying boat with his spiritual power. The obsidian airship began to slowly rise, and its speed was getting faster and faster. In just a moment, it had reached a height of 1,000 meters. Below were the lights of the Three Mountains. The airship took off from the Riverside Villa complex, so at this time, looking down from the deck, one could clearly see the brightly lit cruise ship cruising slowly on the Min River that passed through the city. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual force to control the airship and accelerated it toward the sea. At the same time, it kept rising. The obsidian airship instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. On the deck of the airship, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Everyone, go to the cabin and rest for a while. Today's flight will take about 2.5 hours. You can also cultivate to kill time." Although the obsidian airship had a very stable protective barrier, even standing on the deck, one wouldn't feel a trace of the wind at high altitude. However, the entire flight was over the ocean, and there was no scenery at night, so it was very boring to stay on the deck of the airship. Xia Ruofei led everyone into the cabin. The obsidian flying ship was much larger than the clear water flying ship of the Tianyi Palace, and the interior space was also very spacious. In addition to the control room, there were more than 10 independent cabins. Therefore, Xia Ruofei simply let everyone choose a cabin to cultivate in, while he himself sat cross-legged in the control room. While cultivating, he also spared a trace of his mind to monitor the flying condition of the flying ship. Was. Li had always had was. Of course, he gates a was. He. If there was. Hi was. The time. Was. Not to mention, in today's cultivation world, except for Chen Nanfeng, it was hard to find someone stronger than Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could deal with Chen Nanfeng for a long time. What's more, there was only one Chen Nanfeng. If hundreds or thousands of experts like Chen Nanfeng ambushed Xiao Ruofei, he would be in trouble. Otherwise, with the speed of the obsidian airship, Xiao Ruofei would be in an invincible position. Around 10 o'clock in the evening in Huaxia, the obsidian airship was close to Peach Blossom Island. It was about 1:30 p.m. local time. Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Xianxia stopped cultivating and came to the control room. Xiao Ruofei controlled the airship and cut in from the southeast corner of Peach Blossom Island. He skillfully contacted the core of the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation, and the obsidian airship flew directly into the range of the formation without any hindrance. In the blink of an eye, the airship had arrived at the roof of the flame-yellow building. Xiao Ruofei had contacted Li Yifu once before he set off, so Li Yifu was already waiting for him on the rooftop. The obsidian airship slowed down and slowly descended, finally hovering about 2 meters above the rooftop. Xiao Ruofei was the first to jump off the airship and stood firmly on the rooftop. Li Yifu came forward and bowed respectfully. Martial Granduncle. At this time, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Xianxia also jumped off the airship. Li Yifu quickly greeted Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Xianxia didn't dare to neglect and quickly came forward to greet Li Yifu. Xianxia knew very well that although Xiao Ruofei was gentle and didn't treat him and Luo Qingfeng as slaves, he also knew that. In Xiao Ruofei's heart, Li Yifu was really one of his own, and he and Luo Qingfeng were separated by a layer. It was because of the soul seal that Xiao Ruofei trusted him unconditionally. Therefore, Xianxia didn't dare to neglect Li Yifu. What's more, Xianxia used to have some psychological advantage in front of Li Yifu, but now Li Yifu's cultivation was rising steadily. It was said that he was now at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, and could break through to the Aurous core stage at any time. Since Xianxia was subdued by Xiao Ruofei, although he also received some resources, his progress was far less than Li Yifu's. He was now at the 8th level of qi refining. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded to Li Yifu, and then put the black bright flying ship into the Ring 2 space. Yifu, is Qingfeng still in closed-door cultivation? Xiao Ruofei asked casually as he walked towards the stairs. Yes, Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu said respectfully, sect leader Luo has been in closed-door cultivation since last time. I guess he hopes to break through to the middle stage of the Aurous core stage before coming out. Luo Qingfeng was in closed-door cultivation this time. It was estimated that he was really trying to break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of the Aurous core stage. Xiao Ruofei was also looking forward to it. If Luo Qingfeng could break through to the middle stage of the Aurous core stage, it would naturally be a good thing for him. It was equivalent to his own strength increasing by another level. There were not many cultivators at the Aurous core stage in the cultivation world. Many sects, like the Water Yuan sect, did not even have a single Aurous core stage cultivator. Among all the Aurous core stage cultivators, the majority were at the early stage of the Aurous core stage. The middle stage of the Aurous core stage could be said to be very rare. As for the late stage of the Aurous core stage, there was only one known person, Chen Nanfeng. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, let him be in closed-door cultivation. Unless there is a major event that concerns the survival of the Peach Blossom Island, don't disturb him. Yes. Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu nodded and replied. Your cultivation has improved a lot during this period of time. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Li Yifu and was clear about his cultivation situation. I feel that your genuine qi has obviously condensed a lot. This is a sign that you are close to breaking through the bottleneck. It's all thanks to Martial Granduncle's support and care. Li Yifu said, if you hadn't poured a lot of resources into me, I'm afraid I would still be a low-level qi refining cultivator. I will never forget Martial Granduncle's great kindness. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, you don't have to be so polite. You call me Martial Granduncle, so I should take care of you. Now our sect is very small. Strictly speaking, there are only 3 of us, you, me, and Hauren. No matter how many resources I spend, I will at least promote your cultivation to the Aurous core stage. Li Yifu was moved and said, I will not let Martial Granduncle down. Ruofei, what about us? Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. You? Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. You should set your goals higher, right? Even an old man like Yifu is working hard to reach the Oris core stage. You should at least look forward to the nascent soul stage. We will work hard. Song Wei said with a smile. Xianxia was incomparably envious. Since when did the Oris core stage become worthless cabbages? However, Xianxia was also very clear that Xiao Ruofei was not bragging at all. He really had the strength to create a group of Oris core stage cultivators. Therefore, Xianxia's heart was only filled with envy. Of course, he was also secretly glad. Although it was unfortunate to be captured and planted with a soul seal, how lucky was he to be able to follow a master like Xiao Ruofei? Xianxia was very clear about his potential. Even if he did not become Xiao Ruofei's soul slave and cultivated in the star-picking sect, he might not be able to reach the Oris core stage in his lifetime. However, now he had a little more hope of breaking through to the Oris core stage. After all, the cultivation resources he now had were unimaginable. Moreover, Peach Blossom Island had become a veritable holy land for cultivation. He did not even dare to dream that he would have the opportunity to cultivate in such an environment. Everyone, let's work hard together. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xiao Ruofei said to Li Yifu, arrange a room for Xianxia. He will also be cultivating on the island during this period of time. You can discuss and solve the problems of food and accommodation. Yes, Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu nodded in response. Xianxia also quickly said, thank you very much, Mr. Xia. Xiao Ruofei nodded and continued, we will be cultivating on Peach Blossom Island for the next half a month or so. You don't have to worry about the three of us. We will cook for ourselves. I may also be in seclusion for a few days. If it's not particularly important, don't disturb me. Understood. Li Yifu nodded and said. The group of people talked as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the door of Xiao Ruofei's exclusive suite on the top floor. Xiao Ruofei pressed his fingerprint to open the door, then turned his head and said, okay, you all go and rest. It's getting late. Yifu, you'd better arrange a few days of seclusion to break through the bottleneck. Even if you can't succeed on the first try, you can accumulate a lot of experience. Okay. Martial Granduncle, I will try to break through the bottleneck of the gold core stage after stabilizing my cultivation. Li Yifu nodded and said. If you need me to protect you, let me know in advance, Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he stepped into the room. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue naturally followed in quickly. When Xiao Ruofei was there, Li Yifu had been slightly bowing. When the door was closed, Li Yifu straightened up and took Xianxia to get a guest room first. After Xiao Ruofei and the other two returned to the room, because it was getting late, they didn't cultivate. They directly washed up and went to rest. However, Xiao Ruofei's expectation of sleeping together did not come true. After a few whispers, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue quickly got into the same room and locked the door. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had many ways to easily open the door, but the problem was that although Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were whispering, his cultivation was too high, so he could still hear them clearly. Their original words were, this guy is giving the beauty warmth again. Let him sleep alone. It turned out that Song Wei had told Ling Qingxue that he had given Lu Yu a spirit crystal and a cultivation method. Moreover, the two of them had probably discussed this matter a lot in private. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this situation, he couldn't force his way in. He could only stand at the door and say resentfully, fine, I'll sleep alone. I don't believe that you don't need to cultivate with me. If you have the ability, you two can try cultivating together. As Xiao Ruofei said this, he began to imagine the scene of Song Wei and Ling Qingxue cultivating together. He couldn't help but shudder and feel goosebumps all over his body. This scene was too evil. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei and the other two almost never left the house. They just moved around in the big suite on the top floor. Under the superimposed effect of the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation and the Luotian Formation, the cultivation environment in the building was really too unique. Everyone couldn't help but want to cultivate a little more. Even if they went out to stroll around the beach, they felt that it was a waste of resources. Of course, this was also because the Luotian formation had a very powerful mind-clearing effect. It was very easy to enter a deep state of cultivation inside the formation, and the efficiency was much higher than cultivating outside the formation. Within the range of the Luotian formation, even if they were eating, sleeping, or going to the toilet, their spiritual power would be in a slow process. Their physical body was also fully strengthened, but the speed was a little slow. Basically, it would take a while for them to feel the effect. In a short period of time, even they couldn't detect it. Xiao Ruofei occasionally cultivated with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Other than that, he spent most of his time in the room cultivating the Tao technique. After entering the Oris core stage, it was indeed much more difficult for his cultivation to increase. However, Xiao Ruofei now used all the precious purple primordial crystals when he cultivated. In addition to the superimposed effect of the two formations, the speed of his cultivation progress was much faster than before. This feeling of being able to feel his strength growing every day was very good. Xiao Ruofei felt that his days on Peach Blossom Island were peaceful and fulfilling. He had the company of his beloved girl, and he had a lot of cultivation resources at hand. There was almost no suspense in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Xiao Ruofei felt that he was a real winner in life. He could live a long life like this without any regrets. However, Xiao Ruofei still had a faint sense of danger in his heart. This feeling had been there ever since he entered the mystic Luna realm. When he left the training tower, this feeling was most obvious. It was as if there was a voice in the dark constantly urging him to hurry up and cultivate. It made him feel as if time waited for no man. Xiao Ruofei trusted his sixth sense very much. Therefore, even though there were not many forces in the world of cultivation that could threaten him and Peach Blossom Island, and even if some large forces joined forces, it would not be easy to break through Peach Blossom Island. However, he still felt a sense of urgency. It was this sense of urgency that made him not have any thoughts of slacking off. As long as there was a chance, he would work hard to cultivate. On the sixth day after arriving at Peach Blossom Island, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the suite. He felt an imposing aura rising from the building. He swept it with his spiritual force and couldn't help but feel happy. Luo Qingfeng had broken through to the middle stage of Gold Core. As soon as Xiao Ruofei walked out of the elevator, he saw Luo Qingfeng come out of the room with a happy face. The moment Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei, he knelt down in front of Xiao Ruofei without hesitation and said in a trembling voice, "Master. This subordinate was lucky enough to not disappoint you and has finally broken through to the middle stage of Gold Core. This subordinate will never forget Master's grace of rebirth." Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile on his face, "Get up. You are now a middle stage Gold Core expert. How can you kneel down so easily?" Luo Qingfeng knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "This subordinate can have today's achievements all thanks to Master's help. Not to mention middle stage Gold Core, even middle stage nascent soul experts should kneel down to Master. It's enough that you have the heart." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Get up first. You have just broken through and should continue to consolidate your cultivation. Why did you come out in such a hurry?" Luo Qingfeng stood up and said in front of Xiao Ruofei, "Master, this subordinate wants to report this good news to you as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I will naturally know about your breakthrough. Why do you need to come out and tell me? Hurry up and continue to consolidate your cultivation. You have just broken through, so the most important thing is to consolidate your cultivation first. Don't let anything go wrong." "Yes, Master. Master," Luo Qingfeng said respectfully. "By the way, what are you going to do next?" Xiao Ruofei asked again. "Do you want to continue to cultivate on Peach Blossom Island or return to the star-picking sect?" Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but show a trace of hesitation. In his heart, he was naturally very willing to cultivate on Peach Blossom Island. The cultivation environment here was simply too tempting. If it was before the cultivation environment deteriorated, the cultivators might not have felt it so clearly, but Luo Qingfeng had just experienced the process of the entire cultivation environment deteriorating. It could be said that he had gone through a lot of hardships to barely break through the early Jingdan stage. Now that he suddenly discovered such a superior cultivation environment, it was like a person who had been hungry for a few days suddenly seeing a table full of delicious food. He would definitely be eager to gorge himself. However, he was the sect master of the star-plucking sect. This status made it impossible for him to stay on Peach Blossom Island forever. He didn't want to give up control of a sect so easily. On the other hand, he felt that Xiao Ruofei needed the power of the star-plucking sect. He had an obligation to help Xiao Ruofei run the star-plucking sect well. Therefore, after thinking about it, he said, "Master, this subordinate will consolidate his cultivation and then return to the star-plucking sect." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "It's good for you to go back and preside over the overall situation. The star-plucking sect really does need you. Now that you've broken through to the middle Jingdan stage, it's time to publicize your strength in the cultivation world." Sometimes, a high-level cultivator could determine the overall strength of an entire sect. A sect with a mid-Oris core stage cultivator and a sect with an early Oris core stage cultivator, or even no Oris core stage cultivator, were on completely different levels. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Understood. After this subordinate returns to the sect, I will make a public appearance at appropriate times, or simply invite friends from the cultivation world to the star-plucking sect as guests to celebrate this subordinate's breakthrough to the middle Jingdan stage." N. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You can think about the specifics yourself. Alright, hurry up and consolidate your cultivation. I also have to go back and cultivate. Farewell, master." Luo Qingfeng bowed and said. When the elevator door of Xiao Ruofei's elevator closed, Luo Qingfeng returned to his room and continued to consolidate his cultivation. Xiao Ruofei was very gratified that Luo Qingfeng had broken through to the middle Jingdan stage. It was no exaggeration to say that Luo Qingfeng's middle Jingdan stage cultivation was created by him. If it weren't for Xiao Ruofei, Luo Qingfeng might not have been able to reach his current height in this lifetime. Pushing Luo Qingfeng's cultivation to the next level was also the most successful thing Xiao Ruofei had done since he embarked on the path of cultivation. When Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had also walked out of their rooms and were talking in the living room. When they saw Xiao Ruofei return to his room, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Ruofei, why did you run out in such a hurry? Could it be that someone is attacking Peach Blossom Island?" When Song Wei heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, he knew that Ling Qingxue was joking. They had heard about the strength of Peach Blossom Island's defense from Xiao Ruofei. In today's cultivation world, it could be said to be impregnable. There was basically no security concern. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's Luo Qingfeng. He has just broken through to the middle Jingdan stage." The middle Jingdan stage. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue both cried out in unison, looking very surprised. Luo Qingfeng's breakthrough was not surprising. They were just surprised by the speed of his breakthrough. The Luo Tian array played a very important role. Xiao Ruofei said, "So now the cultivation environment of Peach Blossom Island is really unique. You have to work hard too." It was relatively easy to make progress in the qi refining stage. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were both at the 7th level of the qi refining stage. Although they had just broken through not long ago, if they really focused on cultivation, the 8th level of the qi refining stage was not far away. For them, the bottleneck of the gold core stage was slightly more difficult. Of course, compared to Li Yifu, it would be easier for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to break through to the gold core stage. After all, the two of them were much younger than Li Yifu, and the two of them had better resources than Li Yifu. Not to mention other things, the two of them had relied on Huang Yujing to advance by leaps and bounds in the spirit realm, which would make it much easier for them to cultivate and break through. Song Wei nodded and said, "We have to work hard. We have to go back to the 3 mountains before the spring festival. Before leaving Peach Blossom Island, even if we can't break through to the 8th level of the qi refining stage, we have to at least touch the bottleneck." "Okay. Then for the next week, we'll increase the time of our joint cultivation by 1 hour every day," Ling Qingxue said. "Are you serious?" Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter face, "Aren't you afraid that I'll die of exhaustion?" Now, Xiao Ruofei had to spend 3 or 4 hours every day to cultivate with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. If each of them increased the time of their joint cultivation by 1 hour, then Xiao Ruofei would spend 5 or 6 hours cultivating. It must be known that cultivating with both spirit and body was of little help to Xiao Ruofei. After all, the cultivation gap between him and Song Wei and Ling Xianxia was too big. 5 or 6 hours was basically useless for Xiao Ruofei to improve his cultivation. Song Wei pursed his lips and said, Xianxia, increasing the time of our joint cultivation may affect Ruofei's cultivation. It's better that we increase the time of our own cultivation. It's okay to sleep less at night. Ling Xianxia thought about it and said, that makes sense. We can't affect Ruofei's cultivation. Why don't we use the time formation? This way, it won't delay Ruofei's cultivation time. Song Wei's eyes lit up and he said, that's a good idea. This way, Ruofei's cultivation time will be guaranteed, and we will have more time to cultivate with both spirit and body. Our cultivation progress will definitely be faster. Xiao Ruofei looked helpless and said, I'm not talking about the time. You too, it's very tiring to cultivate with both of you, okay? Ling Xianxia rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, I clearly feel that you're enjoying it. After Ling Xianxia finished speaking, she and Song Wei both blushed at the same time. The charming scene of cultivating with both spirit and body suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The intimate contact at the spirit level, the kind of joy that went deep into the bone marrow, was really difficult to describe with words. Even if they were cultivating seriously, they could still clearly recall the feeling of cultivating with both of them. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Ling Xianxia and said, Xianxia, I didn't agree. You've already arranged everything for me? Ling Xianxia glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, what can you do if you don't agree? Your protest is invalid. Otherwise, we'll vote. The minority obeys the majority. Song Wei burst out laughing. There were only 3 people here, and the 2 of them were on the same side. If they voted, Xiao Ruofei could not win no matter what. Xiao Ruofei said, don't try to trick me. I'm not voting. It's not impossible to increase the time of cultivating with both of us. It's not a problem to use the time formation, but I can't do so much for nothing, right? So I have a condition. What condition? Ling Xianxia asked warily. It's not difficult to fulfill the condition. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, as long as the 3 of us sleep together at night from today onwards. I don't want to be alone every day. That's right. Ever since they landed on Peach Blossom Island, Song Wei and Ling Xianxia, other than cultivating with Xiao Ruofei, spent most of their time in the same room. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was rejected outside the door every night. He had to watch over his 2 beautiful girlfriends while he slept alone in his room for a full 6 days. After Song Wei and Ling Xianxia heard Xiao Ruofei's condition, they could not help but blush. Ling Xianxia said, No. No. Change your condition. I only have this condition. Xiao Ruofei said, if you agree, then the time of cultivating together can be discussed. If you don't agree, then there's no room for discussion. Song Wei quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then looked away and said, Ruofei, how about, we each accompany you for a day? Wei. Ling Xianxia said quickly, why are you so easy to compromise? Aren't I negotiating with Ruofei? Song Wei whispered, I didn't agree to accompany him. Ling Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry, while Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Wei, it's not the first time the 3 of us have slept together. What's there to be shy about? No. Song Wei felt that he could not explain himself clearly even if he had a mouth. Xiao Ruofei continued, Xianxia, don't stare at me. You guys left me aside first. I'm just resisting under pressure. Anyway, my condition is right here. If you agree, then the time of cultivating together can be longer. But if you don't agree, then maybe the time of cultivating together can't be guaranteed. You. Ling Xianxia could not help but be angry, why are you so shameless? I'm not being shameless, I'm just helpless. Xiao Ruofei said with an exaggerated expression. You, Xianxia. Song Wei interrupted Ling Xianxia and said, let's discuss it first. Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said, sure. I'll go back to my room to cultivate first. You guys take your time to discuss it. Luo Qingfeng's cultivation is almost catching up with mine, and Yifu is about to break through to the gold core stage. I'm under a lot of pressure. If I don't work hard, I'll be overtaken by them. No, I have to hurry up and cultivate. After that, Xiao Ruofei went back to his room. Ling Qingshui was so angry that she stomped her feet. She pointed at Xiao Ruofei's door and said to Song Wei, Wei, he did it on purpose. Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, we really have to work hard to cultivate. I also have a sense of urgency. From this point of view, Ruofei is right. That's not what I'm talking about. Ling Qingshui said, didn't we discuss that we would leave him alone for a while? Otherwise, we don't know when this guy will give us another sister. Why did you suddenly side with him? I didn't. Song Wei smiled bitterly and said, I didn't agree to his conditions. Besides, when you proposed it, I actually didn't agree with it. At least from the current point of view, there is nothing between Ruofei and Lu Yu. He didn't reveal his identity as a cultivator in front of Lu Yu, and even strictly ordered the Shui Yuan sect to keep it a secret. This shows that he has no other intentions at all. He just wanted to help Lu Yu. As a friend, it's only right to help each other when they are in trouble. Aren't we just preparing for a rainy day? Ling Qingshui was also a little unconfident. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Now this guy is threatening us with the time of joint cultivation. What should we do? Song Wei smiled and said, what else can we do? Just agree to him. Ah? What ah? Song Wei said with a faint smile, don't you want to do it with Ruofei? I really don't know if you are punishing yourself or Ruofei. You're going to die. Ling Qingshui blushed and hit Song Wei, saying, Wei, I find that your skin is getting thicker and thicker. You can even say such things, isn't this because of your influence? Song Wei said with a smile, your words are rough, but the truth is not rough. Think about it. Anyway, now that Ruofei has us in his hands, what can you do? Then we'll just let him go so easily? Ling Qingshui said. If you have the ambition, then don't do joint cultivation. Work hard to break through by practicing the Nichang Heart Sutra. Song Wei said with a smile, that's not impossible. The Nichang Heart Sutra was another cultivation method that Xiao Ruofei had chosen for the two of them. It was mainly for them to use when they were cultivating alone. Although this cultivation method was quite good, in terms of cultivation efficiency, it was still a little worse than joint cultivation. If he hadn't spent so much time with Xiao Ruofei in the past, cultivating the rainbow-colored dress Heart Sutra would have been a good choice. However, in this situation, cultivating both spirit and body was obviously the best choice. The rainbow-colored dress Heart Sutra seemed a little useless. So, Ling Qingshui said without hesitation, no way. Isn't that giving up what's close at hand to seek what's far away? Then, does that mean you've agreed? Song Wei asked with a faint smile. Ling Qingshui pouted and said, okay. I'll let him go for now. Song Wei laughed and said, okay. Then I'll go and call Ruofei. Before Song Wei finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei's room door was opened. Xiao Ruofei walked out with a smile and said, no need to call. I'm here. Even though he spent more time on the spirit-body fusion cultivation every day, because he used the time formation, his cultivation time was not affected. Instead, he had a lot more time. Of course, he could not waste the extra time. So, Xiao Ruofei was extremely busy every night. At the beginning, Song Wei and Ling Qingshui were still working. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, and please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Xiao Ruofei and the other two were busy in the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei had also brought a lot of ingredients over. They were all produced in the Taoyuan space, so the quality was naturally top-notch. It was perfect for the New Year's Eve dinner. At noon, the three of them had a simple meal, then sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Xiao Ruofei asked about Lin Qiao's studies at Egret Island University. When he learned that Lin Qiao's grades were among the best in class and that he had even won the gold medal in the campus design competition, Xiao Ruofei was very happy and did not hesitate to praise him. When Lin Qiao received Xiao Ruofei's praise, he was even happier than if he had won the award himself. After chatting for a while, the three of them went to their respective rooms for lunch. In this house, Huzi's mother had always kept a guest room for Xiao Ruofei. This time, when she knew that Xiao Ruofei would come over to celebrate the new year with them, she specially changed the bedsheets and bedding. These bedding had not been used since they were bought, but Huzi's mother had washed them in advance. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei could smell the comfortable smell of sunshine while lying on the bed. After getting up in the afternoon, Huzi's mother continued to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. The people in the Three Mountains did not eat dumplings like the people in the north. However, the New Year's Eve dinner was also very sumptuous. There were meat bird's nest, rice cakes, beetle taro, and so on. Although the supermarkets sold ready-made food, Huzi's mother still insisted on making it herself. Whether it was the quality of the ingredients or the taste, it was naturally better than the ones bought in the supermarkets. In addition to the special delicacies, there was naturally no shortage of chicken, duck, and fish. The duck meat used for the New Year's Eve dinner was the local duck that Huzi's mother specially went back to her hometown in Chongping County and asked the villagers to buy. These kinds of free-range local ducks were very difficult to buy nowadays. Lin Xiao pulled Xiao Ruofei to the living room to chat. He talked about the interesting things that happened on campus. He talked non-stop, and he could not wait to share all the trivial things that happened in his dormitory with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei wasn't impatient either. He maintained a smile and listened attentively. He had known Lin Xiao for a long time. That was the first time he had returned to the Three Mountains for a family visit. Lin Hu had asked him to bring some local specialties to his mother and sister. After Lin Hu's death, he doted on Lin Xiao like she was his own sister. As the two of them chatted, the sky outside gradually darkened. From time to time, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Some people had already started their New Year's Eve dinner. The New Year's Eve dinner in the Three Mountains wasn't as late as it was in the north. It was basically dinner time, and some people even had dinner earlier than usual. Of course, since most areas were prohibited from setting off fireworks, the sound of the firecrackers was quite far away. Lin Xiao's home was a high-end residential area, so naturally, it was within the prohibited area. At that moment, Huzi's mother walked out of the kitchen. She wiped her hands on her apron and said with a smile, "New Year's Eve dinner is ready. Come over and help serve the dishes." "Coming." Xiao Ruofei responded, and then said to Lin Xiao, "Xiaoer, go and help." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao walked into the kitchen together and helped Huzi's mother move the sumptuous dinner she had prepared all day onto the dining table. The large dining table was filled to the brim with food. Huzi's mother's excellent cooking skills were displayed incisively and vividly here. "Ruofei, it's New Year's Eve today. Let's all drink," Huzi's mother said with a smile. "Xiaoer and I will help you, so you can drink more." "No problem," Xiao Ruofei said. "Godmother, I have wine in my car. I'll go down and bring it up." Huzi's mother waved her hand and said, "No need. I've already prepared it." After that, Huzi's mother turned around and took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet. Xiao Ruofei took a closer look and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The wine that Huzi's mother took out was Zui Ba Xian, but it was the kind that was sold in bulk in the supermarket. Obviously, she had gone to purchase it in advance. Although Zui Ba Xian was known for its low price and high quality, this low price was only relative to famous wines like Maotai and Xianxia. After all, Zui Ba Xian's taste didn't lose to these famous wines, and its price was much cheaper than Maotai and Xianxia. Therefore, cheap was relative. In terms of price, Zui Ba Xian wasn't cheap either. For Huzi's mother, this kind of consumption was definitely expensive. Huzi's mother said happily, "I heard that this kind of wine isn't easy to buy. Yesterday, I went to the supermarket early in the morning to line up. Fortunately, I managed to grab a bottle." The mother and daughter didn't usually drink, so naturally, they didn't have any wine at home. Huzi's mother had gone to the supermarket to buy some Zui Ba Xian, which was in high demand, so she definitely had to line up early to buy it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. These Zui Ba Xian wines were all made by him using the Ringtu space, and the wine that he stored was much higher quality than the ones that were sold in bulk. However, he couldn't reveal it now. After all, this was a way for Huzi's mother to express her love for Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Godmother, you're amazing. Zui Ba Xian wine has always been in short supply. As long as the product is on the shelves, it's basically sold out. It's really not easy for you to get the authentic Zui Ba Xian wine. Huzi's mother said with a smile, that's because it's almost Chinese New Year, so the supermarket has increased the supply. Otherwise, it would be sold out before my turn. Is this wine really that easy to sell? Lin Xiao said. Then, he revealed a thoughtful expression and said, I remember this is Taoyuan. Xiao Ruofei quickly winked at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, of course this wine is easy to sell. Compared to Maotai Wuliangya, the price is less than half, but the quality of the wine is almost the same. In fact, the Zui Baxian wine is even better. Naturally, everyone is willing to choose it. Lin Xiao used to be an intern at the Taoyuan company, and later received a lot of orders from the Taoyuan company. Most of the orders were to design posters, so he naturally knew that the Zui Baxian wine was actually a product of the Taoyuan company. However, Xiao Ruofei interrupted her and winked at her. She quickly came to her senses and hurriedly said, then I'll have to have a good taste today. Huzi's mother said, you just need to drink one glass. Today is the Chinese New Year, so I'll let you drink one glass. Otherwise, you're a girl, so you're not allowed to drink outside, understand? Understood. Lin Xiao said with a slight pout. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, come, come, come. I'll pour the wine for everyone. Let's have a drink as a reunion. The three of them poured the wine. Xiao Ruofei raised his glass and said, Godmother, today is the Chinese New Year. You're the most senior, so please say a few words. Huzi's mother smiled and waved her hand. I don't know how to say anything. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, just say a few words. Yeah. If you can't, just say something auspicious. Lin Xiao said. Okay. Then I'll say a few words. Huzi's mother raised her glass and said, today, Ruofei came back to celebrate the Chinese New Year. I'm very happy. It's not easy for our family to be able to eat together and celebrate the Chinese New Year together. Then let's drink this glass of wine together. Cheers to the reunion. Godmother said it well. Xiao Ruofei smiled and stood up. Cheers to the reunion. Cheers. Lin Xiao also stood up. The three of them clinked their glasses. Xiao Ruofei raised his head and finished the glass of white wine. Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao only took a small sip. They weren't used to drinking white wine with such high alcohol content. They drank mainly for the atmosphere, so naturally, they couldn't drink as easily as Xiao Ruofei. After drinking the first glass of wine, Huzi's mother said, eat something first. Ruofei, eat some meat bird's nest while it's hot. The stewed pork trotters are also very good. I bought them a long time ago. After I marinated them, I hung them in the ventilated and dry attic. It's just right to eat now. After Huzi's mother finished speaking, she took Xiao Ruofei's bowl and filled it with meat bird's nest. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Godmother, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Huzi's mother still insisted on filling Xiao Ruofei's bowl with meat bird's nest. Then she smiled and said, eat more. Both of us don't have a big appetite. Okay. Thank you, Godmother. Xiao Ruofei said. Mom. I want to eat meat bird's nest too. Lin Xiao shouted. Huzi's mother glanced at Lin Xiao and said, if you want to eat, scoop it yourself. You're already an adult. Do you still need me to serve you? Lin Xiao was so angry that she wanted to cry. She said, Mom, you're biased. Why do I feel that Brother Ruofei is your biological son? You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Huzi's mother said reproachfully. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, come, come, come. I'll scoop it for Sister Qiaoer. After that, Xiao Ruofei took Lin Xiao's bowl and filled it with meat bird's nest for her. Lin Xiao smiled sweetly and said, thank you, Brother Ruofei. The three of them ate their New Year's Eve dinner and chatted about their family matters. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Huzi's mother's cooking skills were very good, and the ingredients that Xiao Ruofei brought were all top-notch. Therefore, the New Year's Eve dinner tasted very good. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao made Huzi's mother sit on the sofa and let her rest while watching TV. The two of them took the initiative to clean up the dishes and took on the task of cleaning up the mess. Because the New Year's Eve dinner in the south started earlier, the New Year's Eve gala had not started yet when they finished eating. However, the live broadcast had already started. The elderly had a special feeling for the New Year's Eve gala, so Huzi's mother sat on the sofa in the living room and watched it with great interest. When Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao cleaned up the kitchen and came out, it was close to 8 in the evening. The countdown to the New Year's Eve gala had started. When Huzi's mother saw the two of them, she quickly waved and said, "Come over quickly. The New Year's Eve gala is about to start." Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao were not interested in the New Year's Eve gala, but they definitely had to follow the elderly's wishes today, so they walked over obediently and accompanied Huzi's mother to watch the New Year's Eve gala. In the past few years, the stage of the New Year's Eve gala was very cool. The acoustics and choreography were also getting better and better. However, Xiao Ruofei did not feel as excited as he did when he was young. Xiao Ruofei accompanied Huzi's mother to watch the New Year's Eve gala for more than 3 hours. Although the New Year's Eve gala was not over yet, Huzi's mother was already a little sleepy. Under Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao's persuasion, she finally decided to go back to her room to rest. Anyway, the elderly did not need to stay up late. The New Year's Eve gala would be replayed almost every day for the next few days. They just needed to find some time to watch it. Before Huzi's mother went to rest, she also chased Lin Xiao back to her room upstairs and told her to rest early. Xiao Ruofei was not very interested in the New Year's Eve gala, so he also turned off the television. However, he did not immediately go back to his room. Instead, he pushed open the door to another room on the first floor. This duplex had 5 bedrooms. Other than the mother and daughter's room and 2 guest rooms, there was another room. This was the room that Xiao Ruofei had entered. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a black and white photo of Lin Hu in military uniform on the wall opposite the door. Below the photo was a long table with 4 plates of offerings on it. There were fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits. The 4 plates of offerings were symmetrically placed on the left and right. In the middle of them, there was an incense burner with burning incense. This room was originally a study room. However, Huzi's mother's education level was not high, and Lin Xiao had been studying abroad all year round. Moreover, her boudoir was a large suite, and there was a study room in it. Therefore, this room was simply changed into something similar to an ancestral hall. Other ancestral halls worshipped the elders. However, this room only worshipped one person, and that was Lin Hu. Xiao Ruofei came to the table and poured all the alcohol into the trash can. Then, he took out a bottle of Zui Ba Xian from the Ring 2 space and poured it into the empty wine glass on the table. Xiao Ruofei held the wine bottle and gestured at Lin Hu's portrait. He said, "Brother, it's New Year's Eve. Let me propose a toast to you." With that, Xiao Ruofei gulped down 3 mouthfuls from the bottle. Then, he said, "Huzi, don't worry. Your mother's body is very strong. Xiaoer is also very sensible and hardworking. She got into Heron Island University and has the best grades in school." With that, Xiao Ruofei drank another mouthful of wine and continued, "In these few years, I've also embarked on a path that I never dreamed of. A cultivator. Hee, the cultivators we saw in the past actually exist. Moreover, I've also become a cultivator." Xiao Ruofei sat on the ground and leaned against the table as he muttered to himself, "If I had my current cultivation back then, you wouldn't have died. Even if there were a dozen more of those snipers, they would still be dead. It's a pity that time can't be reversed. Even if my cultivation broke through a few realms, I still wouldn't be able to bring you back to life." As he spoke, Xiao Ruofei's eyes turned red. He stood up and looked at the wine glass on the table. He said, "Don't just listen to me. Drink. Didn't you like to compete with me in drinking? Come. Drink another glass." After that, Xiao Ruofei poured the wine in the glass into the trash can again and then filled the glass again. Xiao Ruofei chatted with Huzi while drinking. Unknowingly, the bottle of Zui Ba Xian was empty. At this time, the sound of firecrackers came from outside. The night sky was lit up by colorful fireworks. Midnight had passed and a new year had arrived. When the clock struck midnight, Xiao Ruofei finished the drunk and ate a mortal's wine. He stood up and waved goodbye to Lin Hu before returning to the guest room that Huzi's mother had prepared for him. After returning to his room, Xiao Ruofei did not immediately go to sleep. Instead, he locked the doors and windows and set up a simple alarm formation in the room. Then, he slightly disguised the bed before summoning the spirit map scroll and putting it under the blanket. He was preparing to enter the Ring 2 space. With this arrangement, even if Huzi's mother or Lin Xiao entered his room, he would be able to detect it immediately and quickly return to his bed. Of course, the probability of them entering his room without permission was extremely low. Xiao Ruofei did this as a precaution. Xiao Ruofei stood beside the bed and entered the space with a thought. He directly went to the Ring 2 space's Mountain Sea territory. The Mountain Sea territory was very different from before. He had a lot of free labor. Whether these people were assassins or gangsters, they only had one identity after entering here, and that was labor. Xiaqing gave them work every day. When they completed the task, they could earn points. When they were full, they could also use the points to exchange for some enjoyment. If they couldn't complete the task, they wouldn't even be able to eat. Coupled with the mechanism of mutual supervision and hierarchical management, these free laborers were quite enthusiastic about their work. Therefore, after such a long time, the development of the Mountain Sea territory was very high. In addition to a large Chinese medicine plantation, Xiaqing also brought free labor to open up tracts of farmland. In addition, the cultivation of caterpillar fungus and the reproduction and salvage of some marine products were also arranged in an orderly manner. Today was the first day that the free labor of the Mountain Sea territory had a holiday. In the past, they could also use points to exchange for rest time. However, they would rather exchange points for a can of cola or a pack of cigarettes than use them to exchange for rest time. After all, the work that Xiaqing gave them was within their ability and would not overdraft their physical strength. Today was New Year's Eve, so Xiao Ruofei had already informed Xiaqing to let these free laborers rest for 2 days. They did not need to work today or tomorrow. Therefore, at this moment, the free labor camp was also very lively. After Xiao Ruofei entered the space, Xiaqing immediately arrived in front of him and respectfully called out, "Master." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and asked, "Did you give them a holiday? How's everyone feeling?" He must be overjoyed. Xiaqing smiled and said, "Not only did they not have to work these 2 days, but I also followed your instructions and gave them extra meals. I also organized a few Chinese people to take everyone to make dumplings. There was enough pork and flour. They were cooking dumplings just now." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It's so late and they haven't slept yet?" Although there was no change of day and night in the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei still told Xiaqing to strictly arrange their work and rest according to Huaxia's time. Moreover, the prefab houses where these free laborers lived had been modified and installed with opaque curtains. When it was time to rest, the curtains had to be tightly closed. This was also to ensure that their biological clock was regular and to prevent any physical problems. After all, such free labor was not easy to find. Xiao Ruofei was not the kind of person who had no bottom line. It was impossible for him to catch people casually. Of course, many of these people who had been caught before deserved to die. It was good enough that he did not directly take their lives. Xiao Ruofei did not have any psychological barriers to catching them to work. Xiaqing explained, "Usually, they would be resting at this time. However, we won't interfere with their work and rest schedule during the holidays. Anyway, it's a rest day tomorrow, so they can sleep in." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let them relax. If a string is too tight, it's easy to break. There has to be a balance between tension and relaxation. In the future, you can also consider arranging a day of rest for them regularly." Xiaqing nodded and said, "Yes, master." "Alright, I don't have anything else to do here. I just came in to check on everyone's situation." Xiao Ruofei said, "You can go do your work too." Xiaqing was only a soul puppet, not a real human, so he did not need to sleep at all. Usually, when the free laborers were asleep, he would still be busy. After all, other than the Mountain Sea realm, the Archean realm also needed Xiaqing to take care of. "Yes, master." After Xiaqing finished speaking, her figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Xiao Ruofei could sense that Xiaqing had gone to the Archean realm, but he did not care. Instead, he strolled around the Mountain Sea realm. When the clock struck midnight, Xiao Ruofei finished the drunk and ate a mortal's wine. He stood up and waved at Lin Hu's portrait before returning to the guest room that Huzi's mother had prepared for him. After returning to his room, Xiao Ruofei did not immediately go to sleep. Instead, he locked the door and windows and set up a simple alarm array in the room. Then, he slightly disguised the bed before summoning the spirit map scroll and stuffing it under his blanket. He was preparing to enter the Ring 2 space. With this arrangement, even if Huzi's mother or Lin Xiao entered his room, he would be able to detect it immediately and quickly return to his bed. Of course, the probability of the two of them entering his room without permission was extremely low. Xiao Ruofei did this as a precaution. Xiao Ruofei stood by the bed and entered the space with a thought. He directly arrived at the Ring 2 space's Mountain Sea realm. The Mountain Sea realm was very different from before. He had so much free labor. These people used to be assassins or gangsters. After entering this place, they only had one identity, labor. Xiaoqing assigned them work every day. After completing the mission, they could obtain points. While eating their fill, they could also use the points to exchange for some enjoyment. If they could not complete the mission, they would not even be able to eat. In addition, there was a mechanism of mutual supervision and management. These free laborers were quite enthusiastic about their work. Therefore, after such a long time, the development of the Mountain Sea realm was very high. In addition to a large Chinese medicine plantation, Xiaoqing also brought free labor to open up tracts of farmland. In addition, the cultivation of caterpillar fungus and the reproduction and salvage of some marine products were also arranged in an orderly manner. Today was the first holiday for the free laborers in the Mountain Sea realm. In the past, they could also use points to exchange for rest time, but they would rather exchange points for a can of Coke or a pack of cigarettes than to exchange for rest time. After all, the work that Xiaoqing arranged for them was basically within their ability and would not overdraft their physical strength. Today was New Year's Eve, so Xiao Ruofei had already informed Xiaoqing to let these free laborers rest for 2 days. They did not need to work today or tomorrow. Therefore, at this moment, the free laborers' camp was very lively. After Xiao Ruofei entered the space, Xiaoqing immediately came in front of him and respectfully called out, "Master." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and asked, "Did you give them a holiday? How are they feeling?" "They must be very happy." Xiaoqing said with a smile, "Not only do they not have to work these 2 days, but I also gave them more food according to your instructions. I also organized a few Chinese people to take everyone to make dumplings. There is enough pork and flour. They were cooking dumplings just now." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It's so late, and they haven't gone to bed yet?" Although there was no change of day and night in the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei still told Xiaoqing to strictly arrange their work and rest according to Huaxia's time. Moreover, the prefab houses where these free laborers lived had been modified and installed with opaque curtains. When it was time to rest, the curtains had to be closed tightly. This was also to ensure that their biological clocks were in order to prevent any physical problems. After all, such free labor was not easy to find. Xiao Ruofei was not the kind of person who had no bottom line. It was impossible for him to casually bring people in. Of course, many of these people who had been caught before deserved to die. It was good enough that he did not directly take their lives. Xiao Ruofei had no psychological barriers to catching them to work. Xiaoqing explained, "Usually, they would be resting at this time. However, we won't interfere with their work and rest schedule during the holidays. Anyway, it's a rest day tomorrow, so they can sleep in." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let them relax. If a string is too tight, it will break easily. There has to be a balance between tension and relaxation. In the future, you can consider arranging a day of rest for them regularly." Xiaoqing nodded and said, "Yes, master." "Alright, I have nothing else to do here. I just came in to check on everyone's situation." Xiao Ruofei said, "You can go do your work too." Xiaoqing was only a soul puppet, not a real human. Therefore, he did not need to sleep at all. Usually, when the free laborers were asleep, he would still be busy. After all, other than the Mountain Sea realm, the Archean realm also needed Xiaoqing to take care of. "Yes, master." After Xiaoqing finished speaking, her figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Xiao Ruofei could sense that Xiaoqing had gone to the Archean realm, but he did not care. Instead, he strolled around the Mountain Sea realm. When the clock struck midnight, Xiao Ruofei finished drinking the drunken eight immortals' wine. He stood up and waved at Lin Hu's portrait before returning to the guest room that Huzi's mother had prepared for him. After returning to his room, Xiao Ruofei did not immediately sleep. Instead, he locked the door and windows and set up a simple alarm array in the room. Then, he slightly disguised the bed before summoning the spirit map scroll and stuffing it under his blanket. He was preparing to enter the Ring 2 space. With this arrangement, even if Huzi's mother or Lin Xiao entered his room, he would be able to detect it immediately and quickly return to his bed. Of course, the probability of the two of them entering his room without permission was extremely low. Xiao Ruofei did this as a precaution. Xiao Ruofei stood by the bed and entered the space with a thought. He directly arrived at the Ring 2 space's Mountain Sea realm. The Mountain Sea realm was very different from before. He had so much free labor. These people used to be assassins or gangsters. After entering this place, they only had one identity, labor. Xiaoqing assigned them work every day. After completing the mission, they could obtain points. While eating their fill, they could also use the points to exchange for some enjoyment. If they could not complete the mission, they would not even be able to eat. In addition, there was a mechanism of mutual supervision and management. These free laborers were quite enthusiastic about their work. Therefore, after such a long time, the development of the Mountain Sea realm was very high. In addition to a very large Chinese medicine plantation, Xiaoqing also led the free laborers to open up plots of farmland. In addition, the cultivation of caterpillar fungus and some marine products were also arranged in an orderly manner. Today was the first holiday for the free laborers in the Mountain Sea realm. In the past, they could also use points to exchange for rest time, but they would rather exchange points for a can of Coke or a pack of cigarettes than to exchange for rest time. After all, the work that Xiaoqing arranged for them was basically within their ability and would not overdraft their physical strength. Today was New Year's Eve, so Xiao Ruofei had already informed Xiaoqing to let these free laborers rest for 2 days. They did not need to work today or tomorrow. Therefore, at this moment, the free laborers' camp was very lively. After Xiao Ruofei entered the space, Xiaoqing immediately came in front of him and respectfully called out, "Master." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and asked, "Did you give them a holiday? How are they feeling?" "They must be very happy," Xiaoqing said with a smile. "Not only do they not have to work these 2 days, but they have also been given extra meals according to your instructions. I also organized a few Chinese people to take everyone to make dumplings. There is enough pork and flour. They were cooking dumplings just now." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It's so late and they haven't slept yet?" Although there was no change of day and night in the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei still told Xiaoqing to strictly arrange their work and rest according to Huaxia's time. Moreover, the prefab houses where these free laborers lived had been modified and installed with opaque curtains. When it was time to rest, the curtains had to be tightly closed. This was also to ensure that their biological clocks were in order to prevent any physical problems. After all, such free labor was not easy to find. Xiao Ruofei was not the kind of person who had no bottom line. It was impossible for him to casually bring people in. Of course, many of these people who had been caught before deserved to die. It was good enough that he did not directly take their lives. Xiao Ruofei did not have any psychological barriers to catching them to work. Usually, they would have already gone to bed at this time, but the holidays do not interfere with their work and rest schedule. Anyway, tomorrow is a rest day, so they can sleep in, Xiaoqing explained. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let them relax. If the string is too tight, it will break easily. It has to be balanced. In the future, you can also consider arranging a day off for them regularly." "Okay, master." Xiaoqing nodded and said. "Okay, I have nothing to do here. I just came in to check on everyone's situation." Xiao Ruofei said, "You go do your work too." On the first day of the new year, Xiao Ruofei woke up to the faint sound of firecrackers in the distance. The sky was just beginning to brighten. He didn't continue to try to carve the soul puppet to control the core array last night because he knew that haste makes waste. Even if he wanted to practice his carving proficiency, he would have to wait until he returned to Peach Blossom Island. Under the effect of the Luotian array, the effect would definitely be better. Xiao Ruofei put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Huzi's mother had already woken up and was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Lin Xiao was still sleeping in the room upstairs. At her age, she slept a lot. Not to mention that the sound of firecrackers was far away, even if there were drums and gongs next door, she might not wake up. "Godmother, Happy New Year," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Happy New Year. Happy New Year," Huzi's mother said with a smile. Then, she wiped her hands on her apron and took out a red envelope from her pocket. She handed it to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, take it. This is your New Year's money." Xiao Ruofei was already past the age of receiving New Year's money. In fact, he hadn't received any since he joined the army. After his grandfather passed away, he didn't have any elders alive, so naturally, no one gave him any New Year's money. Although he was in his 20s and shouldn't receive New Year's money, Xiao Ruofei didn't refuse. He took it and said with a smile, "Thank you, godmother." Xiao Ruofei knew that this was a kind gesture from the old lady. No matter how much money it was, he should accept it. Otherwise, the old lady wouldn't be happy. It would be unfilial to make the old lady angry on the first day of the new year. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei accepted it so readily, Huzi's mother was even happier. She smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're family, you don't have to be so polite. Xiaoer also has a share." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Huzi's mother said, "Ruofei, go wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon. I'll go wake Xiaoer up. Let her sleep a little longer." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Anyway, it's the holiday now. Sleeping in on the first day of the first lunar month is a bad sign. Huzi's mother said with a smile as she walked up the stairs. Xiao Ruofei smiled and turned to the bathroom to wash up. Huzi's mother had prepared a whole new set of toiletries for him yesterday. After Xiao Ruofei finished washing up, he saw a sleepy Lin Xiao wearing a set of very silly cow flannel pajamas listlessly walking down the stairs. "Brother Ruofei, Happy New Year." Lin Xiao lazily greeted Xiao Ruofei when he saw him. "Happy New Year." Xiao Ruofei replied with a smile. Lin Xiao extended her hand to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "New Year's money." Lin Xiao said, "I'm still a kid. Don't you want to give me New Year's money?" A hand reached out and slapped Lin Xiao's hand away. Huzi's mother came out from behind her and scolded jokingly, "You little girl, I already gave you New Year's money. How dare you ask your brother Ruofei for more? I'm the youngest." Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Isn't it normal for an older brother to give his younger sister New Year's money?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He nodded and said, "Xiaoer is right. It's normal." Huzi's mother said, "Ruofei, don't spoil her. She's been spoiled by you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Godmother, it's New Year's. We're just trying to get some good luck. You don't have to be so uptight." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Brother Ruofei, what I want is a token of your sincerity. If you take out money at the last minute, I won't accept it. By the way, the New Year's money that Mom gave you doesn't count. You can't use it to present Buddha with borrowed flowers." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. I've already prepared for it. How could I forget about your New Year's money?" Xiao Ruofei really didn't think about the New Year's money. But how could such a small thing be difficult for him? He had a lot of cash stored in his Ring 2 space, and even a lot of US dollars. Although there were no ready-made red envelopes, there was still red paper, therefore, Xiao Ruofei used his mind to communicate with Xia Qing in the space and made him use red paper to wrap a 1,000 yuan red envelope. Then, he used a brush to write a few words on the handmade red envelope in standard thin gold script, "New Year's money, Lin Xiao's exclusive gift." Of course, all of this was done in the primordial realm. As time passed 30 times faster in the primordial realm than in the outside world, Xia Qing had plenty of time to prepare the red envelope. Xiao Ruofei could even wait for the ink to completely dry before taking it out. Half an hour had passed in the primordial realm while they were talking. The cover of the red envelope that they had written at the last minute had already completely dried. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he reached into his shirt pocket. Of course, he was actually taking out the red envelope from the ring to space. Xiao Ruofei took out the red envelope and handed it to Lin Xiao with a smile. He said, "Take a look. Is this something that you prepared at the last minute?" When Lin Xiao saw the unique red envelope and the handwritten words on it, how could he have imagined that this was actually something that Xiao Ruofei had prepared at the last minute? Lin Xiao cried out in surprise, "Brother Ruofei! You really prepared New Year's money for me?" Xiao Ruofei pouted angrily and said with a smile, "See for yourself. This is Xiao's exclusive red envelope. I don't know magic. If I didn't prepare it in advance, how could I make it appear?" Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I knew it. Brother Ruofei treats me the best." Today was the first day of the new year, so Huzi's mother did not stop Lin Xiao from receiving the New Year's money. Instead, she said, all right. Hurry up and eat breakfast. You only know how to pester your brother Ruofei all day long." "He's my brother," Lin Xiao said coquettishly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Yes. Xiao is so cute. I can't wait for you to pester me all day long." "Brother Ruofei, then why haven't you thought of visiting me at Heron Island for so long?" Lin Xiao said with a pout. "Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think that everyone is as free as you? Your brother Ruofei is so busy every day. How could he have the time to visit you at Heron Island?" Huzi's mother rebuked. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This is my fault. I've been a little busy recently. I haven't been coming to Godmother's place often. I'll correct it in the future." "Ruofei, don't listen to Xiao's nonsense." Huzi's mother hurriedly said, "My body is very good now. I can take care of myself. Young people should take care of their careers. Just come and visit me when you have time." "Me too," Lin Xiao said. "Brother Ruofei, you don't have to go to Heron Island. However, if you go to Heron Island or a nearby city for business, you must remember to visit me." Definitely." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's go and eat breakfast." Yes. Eat breakfast. Eat breakfast," Huzi's mother said. Breakfast on the first day of the new year was the first meal of the year. As usual, the three mountains had to eat vegetarian food. This was because, other than vegetarians, very few people could avoid meat for a long time. Eating vegetarian food for the first meal of the year symbolized that they had been eating vegetarian food for the whole year. It was also a form of piety. It was a custom that had been passed down for many years. Therefore, there was no meat for breakfast today. Since they couldn't eat meat or eggs, they naturally couldn't eat it either. However, Huzi's mother's cooking was very good. The vegetarian breakfast also tasted very good, and there was a lot of variety. There were vegetable oil-fried rice cakes, fried tofu, stir-fried bean sprouts, boiled cabbage. Every dish tasted very good. Xiao Ruofei was full of praise as he ate. Lin Xiao, who didn't like vegetables, also ate with relish. After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei helped to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. Then he asked, "Godmother, what are your plans for the next few days of the new year?" "I still have a few relatives in Chongping. Some of them are even elders. I have to go pay a New Year's visit, so I might go back to my hometown for a few days," Huzi's mother said. Lin Xiao pouted and said, "Mom, I don't want to go to Chongping, and I don't want to pay a New Year's visit." Lin Xiao's reaction wasn't because she despised the poor and loved the rich, but because she was angry. After Lin Hu's death, Huzi's mother was seriously ill. Lin Xiao experienced the fickleness of the world. In order to treat her mother's illness, she went to many relatives to borrow money. However, these relatives who usually visited her often avoided her like she was a snake or a scorpion. None of them helped her. In their eyes, Huzi's mother was hopeless, and Lin Xiao was alone. At that time, she hadn't even graduated from high school. How could she have the ability to repay the debt? Therefore, once the money was lent out, it would most likely be wasted. Now, Lin Xiao and her mother were living a good life with Xiao Ruofei's help. However, she still couldn't let go of what happened in the past. It was impossible for her to pay a New Year's visit to those relatives. Huzi's mother sighed and said, Xiao, no matter what, they are your elders. Isn't it normal for you to pay them a visit on New Year's Eve? I don't have such heartless elders. Lin Xiao curled her lips and said, Mom, don't say any more. I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay at home. Also, you're not allowed to go. Have you forgotten how they treated you in the past? Huzi's mother said, people in the countryside don't have a lot of money. It's normal for them to refuse to lend us money. I don't blame them, Xiao. Xiao Ruofei saw this and said, there's a saying that goes, if you're rich, you should help the world. If you're poor, you should take care of yourself. I guess your relatives don't have a lot of money either, so they chose to take care of themselves. That's understandable. I don't blame them. The money is theirs. It's up to them whether they want to lend it or not. I don't want to hold them hostage. Lin Xiao said, but I can't pay them a New Year's visit. I'm not a saint. Xiao Ruofei and Huzi's mother looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. In fact, Lin Xiao had always been very sensible. It was rare for her to go against her mother's wishes. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Xiao, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Then, he said to Huzi's mother, Godmother, since Xiao said so, then let her stay at home. I'm going to Chongqing County, so I'll send you back. Brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't fully support her idea. Instead, he asked Huzi's mother to go back to Chongqing County. Naturally, she felt very uncomfortable. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Xiao, since Godmother wants to go, then you should support her. If you don't want to go, then don't go. But if Godmother wants to go, then don't stop her. Everyone has their own freedom. Lin Xiao nodded and said, okay. I don't care. Mom, if you want to go, then go. I'll stay and look after the house. Huzi's mother saw that Lin Xiao had made up her mind, so she could only nod helplessly. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, Godmother, let's go. You can just take my car. Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road car yesterday. The car was parked in the public parking lot in the community. He went downstairs with Huzi's mother and got into the Night 15 off-road car. The car drove towards Chongqing County. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to go to Chongqing, but for Huzi's mother, he made up an excuse. The Taoyuan Company's farm was in Chongqing, and the pharmaceutical factory had also opened a branch in Chongqing. As the chairman, Xiao Ruofei went to Chongqing for inspection and guidance. That was why Huzi's mother didn't suspect Xiao Ruofei's words. The car drove smoothly on the highway around the city, then turned to the airport highway. The airport of Xianxia was built on the coast of Chongqing County. Xiao Ruofei drove Huzi's mother to the entrance of her family's village. After the car stopped, Xiao Ruofei jumped out first and ran to the other side to open the door. He helped Huzi's mother out. The Night XV's chassis was very high, so it wasn't very convenient for older people to get up and down. Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's products had always been in short supply. After opening a branch factory in Chongqing County, the domestic demand could basically be met. However, there were also a large number of autistic patients abroad who were waiting for their medicine. The export gap had always been large. Therefore, even during the Chinese New Year, the pharmaceutical factory's production line was still operating. Taoyuan Farm also needed personnel to be on duty. Of course, the Taoyuan Company also strictly paid the workers who stayed at their posts during the Chinese New Year by paying them triple their salary. Everyone also received a large red packet for the Chinese New Year. Therefore, everyone actively stayed to work and adjusted their vacation to a time when the Chinese New Year was not so tight. The workers in the pharmaceutical factory and farm had holidays every year. They just needed to make arrangements to ensure the smooth operation of their work. Xiao Ruofei first went to Taoyuan Farm to visit the farm workers and security personnel who stayed on duty. He also gave everyone a red packet in his own name. Of course, he bought the red packets from a convenience store near the village entrance not far from the farm. The auspicious number in Sanshan was 3. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei gave each red packet 300 yuan. Although it was not a lot, it was still a big surprise for the employees. The boss came to visit them on the first day of the Chinese New Year. This was also a kind of recognition and respect for their work. Then, Xiao Ruofei went to the pharmaceutical factory's branch factory. Now that the pharmaceutical factory's branch factory was basically connected to Taoyuan Farm, Xiao Ruofei could drive directly from the farm's internal road to the pharmaceutical factory. Xiao Ruofei's visit this time was completely spontaneous. He did not inform anyone. However, after he went to the farm, it was naturally impossible to keep it a secret. The farm and the pharmaceutical factory's branch factory were originally under the same company. In addition, they were all next to each other, so there was a lot of communication. Xiao Ruofei had just left the farm after expressing her condolences when a call from the farm reached the pharmaceutical factory. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei drove into the factory from the back, he saw Xue Jinshan waiting on the side of the road. Xiao Ruofei stopped the car and opened the door to get out. Xue Jinshan quickly walked up with a few core members. "Old Xue, why didn't you go home to rest during Chinese New Year?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Xue Jinshan must be at his post at the pharmaceutical factory today. Even if the farm had informed them beforehand, he wouldn't be able to appear so timely. After all, it would only take him 3 to 5 minutes to drive over. Xue Jinshan smiled and said, "Happy New Year, Boss Xia. The branch factory is rushing out a batch of export orders. I was a little worried, so I came over to keep an eye on it. Besides, everyone is working overtime. As the factory director, how can I go home to celebrate the New Year by myself? Your girlfriend doesn't mind?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Although Xue Jinshan was already the director of the pharmaceutical factory, that was the result of Xiao Ruofei not sticking to one type of talent. In fact, he had only graduated from graduate school a few years ago. He was still very young and unmarried. He only had a girlfriend. If it were any other company, Xue Jinshan wouldn't be able to reach such heights no matter how heaven-defying he was. At most, he would only be a small supervisor. Therefore, Xue Jinshan had always remembered Xiao Ruofei's appreciation of his talents. Xue Jinshan smiled and said, "Boss Xia, it's not a problem to coax my girlfriend." "It's not easy to find such a fulfilling job," Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded. "You have the guts to say this in front of your girlfriend? I'll say it in front of her too. She also supports me being busy with my career at this stage." Xue Jinshan said with a smile. "You brat, you must have accumulated good karma in your previous life. Even finding a girlfriend is so reasonable," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Ruofei pulled Xue Jinshan to the side and asked, "Jinshan, go prepare some empty red packets for me." "Boss Xia, how many do you want?" Xue Jinshan didn't think much and asked directly. "Today, all the employees working overtime at the branch factory, including you. Prepare as many red packets for me as there are people in total," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xue Jinshan finally understood and quickly said, "Boss Xia, the company has already paid everyone triple their salary and also gave red packets to the employees who insisted on working during the Chinese New Year. You don't have to give any more. That's that. This is a small token of my appreciation for the employees." Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't dawdle. Hurry up and count the number of people and prepare the red packets. I've already prepared the money. It's in the trunk." Xiao Ruofei indeed took a box of $100 bills from the ring-2 space and put it in the trunk of the Night 15. Xue Jinshan said, "Okay. I'll get someone to prepare it right away." After a while, Xue Jinshan walked over with a plastic bag. The plastic bag was filled with stacks of empty red packets. "Boss Xia, I brought the red packets," Xue Jinshan said. "We've counted the managers and employees at the branch factory. There are a total of 342 people. I prepared 400 red packets. It's definitely enough." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said, "let's find a place to prepare the red packets first. Then we'll go to the production workshop to visit everyone. Then let's go to the reception room." Xue Jinshan quickly said, "That place has just been renovated. It hasn't been officially put into use yet." After that, Xue Jinshan quickly led the way. A group of people surrounded Xiao Ruofei and walked to the reception room of the branch factory. Xiao Ruofei carried a box in his hand and followed Xue Jinshan to the reception room. Xiao Ruofei opened the password-protected box and revealed stacks of $100 bills. Help me pack the red packets. Pack them at 300 yuan each. Xiao Ruofei poured the money in the password-protected box onto the coffee table. Yes. Boss Xia. Shui Jinshan quickly called a few of his subordinates to help Xiao Ruofei pack the red packets. There was strength in numbers. After about half an hour, the red packets were all ready. Xiao Ruofei simply asked Shui Jinshan to find a small cart. He put the red packets in plastic bags and put them in the back of the cart. Shui Jinshan quickly found someone to help push the cart and then carried Xiao Ruofei to the production workshop. The advanced production line was running at full speed. The workers were busy working in an orderly manner. Some were monitoring the state of the equipment, some were busy at the feeding port, and some were doing spot checks on the produced drugs. Xiao Ruofei and the others changed into sterile clothes and walked into the workshop. Shui Jinshan clapped his hands and shouted, "Brothers and sisters! Boss Xia is here to visit everyone. Everyone has worked hard." Xiao Ruofei said loudly, "Please continue to work at your posts. It's really not easy to stay at your posts on the first day of the new year." "Thank you." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei looked around and continued, "I prepared a red packet for everyone. I hope that everyone will continue to work hard in the new year and create more glory." After that, Xiao Ruofei personally went to each post to give out red packets to everyone. The employees were naturally excited to receive this unexpected surprise. They all threw themselves into their work with great enthusiasm. After coming out of Workshop 1, Xiao Ruofei went to Workshop 2, Workshop 3, very soon, he had sent out tens of thousands of red packets in one go. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't care about the money. Every employee received a red packet of 300 yuan, including Shui Jinshan. No one was left behind. Shui Jinshan said, "Boss Xia, stay for lunch at the pharmaceutical factory. How about we eat from the same pot of food as our employees?" Xiao Ruofei didn't have any other plans today. He pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Then let's check on everyone's food situation? Please give me your valuable suggestions." Shui Jinshan beamed with joy. To Shui Jinshan, it was a great honor to have Xiao Ruofei stay for lunch. Especially now that Xiao Ruofei basically didn't interfere with the daily affairs of the company, it was even more difficult to see Xiao Ruofei. Shui Jinshan gave a look to his subordinate next to him. The subordinate immediately understood and retreated. He took out his phone to inform the cafeteria. Although Shui Jinshan said that he would let Xiao Ruofei eat the employee's meal, the chairman personally inspected it and at least added 2 more dishes. At most, he would add more dishes for all the employees. That way, it wouldn't be considered special. Speaking of which, the employees were basking in Xiao Ruofei's glory. During the Spring Festival holiday, the employees' meals were free. This expense was borne by the pharmaceutical factory. Before the Spring Festival, the pharmaceutical factory had reported that the funds were in place. If they added 2 more dishes today, they would save a little for every meal in the future. The expenses would be saved and it wouldn't affect anything. Xiao Ruofei asked everyone to return to work. Only Shui Jinshan accompanied him to walk around the factory. When the pharmaceutical factory first started construction, Xiao Ruofei came over. However, after the factory was completed and production started, he almost never came over. Shui Jinshan's current focus was on the more productive factory. He knew everything here like the back of his hand. Therefore, when he accompanied Xiao Ruofei to inspect the factory, he could talk about everything he saw. All the data was at his fingertips. This made Xiao Ruofei even more satisfied with Shui Jinshan. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at Chongping, it was 9 or 10 in the morning. There were fewer people at Taoyuan Farm, so it ended quickly. As for the pharmaceutical factory, there were more than 300 people working during the Spring Festival holiday. Xiao Ruofei went to give out red packets one by one. Naturally, it took a lot of time. Therefore, after walking around, it was already time for lunch. Shui Jinshan quickly said, "Boss Xia, this is the general situation of the pharmaceutical factory. It's not early now. Why don't we go to the cafeteria and talk while we eat?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Sure. I'll follow the host's wishes. Since I'm here, I'll listen to your arrangements." "Then, this way please," Shui Jinshan quickly said. Shui Jinshan invited Xiao Ruofei to the factory cafeteria. The employees who were on shift were eating. The pharmaceutical factory's production line was almost 24/7, so the employees also came to work in batches. The time to change shifts was about half an hour after the meal. These employees would go to take over after eating, and the previous batch of employees would come back to eat. When everyone saw Xiao Ruofei, they all stood up and applauded to welcome him. Xiao Ruofei gestured with his hands and said with a smile, "Everyone, continue to eat. Continue to eat." Shui Jinshan brought Xiao Ruofei to a table in the corner. The cafeteria employees had already prepared the dishes in advance and put them in the rice steamer to keep them warm. When Xiao Ruofei and the others arrived, the cafeteria employees quickly served the dishes to everyone. Everyone was given a plate, which was filled with the dishes that had already been divided. Xiao Ruofei took a look and saw that she was eating the same as the employees. Only then did she nod her head in satisfaction. Of course, he didn't know that 2 dishes were added for everyone today, so today's food expenses were overpaid. They had to save it from the food expenses for the next few days. "Everyone, take a seat," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he sat down in his seat first. Shui Jinshan and the others took their seats. "Colleagues, let's welcome Mr. Xiao Ruofei, the chairman of the Taoyuan Company, to speak," Shui Jinshan said loudly. Xiao Ruofei stood up and gestured with his hands. He smiled and said, "Brothers and sisters, Happy New Year. I've said what I wanted to say in the workshop just now. Thousands of words can be summed up into one sentence: everyone, eat and drink well." The employees laughed when they heard that. Xiao Ruofei smiled and continued, "Everyone has to go to work today, and I have to drive in the afternoon, so we won't drink wine today. I'll replace wine with tea and toast to everyone." After drinking the tea, Xiao Ruofei asked everyone to sit down and continue eating. He also focused on eating. Everyone had a plate. It was convenient and environmentally friendly. It had to be said that the cafeteria chef's cooking was really good. Xiao Ruofei ate with relish. After eating, the employees rushed to change shifts. The cafeteria workers also quickly cleaned up the mess. Soon, the group of employees who got off work would run over to eat. They had to ensure that the frontline employees had a good dining environment. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for the second group of employees to arrive. He stood up and prepared to leave. While he was staying, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. "Excuse me, I have to take this call," Xiao Ruofei said as he took out his phone. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Huzi's mother. Xiao Ruofei quickly took the phone and walked to the side, then pressed the answer button. "Godmother!" Xiao Ruofei shouted. "Ruofei, I want to go back to Sanshan at noon. Are you still on the farm? Is it convenient for you to come and pick me up?" Huzi's mother said. "Of course." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "When are you leaving?" "Just give me a call." Xiao Ruofei could tell that Huzi's mother wasn't in a particularly good mood. Xiao Ruofei was very sensitive, but he also knew that this couldn't be said in public in front of Shui Jinshan and the others. "I can leave at any time." Huzi's mother said, "If it's convenient for you, come and pick me up as soon as possible." "Okay. I'm coming," Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and said to Shui Jinshan, "Jinshan, thank you for working overtime during the Chinese New Year. Make sure that the staff's meals are good." "Don't worry, Boss Xia," Shui Jinshan said, "the company has allocated funds to improve the staff's meals during the Chinese New Year. We have prepared the best meals for the staff." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. You guys get back to work. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Boss Xia, let me walk you out," Shui Jinshan said quickly. Shui Jinshan didn't call any of his subordinates over. He walked alone with Xiao Ruofei to the Night 15 off-road vehicle. Xiao Ruofei got up and started the car. Then, he rolled down the window and said, "Okay, go back to work. I'm leaving. Boss Xia, take care." Shui Jinshan waved his hand. Xiao Ruofei drove through the factory and drove out of the pharmaceutical factory's main entrance. After a while, Xiao Ruofei drove to the entrance of the village where Huzi's mother got off in the morning. However, he didn't see Huzi's mother waiting here. Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and wanted to call Huzi's mother. However, after thinking about it, he put his phone back. The village wasn't big, so he just released his psychic energy to explore the surroundings. Soon, Xiao Ruofei found Huzi's mother. She wasn't far from the entrance of the village. She was standing in front of a house and talking to a few people. Xiao Ruofei parked the car on the side of the road, then jumped out and walked towards Huzi's mother. After passing through a winding alley, Xiao Ruofei saw Huzi's mother from afar. Xiao Ruofei was about to greet Huzi's mother when he heard Huzi's mother angrily shouting, "Jianghua! How could you do that? That money belongs to me and Xiaoer." In front of Huzi's mother stood a man in his 30s. He wore a black leather jacket and a thick gold chain around his neck. He held a cigarette in his hand and looked indifferent. He smiled and said, "Aunt, I didn't say that it wasn't your money. Isn't this because I'm short on money and I'm borrowing it for a while? Don't tell me you're not even willing to help me with this." Huzi's mother looked angry and said, "What did you say? Help me get the money back and transfer it to me immediately. I've been waiting for you for so long, but you still haven't turned around. Now that I'm here to ask for it, you're still making excuses." After that, Huzi's mother turned to an old man in his 60s and said, "Third uncle. You are the party secretary. What do you think we should do?" The old man took a puff of his cigarette and said with a sad face, "Cui Hua, I called you about this matter. You personally agreed to let Jiang Hua sign for you. It's useless to look for me now, I only said to let him sign for me. You can transfer the money to me directly." Huzi's mother said, "Why did you even give him the money?" "This?" The old man was speechless for a moment. He sighed and said, "Cui Hua, this is a matter between you and your aunt. Your family's land has always been planted by Jiang Hua. This time you agreed to let him sign for you. Jiang Hua wants to help you get the money. I can't say anything. Cui Hua, it's useless to look for me. You should talk to Jiang Hua." Xiao Ruofei frowned. He quickened his pace and asked, "Godmother, what's going on?" When Huzi's mother saw Xiao Ruofei, she quickly said, "Ruofei, you're here." "There's nothing. Let's go back." After that, Huzi's mother pulled Xiao Ruofei and was about to leave. Xiao Ruofei stood still and looked at the man in the black leather jacket called Jiang Hua. She said, "Godmother, if there's anything, it's better to make it clear. Why did I hear you mention something about money? What kind of money?" Originally, when Huzi's mother was about to leave, Jiang Hua's eyes showed a trace of pride. But now Xiao Ruofei didn't want to fool him. This made Jiang Hua angry. His eyes showed a trace of fierceness. He asked like a hooligan, "Who the hell are you? Is it your turn to speak in Jiangying village?" Huzi's mother's village was called Jiangying village. Most of the people in this village had the surname Jiang. Huzi's mother's name was Jiang Cui Hua. She was also a member of the Jiang family in this village. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, "I'm Lin Hu's comrade. Godmother's business is my business. What can't I do?" After that, Xiao Ruofei ignored the hooligan-like Jiang Hua. He directly turned to Jiang Cui Hua and asked, "Godmother, you tell me, what's going on here?" At this time, the old man called Third Uncle by Jiang Cui Hua cleared his throat and said, "Young man, this is Cui Hua's family business. You're an outsider. It's best if you don't interfere." Xiao Ruofei saw this old man and that Jiang Hua kept saying that he was an outsider. He couldn't help but laugh. "I'm an outsider. I can't interfere with Godmother's business?" Xiao Ruofei said sarcastically, "Then what did you do? Ganging up to bully a single woman and a single mother? Young man, you can't talk nonsense. You don't understand the matter clearly." Third Uncle said calmly, "Cui Hua is also responsible for this matter. You can't blame me." Xiao Ruofei no longer paid attention to this old man who was obviously biased. He looked at Jiang Cui Hua and said, "Godmother, you tell me, what's going on? If you don't make it clear today, I won't leave." Jiang Cui Hua sighed and said, "Ruofei, you don't have to care about this matter. I'm going to care." Xiao Ruofei said firmly, "You say it. What's going on? You can rest assured that with me here, no one can bully you." Hearing this, Jiang Hua couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Ruofei turned her head and coldly glanced at him. He suddenly felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head, drenching him to the core. He couldn't help but shudder. Xiao Ruofei's expression was very indifferent. It could be said that he was not fierce at all. But with such a faint glance, Jiang Hua felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast. He didn't even dare to move his fingers. Huzi's mother, Jiang Chuihua, sighed secretly. She knew Xiao Ruofei's temper. If she didn't say it, she was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would really stay here and not leave. At that time it would be even worse. Therefore, Jiang Chuihua thought for a moment and said, Ruofei, in fact, it's nothing. Wasn't there a land transfer in the village some time ago? The first lump sum of compensation was issued the day before yesterday. After listening to Jiang Chuihua's narration, Xiao Ruofei understood the ins and outs of the matter. He couldn't help but show a strange look on his face. Speaking of which, this matter really had something to do with him. Jiang Chuihua's family's land was compensated because of the land transfer, and the land transfer was precisely because Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory concentrated long-term leasing of the villagers' farmland. In fact, Jiang Chuihua's family and her husband's family were two natural villages next to each other. They both belonged to the administrative village. Everyone's farmland was basically in this area. A few years ago, because of physical reasons and there was no strong labor at home, she and Lin Xiao had a few acres of land. They had always been handed over to others to farm. They just collected a little rent. Although after the comprehensive abolition of the agricultural tax, the rent of farmland had increased. After all, the farmers' expenses were a lot less. But for Jiang Chuihua, it was just a drop in the bucket. At least, it was not enough for her and Lin Xiao to live. The loafer Jiang Hua in the black leather coat was actually a relative of Jiang Chuihua. Of course, the people in Jiangying village could more or less claim to be relatives. It was just that there was a difference in distance. Jiang Chuihua and Jiang Hua's father were cousins, so Jiang Hua should call Jiang Chuihua aunt. Over the years, Jiang Chuihua and Lin Xiao's land was rented to Jiang Hua to farm. Jiang Hua had not paid rent to Jiang Chuihua for several years, but the money was really not much. Jiang Chuihua did not ask for it for the sake of their relatives. Jiang Hua said that he did not have money for the time being, so she did not ask. This time, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory wanted to build their own Chinese medicine plantation base, so they needed to concentrate on leasing the villagers' land. In this way, the villagers could not only get a lump sum of compensation, but they could also get money every month in the future. In addition, after the land was rented out, they did not have to take care of the land all day. So, they could go out and work to earn money. For them, this was definitely a good thing that fell from the sky. The problem was with the compensation. Jiang Chuihua had already lived in the Three Mountains district, and the land here was rented to Jiang Hua for several years. Although she did not get rent, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory was also very efficient. After they started to concentrate on leasing the land some time ago, the compensation was soon in place. After all, the Taoyuan company's cash flow was abnormally abundant. However, the village didn't inform Jiang Xuehua about this. Only Jiang Hua called Jiang Xuehua and told her that she didn't need to go through so much trouble. He would help her sign the contract, and then the village would directly transfer the money to Jiang Xuehua. Jiang Chuihua did not think too much and agreed in a daze. Then the village's old party secretary, Jiang Dashan, who was the third uncle, called Jiang Chuihua and asked. He did not talk about the money, but asked Jiang Chuihua if she agreed to let Jiang Hua sign the contract. Jiang Chuihua did not know the trick in this at all. She thought that since Jiang Hua was willing to sign the contract, she could save a trip, so she agreed. Who knew that the money was not in the account for a long time? Today, Jiang Chuihua returned to the village to pay a New Year's visit. She went to the old party secretary's house to ask about this matter. Only then did she know that the money had been taken by Jiang Hua. It was a total of 9,000 yuan. Jiang Chuihua quickly found Jiang Hua and asked for the money. In the end, Jiang Hua did not deny it, but he insisted that he had no money now. He took the compensation for an emergency, and he would transfer it to Jiang Chuihua when the money came back. The rent of a few hundred yuan a year was fine, but this was a compensation of 9,000 yuan. Jiang Chuihua naturally did not agree. Therefore, there was the scene that Xiao Ruofei saw just now. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he frowned slightly. He looked at the old party secretary, Jiang Dashan, and said, "Party Secretary Jiang, this is not in line with the rules. The land is my godmother's. How could the money be taken by this person?" Jiang Dashan smoked for a long time before saying, "This is what Chuihua agreed to." "My godmother agreed to let Jiang Hua take the money?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Jiang Chuihua said, "I didn't say that. I just agreed to let Jiang Hua sign it." "Then I don't know. Anyway, I called you that day, and you agreed." Jiang Dashan said, "We all have phone recordings." Then, Jiang Dashan persuaded again, "Chuihua, we are all relatives. Why are you so serious?" Ahua's business can't handle the situation for a while, so he temporarily used the money. When Ahua's side recovers, he will definitely transfer the money to you. How could Jiang Chuihua not know what kind of character Jiang Hua was? The money was in his hands, and he still wanted it back? Dream on. In the past, Jiang Hua kept delaying the rent of a few hundred yuan a year. Anyway, the money was not much. But this time, the compensation was less than 10,000 yuan. How could Jiang Chuihua be willing to waste such a large amount of money? She said with a sullen face, "Third uncle, you also said that we are all relatives. But what is Jiang Hua doing? She's good at cheating her relatives." Xiao Ruofei sneered. "She dresses like a dog, but the things she does are so dirty." "Kid. Who are you talking about?" Jiang Hua suddenly exploded. "I'm telling you, you better be careful. Be careful of trouble from the mouth." Xiao Ruofei didn't care. He looked at Jiang Dashan and said, "Since Jiang Dashan said that there is a phone recording, then play it for everyone to hear. Let's see if my godmother agrees to sign it or agree to lead." "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Jiang Hua said fiercely, "Kid, you better mind your own business. Otherwise, you will be unlucky." "Noisy." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Jiang Hua coldly. Jiang Hua suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He originally wanted to say some harsh words, but it was all stuck in his throat. He didn't dare to make any sound at all. Xiao Ruofei finally understood. Jiang Dashan seemed to be advising nicely, but in fact, he and Jiang Hua were in cahoots. They saw that Jiang Suihua and Lin Xiao were a single woman and felt that it was easy to bully them. Sure enough, Jiang Dashan said, "Of course there is a recording, but I have no obligation to play it for you. If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, you can go to court and sue Jiang Hua. When the time comes, we will carry out whatever the court decides." Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "You people don't have any other skills, but you are good at pestering endlessly." After that, Xiao Ruofei's face sank and said, "Since the old party secretary is not willing to uphold justice, then I can only use my own method to solve the problem." "Ruofei." Huzi's mother Jiang Suihua reminded with a worried face, "Forget it. Forget it. This money can be slowly asked for later. Godmother, you just wait and see. I will definitely help you vent this anger," Xiao Ruofei said. After that, he said to Jiang Dashan, "Old party secretary, since the village is not willing to stand up, then don't blame me for using my own method." Jiang Dashan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you want?" After that, Xiao Ruofei slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I don't want to do anything, but since the situation is like this, then it's simple. Either you immediately send the money to my godmother, or you stop the land transfer." Anyway, the surrounding villages are eager for the pharmaceutical factory to open a Chinese medicine garden in their place. Before Jiang Dashan could speak, Jiang Hua couldn't help but sneer and say, "The money is already given and you want to stop the land transfer? Who do you think you are?" Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Has the Taoyuan company signed a formal contract with the village?" Without waiting for Jiang Dashan and Jiang Hua to speak, Xiao Ruofei immediately continued, "As far as I know, this time the Taoyuan company paid the land transfer fee in advance to show their sincerity. In fact, the formal contract hasn't been signed yet. Am I right?" When Xiao Ruofei inspected the pharmaceutical factory in the morning, Shui Jinshan reported to him, so of course he was clear about it. Xiao Ruofei looked at Jiang Dashan and said, "Old party secretary, if the Taoyuan company wants to terminate the cooperation, it's just a matter of a word. As for the money that was given out, naturally, it will be taken back without a penny missing. Jiang Dashan smoked and didn't speak. Jiang Hua sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? You want to terminate the cooperation just because you say so?" Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Ruofei, the chairman of the Taoyuan company. Chongping's Taoyuan farm and Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory are all my businesses. Do you think I can terminate the cooperation?" When Xiao Ruofei said this, Jiang Dashan could no longer maintain his calm appearance. His face suddenly changed. Jiang Hua was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. He looked at Jiang Suihua in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Jiang Suihua's mother was so capable and rich. Why didn't she say anything? Since the Taoyuan company was Xiao Ruofei's, why would Jiang Suihua, as Xiao Ruofei's godmother, hold on to him for 9,000 yuan? Jiang Dashan cleared his throat and said, "So it's Boss Xia. This matter, there's some misunderstanding. I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. I just want to know, first, my godmother didn't sign it, and second, she didn't authorize it. How did the land circulation fee get given to someone else?" Xiao Ruofei asked coldly. "If there isn't a clear explanation, I don't think it's as simple as stopping the land transfer. The DW and ZF of Chongping County have always supported the Taoyuan company. I think they'll be happy to help us investigate this matter. After all, we're a big taxpayer and a star company. The land transfer this time is so important. It's important to find out the ins and outs of this matter. It's our mistake." Jiang Dashan felt a chill run down his spine. "Boss Xia, I will investigate this thoroughly. Please give us a chance. Don't alarm the higher-ups." Only then did Jiang Hua come back to his senses. He shouted, "Third grandpa, what are you afraid of? He said he was Xiao Ruofei, and you believed him? Could it be that he was just trying to use the tiger's skin as a flag? Besides, even if he was Xiao Ruofei, so what? Can the Taoyuan company terminate the cooperation just because it wants to? We've already agreed on this matter. How can they take back the money that was given to them? It doesn't make sense. Anyway, I've already spent all my money. Even if they terminate the cooperation, I don't have the money to pay them back. I don't have the money, but I do have my life." Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "Acting shamelessly?" "I'm acting shamelessly. What are you going to do about it?" Jiang Hua also threw caution to the wind with a look of indifference. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "The Taoyuan company has dozens of legal personnel. They're usually too idle. It's not a bad idea to find something for them to do. It's nothing more than lawsuits and wrangling. We have time and patience. It doesn't matter if you don't have the money. The court will enforce it when the time comes. Your house, car, cash, jewelry. I hope you can transfer them all and not leave any evidence behind. You, by the way, even if you're really a penniless pauper, do you think we can't do anything to you?" Xiao Ruofei stared at Jiang Hua and said, "It's only right to pay back what you owe. Don't think that our Taoyuan company will only reason with you. Other than that, we have no other means. You don't think that a big company with a market value of billions can't deal with a little punk like you, right?" "Ahua. Stop talking." Jiang Dashan shouted with a sullen face. Then, Jiang Dashan said to Xiao Ruofei, "Boss Xia, I'm really sorry. Cui Hua is also our family's relative. We didn't mean to deliberately target her. This is our work's mistake. How about this? Jiang Hua really can't take out the money. Our village will pay for it first and send it to Cui Hua. Later, Jiang Hua will return it to the village." "I don't have the money," Jiang Hua whispered. "You shut up." Jiang Dashan yelled angrily. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a playful smile and said, "This little punk really can't take out a penny? Isn't this just a coincidence?" Jiang Dashan said with a smile, "Ahua took the money to invest. This investment money can't be taken back immediately." Xiao Ruofei walked in front of Jiang Hua, stared into his eyes, and lightly asked, "Where did the money you falsely claimed go? Is there really no money left at home?" In the ears of others, Xiao Ruofei's question was nothing special. But when this voice fell into Jiang Hua's ears, It seemed to have a magical power that made his mind involuntarily fall into it. Xiao Ruofei, whose spiritual force has reached the spirit transformation realm, used hypnosis on an ordinary person who has no cultivation foundation at all. It can be said that it's a piece of cake. Jiang Hua's eyes became blurred. He said with a dull expression, of the 9,000 yuan, I only got 6,000 yuan. The remaining 3,000 was a rebate for third grandpa. The day I took the 6,000 yuan back, I went to a nightclub in the Three Mountains with a few brothers and spent it all. There are still 20,000 yuan in savings at home. When Jiang Dashan heard this, his face suddenly changed. He angrily scolded, Hua. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I take a rebate? You're slandering me. Jiang Hua fell into deep hypnosis and turned a deaf ear to Jiang Dashan's words. Xiao Ruofei looked at Jiang Dashan with a playful look and asked, Old party secretary, you really didn't take the 3,000 yuan rebate? Jiang Dashan was also hypnotized without any suspense. He mechanically replied, I took it. Hua wants to take the 9,000 yuan for himself. How is this possible? I also have to take the risk. Taking 3,000 yuan is not too much. There were many villagers watching from the side. When they heard this, they couldn't help but whisper. This kind of village has a very strong sense of clan. Those who can become the party secretary are very prestigious people. Jiang Dashan is also a person who usually means what he says in the village. In everyone's eyes, he handles things fairly. They didn't expect him to be such a person in private. He even wants to carve up a piece of the money of a widow and an orphan. Most of the villagers had a conscience. The villagers looked at Jiang Dashan and Jiang Hua with disdain. Jiang Zuihua's eyes were full of anger. Although it was only 9,000 yuan, Jiang Dashan and Jiang Hua were obviously going to eat her up. They directly divided the loot and didn't even think about giving her the money. It's simply too shameless, Xiao Ruofei continued to ask, this time the land transfer was handled by you. Is there anything fishy about it? Have you been embezzling money? Jiang Dashan said without hiding anything, the Taoyuan company paid all the circulating funds, but I told the villagers that only 50% will be paid in the beginning. The remaining 50% will be paid in a year. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but take a breath and asked, you embezzled half of the circulating funds? Aren't you too bold? No. Jiang Dashan said, I just used it for a year. The total is about 6 million. I have a relative who is a loan lender. The money is lent through him. I can get about 800,000 a year. When the villagers heard this, they all exploded. If Jiang Hua and Jiang Dashan only embezzled Jiang Zuihua's money at the beginning, it didn't involve their vital interests, so they only despised it in their hearts. No one came out to speak up for justice. But Jiang Dashan now admitted that he took half of the money and used it to lend to his relatives. That's everyone's money, although Jiang Dashan had said that this was not direct embezzlement, but only misappropriation. Jiang Dashan would not give them a cent of the 800,000 yuan interest he earned a year. Moreover, this kind of private lending was very risky. If it could not be recovered, how could Jiang Dashan afford to compensate so much money? Wouldn't everyone be the one to lose? So, when they heard Jiang Dashan's words, everyone couldn't do it. Secretary Jiang, how can you do this kind of thing? Jiang Dashan, you are too immoral. Taking everyone's money to lend, how can you think of it? Give us back the money. For a time, the crowd was agitated, and more villagers rushed over after hearing the news. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he slightly probed with his spiritual force and lifted the hypnosis state of Jiang Dashan and Jiang Hua. The two suddenly woke up, and they still remembered what happened during the hypnosis process clearly. Facing the agitated villagers, Jiang Dashan really panicked. He didn't know what was wrong with him, and he actually said what was in his heart in public. And Jiang Hua also didn't hide how much savings they had left at home. Jiang Dashan and Jiang Hua looked at Xiao Ruofei with fear, as if they were looking at a devil. Although Xiao Ruofei always had a faint smile on his face. They didn't know why this happened, but they were very clear that this must be related to Xiao Ruofei. Otherwise, when Jiang Zuihua made a fuss for a long time, they didn't tell the truth. How could they spill everything when Xiao Ruofei asked? The villagers gathered around, and Xiao Ruofei simply shouted, "Villagers, I think it's better to call the police. This already involves economic crimes." "Yes. Call the police. Call the police. Arrest him. How dare he cheat us of our money?" Jiang Dashan's face turned green, and he quickly cupped his hands and begged for mercy, and said, "Everyone do a good deed, the money has already been lent out, I will raise money to pay back everyone as soon as possible, okay?" Jiang Dashan was surrounded by angry villagers, and Jiang Hua wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak away. But in front of Xiao Ruofei, how could he succeed? "Where are you going?" Xiao Ruofei's voice sounded behind him. Jiang Hua's body stiffened, and he turned around and shouted, "Mind your own business. Don't think that you are so great just because you have money. At worst, I will beat you up and run away immediately." After Xiao Ruofei cultivated, he looked more gentle and weak, but Jiang Hua looked strong and powerful, so in his view, if they really fight, the other party will definitely not be his opponent. Of course, this kind of threat in Xiao Ruofei's view is too ridiculous. "Refund the money, including the previous year's rent." Xiao Ruofei calmly said, "Refund the money, and I will let you go." This kind of hooligan is everywhere. If it is not related to his own godmother, Xiao Ruofei will certainly not care about these people's business. "I have no money." Jiang Hua looked like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. "Don't you have tens of thousands of savings at home? You just said that and you don't want to admit it?" Xiao Ruofei squinted his eyes and asked. "Anyway, I have no money, I don't have money, you want my life." Jiang Hua curled his lips and said, "If you have the guts, then kill me, anyway, my life is cheap." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Since you don't want to give, then get lost. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. After today, even if you want to give, we may not accept it." "Che. Who are you trying to scare?" Jiang Hua said with a look of disdain. "A shameless person is invincible in the world. He is determined to act shamelessly, and he also thinks that Xiao Ruofei can't do anything to him. If they really fight, he will not lose. Moreover, he has done a lot of fighting before, and going to the police station is a common occurrence. And Xiao Ruofei, a big boss with a net worth of billions, really dare to fight. He is completely barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes." And the development of the matter is as he expected. Xiao Ruofei did not do anything at all, and directly let him go. Jiang Hua is like a general who has won a battle, glancing at Xiao Ruofei with disdain, and then left with his head held high. Xiao Ruofei called out from behind him, "Right, if you repent and want to pay back the money to my godmother, go to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's factory manager Shui. In your dreams." Jiang Hua said with disdain, and then left without looking back. Xiao Ruofei did not stop him, and Jiang Hua can naturally leave easily, but Jiang Dashan is not so easy to pass. More and more villagers came, and everyone surrounded him, and all of them were asking him for an explanation. Jiang Dashan was in a sorry state under everyone's pushing and shoving, and explained and begged for mercy. Xiao Ruofei looked at Jiang Dashan, and then walked a little further away, took out his mobile phone and called Shui Jinshan to understand the problem of the land circulation gold standard. He did a simple calculation. The one-time compensation that Jiang Suihua should have received was about 18,000 yuan, and as expected, half of it was intercepted and embezzled by Jiang Dashan. "Boss Xia, what happened?" Shui Jinshan heard the noise of people on the phone, and could not help but worry about Xiao Ruofei's safety. "The land circulation of Jiangying village is a mess," Xiao Ruofei said with a frown. Then, he told Shui Jinshan about the matter here, and then said seriously, "You quickly come and deal with it. Remember to bring 2 legal officers with you. In addition, directly call the police to deal with it. There are many problems in this village. Let the police officers check it out." Although Xiao Ruofei had taken the initiative to withdraw from the day-to-day management of the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei's existence was like a totem to the Taoyuan company. His influence in the company would not be reduced in the slightest just because he had withdrawn from the day-to-day management of the company. After all, Xiao Ruofei still retained his position as the chairman of the company. Moreover, even if Xiao Ruofei did not hold any position, he would still be the same. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. If it didn't happen to him, Xianxia would never have thought that he would experience such a nightmare after leaving that day. As long as he fell asleep, he would have endless nightmares. The content of the dream was very simple. He was trapped in a dark room without a door. There was only a dim oil lamp, and then there were two people standing in front of him. Their faces were as pale as paper, and there was blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. There was a chilling smile on their faces. The two dead faces were stuck to him, only a few centimeters away from his face. No matter how he tried to hide, the distance between him and the two faces would not change. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still feel the chill. Moreover, he knew these two people. One was Jiang Suihua's husband, his uncle Lin Xingming, and the other was his cousin Lin Hu. Jianghua had cheated Jiang Suihua of her money, so he had a guilty conscience. Now that he saw Jiang Suihua's two deceased family members staring at him from such a close distance, how terrifying was that feeling? Moreover, Lin Xingming and Lin Hu didn't say a single word to Jianghua. But this made Jianghua even more afraid. Moreover, once he fell asleep, he could not wake up easily. He shouted in his dream, and in reality, he was lying on the bed screaming as if he had seen a ghost. In fact, he had seen a ghost. And no matter how his family members pushed him, he could not wake up. Every time he would struggle for an hour or two before waking up drenched in sweat. The neighbors could not stand the disturbance and even advised his family to take him to a mental hospital for examination. Some people said that Jianghua was possessed, and it would be best to find a good Taoist priest to exorcise him. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep his life. Only Jianghua himself knew that all of this was the doing of the seemingly weak Taoyuan Company's chairman, Xiao Ruofei. That day, he had blurted out what was on his mind in front of everyone. It was already very strange, and when he left, Xiao Ruofei's words were still ringing in his ears. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Ruofei had a card up his sleeve and wasn't afraid that he wouldn't return the money. Didn't that explain the problem? In fact, all of this was naturally Xiao Ruofei's doing. Dealing with an ordinary person like Jianghua was simply too easy. As long as Xiao Ruofei is willing, he can even create an incomparably lifelike illusion, so that even if Jianghua is in a sober state, he will always be in the illusion, unable to escape. That would be much more painful than the current situation. Xiao Ruofei had never seen Lin Hu's father, Lin Xingming, and he did not need to know what Lin Xingming looked like. He only needed to plant a seed of fear in Jianghua's weak consciousness, and Jianghua would naturally have the most terrifying nightmares. Jianghua knew Lin Xingming, so the Lin Xingming in his dreams was in reality an image he created himself, and also the image he feared the most in his heart. Xiao Ruofei only needed to materialize this fear. Jianghua held on for 2 days, and really could not hold on any longer. Early in the morning, he went to the ATM to withdraw 10,000 yuan. Then, he staggered to the equal division factory of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company to look for Shui Jinshan. This was what Xiao Ruofei had told him before he left that day. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. Jianghua tried his best to control his sleepiness, and from time to time pinched his thigh, and even hit his face, afraid that he would accidentally fall asleep. Obviously, he was sleepy to death, but he did not dare to sleep. This feeling was too painful. Because of this, the waiting process was even more torturous and long. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the reception room finally opened. Jianghua saw Shui Jinshan walk in, and hurriedly greeted him, and said in a trembling voice, "Manager Shui, Xia." "Boss Xia, what did he say?" In fact, Shui Jinshan did not know the whole story, but Xiao Ruofei had already given clear instructions, so he did not need to know too much. Moreover, from Xiao Ruofei's words, Shui Jinshan also knew that Jianghua in front of him should have offended Xiao Ruofei, so he was in a very difficult situation. In this case, Shui Jinshan naturally did not need to be too polite to Jianghua. He asked coldly, "You said you were here to pay back the money, where is the money?" Jianghua hurriedly took out the 10,000 yuan, handed it to Shui Jinshan with both hands, and said, "I owe Boss Xia's godmother 9,000 yuan. This is 10,000 yuan, and the remaining 1,000 yuan is the interest, 10,000 yuan?" Shui Jinshan frowned slightly, and did not take the 10,000 yuan. He said lightly, "This number is wrong, right?" "Ah?" Jianghua could not help but be stunned, and said hesitantly, Manager Shui, why is the number wrong? It should be 18,000 yuan. Shui Jinshan said lightly. To be honest, he did not know why it should be 18,000 yuan, but since Xia Ruofei said it was 18,000 yuan, then it was 18,000 yuan. What? Jiang Hua was shocked. He falsely claimed Jiang Suihua's land circulating gold, but it was only 9,000 yuan, and 3,000 yuan of it was given to Jiang Dashan as a rebate. Jiang Hua felt that he was very sincere by directly taking out 10,000 yuan. He did not expect Xia Ruofei's appetite to be so big that it doubled directly. He did not think that whether it was 9,000, 18,000, or even 180,000, or 180,000, it was just a string of numbers in Xia Ruofei's eyes, and there was no difference at all. Shui Jinshan said lightly, did I not make it clear enough? 18,000 yuan, not a cent less, these are Boss Xia's words. Jiang Hua suddenly realized, the land circulating gold that Jiang Suihua should have received was 18,000 yuan, but Jiang Dashan kept 50%. In fact, all the villagers only received half of the money, including Jiang Suihua. It was just that Jiang Suihua did not even get half of the 9,000 yuan, and it was divided between him and Jiang Dashan. Xia Ruofei wanted 18,000 yuan, and he also wanted half of the land circulating gold. It was not much, because Jiang Suihua deserved the 18,000 yuan, but this money was intercepted by Jiang Dashan. Obviously, Xia Ruofei wanted him to pay all the money, and whether he could ask Jiang Dashan for the rest of the money later had nothing to do with Xia Ruofei and Jiang Suihua. Jiang Hua could not help but be angry and anxious. This time, he really went for wool and came home shorn. However, people under the eaves had to bow their heads. In this situation, he was not in a position to bargain at all. Even if Xia Ruofei put forward more excessive conditions, he could only grit his teeth and accept. Therefore, after weighing for a moment, he said, yes, yes, yes. Factory manager Shui, I made a mistake, it should be 18,000. I don't have enough cash, I'll go get it now. Just transfer it to me through your phone. Shui Jinshan said, I'll go to the finance department to change it into cash and give it to Boss Xia. Shui Jinshan did not want to waste any more time because of this matter. When Jiang Hua went to get the money, he would have to go through a lot of trouble again. And Jiang Hua was eager to end this torture as soon as possible, so he quickly said, no problem. No problem. Then I'll have to trouble you, factory manager Shui. After that, he quickly asked for Shui Jinshan's account number, used his phone to transfer 8,000 yuan to Shui Jinshan, and then handed the 10,000 yuan in cash to Shui Jinshan, and then said eagerly, factory manager Shui, I've already paid the 18,000 yuan, you see, when can Boss Xia help me? Shui Jinshan confirmed that he had received the money, so he said, Boss Xia asked me to tell you that if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Since you sincerely admitted your mistake this time, I'll let you go, but I hope you'll take care of yourself in the future. Jiang Hua quickly said, thank you. Thank you Boss Xia for your magnanimity. But, my problem. Shui Jinshan said, Boss Xia only said so much. By the way, I also want to record a video of you admitting your mistake, and then I'll give it to Boss Xia together. Xia Ruofei only asked Jiang Hua to write a note of apology, but Shui Jinshan felt that a video would be more direct and would show more sincerity, so he made the decision to change the conditions. Jiang Hua did not dare to refuse. After Shui Jinshan turned on the video recording function on his phone, he looked at the camera and said with a sad face, Boss Xia, Aunt, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been blinded by lard and had crooked thoughts about the circulating gold. Aunt, please forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again. Jiang Hua thought of the torture he had experienced in the past 2 days, and when he was recording the video of him admitting his mistake, his attitude was as sincere as it could be. After Shui Jinshan finished recording and watched it, he nodded with satisfaction and said, it's done. Mr. Jiang, you can go now, and this matter is over. Ah? But Jiang Hua said anxiously, my problem hasn't been solved yet. He had given the money and admitted his mistake, but he hadn't even seen Xia Ruofei's face, so his problem definitely hadn't been solved yet. What if he had nightmares again? Jiang Hua didn't want to experience such a strange and terrifying nightmare again even if he was beaten to death. Shui Jinshan shrugged and said, Boss Xia didn't say anything, and I'm just a messenger. Whatever Boss Xia said, I'll pass it on to you. But, since Boss Xia said he would let you go, your problem shouldn't exist anymore. Don't worry about this, Boss Xia has never gone back on his words. Jiang Hua was skeptical and said, Director Shui, it's not that I don't trust you, but... How about this? You go back first. Shui Jinshan was slightly impatient. I have to report to Boss Xia right away. If you have any more questions, you can come to the pharmaceutical factory to find me at any time. Jiang Hua heard this and could only nod helplessly and said, Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Shui. Shui Jinshan nodded, and then Jiang Hua left the pharmaceutical factory with a trace of anxiety. Shui Jinshan immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed Xia Ruofei's number. Boss Xia, this is Jinshan. Shui Jinshan said respectfully. Jinshan, is it done? Xia Ruofei asked. I've already received 18,000 yuan from him according to your instructions. Shui Jinshan said. This Jiang Hua also sincerely admitted his mistake. I didn't ask him to write a note, but directly recorded a video. Do you think it's okay? Very good. Xia Ruofei said, send the video to me. Also, transfer the money to me directly. I'll go and exchange it for cash to my godmother. Xia Ruofei had a lot of cash in the Ring 2 space. He thought about it and decided not to ask his employees to make a special trip to deliver the money. He took out 18,000 yuan from the Ring 2 space and gave it to his godmother. It was the same. Yes. Shui Jinshan said, Boss Xia, that Jiang Hua seemed to be very scared. In addition, before he left, he kept saying that his problem was not solved. I don't know what the problem is, so I didn't promise him anything and let him go back first. Okay. Xia Ruofei said, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it, and he won't come to you again in the future. Okay. Shui Jinshan said quickly. Xia Ruofei said, Jinshan, thank you for your hard work this time. Next, your main focus should be on the Chinese medicine plantation. Don't be negligent like last time. I'll learn from my mistakes. Please rest assured, Boss Xia. Shui Jinshan said. Not long after hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei received the money from Shui Jinshan through WeChat. In addition, the video of Jiang Hua admitting his mistake was also sent through WeChat. Xia Ruofei looked at the video and nodded with satisfaction. He almost didn't go out these 2 days. Today, after the matter was solved, he decided to go to Jiang Suihua's house to give her the money and have a meal. Xia Ruofei called Jiang Suihua. Jiang Suihua knew that Xia Ruofei was going to come over for a meal, so she was naturally very happy. She quickly asked Xia Ruofei to come over early. Xia Ruofei took out 2 stacks of Huaxia coins from the space. He took 20 of them and wrapped the remaining 18,000 yuan in a big envelope. Then he went out, got in the Night 15 off-road vehicle, and drove in the direction of Jiang Suihua's residential area. After arriving at Jiang Suihua's house, Xia Ruofei gave the money to Jiang Suihua. At first, Jiang Suihua thought that Xia Ruofei was using his own money to compensate her. However, when Xia Ruofei showed her the video of Jiang Hua admitting his mistake and said that the 18,000 yuan was the land circulation fee that she deserved, she reluctantly accepted it. Jiang Suihua's heart was very happy, not because of the 18,000 yuan, but because from this matter, she could see Xia Ruofei's filial piety towards her. Chongping County, Jiangying Village. Jiang Hua returned home in a daze. He locked himself in the best soundproof room in the house. Since he had a nightmare the night before, he stayed in this room. This way, he could more or less reduce the noise and avoid causing more discomfort to his family and neighbors. He was already very sleepy. When he returned to his room, he leaned on the bed. Although his heart was trembling and he didn't dare to sleep, the drowsiness came like waves. Unknowingly, his consciousness became a little blurry. When he woke up again, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He slept for more than 10 hours. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to urinate, he might have been able to continue sleeping. The sleepy Jiang Hua's mind was still a little muddled, but he quickly reacted. He slept for so long just now, but he didn't have that nightmare again. To be precise, because he was severely lacking in sleep, he slept very deeply this time. He didn't have any dreams at all, whether it was a nightmare or a beautiful dream. Xianxia couldn't help but widen his eyes. At the same time, his reverence for Xiao Ruofei deepened. What kind of supernatural means is this? He didn't even see Xiao Ruofei's face, but he gave enough money and apologized sincerely. The nightmare that troubled him for 2 days and 2 nights disappeared just like that. He had only left a trace of his will in Jianghua's sea of consciousness. After Jianghua paid the money and admitted his mistake, the trace of his will would naturally dissipate and Jianghua would no longer have nightmares. For Xiao Ruofei, who was at the spirit transformation realm, this trace of will was negligible. Even if it was lost, it wouldn't have any effect on his spiritual force or spirit body. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. It was already a little late, and he had confirmed that Song Qiming would come over, so Xiao Ruofei simply cooked a few dishes and prepared a simple dinner. When Song Wei's car drove to the Jiangbin Villa district, Xiao Ruofei's dinner had just been prepared. Song Qiming was very low-key this time. He didn't use his own car and sat in the back seat of Song Wei's car. "Uncle Song. Welcome." Xiao Ruofei greeted him with a smile. The distance between the buildings in the villa district was very large, and there were green plants between each villa. There was no doubt about the privacy, so Song Qiming didn't need to hide. After he got out of the car, he looked around and said with a smile, "Ruofei, your house is really luxurious. It seems that it's good to be rich." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Uncle Song, don't forget that you are also a cultivator. Material enjoyment is not what cultivators pursue. That's not the same. Even if it's cultivation, it's better to cultivate in a better environment." Song Qiming said with a hearty smile. "That's true, but the environment that cultivators value mainly depends on the density of the spiritual energy." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "For example, the Peach Blossom Island that we are going to later. Even if it's a deserted island with only a thatched cottage, cultivators will still enjoy it." When Xiao Ruofei mentioned the Peach Blossom Island, Song Qiming also became interested. He said, "I'm looking forward to it more and more." "Ruofei, when are we leaving?" "I don't have much time. I have to be back by the morning of the day after tomorrow. This is already the limit." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Song, don't worry. It's almost time for dinner. We can't travel on an empty stomach, right? I've already prepared some dinner. Let's eat after dinner." "Okay. Then let's eat," Song Qiming said with a wave of his hand. When Xiao Ruofei and the others walked into the villa, Ling Qingxue had already brought out the dishes prepared by Xiao Ruofei and placed them on the table. When she saw Song Qiming, she smiled and greeted him, "Hello, Uncle Song." "Hello, Qingxue." Song Qiming looked at the fragrant dishes on the table and couldn't help but ask, "Qingxue, did you cook all this? You're really from a family of cooking, your skills are really good." Ling Qingxue couldn't help blushing. She said, "Uncle Song, this is all made by Ruofei's cooking. Although my family runs a restaurant, I've never been in the kitchen since I was a child. My father's skills are only passed down to men, not women. He taught all of them to my senior brothers." Ling Xiaotian spoiled his daughter, Ling Qingxue, so naturally, he didn't have any prejudice against men. It was impossible for him to keep his skills to himself and refused to teach Ling Qingxue cooking. In fact, Ling Qingxue wasn't interested in cooking at all, and she didn't have much talent. Ling Xiaotian didn't want his daughter to suffer from the pain of cooking oil, so since Ling Qingxue didn't want to learn, he simply didn't teach. In any case, all of his disciples had basically received his true teachings, so their abilities were not lost to him. Song Wei chuckled and said, "Dad, I told you not to have preconceived notions. Qingxue doesn't know how to cook at all. Her cooking skills are comparable to mine." Song Qiming was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Then I'm being too subjective." Xiao Ruofei came to the rescue and said, Come. Everyone, sit down and eat. Today's time is tight, and I didn't prepare much. I just made a few dishes casually. We're just going to fill our stomachs, and then we'll set off." "Ruofei, you're too modest." Song Qiming smiled and pointed to the table and said, "These dishes look appetizing. Your cooking skills are definitely very good. No wonder I mistakenly thought that it was the Ling family's cooking." Everyone sat down, and Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to serve everyone. He gave everyone a bowl of rice, and then took out juice from the fridge and poured everyone a glass. Because they were about to set off, Xiao Ruofei didn't prepare any alcohol. Without alcohol, the speed of eating was naturally much faster. After a while, everyone was full. Song Wei took the initiative to get up and clean up the dishes with Ling Qingxue, while Xiao Ruofei took Song Qiming around the villa. After everything was cleaned up, Xiao Ruofei said, "Okay. Let's set off." After that, Xiao Ruofei took the three of them to the top floor terrace of the villa. Song Qiming was a little excited. At the same time, he was also very curious about Xiao Ruofei's flying magic treasure. Although he had heard Song Wei talk about the obsidian flying ship, he still found it hard to believe if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and he took out the obsidian flying ship. The small obsidian flying ship was in his palm. He communicated with the core of the obsidian flying ship with his mind, opened the concealment array, and then threw it out with a wave of his hand. The obsidian flying ship grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge black flying ship, floating almost at the same height as the rooftop. It was Song Qiming's first time seeing a flying ship, and he couldn't help but be shocked. This was simply a piece of black technology. It could actually change its size at will, and it completely ignored the effect of gravity, directly floating there. If the army was equipped with such a flying ship, wouldn't it be possible for divine soldiers to descend from the sky at any time and place? Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know Song Qiming's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Okay, everyone, get on the ship." After that, Xiao Ruofei took the lead and gently touched the ground with the tip of his foot. His body jumped out lightly, and he landed steadily on the deck of the flying ship. Song Qiming, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei also followed. Everyone, including Song Qiming, had a cultivation base. The distance between the flying ship and the rooftop was only 1 or 2 meters. There was almost no difference in height, so everyone could easily jump on the flying ship. "Uncle Song, let's go," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Okay." Song Qiming was looking forward to it, and he was also a little excited. "Uncle Song, you can stay on the deck and enjoy the scenery of the city you are in charge of from the sky," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "This is a 360-degree view with no blind spots. It's completely different from the view of a plane." "Okay, I'm looking forward to it," Song Qiming said, and then asked with some concern, "Ruofei, this flying magic weapon is such a big target. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? And there are countless air traffic control radars all over the world. Won't your flying ship?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Uncle Song, don't worry. The flying ship has already activated a concealment array. It's completely invisible to ordinary people. As for the air traffic control radars, it's even more impossible for them to discover the existence of the flying ship. This is because the material used to make the flying ship is not metal at all, and the surrounding barrier is also invisible to radar waves." Song Qiming nodded with relief. On second thought, he realized that it made sense. If the flying ship could be discovered so easily, how could it be called a magic weapon? Moreover, there had never been a similar report for so many years, which meant that the flying ship's concealment effect must be very good. What he didn't know was that there were only 2 flying ships in the entire cultivation world on Earth today, the Tianyi Palace's clear water flying ship and Xiao Ruofei's obsidian flying ship. With a thought from Xiao Ruofei, the obsidian flying ship trembled slightly and began to ascend vertically. It was Song Qiming's first time riding the obsidian flying ship, so Xiao Ruofei took care of him and deliberately controlled the speed of the obsidian flying ship to be much slower than usual. At this time, the lights of the Tri-Mountain City had just been lit, and below the obsidian flying ship was the myriad lights of the Tri-Mountain City. As the helmsman of the Tri-Mountain City, Song Qiming was observing the city from such a perspective for the first time. He was extremely shocked. Standing on the side of the ship, he looked at the bright lights below without blinking. As the flying ship rose, the Tri-Mountain City below became smaller and smaller. Song Qiming's eyes also fell on the estuary of the Tri-Mountain City. That area was the new district that he personally planned after taking office. Looking down from the sky, he could see the increasingly prosperous new district. The main roads of the city were like arteries, and the traffic on the roads was like rushing blood. Finally, the obsidian flying ship rose above the clouds and began to fly in the direction of the sea. Song Qiming slowly retracted his gaze and murmured, "This is really shocking." Xiao Ruofei separated a bit of his mind to control the flying ship and said with a smile, "Uncle Song, you can rest in the cabin for a while. Our journey will take more than 2 hours. I'll stay here for a while." Song Qiming said. "Soon we will fly over the sea, and then the rest of the journey will be very boring. The scenery will be the same." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "What's more, it will soon be night, and there is about a 3 to 4 hour time difference between the Peach Blossom Island and the mainland. When we arrive at the Peach Blossom Island, it will be midnight local time, so we can't see anything standing here." Song Qiming nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go in a while." Then he asked curiously, "Ruofei, the flying ship is flying very fast now, right?" Xiao Ruofei said, "The flying ship is still accelerating, but the current horizontal flying speed is already faster than ordinary civil aircraft." "Then why can't I feel a trace of wind standing here?" Song Qiming asked in surprise. If it was a few hundred kilometers per hour, standing on this unsheltered deck, the high-altitude wind should be very strong. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to hear the other party's words. Their ears would probably be filled with the sound of the wind, and they would not be able to stand steadily. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The flying ship has a protective enchantment, which is equivalent to a completely transparent protective shield. Otherwise, the air at high altitudes is thin and the temperature is very low. Ordinary people can't stand it, and even cultivators find it difficult to endure." Although the obsidian flying ship was flying at a very high altitude, it was still in the atmosphere. If it flew into space like last time, it would be useless even if there was a protective enchantment. After all, the protective enchantment would not automatically produce oxygen, so Xiao Ruofei and the others still had to wear spacesuits to survive. Flying in the atmosphere was basically not a big problem. Song Qiming nodded and said, "So that's how it is. This flying magic treasure is really amazing. It feels more powerful than the high-tech products on Earth. The principles are different, so it's impossible to compare them." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After the two of them stood on the deck and chatted for a while, Song Qiming saw that the sea below was indeed unchanged. Occasionally, it would be blocked by clouds, so he said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, take me to the cabin for a tour." "Okay, after you, Uncle Song," Xiao Ruofei said. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had been on the obsidian flying ship many times and had long lost the novelty of it, so the two of them had already gotten into the cabin from the beginning and sat in the control room, whispering together. Seeing Xiao Ruofei and Song Qiming come in, the two of them quickly stood up and greeted them. Xiao Ruofei took Song Qiming to visit the cabins of the obsidian flying ship and finally returned to the control room. He said with a smile, "Uncle Song, there are still about 2 hours before we arrive at Peach Blossom Island. You can find a cabin to rest for a while, or live to cultivate. When the obsidian flying ship is about to arrive at Peach Blossom Island and begin to descend, I will call you." Song Qiming nodded and said, "Okay, I haven't had time to cultivate today. I just happen to have some free time now, so I'll go cultivate." Song Wei said with a smile, "Dad, I think you should just lie down and rest for a while. There's no hurry to cultivate. It won't be too late to cultivate after we arrive at Peach Blossom Island. Cultivating on the island for an hour is definitely better than cultivating here for 2 hours." Song Qiming was slightly stunned and turned his eyes to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "The spiritual energy on the island is rich, and there are also arrays to assist in cultivation. The efficiency of cultivation will indeed be much higher. I also agree with Vivian's suggestion. Well, I'll go rest for a while," Song Qiming said with a hearty smile. Song Wei took Song Qiming to find a cabin and let him rest for a while. Then, he returned to the control room with Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. The three of them sat in the control room and chatted. Because Song Qiming was traveling with them, the three of them more or less felt a bit uneasy. Now that Song Qiming had gone to rest, they felt that the atmosphere had suddenly become a lot more relaxed. The obsidian flying ship flew silently at high speed, and time passed by minute by minute. During the flight, the airship was very stable, and there was no engine noise. Therefore, the people in the airship sometimes even had the illusion that the airship was stationary. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had always released several strands of spiritual force to check the surrounding situation, so he was always aware of the flying ship's speed. More than 2 hours later, around midnight local time, the obsidian flying ship finally arrived at the airspace near Peach Blossom Island. Xiao Ruofei asked Song Wei to call Song Qiming over. At the same time, he also controlled the obsidian flying ship to adjust its direction and slowly descend. Everyone returned to the deck of the flying ship. As the flying ship descended, the obsidian flying ship quickly pierced through the clouds and the outline of Peach Blossom Island began to gradually appear in front of everyone's eyes. Although it was already midnight on Peach Blossom Island, the weather was very good tonight. A full moon hung in the sky, and the bright moonlight shone on the sea, making the sparkling waves look very beautiful. There was also a thin layer of fog on the sea near Peach Blossom Island, as if a layer of gauze was covering it. From afar, Peach Blossom Island seemed to be shrouded in fog, giving it the charm of an immortal island. Song Qiming looked ahead without blinking and asked, "Ruofei, is that Peach Blossom Island?" "Yes." "How do you feel?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "It really is like an immortal island," Song Qiming exclaimed. Xiao Ruofei controlled the obsidian airship to approach Peach Blossom Island while saying with a smile, "Uncle Song, because of the great array on the island, the spiritual qi is locked inside the island. You haven't felt it yet, but after we enter the island, you will know what a real holy land for cultivation is." Song Wei also said with a smile, "Dad, I promise you that once you enter Peach Blossom Island, you won't want to come out. When the time comes, maybe you will want to resign and live on Peach Blossom Island." Song Qiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "You're exaggerating. But I don't have much attachment to my official position. I just want to do more for the country and the people while I'm still energetic." Xiao Ruofei could tell that Song Qiming wasn't trying to be arrogant, but was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He said with a smile, "Uncle Song, you are no longer an ordinary person. With your current cultivation, even if you are 80 or 90 years old, your physical condition will still be very good, and I guarantee that you will have endless energy. But the country has a retirement age." Song Qiming said with a smile, "Different levels correspond to different retirement ages. No matter how good my body is, I will have to retire when I reach the age. When that time comes, I can really cultivate with you without any distractions." While they were chatting, the obsidian airship had arrived at the periphery of Peach Blossom Island's array. Xiao Ruofei skillfully used his mental power to pass through the formation and reach the control core. He opened a hole in the protective barrier, and the obsidian flying ship nimbly drilled in. Soon, the protective boundary of the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation was restored, and the obsidian flying ship was already traversing through Peach Blossom Island. The obsidian airship's concealment formation was always active, so the ordinary people on Peach Blossom Island were completely unaware of the existence of the airship. In fact, it was already midnight, and except for a few guards on duty and night sentries, everyone else had already fallen asleep. On the obsidian airship, they could clearly see everything on the island under the moonlight. It just so happened that the obsidian airship maintained a certain altitude at this time, so Xiao Ruofei and the others standing on the deck of the airship could see the situation on the island clearly. Song Qiming couldn't help but exclaim, "The spiritual qi on the island is indeed very rich. I feel like my dantian is cheering." "It's the first time you've come to a place with such rich spiritual qi." "This is a normal reaction," Song Wei said with a smile. Song Qiming looked at Peach Blossom Island below the airship and murmured, "Airport, wharf, power station. There are also military camps and high-level protected caves. Ruofei, it must have been very difficult to build these infrastructure at that time. This island is isolated in the sea." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Song, you may not know, but this island used to belong to Family Liu. Most of these infrastructure were slowly built by Family Liu over the years." "Family Liu?" Song Qiming couldn't help but stare. "The Family Liu in Beijing?" "That's right." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I once treated old Liu's illness. This island was still called Qingyun Island at that time, and Family Liu offered to transfer the island to me as a treatment fee." After I came to check it out, I found that it was a cultivation treasure land, so I agreed to this condition without hesitation. Your luck is really. Song Qiming couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, it seems that family Lu has been making arrangements overseas for many years. This is not small. Song Qiming's eyes were sharp. When he saw the facilities on Peach Blossom Island, he knew that family Lu had built this island as a refuge base. This was probably their family's trump card. However, old Lu's life was at stake. In order to ask Xia Ruofei to save his life, he had no choice but to give up this trump card. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I guess family Lu has more than one place like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given it to me so easily. However, I'm not interested in this. If I didn't find out that Peach Blossom Island was a cultivation treasure land, I wouldn't even want this island. While they were talking, the obsidian airship had already flown over the Yanhuang building. Xia Ruofei controlled the airship to descend and said with a smile, we're here. The obsidian airship soon hovered above the rooftop of the Yanhuang building. Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou appeared on the rooftop almost at the same time. They had noticed when the obsidian airship entered the Peach Blossom Island. This time, Xia Ruofei deliberately flew slower, so when the two arrived on the rooftop, the airship was just descending. Xia Ruofei deliberately lowered the obsidian airship's altitude to about half a meter from the rooftop, then said with a smile, Uncle Song, please. Let's go. Let's go down and have a look. Song Qiming said excitedly. Everyone jumped off the airship together, and Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou quickly came up to them. Martial Granduncle. Mr. Xia. Both of them bowed respectfully to Xia Ruofei, and Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. Song Qiming couldn't help but widen his eyes. He looked at Li Yifu for a long time before saying, this is Mr. Li Yifu? Li Yifu didn't know who this person was, but he came to Peach Blossom Island with Xia Ruofei, and his cultivation was not low, having reached the 6th level of qi refining, so Li Yifu naturally didn't neglect him and nodded politely. Li Yifu was not well known in the cultivation world, but in the secular world, he was a famous tycoon and entrepreneur. He also had a lot of investments in the 3 mountains. As a local official, Song Qiming naturally heard of Li Yifu's name. However, in the past 2 years, Li Yifu basically didn't care about secular affairs, and the affairs of the 9 states group were basically taken care of by his nephew Li Qinghui, so Song Qiming and Li Yifu had never met. He didn't expect to meet him today on Peach Blossom Island, and what surprised him even more was that Li Yifu actually called Xia Ruofei martial granduncle. Xia Ruofei's seniority was too scary. Xia Ruofei explained with a smile, Uncle Song, Yifu and I are from the same sect, but my seniority is 2 generations higher than his, so, this is really unexpected. Song Qiming knew that he had lost his composure just now, so there was a trace of embarrassment on his face. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you are not from my sect, so let's talk about our own matters. If they were to talk about Xia Ruofei's seniority, then Li Yifu had no seniority. Song Qiming was Xia Ruofei's elder, so didn't that make him Li Yifu's ancestor? Cultivators had a long lifespan, and their seniority was already quite complicated, so generally, people who were not from the same sect, or close friends, would talk about their own matters. Xia Ruofei then said, let me introduce everyone. Uncle Song, you should be very familiar with Yifu's identity in the secular world, so I won't say much. He is actually a qi refining level 9 cultivator, and he should be able to break through to the gold core stage in the near future. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Li Yifu, Yifu, Uncle Song is Weiwei's father, and his cultivation is at the peak of qi refining level 6. This time, he came with us to Peach Blossom Island to visit, and will go back the day after tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Song's position in the secular world is not low. He is the head of the Southeast Province and the head of Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei then pointed to Jing Yongshou and said to Song Qiming, this is Jing Yongshou, one of my subordinates. He is currently in charge of helping me deal with the specific affairs of some industries in the secular world. Song Qiming stepped forward and said with a smile, Mr. Li, Mr. Jing, nice to meet you. Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou hurriedly came forward to greet them. If they were ordinary local officials, Li Yifu naturally didn't need to pay attention to them, but Song Qiming was Song Wei's father, so his identity was too special. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had already informed them in advance, but Xiao Ruofei didn't explain in detail over the phone. He only told Li Yifu that there would be guests coming with them, and not to leak the relationship between Song Wei and him. Li Yifu didn't expect that the guest would be Song Wei's father, and that he would be a high-ranking official. After everyone exchanged pleasantries for a while, Xiao Ruofei said, "Let's go. Let's go downstairs and talk. Let's not talk on the rooftop. Martial Granduncle, Mr. Song, please." Li Yifu hurriedly stepped aside and said respectfully. Song Qiming couldn't change his role for a while, and he wasn't used to the respectful attitude of this world's tycoon. Xiao Ruofei had long been accustomed to Li Yifu's respectful attitude, so he nodded with a smile and took the lead to walk to the stairs. When everyone arrived at the large suite Xiao Ruofei lived in, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Song, it's getting late. Even if it's according to the time in Huaxia, it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Why don't we rest tonight and show you around Taoyuan Island tomorrow?" "I'm fine with anything. The guest should follow the host's wishes," Song Qiming said with a smile. "However, I don't want to sleep tonight. With such a good cultivation environment, I can't wait to start cultivating." Song Wei pursed his lips and smiled. "You might as well not sleep for the next 2 days. After all, you can only stay for 1 day before going back. Don't waste such a good cultivation environment." "I think Wei Wei's suggestion is good," Song Qiming said with a smile. For cultivators, not sleeping for 1 or 2 nights was not a big deal. What's more, the process of cultivation was actually constantly replenishing energy. It was just that it consumed a lot of energy. If one cultivated for a long time without rest, their mind would be unable to bear it, but their body would be fine. However, not sleeping for 1 or 2 nights was definitely enough energy. "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said. "Uncle Song, this suite has several bedrooms. You and Wei Wei can stay here." Xiao Ruofei said, "Qing Shiwei and I will stay downstairs." Song Qiming was also someone who had seen the world. When he saw the spacious and luxurious room, he knew that this was Xiao Ruofei's exclusive suite, so he directly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. Ruofei, just arrange an ordinary guest room for me. I'm not used to living in such a big room." This? Xiao Ruofei could not help but hesitate. Song Qiming was Song Wei's father, so he naturally had to treat him with respect. At this time, Song Wei said with a smile, "Ruofei, just do as my father said. He doesn't pursue life's enjoyment. He's willing to take economy class on a business trip. According to Song Qiming's status, if he traveled by plane, he could enjoy first-class treatment. Moreover, he could use the VIP channel to enter and leave the airport. He was an absolute VIP. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Okay. By the way, arrange my room next to my father's." Song Wei said. "No problem," Xiao Ruofei said. Then he said to Li Yifu, "Yifu, you arrange it. You take Uncle Song and Wei Wei downstairs and choose the best room." After Xiao Ruofei took over Taoyuan Island, the function of the Yanhuang building had also changed. There were no other ordinary staff here, so there were a lot of rooms in the whole building. Most of them were guest rooms, and many of them were suites. However, they were not as extravagant as Xiao Ruofei's, and the decoration was not so luxurious. "Okay, Martial Uncle," Li Yifu quickly said, "Mr. Song, Miss Song, please come with me." "Ruofei, then I'll go down first." Song Qiming said, "See you tomorrow." "Okay, Uncle Song." Xiao Ruofei said, "Yifu, take Uncle Song and Wei Wei downstairs. By the way, you have to prepare breakfast tomorrow." "Yes. Martial Uncle." Li Yifu left the room with Song Qiming and Song Wei. Jing Yongshou also bowed and left. Only Ling Qingshiwei and Xiao Ruofei were left in the room. "Wife, let's rest early," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingshiwei glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I don't want to sleep tonight. I haven't cultivated on Taoyuan Island for many days. I want to cultivate well tonight. Let's cultivate together," Xiao Ruofei said with a cheeky smile. "Let's wait until Uncle Song goes back." Ling Qingshiwei said, "Wei Wei is not here. For the sake of fairness, I'll cultivate by myself." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, okay. Let's cultivate by ourselves. Okay. Xianxia chuckled, then I'll go back to my room first. Don't disturb me. I know. Xiaoruofei said with a wry smile. He gave the master bedroom to Xianxia, found a bedroom and closed the door. However, Xiaoruofei did not choose to cultivate. Instead, he took out the best quality jadeite that he had already prepared from the spirit map space. Within the range of the Luotian formation, his mind was especially clear. In such a blessed environment, he had to start practicing the carving of the formation patterns that controlled the core of the spirit puppet. Holding the emerald in his hand, he sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, absorbing the spiritual energy in his body while adjusting his state of mind. Since he was within the range of the Luotian formation, he was able to calm himself down and clear his mind. As Xiaoruofei adjusted his state of mind, he recalled the smithing miscellaneous notes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Before Xiaoruofei returned to his room, he told Li Yifu that he was going to be in seclusion for a day and that there was no need for him to eat. At the same time, Xiaoruofei also asked Song Wei and Xianxia to cultivate by themselves. He had made up his mind to immerse himself in practicing the carving of the control core in his room. He continued to meditate until he felt that he was in his best condition. Then, he began to carve the formation patterns on the top-grade jade. 1, 2, 3. Formation patterns appeared inside the jade one after another. These formation patterns that Xiaoruofei had specially picked out for practice were all relatively difficult. The requirements for the carver's mental strength and control were very high. Therefore, every time he carved a formation pattern, he would stop and think for a while. He would summarize the areas that needed to be reflected on during the carving process. After thinking clearly, he would continue to try. The failure rate of carving these formation patterns was naturally very high. However, Xiaoruofei did not care about whether he succeeded or not. Even if he failed, he would continue to carve on another position on the jade. Just like that, a few hours passed unknowingly. This jade was already covered with dense formation patterns. The repetition rate of these formation patterns was very high, but they were definitely not exactly the same. This was because even if it was the same formation pattern, there would be a slight difference every time it was carved. It was impossible for it to be exactly the same as the formation pattern recorded in refining miscellaneous notes. However, as long as the difference was within the margin of error, it could be regarded as a successful carving. The effects of the same formation pattern that was successfully carved would be different. Xiaoruofei continued to summarize and adjust through repeated practice. The formation patterns that he carved were getting closer and closer to perfection. Of course, the success rate was also slowly increasing. Xiaoruofei carved every formation pattern that he had picked out a few times. He stopped and rested while carefully recalling his understanding of carving formation patterns. At the same time, he was also simulating the situation after these formation patterns were integrated into the control core in his mind. This kind of thinking was obviously very beneficial to his improvement in the aspect of inscribing formation patterns. Xiaoruofei felt that his train of thought was becoming clearer and clearer. Previously, when he was inscribing the array pattern, he was basically inscribing a certain step. But now, he had a relatively clear train of thought in his mind. He could even roughly predict where he would make a mistake if he were to start carving the formation pattern now. Even though there was still no possibility of success, it was still a big step forward compared to before. Xiaoruofei rested for a while. While drinking the water from the spiritual pond, he sat on the jade futon and meditated. After his spiritual force had almost recovered, he cut off a top-grade jade and crushed the jade he had just used to practice. The formation pattern that controlled the soul puppet was very high-end, and it was also related to the future control of the soul puppet. Although the Peach Blossom Island was very safe, Xiaoruofei was still very cautious. If this formation pattern was leaked to the outside world, and someone else studied it thoroughly, then the soul puppet he created might be controlled by someone else. After dealing with the top-grade jade, Xiaoruofei held the new jade in his hand, closed his eyes and began to adjust his state. After a long time, he gently threw the jade and used his spiritual force to control it to float in front of him. This time, Xiao Ruofei planned to try to carve the entire control core formation pattern again. Although he was very clear in his heart that if he were to carve the formation pattern from beginning to end, the possibility of success was very low. But he also knew that success was summed up by repeated failures. This was a necessary stage. Now, he had basically deduced the whole process many times in his mind. The only thing he lacked was practice. He believed that if he failed a few more times, he would definitely have a deeper understanding. Anyway, carving the formation pattern would only consume some of his spiritual force. He had many treasures, so his spiritual force could be quickly restored. Even if he did not have any treasures to restore his spiritual force, he could rely on cultivating the Tao formula to restore it. It would just take a little longer. As for the fact that each piece of jade was worth 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, it did not cause any waves in Xiao Ruofei's heart at all. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes and stretched out his finger without hesitation to draw in the air. A near-perfect formation pattern appeared inside the top-grade jade. The mysterious arc looked the same as the one he drew for the first time, but he knew very well that this array pattern was not only more accurate than the one he drew for the first time, but it also seemed to be closer to the nature of the array pattern. Under the effect of the Luotian formation, Xiao Ruofei's heart did not waver at all. He was not pleased by external gains, nor was he saddened by personal gains. Xiao Ruofei was now in this state. He maintained a stable rhythm and continued to carve the formation pattern. Even he himself did not realize that he had unknowingly entered a very mysterious state. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei had no distractions in his mind and did not think too much about it. The only thing he felt was that he was in a better state than before. Correspondingly, every array pattern he drew had a more natural aura to it. Xiao Ruofei did not know that his current state could only be encountered by chance. It was a bit similar to the epiphany during cultivation, but what he comprehended was the Tao of carving formation patterns, not the Tao of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei could not feel the passage of time at all. He almost relied on instinct to maintain a very comfortable rhythm. It seemed neither fast nor slow, but in fact, it was very efficient. One formation pattern after another appeared in the top-grade jade. Xiao Ruofei's mind was as calm as a computer. Before he started, he could almost predict where to draw the formation pattern, what to pay attention to, and what details might affect the quality of the formation pattern. A series of information appeared directly in his mind as if it was retrieved from a database. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei had surpassed his carving progress last night, but there was still no mistake. Moreover, the accuracy of these formation patterns was frighteningly high. They were basically in a perfect state without the slightest deviation. Xiao Ruofei continued to carve the formation patterns and soon entered the last dozens of the most difficult formation patterns. However, Xiao Ruofei did not slow down and still maintained the same rhythm at the beginning. This was unimaginable before. When he tried to carve the complete formation pattern yesterday, he unknowingly slowed down. Although the rhythm was always the one he was most comfortable with, in fact, it was getting slower and slower. However, it was completely different today. It was like a standard computer program. The interval between each rune was almost exactly the same. Such terrifying stability was something that even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to achieve. The remaining formation patterns were getting fewer and fewer. From 60, it gradually decreased to 30, then 20. Xiao Ruofei still maintained this constant speed, and the quality of the formation patterns was surprisingly high. Of course, there were no mistakes at all. There were still no mistakes in the last 10 formation patterns. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was completely immersed in his own thoughts. He did not even realize that he had completed more than 99% of the array pattern. According to his previous estimation, when there were only 50 or so array patterns left, he would not be able to control it and would start to make mistakes. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's judgment of himself had completely overturned. Of course, he did not realize it himself. It was also because of this that he could continue to perform beyond his level without being affected at all. 9, 8, 7, 6, on the top-grade jade, there was almost no blank space with the naked eye. The inside and outside of the jade were covered with dense formation patterns. And Xiao Ruofei was still in this mysterious state. Finally, with a gentle wave of his finger, the last formation pattern with near-perfect quality appeared in a blank space that was almost invisible to the naked eye inside the top-grade jade. It happened to be between two formation patterns. The last formation pattern followed the gap between the two formation patterns and formed a few very mysterious arcs. If the accuracy of these two adjacent formation patterns was not so high, but it was still considered a success, then when the last formation pattern was carved, there would inevitably be flaws. Therefore, the formation pattern carving of the control core could be said to be linked to one another. Even if the steps looked very easy, they had to strive for perfection. Otherwise, they would be digging a hole for the following work. When the last formation pattern was formed inside the top-grade jade, Xiao Ruofei suddenly woke up from the mysterious state of epiphany. He looked at the top-grade jade in front of him with some disbelief, especially the dense and complicated formation patterns inside the jade, which brought him great shock. Did I really carve this myself? Xiao Ruofei could not believe his eyes. However, that mysterious state of epiphany was not hypnosis. Xiao Ruofei remembered the whole process of carving the formation pattern very clearly, so he naturally knew that it was not a supernatural phenomenon. It was carved by himself stroke by stroke. Xiao Ruofei was not a cultivation rookie. He knew that he had encountered something that could only be encountered by chance. In fact, this mysterious state was still unleashing his own potential. This was not the same as the epiphany of a cultivator during cultivation. If a cultivator had an epiphany, his cultivation level would be greatly improved. His understanding of the heavenly Tao would play a very important role in his future cultivation. Xiao Ruofei's state just now was unleashing more of his potential. In layman's terms, it was overdraft. Therefore, when he finished carving just now, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a strong sense of fatigue attacking him. This was completely a sign of overconsumption of spiritual force. It has to be said that Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force had reached the spirit transformation realm. In just a few hours, his spiritual force had been overdraft. It could be imagined how much spiritual force was used to carve the formation pattern in this mysterious state. If it was another middle gold core stage cultivator, or even a late gold core stage cultivator, even if they entered this mysterious state like Xiao Ruofei, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on until the end because their spiritual power would be depleted, or even dry up. At that time, the body's protective mechanism would come into play and they would naturally withdraw from that mysterious state. Xiao Ruofei held the top-grade jade like it was a treasure. To be precise, this was the control core of a spirit puppet. He was very clear that with his current level, it would be very difficult to carve this kind of control core. And this control core was very likely to be his only control core for the soul puppet for a short period of time. Naturally, he held it carefully in his hands, afraid that he would accidentally break this jade. Of course, for a cultivator, this was almost impossible. Xiao Ruofei's concern had caused him to lose his mind. Even though Xiao Ruofei still needed a lot of practice before he could slowly and steadily carve out the soul puppet's control core, his mysterious state this time not only allowed him to obtain a near-perfect soul puppet's control core, but he also gained a lot from it. This was because Xiao Ruofei could clearly remember the feeling when he was inscribing each rune. This would be a great help to him when he carved the control core of the spirit puppet. Xiao Ruofei carefully stored the control core of the spirit puppet in the Ring 2 space. Originally, he had prepared a large amount of materials to make the spirit puppet and had also used his free time to create a few sets of components to make the spirit puppet. It could be said that everything was ready except for the east wind. Now that he had exceeded his usual standards and had personally created a control core of the spirit puppet, it was equivalent to completing the last piece of the puzzle. This meant that he only needed to do some assembly and debugging work and he would be able to create a real spirit puppet. Even if the spirit puppet's intelligence was much lower than Xia Qing's in the Ring 2 space, it would still have a different meaning since it was personally created by him. Next, Xiao Ruofei began to recover his mental strength while recalling the mysterious state he had just been in. He also recalled every stroke of the control core of the spirit puppet in that state. As his mental strength had been exhausted, he directly drank a few big bowls of spirit pond water and sat cross-legged on the jade cattail hassock to recover his mental strength. When his mental strength had gradually recovered to about 80%, he finally opened his eyes and stood up. He opened the curtains and found that it was already pitch black outside. The night sky was dotted with stars and the entire Peach Blossom Island was extremely quiet. Xiao Ruofei scanned with his mental strength and found that almost everyone was awake, including Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, Song Qiming, and Li Yifu. Even Jing Yongshou was seizing every second to strengthen his cultivation. As it was already midnight, Xiao Ruofei did not disturb them. Instead, he directly set up a protective formation in the room and a warning formation at the door. After setting up the basic defenses, Xiao Ruofei summoned the Ring 2 space and stuffed it under the blanket. Then, with a thought, he directly entered the Ring 2 space. Then, he appeared in the Ring 2 space's primordial realm. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei gathered a large number of half-finished materials for making spirit puppets around him. These materials had been collected by Xiao Ruofei under the name of the Taoyuan Company. Of course, he had also mixed in some materials he didn't need when he bought them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Thus, Xiao Ruofei also stood up and walked out of the room. Is it about time? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Yes. Song Wei nodded and said, the time difference between here and China is more than 3 hours. If we leave now, we will arrive at Sanshan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. However, Xiao Ruofei knew very well that this skeleton was only a half-finished product. The skeleton still needed to be tempered by flames, and at the same time, go through several processes before it could be transformed into a real soul puppet. Xiao Ruofei took a short break. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Xiao Ruofei took out a set of clothes that he had prepared and said, put them on first. Yes. Master. Xiaoxian picked up the clothes on the ground and began to put them on. Perhaps it was because modern casual clothes were very different from ancient clothes, but Xiaoxian was at a loss as to what to do with them. Xiao Ruofei went up to give him some guidance. At the same time, he was observing the comprehension ability of this soul puppet that he had personally created. After Xiao Ruofei's explanation, Xiaoxian successfully put on the clothes. Xiaoxian, who was dressed in casual clothes, looked like a city youth. If he didn't speak, he would be mistaken for a real person. Xiao Ruofei said, Xiaoxian, this is Xiaoqing. In the future, when I'm not around, you will listen to his orders. Yes, master. Xiaoxian bowed and said. Following that, Xiao Ruofei gave Xiaoxian a series of instructions to complete a series of actions. Xiaoxian carried them out meticulously without any mistakes. Xiao Ruofei also had a preliminary understanding of the soul puppet that he could barely create at this stage. In general, this kind of basic soul puppet could definitely beat the strongest AI robots in the secular world. In fact, the robots in the secular world had yet to reach this level of simulation. Moreover, the robots' internal structures were still mechanical. Even if they were the closest to a human's body structure, they couldn't be as agile as a human. After all, the human body was a super complicated machine. Other than the lack of internal organs, the soul puppet was basically a replica of a real person. The muscles, ligaments, and bones could be used. It could be said that it was no different from a real person. Therefore, Xiaoxian could easily perform some delicate actions that only humans could perform. As for the robots in the secular world, they still had a long way to go before they could reach this level. In terms of intelligence, Xiaoxian was slightly lacking. However, that was only in comparison to Xiaoqing. If he were to compare himself to those intelligent robots, Xiaoxian would definitely be much stronger. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked Xiaoqing, how do you feel? Master, this is the elementary spiritual puppet recorded in the, right? Xiaoqing clicked his tongue in admiration. To be able to do this with a primary spiritual puppet, Master's refining skills are truly admirable. I'm still a far cry from you. Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Master, this is a difference in level. It can be said to be a difference in quality. You can't compare them like this, Xiaoqing said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded. Then, he tested Xia Xian's strength. The test method was very simple. He had Xia Xian attack him with all his strength. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't dodge and took the blow head-on. He's about as strong as a cultivator in the 8th layer of qi refining. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently. As the yuan qi in his body surged, the slight damage that Xia Xian had caused to his body was immediately healed. Usually, a primary spiritual puppet's cultivation is between the 5th and 7th layer of qi refining. Xiaoqing said, Master spiritual puppet can reach the 8th layer of qi refining. This means that every step of the refining process is close to perfection. Moreover, the control core is also very compatible with this body. Xiao Ruofei nodded. This was also recorded in the. Therefore, when he tested that Xia Xian's cultivation was about the 8th layer of qi refining, he was pleasantly surprised. In fact, before the cultivation environment deteriorated, the use of soul puppets in the cultivation world was still very widespread. Elementary soul puppets like Xia Xian were usually produced in batches and made to do various basic jobs, such as cleaning, receiving guests, guarding, planting, and so on. But now, the cultivation world's heritage was cut off and everyone's strength was generally not high. If a large number of spiritual puppets could be produced in batches, they could even wipe out many mid-level sections. Imagine an army of spiritual puppets that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Their average cultivation level was at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refining. Even if the sex being attacked had Aurus core cultivators, many ants could bite an elephant to death. Under the siege of thousands of spiritual puppets, even Aurus core cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, spiritual puppets weren't real life. They didn't know fear and attacked the enemy with all their might without fear of death. Just thinking about it was terrifying. However, Xiao Ruofei's ambitions were great. He didn't want to unify the cultivation world, so naturally, he wouldn't spend so much effort to produce a large number of primary spiritual puppets. Of course, if he could steadily create the soul puppet's control core, then creating a batch in the early stages would be a good idea. It wasn't to attack other sects, but to place them in the spirit map space to do various heavy work. After all, although there was some free labor in the space, the spiritual puppets didn't need to eat or drink, nor did they need to rest. They only needed to absorb a little spiritual qi, and in the Ring 2 space, spiritual qi was the most abundant. It could be said that there was no cost. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also wanted to improve his refining level and become more proficient through continuous refining. It was recorded in the refining miscellany that the body of a spiritual puppet could be replaced. Even a primary spiritual puppet could be matched with a stronger body, and its strength could even reach the Aurus core stage or even higher. Of course, the materials needed for a higher level body were not so easy to collect, and the requirements for the refiner's level were higher. Xiao Ruofei could improve his proficiency by refining a large number of spiritual puppet bodies. In the future, if he collected better materials, he could refine a higher level of spiritual puppet. If he could build an army of spiritual puppets with the strength of Aurus core stage, then this power really couldn't be underestimated. Xiao Ruofei said to Xiaoqing, during this period of time, you take care of Xia Xian. Teach him more. This kind of work is not particularly complicated, so you don't have to do it by yourself. Yes. Xiaoqing said respectfully, thank you for your concern, master. Xiao Ruofei nodded, and then with a thought, he flashed out of the Ring 2 space. He didn't continue to refine spiritual puppet bodies. On one hand, it was because there was only one control core at the moment, and it had been used. No matter how many spiritual puppet bodies he refined, without the control core, they were just shells. On the other hand, it was because the refining this time had consumed a lot of his energy, and he also needed to rest and recover. Xiao Ruofei returned to the outside world. First, he casually scanned with his mental strength. When he saw that Song Wei and Ling Qingshui had started to cultivate again, he didn't disturb them. Xiao Ruofei spent most of his time in the Ring 2 space within the range of the time formation, so not much time had passed in the outside world. At this time, it was still afternoon. He simply went to wash his face, then lay on the bed and took a short nap. Because he had consumed a lot of energy, he slept soundly and only woke up in the evening. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, raised his hand to look at the time displayed on his watch, and then sat up. After Xiao Ruofei put on his clothes, he went to the bathroom to wash up, then pushed open the door and walked out. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia had also stopped cultivating. The two of them were sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV and chatting. The TV was playing an English movie without subtitles, and it was unknown how much the two of them understood. Of course, there was no digital TV on Taoyuan Island, but whether it was the staff's dormitory, the guard station, or the Yanhuan building, they were all installed with satellite dishes that could directly receive satellite signals, so there were more TV channels available than in China. Ling Xianxia heard footsteps and turned to look at Xiao Ruofei, then asked with a smile, "You're awake?" Xiao Ruofei yawned and said, "Yes. I was a little sleepy in the afternoon, so I just took a nap." "Did you rest at noon?" "We worked much harder than you." Ling Xianxia said with a smile, "Wei, and I took a short nap, then we started to cultivate." Song Wei also said with a smile, "Yes. After we finished cultivating, we went to your room to take a look and found that you were still sleeping." Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, "It's probably because I've been controlling the flying boat for too long, so I'm a little tired. It takes 5 or 6 hours to go back and forth." Ling Xianxia burst into laughter and said, "Ruofei, don't think that we don't understand. You're an expert in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. How can you be so tired after 5 or 6 hours?" Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "Why not? Even civil aviation pilots don't work for so long. What's more, the flying boat is completely controlled by mind power, so it's definitely more exhausting." Song Wei thought for a moment and said, "That seems to make sense. Ruofei, it's been hard on you." Ling Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and said, "It turns out that using mind power to control the flying boat is so tiring?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You'll know when you try it in the future. It's really tiring. The last time we went to the mystic Luna realm, it took almost 2 months." Ling Xianxia said with a smile, "That's a continuous flight. If it was really that tiring, wouldn't you have died of exhaustion on the way back?" Xiao Ruofei was suddenly speechless. It seemed that he had gone a little overboard. Why didn't he think of this? Song Wei was also stunned. That's right. If that was the case, what was 5 or 6 hours? It would be fine for more than a month. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "When did Xianxia become so smart?" "You're the stupid one," Ling Xianxia said softly. Wei, he deliberately acted pitiful just now to gain your sympathy. Do you think we should beat him up? He deserves it." Song Wei couldn't help but laugh and stare at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quickly begged for mercy. "Beauties, it's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously, okay? We have to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, if you use these tricks on other girls, won't there be more who will join you?" Ling Xianxia said. "Humph. Don't run, don't resist, and don't use your primordial qi to resist. Let us give you a good beating to appease our anger." No. You're too cruel. I can't take it." Xiao Ruofei said hurriedly. "It's too late. Who told you to lie to us?" Ling Xianxia said. Then, Song Wei gave him a look and said, "Prepare to die." The two of them pounced on Xiao Ruofei from both sides. Xiao Ruofei quickly retreated and shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Yifu is coming for me." "Still trying to lie to us?" Ling Xianxia said. "Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? This fable is meant to educate people like you." Just as Ling Xianxia finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. She was instantly stunned. Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said, "I didn't lie to you. It's really Yifu." After saying that, he shouted, "Come in. The door's not locked." Li Yifu pushed the door open and came in. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he quickly bowed and said, "Uncle Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm here to invite the 2 grandmasters downstairs for a meal." "I didn't expect Uncle Master to come out of seclusion so soon," Li Yifu said. "Then I'll invite Uncle Master to the restaurant downstairs for a meal." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. Wei Wei, Qingxue, let's go. Let's go eat. Because Li Yifu was here, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei naturally wouldn't refute Xiao Ruofei in front of the juniors of the sect. In fact, the commotion just now was actually a joke. So they both nodded and looked very obedient. It was as if the person who pounced on Xiao Ruofei a minute ago was not them at all. Xiao Ruofei and the others took the elevator to the restaurant downstairs. Xiao Ruofei said, Fu, from tomorrow onwards, you don't have to prepare food for us. We brought a lot of ingredients. There's a well-equipped kitchen in the room. It's good that we can cook ourselves. Also, your cultivation is very close to a breakthrough. At this time, you should concentrate on cultivating. Don't be too disturbed by those miscellaneous things. Okay, thank you for your concern. Li Yifu bowed and said. Xiao Ruofei and the others finished dinner in the small restaurant. Li Yifu stayed to clean up the dishes, while Xiao Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei went to the small square outside the building for a while. Then, they took the elevator back to the big suite on the top floor. He still accompanied the two of them to cultivate once. Then, everyone went back to their rooms to cultivate. The effect of the Luo Tian formation was really unique. Cultivating in such an environment was simply addictive. Song Qiming was the same. He didn't want to leave at all. Xiao Ruofei sat on the bed and cultivated the Tao Sutra for a few hours. It was only after 11 p.m. that he finished setting up the alarm and defense arrays. He took out the spiritual map scroll and stuffed it under his blanket. Then, he entered the space with a thought. Because he slept for almost the whole afternoon, Xiao Ruofei couldn't sleep at this time. He simply entered the space and continued to practice the carving of the core of the soul. He conquered the complex array pattern bit by bit. The proficiency of the carving also increased with the passage of time. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei's life became extremely regular. Every day, he was responsible for cooking 3 meals a day. In the rest of the time, besides cultivating with his 2 confidants and cultivating himself, he was diligently practicing in the Ring 2 space. Sometimes, he practiced the carving of the core of the soul, and sometimes, he directly refined the body of the soul puppet. The progress of the two was quite gratifying. On the 4th day after Xiao Ruofei returned to Peach Blossom Island, Li Yifu came to inform him that Xianxia had settled the matters at the 3 mountains and wanted to apply for a business jet to return to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate. This was something that Xiao Ruofei had promised a long time ago, so he naturally would not change his mind at the last minute. He immediately asked Li Yifu to contact the flight crew and prepare for the flight. He also told Li Yifu that Xianxia did not need to ask for permission to use the business jet in the future. He could arrange it for him directly. In the past few days, Xiao Ruofei did not particularly strengthen his cultivation. However, he had made a lot of progress in the engraving of the control core. In addition, during the process of refining the soul puppet, he had successfully refined 2 soul puppet bodies. Of course, because there was no matching control core, the soul puppet bodies could only be left idle and could not be assembled into soul puppets. Xiao Ruofei did not continue to cultivate on Peach Blossom Island today. Instead, he prepared to go on a trip to Australia. He still had half of the cinnabar jade fruit left from the Tower of Trials. This was reserved for his personal disciple, Tang Haoren. During the Spring Festival, Tang Etian specially called Xiao Ruofei to ask about him. Tang Haoren also wished his master a Happy New Year over the phone. Xiao Ruofei also learned about Tang Haoren's cultivation situation. He learned that Tang Haoren had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm after consuming the wild tea. After diligently cultivating, his cultivation had improved greatly and would soon break through to the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. It seemed that Tang Haoren's physique was indeed very suitable for cultivating the scorching sun scripture. Under such circumstances, it was more appropriate for Tang Haoren to consume the cinnabar jade fruit. Basically, the medicinal properties of the cinnabar jade fruit could be maximized. In addition, this was the hottest season in Australia. It was also summer vacation for all levels of schools, so Tang Haoren did not need to go to school. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to make a trip to Australia. On one hand, he wanted to visit Paradise Farm and the winery. After all, he had not been there for a long time. On the other hand, he wanted to bring Tang Haoren to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate for a while and feed him the cinnabar jade fruit. Of course, he had asked Tang Yitian's opinion in advance. After all, Tang Haoren was still underage. Tang Yitian and his wife trusted Xiao Ruofei very much. They agreed to Xiao Ruofei's suggestion without any hesitation. Even though Jennifer was reluctant to part with her son, she did not object. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to fetch Tang Haoren first. The distance from Peach Blossom Island to Australia wasn't too far. With the obsidian airship, it would take less than an hour. Xiao Ruofei told Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue that he was going out and told them to continue cultivating on the Peach Blossom Island. Then, he took out the obsidian flying ship and left. On the fourth day after Xiao Ruofei returned to Peach Blossom Island, Li Yifu came to ask for instructions. He said that Xianxia had already dealt with the matters at the Three Mountains and wanted to apply for a business jet to return to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate. This was something that Xiao Ruofei had promised a long time ago, so he naturally wouldn't change his mind at the last minute. He immediately asked Li Yifu to contact the crew and prepare for this flight mission. He also told Li Yifu that Xianxia didn't need to ask for permission to use the business jet in the future. He could arrange it for him directly. In the past few days, Xiao Ruofei didn't particularly strengthen his cultivation. Instead, he made a lot of progress in the engraving of the control core. In addition, during the process of refining the soul puppet's body, he successfully refined 2 soul puppet bodies. Of course, because there was no matching control core, the soul puppet's body could only be left idle and couldn't be assembled into a soul puppet. Xiao Ruofei didn't continue to cultivate on Peach Blossom Island today. Instead, he prepared to go out on a trip to Australia. He still had half of the cinnabar jade fruit left from the Tower of Trials. This was reserved for his personal disciple, Tang Haoren. During the Spring Festival, Tang Yitian specially called Xiao Ruofei to greet him. Tang Haoren also wished his master a Happy New Year over the phone. Xiao Ruofei also learned about Tang Haoren's cultivation situation. He learned that Tang Haoren had broken through to the 4th layer of the qi refining realm after consuming wild tea. After diligently cultivating, his cultivation had taken a big step forward and would soon break through to the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. It seemed that Tang Haoren's physique was indeed very suitable for cultivating the scorching sun scripture. Under such circumstances, it was more appropriate for Tang Haoren to consume the cinnabar jade fruit. Basically, the cinnabar jade fruit's medicinal properties could be maximized. In addition, this was the hottest season in Australia. It was also summer vacation for all levels of schools. Tang Haoren didn't need to go to school. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to make a trip to Australia. On the one hand, he wanted to visit Paradise Farm and the winery. After all, he hadn't been there for a long time. On the other hand, he wanted to bring Tang Haoren to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate for a while and feed him the cinnabar jade fruit. Of course, he had also asked for Tang Yitian's opinion in advance. After all, Tang Haoren was still underage. Tang Yitian and his wife trusted Xiao Ruofei very much. They agreed to Xiao Ruofei's suggestion without any hesitation. Even though Jennifer was a little reluctant to part with her son, she didn't express any objections. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to bring Tang Haoren over first. It wasn't too far from Peach Blossom Island to Australia. If he took the obsidian airship, it would take less than an hour. Xiao Ruofei told Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue that he was going out and told them to continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island. Then, he took out the obsidian airship and directly flew away. On the 4th day after Xiao Ruofei returned to Peach Blossom Island, Li Yifu came to ask for instructions. He said that Xianxia had settled the matters at the Three Mountains and wanted to apply for a business jet to return to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate. This was something that Xiao Ruofei had promised a long time ago, so he naturally wouldn't change his mind at the last minute. He immediately asked Li Yifu to contact the crew and prepare for the flight mission. He also told Li Yifu that Xianxia didn't need to ask for permission to use the business jet in the future. He could arrange it for him directly. In the past few days, Xiao Ruofei didn't particularly strengthen his cultivation. Instead, he made a lot of progress in the engraving of the control core. In addition, during the process of refining the soul puppet's body, he successfully refined 2 soul puppet bodies. Of course, because there was no matching control core, the soul puppet's body could only be left idle and couldn't be assembled into a soul puppet. Xiaoruofei didn't continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island today. Instead, he prepared to go out on a trip to Australia. He still had half of the cinnabar jade fruit left from the Tower of Trials. It was reserved for his personal disciple, Tang Haoren. During the spring festival, Tang Etian specially called Xiaoruofei to ask about him. Tang Haoren also wished his master a happy new year over the phone. Xiaoruofei also learned about Tang Haoren's cultivation situation. He learned that Tang Haoren had broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining after consuming the wild tea. After diligently cultivating, his cultivation had taken a big step forward and would soon break through to the 5th layer of qi refining. It seemed that Tang Haoren's physique was indeed very suitable for cultivating the scorching sun scripture. Under such circumstances, it was more appropriate for Tang Haoren to consume the cinnabar jade fruit. Basically, the cinnabar jade fruit's medicinal properties could be maximized. In addition, it was the hottest season in Australia. It was also summer vacation for all levels of schools. Tang Haoren didn't need to go to school. Therefore, Xiaoruofei simply decided to make a trip to Australia. On one hand, he wanted to visit Paradise Farm and the winery. After all, he hadn't been there for a long time. On the other hand, he wanted to bring Tang Haoren to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate for a while and feed him the cinnabar jade fruit. Of course, he had also asked for Tang Etian's opinion in advance. After all, Tang Haoren was still underage. Tang Etian and his wife trusted Xiaoruofei very much. They agreed to Xiaoruofei's suggestion without any hesitation. Even though Jennifer was a little reluctant to part with her son, she didn't express any objections. Therefore, Xiaoruofei decided to bring Tang Haoren over first. It wasn't too far from Peach Blossom Island to Australia. If he took the obsidian airship, it would take less than an hour. Xiaoruofei told Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue that he was going out and told them to continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island. Then, he took out the obsidian airship and directly flew away. On the 4th day after Xiaoruofei returned to Peach Blossom Island, Li Yifu came to ask for instructions. He said that Xianxia had settled the matters at the Three Mountains and wanted to apply for a business jet to return to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate. This was something that Xiaoruofei had promised a long time ago, so he naturally wouldn't change his mind at the last minute. He immediately asked Li Yifu to contact the crew and prepare for the flight mission. He also told Li Yifu that Xianxia didn't need to ask for permission to use the business jet in the future. He could arrange it for him directly. In the past few days, Xiaoruofei didn't particularly strengthen his cultivation. Instead, he made a lot of progress in the engraving of the control core. In addition, during the process of refining the soul puppet's body, he successfully refined 2 soul puppet bodies. Of course, because there was no matching control core, the soul puppet's body could only be left idle and couldn't be assembled into a soul puppet. Xiaoruofei didn't continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island today. Instead, he prepared to go out on a trip to Australia. He still had half of the cinnabar jade fruit left from the Tower of Trials. It was reserved for his personal disciple, Tang Haoren. During the spring festival, Tang Etian specially called Xiaoruofei to ask about him. Tang Haoren also wished his master a happy new year over the phone. Xiaoruofei also conveniently learned about Tang Haoren's cultivation situation. He learned that after Tang Haoren broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement after consuming wild tea, his cultivation had taken a big step forward and would soon break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. It seemed that Tang Haoren's physique was indeed very suitable for cultivating the scorching sun scripture. Under such circumstances, it was more appropriate for Tang Haoren to consume the cinnabar jade fruit. Basically, the cinnabar jade fruit's medicinal properties could be maximized. In addition, this was the hottest season in Australia. It was also summer vacation for all levels of schools, so Tang Haoren didn't need to go to school. Therefore, Xiaoruofei simply decided to make a trip to Australia. On one hand, he wanted to visit Paradise Farm and the winery. After all, he hadn't been there for a long time. On the other hand, he wanted to bring Tang Haoren to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate for a while and feed him the cinnabar jade fruit. Of course, he had also asked for Tang Etian's opinion in advance. After all, Tang Haoren was still underage. Tang Etian and his wife trusted Xiao Ruofei very much. They agreed to Xiao Ruofei's suggestion without any hesitation. Even though Jennifer was a little reluctant to part with her son, she didn't express any objections. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to bring Tang Haoren over first. It wasn't too far from Peach Blossom Island to Australia. If he took the obsidian airship, it would take less than an hour. Xiao Ruofei told Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue that he was going out and told them to continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island. Then, he took out the obsidian airship and directly flew away. On the fourth day after Xiao Ruofei returned to Peach Blossom Island, Li Yifu came to ask for instructions. He said that Xianxia had already settled the matters at the Three Mountains and wanted to apply for a business jet to return to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate. This was something that Xiao Ruofei had promised a long time ago, so he naturally wouldn't change his mind at the last minute. He immediately asked Li Yifu to contact the crew and prepare for the flight mission. He also told Li Yifu that Xianxia didn't need to ask for permission to use the business jet in the future. He could arrange it for him directly. In the past few days, Xiao Ruofei didn't particularly strengthen his cultivation. Instead, he made a lot of progress in the engraving of the control core. In addition, during the process of refining the soul puppet's body, he successfully refined 2 soul puppet bodies. Of course, because there was no matching control core, the soul puppet's body could only be left idle. It couldn't be assembled into a soul puppet. Xiao Ruofei didn't continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island today. Instead, he prepared to go out on a trip to Australia. He still had half of the cinnabar jade fruit left from the Tower of Trials. It was reserved for his personal disciple, Tang Haoren. During the spring festival, Tang Etian specially called Xiao Ruofei to greet him. Tang Haoren also wished his master a happy new year over the phone. Xiao Ruofei also conveniently learned about Tang Haoren's cultivation situation. He learned that after Tang Haoren broke through to the 4th layer of the qi refining stage after consuming the wild tea, his cultivation had improved greatly and would soon break through to the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. It seemed that Tang Haoren's physique was indeed very suitable for cultivating the scorching sun scripture. Under such circumstances, it was more appropriate for Tang Haoren to consume the cinnabar jade fruit. Basically, the cinnabar jade fruit's medicinal properties could be maximized. In addition, it was the hottest season in Australia. It was also summer vacation for all levels of schools. Tang Haoren didn't need to go to school. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply decided to make a trip to Australia. On one hand, he wanted to visit Paradise Farm and the winery. After all, he hadn't been there for a long time. On the other hand, he wanted to bring Tang Haoren to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate for a while and feed him the cinnabar jade fruit. Of course, he also asked for Tang Etian's opinion in advance. After all, Tang Haoren was still underage. Tang Etian and his wife trusted Xiao Ruofei very much. They agreed to Xiao Ruofei's suggestion without any hesitation. Even though Jennifer was a little reluctant to part with her son, she didn't express any objections. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to bring Tang Haoren over first. It wasn't too far from Peach Blossom Island to Australia. If he took the obsidian airship, it would take less than an hour. Xiao Ruofei told Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue that he was going out and told them to continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island. Then, he took out the obsidian airship and directly flew away. Xiao Ruofei told Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue that he was going out and told them to continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island. Then, he took out the obsidian airship and directly flew away. Xiao Ruofei told Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue that he was going out and told them to continue cultivating on Peach Blossom Island. Then, he took out the obsidian airship and directly flew away. Tang Haoren was a 10-year-old child, yet his expression did not change at all when Xiao Ruofei purposely performed many extremely difficult stunts. In fact, he was very excited and cheered non-stop. Obviously, he thought that Xiao Ruofei had purposely demonstrated such flying skills for him. Chapter 1648, Coincidental Encounter of God-Level Farm. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Xiao Ruofei stared at Dafra and asked, he wasn't injured in an accident. He was beaten up by someone, right? Dafra didn't say anything, but from her expression, Xiao Ruofei had already gotten the answer. No wonder the atmosphere in Wonderland Farm was so tense. There were even armed security guards at the entrance. Xiao Ruofei asked anxiously, Dafra, tell me first. Is Liang Qichao's life in danger? He didn't care about the business. Even if Immortal Farm was destroyed, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't feel any heartache. However, Liang Qichao was his friend, and it was his suggestion that Liang Qichao came to work at Immortal Farm. If anything happened to him, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Liang Qichao's parents. His life isn't in danger. Dafra hurriedly said, but his injuries are quite serious. The doctor said that he might be disabled. Xiao Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Liang Qichao was still alive, it was fine. As for the doctor saying that he might be disabled, with the spirit heart flower's petals, there were no external injuries that couldn't be treated. In this kind of recent injury, unless it was an extreme case, it could be treated with the spirit heart flower's petals. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked calmly, then tell me, what happened? Why was Liang Qichao injured? Someone has set their sights on Wonderland Farm. Dafra said, this person has a lot of influence in Australia. Qichao wasn't willing to compromise. He said that this was a business that Mr. Tang and you gave him to manage. He couldn't give in at all. As a result, Wonderland Farm was constantly suppressed in Australia. At first, it was the agricultural and environmental departments that made things difficult. Later, other than Mr. Tang's chain stores, all other channels refused to accept Wonderland Farm's products. Qichao clenched his teeth and persevered. He didn't compromise. Just 3 days ago, Qichao was suddenly attacked on his way to Sydney. His car was wrecked and he was seriously injured. He had multiple fractures all over his body. The most serious injury was his leg. Although he had undergone 3 surgeries in the past few days, the doctor said that he still had to be mentally prepared. If the infection couldn't be controlled, he might need to amputate his leg. At this point, Dafra's eyes reddened. She had also just rushed back from the hospital. Immortal Farm was in a precarious situation, and Liang Qichao was seriously injured and hospitalized. As the deputy manager of Immortal Farm, she had to come back to take charge of the situation. Before Liang Qichao's incident, Wonderland Farm had already strengthened its security. Aside from some obvious means, the other party had been up to some tricks since a week or 2 ago. The farm was so big, and the borders were usually simple fences, so it wasn't difficult to sneak into the farm. There had been several cases of theft in the past few days, and someone had even shot the farm's horses in the distance. There was no follow-up after the police were called, so Liang Qichao specially hired a security team from Europe to install a large number of surveillance cameras around the farm. At the same time, he also strengthened the patrols. Dafra was already physically and mentally exhausted. She also wanted to accompany Liang Qichao, but she had no choice but to return to the farm to deal with various troublesome matters. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly and ask, did you ask Mr. Tang Etian for help? Tang Etian's influence in Sydney and even in the whole of Australia was quite big, especially in the Chinese society. He was fully deserving of the title of a leading figure. In terms of assets, Tang Etian was also considered one of the richest people in Australia. Moreover, the chain stores were all heavy asset enterprises, and at the same time, they had abundant cash flow. In terms of absolute wealth, Tang Etian could be said to be one of the best in Australia. Liang Qichao had Tang Etian's contact information. In fact, Tang Etian was very supportive of Immortal Farm. His chain stores gave Immortal Farm's products very good shelf space, and his commission was the lowest in the industry. The payment was also very timely, and there was basically no backlog. Xiao Ruofei also told Liang Qichao that if there were any problems that were difficult to deal with, he could ask Tang Etian for help. With his relationship with Tang Etian would definitely treat Immortal Farm's matters as his own and would be very concerned about it. Xiao Ruofei had just met with Tang Etian, and Tang Etian didn't mention this matter at all. This meant that Immortal Farm didn't ask Tang Etian for help, so Tang Etian didn't know about it until now. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Tang Haoran couldn't help but say, yeah. These people are so bad. Let my father punish them. Dafra shook her head and said, I suggested it to Qichao, but he rejected it, why? Xiao Ruofei was very puzzled. Qichao said that the enemy this time was too troublesome, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Mr. Tang. Dafra smiled bitterly. He always thought that the enemy could at most use commercial and administrative means to suppress a mortal farm. As long as he didn't compromise, he could grit his teeth and get through it. It turned out that he was too naive. The enemy's bottom line was much lower than he thought. What about Mr. Tang? He also has half of Immortal Farm's shares, and Qichao is his grandnephew. Qichao couldn't have not asked Mr. Tang for help when the farm was in trouble, right? Xiao Ruofei asked. Mr. Tang was also a billionaire in the United States. Immortal Farm was originally bought by him in his own name to give his pure-blooded horses a better living environment. At the same time, because he liked Taoyuan vegetables and fruits, he pulled Xiao Ruofei to become a shareholder and was even willing to let Xiao Ruofei hold the majority. Xiao Ruofei often couldn't be contacted, but Liang Qichao and Tang He's communication channels should be relatively smooth. Logically speaking, when the farm was in trouble and Liang Qichao couldn't get out of the predicament, he should have asked Tang He for help first. Qichao called old Mr. Tang, said Dafra. This time, old Mr. Tang also sent a top medical team to operate on Qichao. However, Mr. Tang's assets are mainly concentrated in the United States. Although his influence in Australia isn't small, the other party didn't buy it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Who was this person? Liang Qichao was worried about causing trouble for Tang Etienne, so he didn't ask for help. Tang He was a billionaire with countless assets, but it was difficult for him to coordinate. Tell me. Who on earth is eyeing the Peach Blossom Farm? Xiao Ruofei asked indifferently. Now, the fame and fortune of the secular world didn't mean much to Xiao Ruofei. He wasn't interested in making money, but the other party's behavior had crossed the bottom line. This was something Xiao Ruofei couldn't tolerate. I don't care about this little bit of assets, but this can't be a reason for you to take it by force. What's more, Liang Qichao was his friend. Now that the other party had directly threatened Liang Qichao's life, this had already crossed Xiao Ruofei's bottom line. Even if the cultivation world couldn't casually interfere with secular affairs, this situation was obviously not included. If you were provoked and didn't fight back, then what was the point of cultivation? Defra hesitated for a moment and said, It's Guerrero Galini. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and asked, What's his background? He's Steve Galini's younger brother, Defra said. Steve Galini's public position is the chairman of the Australian Mining Council. Australia is rich in iron ore resources, and the members of the Mining Council almost control more than 80% of the mining business in Australia. The annual revenue reaches tens of billions of Australian dollars, and they have great influence in Australia. In addition to being the chairman of the Mining Council, it is said that Steve Galini is also involved in a large number of grey industries, including prostitution. He also has countless hired thugs, and is also an important figure in the underground world. And Guerrero Galini is Steve Galini's spokesperson in Australia's underground world. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, his heart was naturally calm. The power and status of the secular world were really insignificant in the eyes of cultivators. However, he was still a little curious, so he asked, compared to Mr. Tang Etienne and the Galini brothers, is there a big difference in strength? Defra pondered for a moment and said, There is no absolute conclusion, but Mr. Tang's influence is mainly in the Chinese society, the retail industry, and the entertainment industry. In the whole of Australia, the Galini brothers have more resources and wider connections. They have always been unscrupulous in doing things, especially Guerrero Galini. His methods are quite brutal. Qichao was also worried about implicating Mr. Tang, so he didn't ask him for help. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he secretly nodded. Liang Qichao was still very responsible. He guessed that Liang Qichao might have contacted him, but he might have been in the mystic Luna realm at that time. After failing to contact him a few times, Liang Qichao probably gave up. After all, in Liang Qichao's eyes, Xiao Ruofei's strength was definitely not as good as old Master Tang He's. If even old Master Tang couldn't handle it, it would be useless to ask Xiao Ruofei for help. Why were the Galini brothers suddenly so interested in the Fairyland farm? What kind of conditions did they propose? Xiao Ruofei asked. Defra frowned slightly and said, We don't know the exact reason. Maybe they were jealous of the farm's profits, or maybe they were preparing to enter the farming industry, Or maybe it was just a spur of the moment. Speaking of this, Defra couldn't help but smile bitterly. Maybe they were just interested in the farm for a while, and later because the Fairyland farm rejected them so thoroughly, they felt embarrassed and started to use some drastic methods. But this kind of big shot really couldn't be provoked. They could casually move their little finger, and it would be enough to make you suffer. Defra continued, Guerrero Galini didn't come personally, but sent a lawyer to talk to us. Their conditions, maybe they can't be called conditions. They basically want to take over the entire Fairyland farm. They want to buy 51% of the farm's shares for $2 million. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but twitch his mouth and say, what an ugly table manners. When old Master Tang he bought the farm, he spent tens of millions of US. At that time, the farm didn't have Xiao Ruofei's technical support, nor did it have the famous Taoyuan vegetables. Now, by planting vegetables and fruits on a large scale, the Fairyland farm's monthly net profit reached a few million US. Guerrero Galini actually wanted to use $2 million to directly control the farm. This was no different from taking it for free. Chichao rejected it on the spot. Defra said, he said that although he was only an employee of the farm and not a shareholder, he didn't need to report to the boss about such obviously unreasonable conditions, and the boss wouldn't agree. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that's right, he wouldn't agree. Defra smiled bitterly and said, I advised him to call you or old Master Tang to ask for instructions. The Galini family is too powerful. They have already monopolized the mining industry in Australia. Their influence is so great that it can even affect the country's political situation. The previous prime minister was impeached before he finished his term because he had a bad relationship with the Galini family. In Australia, the prime minister was the de facto chief executive of the country. Nominally, Australia belonged to the Commonwealth. The Queen was nominally the supreme head of state of Australia, and the Governor-General was the Queen's representative. However, the Queen and the Governor-General were only nominally the head of state. The actual power of Australia was in the hands of the Prime Minister. Even the Prime Minister could be ousted, which showed the strength of the Galini family. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, I have a general understanding of the situation. I will take care of the follow-up. Now, let's go to the hospital to see Chichao. Okay, Mr. Xia, I will arrange a car for you, Defra said quickly. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, you're not going to Sydney with me? There is a lot of backlog of work on the farm. In addition, people have been anxious recently. Many workers have proposed to resign. The farm is seriously understaffed. I have to deal with it as soon as possible, Defra said. Mr. Xia, I will find an employee who is familiar with the situation to accompany you to Sydney. Okay then. Xiao Ruofei said. You just try to maintain the normal operation of the farm here. Leave the rest to me. Remember, you must ensure your personal safety. If there is anything, wait for me to come back from Sydney. Understood. Defra said. Mr. Xia, please sit for a while. I will arrange the car and personnel. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei flew on his sword or took the obsidian airship to Sydney, it would naturally be the fastest. However, he was still in the Hunter's Valley. If he appeared in Sydney later, it would be difficult to explain. After all, many people, including Defra, had seen Xiao Ruofei in the Hunter's Valley. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to take a car. It was okay if it was a little slower. At least Liang Qichao's life was not in danger yet. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also wanted to see how arrogant the Galini family was. It would be best if someone attacked his car on the road. That would be a good show. After a while, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan arrived in front of the man-made lakeside villa. The driver was a strong white man, and a bodyguard in a black suit was sitting in the front passenger seat. Both of them had bulging bags at their waists, obviously carrying guns. Defra accompanied Xiao Ruofei out of the villa. She looked at Tang Houran, who was beside Xiao Ruofei, and said, Mr. Xia, let this kid stay on the farm. After all, it's safer here than on the road. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's okay, let him follow me. Xiao Ruofei was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and his opponents were just ordinary people from the secular world. How could he not protect the people around him? Moreover, with Tang Haoren's current cultivation, even if he went out alone, ordinary people were no match for him. Even if he encountered the attack that Liang Qichao encountered that day, Tang Haoren would definitely be able to escape unscathed. This? Okay. Dafra said with a worried expression, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Dafra, you also have to pay attention to your safety here. Leave more people around to protect you, and then, wait for my news. Before that, don't do anything. I know. Xiao Ruofei and Tang Haoren got into the Mercedes-Benz sedan. Dafra walked over and said to the driver, send Mr. Xia to Sydney St. Vincent Hospital. Okay, Miss Dafra. The driver nodded and said calmly. The Mercedes-Benz sedan slowly left Paradise Farm and drove in the direction of Sydney. When Xiao Ruofei and Tang Haoren came to Hunter's Valley, they flew on their swords and arrived in a short time. But now, it would take a lot more time to return to Sydney. The two people in the front seat were very vigilant, especially the bodyguard in the front passenger seat. His hand was on his waist, obviously ready to pull out his gun if something happened. At the same time, his eyes were constantly looking around, not letting go of any clues. Xiao Ruofei leisurely leaned against the back of the back seat and asked in Chinese with a smile, Haoren, are you afraid? Tang Haoren said casually, Master is here. I'm not afraid. Yes. Even if Master isn't here, you still need to have the guts. Xiao Ruofei said, of course, you are still in the qi refining stage. If a sniper really attacks you from a distance, it will still be dangerous, so you can't let your guard down. When Xiao Ruofei was in the qi condensation stage, he was basically not in this kind of danger. This was because he had been through countless life and death situations during his years of service. He had already developed a natural sense of danger. If he was really targeted by a sniper, he would definitely feel it. On the other hand, Tang Haoren had been pampered since he was young. He had never suffered any setbacks and had almost never experienced any dangerous situations. Naturally, he was weaker in this aspect. Xiao Ruofei also used this opportunity to teach Tang Haoren. He said, in a situation where you are not sure whether it is safe or not, you can release your mental strength. This way, your perception of danger will be much sharper. I got it. Thank you, Master. Tang Haoren said. What do you think of this incident? Xiao Ruofei asked with a hint of curiosity. He smiled and asked, how do you think I should deal with it? Tang Haoren tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, that Guerrero Galini is a big bad guy. Master, you must punish him well. Then, Tang Haoren said, as for how to deal with it. Master is very powerful and has many tricks up his sleeve. You can do whatever you want with this kind of B****, right? Although the two people sitting in the front row were foreigners and most likely did not understand Chinese, Xiao Ruofei still paid attention to some things related to the cultivation world. Therefore, as soon as he got in the car, he had already set up a soundproof barrier between the front and back seats. The driver and the bodyguards in the front row were highly focused to prevent any attacks. They did not pay too much attention to Xiao Ruofei and Tang Haoren in the back row. Even if they occasionally saw them in the rearview mirror, they would think that the two of them were whispering to each other. Naturally, they would not find anything strange. Xiao Ruofei patted Tang Haoren's head and said with a smile, you sly little guy. After talking for so long, you still didn't say anything. Tang Haoren asked curiously, Master, how do you plan to deal with this bad guy? Xiao Ruofei said thoughtfully, even a lion will use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Everything has to be planned before taking action. Even when dealing with ordinary people in the secular world, you have to know yourself and the enemy. Therefore, before I have enough understanding of the situation, I will not act rashly. After all, Tang Haoren was just a child. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, he only nodded, not fully understanding. Xiao Ruofei did not say anything else. Instead, he leaned against the car and closed his eyes to rest. He did not even release his mental strength. If Guerrero Galini really sent someone to attack them, that would be exactly what he wanted. To Xiao Ruofei's disappointment, the journey was peaceful. Soon, the car drove into downtown Sydney. The driver and the bodyguards in the front row breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party wanted to attack them on the road, their first choice would be to do it in the suburbs. After entering the city, it would be relatively safer. In fact, the car arrived at St. Vincent's Hospital in Sydney without any incident. The burly bodyguard got out of the car first and looked around. Then, he opened the car door and said, "Mr. Xia, please get out of the car." After Xia Ruofei and Tang Haoren got out of the car, the bodyguard escorted them all the way to a high-rise building in the hospital. Then, they took the elevator to the 26th floor. Xia Ruofei held Tang Haoren's hand and followed the bodyguard out of the elevator. He looked around and felt that this floor should be some kind of VIP ward. The decorations and furnishings were relatively high-end. It did not look like a hospital at all. After turning a corner, a Chinese doctor in a white coat walked over. The bodyguard nodded at him and then stepped aside. The handsome Chinese doctor, who looked to be in his early 30s, smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. Miss Della has already called me. I am the person in charge of Mr. Liang Qichao's medical team. My name is Qiao Kaiwen." "Oh, it's Dr. Qiao. Hello." Xia Ruofei shook hands with Qiao Kaiwen and then asked casually, "Dr. Qiao, did you come from the United States?" "Yes. Our whole team was entrusted by Mr. Tang He to treat Mr. Liang Qichao." Qiao Kaiwen said, "Since yesterday, we have officially taken over Mr. Liang's treatment. Because his injury is quite complicated at the moment, it is not suitable for long-distance transport. So, we will stay in St. Vincent Hospital and continue the treatment." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I want to see Liang Qichao first." "This?" Qiao Kaiwen was a little hesitant. "Is there a problem?" Xia Ruofei asked with a slight frown. "That's not it." Qiao Kaiwen quickly said, "It's just that Mr. Liang's current situation is quite serious and complicated. We generally recommend to minimize visits. Also, I think it's necessary to introduce the patient to you first." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I'd better see his situation myself. There's no need for an introduction. If Dr. Qiao finds it difficult, I can give Mr. Tang He a call." Qiao Kaiwen quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, of course it's not difficult. Mr. Xia, this way please." Xia Ruofei nodded and said lightly, "Thank you." He held Tang Haoren's hand and followed behind Qiao Kaiwen. They turned into a corridor and came to the door of the exclusive intensive care unit on this floor. Xia Ruofei saw the ICU sign and could not help but frown slightly. He asked, "Does Jichao still have to stay in the ICU?" The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. The sterile environment of the ICU can minimize the risk of postoperative infection, Qiao Kaiwen explained. And Mr. Liang's situation is quite serious, so to be safe, we arranged for him to stay in the ICU. Xia Ruofei nodded and did not say anything else. The ICU had to minimize the number of people coming in and out, so Xia Ruofei asked Tang Haoren to sit on the bench outside and wait for a while. He followed Qiao Kaiwen in. After a strict disinfection procedure, Xia Ruofei, who had changed into an isolation suit, followed Qiao Kaiwen into the ICU. Qiao Kaiwen soon came to the door of a separate ward. He opened the door and walked in. The doctor on duty in the ICU was checking the data of various instruments and the patient's condition. When the doctor on duty saw Qiao Kaiwen, he straightened up and nodded at him. Qiao Kaiwen asked, "Dr. Karim, how is the patient?" "The patient has a low fever, and the possibility of postoperative infection is very high," Dr. Karim said. "Especially the comminuted fracture of the leg. Although it has been restored through surgery, the risk of infection is still very high. So, I suggest you communicate with the patient as soon as possible and be mentally prepared for amputation." Qiao Kaiwen nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you, Dr. Karim." Dr. Karim smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then, the doctor on duty in the ICU, Dr. Karim, nodded slightly at Qiao Kaiwen and Xia Ruofei and stepped out of the ward. Xia Ruofei saw that Liang Qichao was still unconscious on the hospital bed. His body was connected to various wires and tubes in several places. It looked like he would die at any time. While Qiao Kaiwen and Dr. Karim were talking about the patient's condition, Xia Ruofei had already released his mental strength to conduct a comprehensive examination of Liang Qichao. He found that the situation was indeed similar to what Dr. Karim had said. Liang Qichao's trauma was very serious. There were many fractures all over his body. After the surgery, his body was still scarred, and there was indeed an infection in his leg. This was in Australia. If it were in China, many of Liang Qichao's fractures would not need surgery at all. They would only need manual reduction. However, in a foreign country in the southern hemisphere, there were naturally very few people who understood traditional Chinese medicine. In addition, Liang Qichao's situation was very critical at the time. The first priority was naturally to save his life. Surgical reduction was naturally the best and only choice. After seeing Liang Qichao's injuries, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. Because there was no particularly difficult situation, once the petals of the spirit heart flower were used, there was a high probability that Liang Qichao would be able to recover. Xiao Ruofei said to Qiao Kaiwen, "Dr. Qiao, I want to be alone with Liang Qichao for a while." "Oh." Qiao Kaiwen seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly said, "Okay. Okay. Then I'll go out and wait." There were cameras everywhere in the ICU. It could be said that there were basically no blind spots. However, Xiao Ruofei did not need to set up an array. He just released his mental strength. Soon, on the monitoring screen in the duty room, a large number of snowflakes and buzzing sounds suddenly appeared in Liang Qichao's single ward. It was almost instantly broken by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took out a silver needle from the ring 2 space. Without hesitation, he inserted the needle and began to gently twist the end of the needle. A warm current circulated in Liang Qichao's meridians. Soon, he slowly woke up. When Liang Qichao saw Xiao Ruofei's familiar face, he could not believe it. He even muttered in his heart, "Is it an illusion again?" This time, it was quite realistic. Xiao Ruofei put away the silver needle and asked with a smile, "Brother Liang, how do you feel?" Liang Qichao instinctively wanted to rub his eyes, but he could not even lift his arms. So, he stared at Xiao Ruofei and asked in a weak voice, "Are you really Ruofei? I'm not dreaming? I'm not dead, right?" "Dead?" Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You can only see me after you're dead. Am I a little ghost in your eyes?" A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. After Liang Qichao finished speaking, he immediately asked, "Ruofei, why did you suddenly come to Australia? Did someone tell you about the situation at Immortal Farm?" "No, I just happened to be here." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "When I arrived at Immortal Farm, I found out about the current predicament you are facing. This time, it's really bad luck. I actually provoked that bastard." Liang Qichao said in frustration. "Tell me." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "What's going on?" Liang Qichao squeezed out a bitter smile and said, "It's completely an unexpected disaster." Then, he intermittently told Xiao Ruofei what had happened these days. Generally speaking, it was similar to what Dafra said, but Liang Qichao said it in more detail. Finally, Liang Qichao said, "I'm sorry, Ruofei. You handed such an important farm to me to manage, but I couldn't manage it well. This has nothing to do with you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "There's a bad guest. What can you do? How did you get these injuries on your body?" Xiao Ruofei asked again. Liang Qichao smiled bitterly and told him what had happened. It turned out that 3 days ago, Liang Qichao drove to Sydney for some business. Just as he drove out of the town, he stopped the car at a crossroad and waited for a red light. Just as Liang Qichao took the time to take a look at his phone, an 18-wheeler truck full of goods seemed to have lost control and jumped out from the right exit. Unable to avoid it, his car was hit hard in the waist. Liang Qichao was sitting in the back seat, and there was a bodyguard in the front passenger seat. However, the difficulties that Wonderland Farm encountered at that time were mainly some small administrative tricks, and there were people causing trouble at the farm from time to time. Therefore, Liang Qichao, the driver, and the bodyguard were not very vigilant. They did not expect the other party to be so lawless. According to the speed of the 18-wheeler truck at that time, the other party was aiming to kill Liang Qichao. In fact, the situation was very dangerous at that time. The truck hit from the side of the front passenger seat, and the bodyguard in the front passenger seat died on the spot. The driver and Liang Qichao, who was sitting behind the driver, were also seriously injured. Liang Qichao fainted on the spot, and his legs were stuck in the twisted car. The driver could barely move. The car was destroyed on the spot, and it began to leak oil. It was in danger of catching fire and exploding at any time. According to the situation at that time, even if Liang Qichao did not die on the spot, he would be burned alive. Perhaps it was not his time to die. When the accident happened, a team of firefighters was returning to the Hunter Valley Fire Brigade from a mission and passed by this intersection. Seeing the accident, the firefighters immediately got out of the car to rescue. Their fire truck was equipped with all kinds of demolition tools, and they were all very professional rescue personnel. Therefore, they controlled the situation immediately. First, they prevented the car from catching fire and exploding. Then, they quickly dismantled the car and rescued the 3 people from the car. The bodyguard in the front passenger seat died on the spot, but Liang Qichao and the driver survived. They were immediately sent to the local hospital, and then transferred to St. Vincent's Hospital in Sydney. Hearing the news from Wonderland Farm, Daphra rushed to the hospital. When she saw Liang Qichao's miserable condition, she could not help but panic. She quickly called Tang He in the United States to report. Because of Xiao Ruofei, Tang He also attached great importance to Liang Qichao, his grandnephew. Recently, he had tried his best to mediate the situation at Wonderland Farm. However, he did not expect that the Galini family would not buy it at all. Instead, there was no progress. Instead, they became more aggressive and directly killed Liang Qichao. Tang He was shocked and angry. After calming down, he immediately arranged for the most elite surgical team to send them to Australia by private jet. At the same time, he also used all his contacts in Australia to negotiate with the Galini family. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was silent for a moment before he said, "Brother Liang, you're lucky this time. If it weren't for the fact that a firefighter happened to pass by, you might have. You're bound for good fortune after surviving a disaster. Everything will be smooth sailing in the future." "I hope so." Liang Qichao smiled bitterly. "But I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to work for Wonderland Farm in the future. The doctors have communicated with me twice, and their advice is to amputate as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will cause a large area of infection and necrosis, and I'm afraid it will be life-threatening." "Amputation. And both of my legs will be amputated at the same time. I'm only in my 20s, and I'll have to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. Just the thought of it scares me." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Don't be so pessimistic. Aren't I here now? Since Western medicine is no longer effective, I might as well try Chinese medicine. I still have some attainments in Chinese medicine." "You?" Liang Qichao looked surprised. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xiao Ruofei's medical skills, but the injury this time was too serious. It wasn't life-threatening, but it was really difficult to save his legs. "Whether you trust me or not, I have to take over your treatment," Xiao Ruofei said. "I can't watch you be amputated." Liang Qichao was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I believe you. By the way, does your family know about this?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "I asked Daphra to tell Grandpa not to tell my parents," Liang Qichao said in a low voice. "They haven't been in good health for the past 2 years, and I'm afraid they won't be able to take such a blow, especially if they have to be amputated." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Don't think about amputation. I won't let you be amputated. You can rest assured and recuperate." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei disinfected the silver needles he had just taken out with alcohol, then said, "I'll give you acupuncture treatment first to stabilize your injury. I'll arrange for you to be transferred to another hospital later. It's not convenient here. Don't worry, I'll give you a simple treatment first. At least the injury won't continue to worsen. No matter who talks to you, no matter how serious the consequences are, you have to refuse to be amputated. As long as you don't sign, and your family members aren't here, they can't make the decision to amputate you. Remember?" Liang Qichao nodded and said, "I understand." "Then I'll leave it to you, Ruofei. I really don't want to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of my life." Xiao Ruofei patted Liang Qichao's shoulder and said, "Trust me. It's okay. Your body is still very weak. Sleep for a while first. After that, Xiao Ruofei accurately pierced the silver needles into Liang Qichao's acupoints. A stream of primordial qi passed through, and Liang Qichao felt as if a warm current was slowly flowing through his meridians. The pain of the wounds on his body also lessened a lot, and soon he felt drowsy. His eyes gradually became blurred, and after a while, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Xiao Ruofei was focused and continued to insert the needles. Soon, he completed the acupuncture treatment. He checked Liang Qichao's injury and found that it could be stabilized in a short period of time and would not continue to worsen. Only then did he feel relieved and secretly nodded, taking back the silver needles. Xiao Ruofei stood up and walked out of Liang Qichao's ward. Qiao Kaiwan was not far from the ward, and Dr. Karim from the intensive care unit was also beside him. Just now, the monitoring signal in Liang Qichao's ward suddenly interfered. He originally wanted to come and check the situation, but was temporarily stopped by Qiao Kaiwan outside the door. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come out, Qiao Kaiwan immediately went to greet him. Dr. Karim also hurried over. He wanted to see what the problem was that caused the monitoring signal to be interfered with. At this time, a nurse poked her head out of the on-call room and shouted, "Dr. Karim, the monitoring signal has been restored." Huh? Dr. Karim stopped and looked suspiciously at Liang Qichao's ward. He then looked at Xiao Ruofei and quickly walked back to the on-call room. As soon as Xiao Ruofei went in, the monitoring signal was seriously interfered with, but as soon as he went out, the signal was immediately restored. Was he a human-shaped magnet? Xiao Ruofei naturally did not care about Dr. Karim's head full of questions. He nodded slightly to Qiao Kaiwan and walked out of the intensive care unit. Qiao Kaiwan naturally followed quickly. As he walked, he said, "Mr. Xia, please persuade Mr. Liang. His injury can't be delayed. He needs to undergo an amputation operation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the infection will worsen and his life will be in danger. I know that amputation is a difficult decision for anyone, but it's the lesser of two evils. Saving his life is the most important." "I understand. We'll seriously consider it." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Dr. Qiao, I'll still have to trouble you. Keep an eye on Mr. Liang's injury at all times. If there are any changes, inform me immediately. However, you must not amputate his leg without permission." Qiao Kaiwan's expression froze slightly. He said somewhat anxiously, "Mr. Xia, this is not a child's play. In Mr. Liang's current situation, if we delay it for another day or two, even amputation will be difficult to save his life. Your task is to treat him as best as you can without amputation," Xiao Ruofei said. "I'll arrange everything else." "All right then," Qiao Kaiwan said somewhat dejectedly. He had even foreseen Liang Qichao's tragic end. However, since Liang Qichao himself did not agree to amputation and Xiao Ruofei had the same attitude, it was enough for him to say what he needed to say as a doctor and fulfill his obligation to inform them. Even if Liang Qichao died of organ failure due to infection, he would not be held responsible. Xiao Ruofei left the ICU and gave Qiao Kaiwan his contact information. Then, he took the elevator downstairs with Tang Haoren. The bodyguard came up to them. Xiao Ruofei said, "You guys wait here at the hospital. I'm going out now. Give me your contact information. I'll call you if I need anything." The bodyguard quickly said, "Mr. Xia, we're responsible for your safety. If you leave the hospital, it's best to take us with you. You don't have to worry about my safety. I've arranged for someone to protect him." Xiao Ruofei said, "Your task now is to stay here and protect Mr. Liang with the others." "Understood." The bodyguard bowed slightly and said. Dafra had already told the bodyguard that although Mr. Xia was young, he was a major shareholder of Paradise Farm. Liang Qichao worked for him and had to obey his orders absolutely. Therefore, when the bodyguard saw Xiao Ruofei's firm attitude, he immediately shut his mouth. Since his boss's boss had already made the decision, he would just have to obey. Xiao Ruofei walked out of the hospital with Tang Haoren. They found a bench in the square in front of the hospital and sat down. Then, he took out his phone and called Tang Etienne. "Brother Ruofei." Tang Etienne answered the phone and laughed heartily. "You're calling me again so soon. Don't tell me you want to go back to Sydney to drink with your brother again?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Tang, you guessed right. I'm back in Sydney again. Ah? Tang Etienne could not help but be stunned. What's going on? It's hard to explain over the phone. Brother Tang, do you have time? Let's meet up and talk, Xiao Ruofei said. Tang Etienne said without hesitation, your brother is looking for me. How can I not have time? Where are you now? I'll send a car to pick you up. It's time for dinner. Let's talk while we eat. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening and the street lamps on both sides of the street were lit up. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, I'm at the square in front of St. Vincent Hospital. I'll have to trouble you, Brother Tang. St. Vincent Hospital? Tang Etienne could not help but feel a little anxious. Ruofei, did something happen? I'm fine. Howren is fine too. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said, let's meet up and talk. Okay. Wait a few minutes. The car will be here soon. Tang Etienne said. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he sat on the bench in the square and waited for the car sent by Tang Etienne. He closed his eyes and rested while thinking about the matter at Paradise Farm. Tang Howren also knew that Xiao Ruofei was thinking about something, so he sat aside obediently and did not disturb him. After 10 minutes, a Rolls-Royce limousine stopped in the parking space on the street. Tang Etienne hurriedly got out of the car and walked over. Xiao Ruofei saw Tang Etienne and could not help but be slightly surprised. He said, Brother Tang, why did you come in person? And you came so quickly? Tang Etienne waved his hand and said, my company's headquarters is not far from here. I happened to be at the company in the afternoon. Let's not talk about this. Ruofei, what happened? Why did you and Howren come to the hospital? Something happened to a friend. Xiao Ruofei said, Brother Tang, let's talk about it in the car. I happen to have something I need your help with. Okay. Tang Etienne said, let's talk in the car. After the three of them got in the car, Tang Etienne raised the soundproof glass in the front and back row and then asked, Ruofei, tell me. What's going on? Xiao Ruofei said, Paradise Farm is in a bit of trouble. Then, Xiao Ruofei told Tang Etienne what he knew about the situation. Finally, he said, Liang Qichao's condition is not very good now. The doctor suggested that both of his legs be amputated, but I stopped him. I still want to try Chinese medicine. He's still so young. How can he do without his legs? Tang Etienne slapped the armrest of the seat heavily and said, such a big thing happened. Why did Xiao Liang keep it from me? If he had told me earlier, how could it have gotten to this point? Brother Liang said that this guerrero is too powerful. He didn't want to get you involved, Xiao Ruofei said. Tang Etienne could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. Then, he said resentfully, am I someone who is afraid of trouble? Besides, things weren't at the point of life and death in the beginning. I still have some influence in Australia. It's better for me to come forward and mediate than for him to do it himself. And Mr. Tang although he has hundreds of millions of assets, he doesn't have any foundation in Australia. How could the Galani family accept it? It's definitely different if I come forward. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, now that things have gotten to this point, it's meaningless to talk about it. Brother Tang, regarding the Galani family, you don't have to interfere. The other party had already gone too far and touched Xiao Ruofei's bottom line. Naturally, there was no need for Tang Etienne to come forward and mediate. As for dealing with the Galani family, it was even more impossible to use Tang Etienne's power. It was best for Xiao Ruofei to deal with it alone. After all, Tang Etienne's foundation was in Australia. There was no benefit in getting involved in such a thing. End of chapter 1948. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.